Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5284 to Chapter 5376. How's the research on the 10 extreme thunderstorm pearls coming along? Lin Feng asked curiously. I've encountered some tricky areas. Beiying Jun sighed. Lin Feng asked, so you're saying that it'll take some time to research the pearls? Beiying Jun nodded. Yes. Then, he added, you have to have confidence in me. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to research the pearls if I get some inspiration one day. Lin Feng said, I hope so. Lin Feng then asked, how many 9 heavenly lightning source pearls do you have? Right now, we have about 1,009 heavenly thunder source pearls. Beiying Jun replied. Said Lin Feng. Alright, give me the 9 heavenly thunder source pearls. During this time, you can make as many as you can. No problem. Said Beiying Jun nodding. He took out the 9 thunder pearls and gave them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, if you need anything, just let me know. Hee, I won't stand on ceremony. Beiying Jun grinned. He was living a carefree life now. In the past, due to the lack of various materials, Beiying Jun's alchemy career had been intermittent. He hadn't been able to successfully research the 9 heavenly lightning source pearls. After receiving Lin Feng's help, Beiying Jun was able to enjoy the benefits. Beiying Jun had tasted the benefits of various materials and immortal stones. Lin Feng had never mistreated him. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't restrict him from doing things he didn't want to do. Therefore, being in Lin Feng's place was like living in heaven. Beiying Jun was overjoyed. After returning from Beiying Jun's place, Lin Feng observed the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo he had planted. Lin Feng discovered that the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo he had planted had matured. This made Lin Feng very happy. The maturing of the extreme heaven purple thunder bamboo meant that Lin Feng could refine the extreme heaven purple thunder bamboo into a weapon. Lin Feng had yet to decide what kind of magic weapon he would refine. However, the most important thing was that the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo itself was extraordinary. As a treasure of extreme yang, it was not the most important thing. Once the supreme firmament purple lightning bamboo was successfully refined, its attack power would be extremely terrifying. In addition to its terrifying attack power, what Lin Feng liked the most was that the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo was a treasure of extreme yang. It was the nemesis of those evil ghosts. Nowadays, the world is so chaotic. All kinds of powerful evil ghosts appeared one after another. It was extremely important to have a treasure that could greatly restrain evil ghosts. Lin Feng took out the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo. The grand firmament purple lightning bamboo was surrounded by the power of purple lightning. In addition to the power of lightning, there was also a hot aura that entered Lin Feng's body. This hot aura was actually the power of extreme yang. Why don't I imitate the 36 stone swords and forge the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo into a set of combined magic weapons? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The 36 stone swords were extremely powerful. If he could forge the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo into 36 bamboo swords, it would be a good choice. Lin Feng observed for a moment. The material should be enough. Thinking of this, Lin Feng planned to act immediately. He split the grand firmament purple lightning bamboo apart. Then, according to a certain ratio, he cut off 36 pieces of bamboo. Then, Lin Feng began to carve these bamboo into the shape of bamboo swords. Carving them into the shape of bamboo swords was only the first step. After carving, he still had to set up a large array. In fact, the power of a magic weapon was greatly related to 3 factors. First, it was related to the material of the magic weapon itself. Second, it was related to the array on the magic weapon. Third, it was related to the level of the magic weapon itself. The first and second could be controlled by humans. The third point was not easy to control, because when the magic weapon could advance. This was something that cultivators could not control. However, Lin Feng was able to control the first and second points. Lin Feng carved all 36 pieces of bamboo into the shape of bamboo swords. Then, Lin Feng began to set up the array. Lin Feng carved densely packed runes on the bamboo swords. After those runes were linked together, they formed a powerful array. Then, Lin Feng injected spirit energy into those arrays. Then, he began to temper. Tempering was an extremely crucial step. If the tempering was perfect, then the magic weapon's power would be extremely powerful. After the finished product, its level would also be relatively high. Its potential was also relatively high. If the tempering was not good, it was very likely that it would become a defective product. This loss would be great. And tempering magic weapon was related to many factors. For example, was it diligent? For example, the temperature of the flame used to temper the magic weapon, and so on. Although the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo was a bamboo, it was a treasure of extreme yang. Therefore, the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo was not afraid of the tempering of flames. Lin Feng controlled the 7 heavenly fires. Using the 7 heavenly fires to temper the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo would definitely be able to fully unlock the potential of the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo. When tempering the first bamboo sword, Lin Feng was very careful. After all, he still had no experience at this time. He had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, the bamboo sword was very likely to be destroyed. After cutting off 36 bamboo swords from the Grand Firmament Purple Lightning Bamboo, there were only some incomplete parts left. It was impossible to find the part to carve the bamboo sword. So, he couldn't make a mistake. Once there was a mistake, Lin Feng's wish to refine a set of combination magic weapon would also fall through. After spending a month of Lin Feng's time, he finally succeeded in tempering the first bamboo sword. Lin Feng observed for a moment, and his face immediately revealed an extremely satisfied expression. The power of this bamboo sword was very powerful. And the tempering was also relatively perfect. It seemed that his 1 month of effort was not in vain. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to be even busier. The remaining bamboo swords, he set up an array and tempered them one by one. As his experience increased, the time spent became less and less. But even so, Lin Feng still spent 2.5 years to successfully refine the 36 bamboo swords. Of course. Because Lin Feng was in seclusion in time and space. So only 3 months had passed in the outside world. Lin Feng intended to test the power of the 36 bamboo swords. He came to a mountain range in time and space. The 36 bamboo swords floated around Lin Feng's body. The 36 bamboo swords vibrated with powerful energy fluctuations. Under Lin Feng's control, the 36 bamboo swords slashed towards the mountain range in front of him. The 36 bamboo swords easily cut the mountain range. It was like cutting a piece of tofu. Of course. This was not what surprised Lin Feng the most. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that the mountain range that was cut by the 36 bamboo swords actually burned fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. This chapter ends. What terrifying power. Could it be that the 36 bamboo swords have an additional burning effect? Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The 36 bamboo swords were extremely tough and young treasures. Therefore, it was possible that they had an additional burning effect. If they had an additional burning effect, then that would be awesome. Because of the burning effect, the power of the 36 bamboo swords would be greatly increased. At the same time, the burning effect could continuously cause damage to the target. For example, the mountain range had been burned to ashes. This was the terrifying effect of the burning effect. In order to test if the 36 bamboo swords had an additional burning effect, Lin Feng continued to control the 36 bamboo swords to attack the other targets. The 36 bamboo swords cut open another mountain range. After that mountain range was cut open, it began to burn fiercely. Very quickly, that mountain range was also burned to ashes. It really does have an additional burning effect. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a look of joy. 36 bamboo swords. Lin Feng loved it so much he couldn't put it down. They were definitely the nemesis of evil ghosts. I still have 3 treasure spirits here. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The Primal Chaos Stone. And the remaining one. Give me 36 bamboo swords. Unfortunately, I don't have enough treasure spirits. If I had enough treasure spirits, I could fuse a treasure spirit into each bamboo sword. That would be awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. If a treasure spirit was fused into a treasure, it could allow the treasure to quickly give birth to a god with great potential. When a god was born, the treasure's power would increase explosively. Lin Feng took out a treasure spirit. He now needed to find a main sword among the 36 bamboo swords. The main reason he was looking for a main sword was because he didn't have enough treasure spirits. The bamboo sword that had fused with the treasure spirit. It was the main sword of the 36 bamboo swords. The other 35 bamboo swords were all centered around the main sword. Of course. Although Lin Feng didn't have enough treasure spirits, once the main sword gave birth to a god, under the influence of the main sword, the other bamboo swords would also quickly give birth to a god. Then, the god would evolve at an extremely fast speed. As time passed, the spirituality inside the bamboo sword would transform into a god. In fact, the extremely fast here was also a relative concept of time. This was because, under normal circumstances, the gestation of a god was relatively long. It could take hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even millions of years. These bamboo swords, on the other hand, might give birth to a god in a few hundred years. Such a comparison. The speed was indeed extremely fast. If Lin Feng could find a new magic treasure spirit during this period of time before the birth of the god, he would be able to find one. When the time comes, these bamboo swords could possess complete deities in advance. This was also something that was extremely possible. Lin Feng chose one of the 36 bamboo swords as his main sword. After making his choice, Lin Feng began to attempt to inject the magic treasure spirit into the bamboo sword. The bamboo sword and the magic treasure spirit were like a human's body and soul. Before the gods were born, a bamboo sword was equivalent to a body without a soul. After the magic treasure spirit entered the bamboo sword, it was equivalent to the birth of a soul. It was not difficult to integrate the magic treasure spirit into the magic treasure. Lin Feng spent a day to successfully integrate the magic treasure spirit into the bamboo sword. The power of the bamboo sword had greatly increased, as the magic treasure spirit had yet to truly evolve into a god. Therefore, the power of the bamboo sword had yet to reach its peak level. When the magic treasure spirit had completely evolved into a god, the power of the bamboo sword would reach its peak level. Lin Feng put away the 36 stone swords. Then, he summoned the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, Lin Feng took out the second magic treasure spirit. The second magic treasure spirit was integrated into the primal chaos ancient lamp. When it was integrated into the primal chaos ancient lamp, something happened. Because the primal chaos ancient lamp had already given birth to its own spirituality. Therefore, when the magic treasure spirit was integrated into the primal chaos ancient lamp, it was rejected by the spirituality inside the primal chaos ancient lamp. This was not a good sign. When two different spirituality fought with each other, it was very likely to destroy this magic treasure. But soon, Lin Feng was relieved. The magic treasure spirit was extraordinary and had an extremely strong tolerance. Therefore, although the magic treasure spirit was rejected by the spirituality inside the primal chaos ancient lamp, however, the powerful tolerance of the magic treasure spirit quickly resolved the rejection of the spirituality inside the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, the magic treasure spirit and the spirituality that had already been born inside the primal chaos ancient lamp merged into one. Then, it began to transform. No one could say for sure how many years this transformation would take. It had something to do with many factors. However, the only thing that was certain was that the magic treasure that had integrated with the magic treasure spirit would transform into a god at a faster speed. If it was long, it would take at most 100 years. If it was short, it could be completed in a few years. The ratio of Lin Feng's time and space to the outside world was 10 to 1. Therefore, even if the transformation was slower, after 10 years in the outside world, Lin Feng's magic treasure had basically completed its transformation. If the transformation was faster, in a few months in the outside world, the transformation might be completed. Lin Feng then took out the primal chaos stone and the third magic treasure spirit. With his previous experience, the speed of fusing with the third magic treasure spirit was much faster. After fusing with the third magic treasure spirit, Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of relief. Now, he had finally successfully fused the magic treasure spirit into his natal magic treasure. All he needed to do now was wait. He hoped that his natal magic treasure would be able to give birth to a god soon. Lin Feng then went to take a look at Leng Zixi. Lin Feng originally thought that Leng Zixi would wake up quickly, but the situation was different from what Lin Feng had imagined. Leng Zixi still had not woken up. However, Leng Zixi's body had almost recovered. Lin Feng felt that Leng Zixi might only need an opportunity to recover. Lin Feng pinched Leng Zixi's face and said, "You really can sleep. How long have you been sleeping? You're still sleeping. Wake up quickly." Leng Zixi did not move. He looked at Leng Zixi's beautiful face and her soft red lips. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed it. Then, he said, "Not bad, not bad. It's the taste of a beauty." This guy was really a shameless person. He actually took advantage of Leng Zixi while she was unconscious to take advantage of her. Lin Feng then left the time and space. But Lin Feng did not see it. Leng Zixi's eyelashes slightly fluttered. P.S. 6th update, please subscribe. Please recommend it. Please get monthly votes. I hope that everyone can subscribe to the archaic dragonesque elephant spell. Because it was a full-time writing job. So the pressure of life was greater. There was another child in the family. The pressure of life was even greater. It costs more than 10 yuan a month to read the original version. The cost of a pack of cigarettes. I think it's not much for everyone. Therefore, I hope that everyone can subscribe to the original version. Old man to thanks everyone. End of this chapter. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he planned to rest for a while, then go to the desolate sky ridge to look for the stone scripture. As the holy scripture passed down by the divine masters, it recorded many of the top inheritances of the divine masters. Now it was time to find the stone scripture. Lin Feng had heard the king of 10,000 spiders mention the whereabouts of the stone scripture before. The stone scripture was in a cave in the depths of the 7th mountain in the desolate sky ridge. The desolate sky ridge was a forbidden zone for life, even more terrifying than a death zone. But so what, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, Lin Feng still had to go. Lin Feng took out his stone armor and gave it to the weapon refining pavilion, asking the weapon refiners inside to help repair it. Of course. Lin Feng knew that to completely repair the stone armor, he would need some special materials, but those materials were very hard to find. So, Lin Feng didn't expect the stone armor to be completely repaired. As long as it could be restored to 70 to 80%, Lin Feng would be very satisfied. Now the number of weapon refiners in the Sin City's weapon refining pavilion had expanded to more than 200 people. Over the years, many weapon refiners had come to the Sin City to seek refuge. Among them, there was no lack of top-notch weapon refiners. These people were extremely important to the Sin City. They could constantly create all kinds of armor, magic weapons, and other treasures. Then these treasures could be used to arm the cultivator army of the Sin City. This could greatly increase the strength of the cultivator army of the Sin City. Repairing the stone armor also needed some time. When Lin Feng entered the desolate sky ridge, the stone armor was very important. Wearing the stone armor could help him avoid many dangers. Therefore, the repair of the stone armor was an urgent matter. When Lin Feng first came back, Du Zhu and the others were still in seclusion. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Du Zhu and the others had already come out ahead of time. After hearing that Lin Feng came out, Du Zhu, the evil dominator divine ancestor, and the 2 ghost immortals came one after another. After seeing the 2 ghost immortals, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Feng had an idea. He thought. Could he send the 2 ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage? Lin Feng thought. The reincarnation passage was a place full of secrets. Furthermore, there was an extremely terrifying existence entrenched there. However, everything in the reincarnation passage was unknown to Lin Feng. Many places were full of mysteries. Lin Feng couldn't stay in the reincarnation passage forever. This was because Lin Feng was a living being from the Yang realm. If he stayed there for too long, he would inevitably encounter great trouble. However, the 2 ghost immortals were different. If they were sent to the reincarnation passage, the 2 of them could easily hide in the reincarnation passage. Then, he would slowly strengthen himself while secretly investigating the situation of the reincarnation passage. Other than that, there was another extremely important matter. And that was, now that Feng Yaoguang was still in the reincarnation passage, Lin Feng didn't know when Feng Yaoguang would come out of the reincarnation passage. Now that Lin Feng had left the reincarnation passage, he had no way of knowing what had happened inside. However, if he were to send the two ghost immortals there, once Feng Yaoguang came out, Lin Feng would be able to immediately receive the news of Feng Yaoguang's birth. To Lin Feng, this was naturally an extremely important matter. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Lin Feng made a decision. He sent the two ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage. I heard that you've done a lot of earth-shattering things outside? Du Zhu said with a smile. Lin Feng said, this kind of statement is a bit exaggerated, you can't believe it. Du Zhu grinned and said, don't be in a hurry to deny it, I think this kind of statement can be believed. Lin Feng laughed, and then said, don't just talk about me, the results of your seclusion during this period of time aren't bad, right? Not bad. The two ghost immortals have both broken through to the peak of the earth immortal realm, while the big zombie has broken through to the peak of the sky immortal realm. Du Zhu said. Next. Du Zhu said proudly, as for me, I've already broken through to the quasi-immortal realm. Look at how cocky you are. The demonic sovereign curled his lips and said. Du Zhu said, how am I cocky? I was just speaking the truth. Anyone could see the smug look on Du Zhu's face. Lin Feng said, congratulations on your breakthrough, this is something worth celebrating. Let's drink and celebrate. That's good. Du Zhu grinned. Thus, the five of them headed to the immortal food hall. The people there knew that the Lord of Sin and Virtue, Lin Feng, had come to eat. Naturally, they were extremely excited. The chefs prepared all of their best dishes. Lin Feng's group of five drank and chatted. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Lin Feng looked at the two ghost immortals and said, the two of you have been with me for a long time, right? The first ghost immortal said, reporting to young master, it's been more than 100 years since we were born from the ghost raising jar. 100 years is indeed not a short time. I have an important task for the two of you, and I hope that the two of you can help me with it. Lin Feng said. The two ghost immortals hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. Please instruct us, young master. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, sit down. We're on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. The two ghost immortals sat down. Lin Feng said, I don't know if the two of you have heard of the reincarnation passage? The first ghost immortal said, we have indeed heard of the reincarnation passage. It's said that it's a paradise for the undead, and it's a passage into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng said, I don't know if it's possible to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, but that place is indeed a paradise for the undead. Not long ago, I entered the reincarnation passage. Du Zhu and the evil dominator's divine ancestor had been in seclusion all this time. Thus, they didn't know that Feng Yaoguang had entered the reincarnation passage. Thus, they didn't know that Lin Feng had been searching for the reincarnation passage all this time. Now that Lin Feng mentioned the reincarnation passage, Du Zhu asked curiously, why are you going there? Lin Feng told them about Feng Yaoguang and the reincarnation passage to Du Zhu and the evil dominator's divine ancestor. Lin Feng said, I've already told you the basics of the reincarnation passage. I can't stay in the reincarnation passage forever, and there are many secrets that I'm very curious about. In addition, Feng Yaoguang is very important to me, so I want to know about her as soon as possible. That's why I sent the two ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage to investigate those secrets. In addition, entering the reincarnation passage is also beneficial to the two ghost immortals. After all, the world of the living isn't very suitable for them to cultivate. Entering the reincarnation passage will be of great help to the two ghost immortals. The first and second ghost immortals said, we definitely won't let you down. We'll definitely complete your mission. Lin Feng said. Don't feel pressured. Expanding your territory in the reincarnation passage isn't easy. You can do it step by step. However, you have to keep a close eye on Feng Yaoguang. Don't make any mistakes. Yes. We'll remember your teachings. The two ghost immortals said in unison. Duzu said, "You said that you relied on the gate of reincarnation to enter the reincarnation passage, but we don't know where the gate of reincarnation is now. How are the two ghost immortals going to enter the reincarnation passage?" Lin Feng said, "I can try to contact the 10 fiend demon kings. I'll pass on my request to them. The 10 fiend demon kings are in charge of the entrance to the reincarnation passage, so it won't be difficult for the two ghost immortals to enter." Duzu said. "Hee, it's true that it's easier to get things done when you have friends." The heretic divine ancestor said, "How uncultured. It's easier to get things done when you have more friends." "Fuck, who are you calling uncultured?" Duzu glared angrily at the heretic divine ancestor. The heretic divine ancestor said, "Everyone knows who I'm talking about. Are you looking for a beating?" Duzu slammed the table. The heretic divine ancestor said, "You better restrain yourself. The young master is still sitting here, and you dare to slam the table? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? The young master isn't as petty and vengeful as you. Get the hell out here right now, and I'll beat you until your teeth fall out." Duzu said fiercely. "You think I'm afraid of you?" The heretic divine ancestor pursed his lips. If these two guys didn't bicker with each other every day, then they wouldn't be a pair of enemies. Lin Feng didn't try to persuade them. If they wanted to fight, then so be it. As long as they didn't kill each other, it was fine. Let's just treat it as a free show. The two ghost immortals didn't try to persuade the two of them. They had seen this scene countless times. Persuasion. Would it work? Of course it wouldn't. And so, the group of people who had been eating went to the plaza outside the Immortal Food Hall. There were many people coming and going to eat in the Immortal Food Hall. Seeing that there was a conflict here, they naturally gathered around to watch the show. Everyone saw Lin Feng. They all bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Because Lin Feng was here, the surrounding cultivators didn't know what to do. Therefore, they did not dare to make too much noise. However, Duzu and the evil dominator were naturally quite familiar with each other. Because Duzu and the evil dominator were the cultivators who had followed Lin Feng the longest. His status was also different. The golden immortals were rather courteous to Duzu and heretic sovereign. "I'll kill you." Duzu roared and charged at the evil dominator divine ancestor. "I'll *CK you to death." The evil dominator divine ancestor sneered and also attacked Duzu. Lin Feng thought. In the past, the evil dominator divine ancestor was a man of few words. But he had been with Duzu for too long. Therefore, his personality had changed. There was a saying that one is marked by the company one keeps. It seemed that this saying was very reasonable. The battle finally ended with Duzu being taught a lesson by the evil dominator divine ancestor. Although Duzu's cultivation was higher than the evil dominator divine ancestor. But Duzu's most powerful method was to use all kinds of poison. Or to use some powerful poison techniques. The evil dominator divine ancestor was a zombie. His body contained an extremely terrifying poison to begin with. Duzu's methods had no effect on the evil dominator divine ancestor. So, it was normal for Duzu to not be a match for the evil dominator divine ancestor. Before the battle, Duzu had been provoking and showing off. But after the battle, he was beaten up by the evil dominator divine ancestor. It became a joke for many people. In the afternoon, Lin Feng began to set up the altar. He was unable to directly contact the 10 evil demon kings. He needed to use the altar. Only then would he be able to contact the 10 evil demon kings. In order to communicate with the 10 evil demon kings, Lin Feng even carved a statue of the 10 evil demon kings and placed it on the altar. After burning incense and praying, whispered Lin Feng. "One of the 10 evil demon kings. 10 evil demon kings. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" The statue of the 10 evil demon kings suddenly opened its eyes. "Why did you call me?" the 10 evil demon kings asked. Seeing the 10 evil demon kings appear, Lin Feng was somewhat happy. He said, "I missed you, so I set up the altar and wanted to talk to you." The 10 evil demon kings couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't believe a single word of Lin Feng's words. "Hurry up and tell me what you want," the 10 evil demon kings said. Lin Feng stopped joking and said, "It's like this. I want to send 2 of my subordinates into the reincarnation passage. Do you think it's possible?" The 10 evil demon kings naturally saw the 2 ghost immortals standing not far away. He said, "Are they the 2 ghost immortals?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Kid, you're doing pretty well in the outside world. You've even subdued 2 ghost immortals," the 10 evil demon kings said. However, when he thought about how Lin Feng was so young, his battle strength was very terrifying. Lin Feng had an extraordinary force in the outside world. It didn't seem like a big deal. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm doing pretty well. If you come to the world of the living, I'll make sure to arrange everything for you. I guarantee that you'll enjoy yourself so much that you won't even think about home." The 10 evil demon kings said, "Forget it. I won't go to the world of the living. At the very least, I won't go there for a while. I can take these 2 ghost immortals into the reincarnation passage. I won't ask you why you want them to go there, but the passage has become a little chaotic recently. Once they enter, they'll need to be quiet for a while. Don't go to places they shouldn't go. If they go there, I won't be able to save them." Lin Feng's heart trembled. He asked, "Is the chaos in the passage related to that senior?" The senior Lin Feng was referring to was Luo Xianxia. He had pulled the sarcophagus into the depths of the reincarnation passage. Nobody knew what he was doing. The 10 evil demon kings nodded and said, "That's right. It's related to him. Remember that guy who tried to kill us last time? After he left, he wasn't willing to give up, so he joined forces with a group of terrifying existences in the depths of the passage to kill that person." "Just to kill him?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The 10 evil demon kings sneered and said, "Of course not. I think they want to open the sarcophagus and see who's buried inside." Lin Feng knew how extraordinary the sarcophagus was. Those fellows in the reincarnation passage actually wanted to open it. They were truly audacious. Perhaps, they should have a deeper understanding of the sarcophagus, which was why they were so eager to open it. Lin Feng asked, "What's the situation over there now?" "That person's power is connected to the sarcophagus. It's absolutely terrifying. How can those fellows who overestimate themselves deal with that person?" 10 evil demon king couldn't help but reveal a gloating expression. Back then, when he entered the depths of the reincarnation passage, he had almost suffered a calamity. It had a lot to do with those terrifying creatures. Therefore, 10 evil demon king naturally didn't have a good impression of those fellows. Seeing those fellows suffer, 10 evil demon king felt very happy. "They suffered a calamity?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm not too sure about the details, but it seems like someone suffered a calamity. However, they didn't give up. They seemed to have entered a deeper location, wanting to awaken the ruler in the depths to deal with that person." 10 evil demon king said. "What kind of existence is the ruler in the depths?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "I'm not too sure either. There's no end to the reincarnation passage. Who knows what kind of existences are inside?" 10 evil demon king said. Lin Feng asked, "Why do you think Senior Luo Xianxia pulled the sarcophagus into the depths of the reincarnation passage? Maybe it's a chance at reincarnation? Or maybe it's because of something? It's hard to say, but no matter what the reason is, it's bound to set off a storm. Recently, I've been observing this situation in the depths to see if there's anything I can pick up." 10 evil demon king revealed a devilish smile. At this moment, the depths were in chaos. It was indeed a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. Of course, even if it was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain, however, it didn't mean that there was no danger inside. In fact, it was still very dangerous inside. The slightest carelessness could lead to a miserable death. "Then you have to be careful," Lin Feng said. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "Alright, I won't talk too much with you. I'll bring your 2 subordinates into the reincarnation passage," 10 evil demon king said. He extended his hand and pointed at the 2 ghost immortals. Shwa! With a flash of light, the 2 ghost immortals disappeared. The statues that the 10 evil demon kings possessed also turned into ordinary statues. The 10 great evil demon kings. He left. Lin Feng ordered the altar to be put away. At this moment, someone came to report that a cultivator called Qin Mubai had come to seek an audience. Lin Feng ordered someone to bring Qin Mubai to the living room. After arriving at the living room, Lin Feng saw Qin Mubai. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin, how is life in the city of Sin?" Qin Mubai replied, "Everything's fine, and Vice City Lord Guo arranged a position for me. I went out to run some errands, and when I heard that Brother Lin had returned, I hurried over to greet him." Lin Feng asked, "What's your current position?" Qin Mubai replied, "I'm the liaison officer between Sin City and the various ancient cities." Lin Feng nodded and said, "This position is quite busy, but I can order someone to change it for you." Lin Feng naturally took care of Qin Mubai. After all, he was an old friend from the Tianwu continent. How many old friends did he have in the Tianwu continent? There weren't many left. So, if Lin Feng didn't take care of Qin Mubai, who would he take care of? Qin Mubai said, "Please don't be like this. I have a good relationship with my colleagues now, and I'm very happy with my work. Although it's a bit busy, it's very fulfilling." After pausing for a moment, Qin Mubai continued, "Moreover, we're already very happy that Brother Lin took us in. Now that we have a proper job, we really don't dare to trouble Brother Lin. We're friends." Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai said, "With Brother Lin's current position, it's me, Qin Mubai, who's trying to make friends with you." "Don't say that. There's no such thing as making friends," Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai was a little touched. He nodded and said, "I understand." Lin Feng then said, "From what you said just now, you're already married?" Qin Mubai nodded and said, "Yes, we got married after we came to Sinful City." Lin Feng was a little emotional. Qin Mubai was such a good young master. He was the image of a prince charming in the hearts of many women. He actually married such an ordinary woman. It seemed that it really proved that sentence. As long as the relationship was deep, looks were really secondary. "Congratulations," Lin Feng said. Qin Mubai said, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your blessings." After pausing for a moment, Qin Mubai continued, "She's already 3 months pregnant. After the child is born, can Brother Lin give the child a name? If possible, it will definitely be the blessing of the child's life." Hearing that Qin Mubai was going to be a father, Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely happy. He said, "Of course, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I heard that some doctors can tell." Qin Mubai said, "There's no need to find those doctors to tell the gender. I like both boys and girls." "Haha, that's right, that's right. As long as the child is healthy, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. After the child is born, you must inform me immediately," Lin Feng said. "I will." Qin Mubai hurriedly nodded. Then, Qin Mubai stood up and took his leave. After Qin Mubai left, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Even Qin Mubai had a child. He wondered how many of his old friends from back then had already started their own families, married, and had children. Lin Feng thought of his close female friends in the 9 provinces. Were they doing well in the 9 provinces? Right now, Lin Feng still had no way to bring them to the undying world. This was because the current situation in the undying world was not particularly clear. Who knew what would happen in the undying world soon? Moreover, sooner or later, there would be a war between the Sin realm and the heavenly court. So, he wanted to bring his close female friends over. At the very least, he needed to wait until everything calmed down. In the evening, Shuiyu Xian came to Lin Feng's place. It had been a while since he saw Shuiyu Xian. This woman was still as delicate and charming as before. Shuiyu Xian came over with good wine. She said softly, "Such a beautiful scenery, being alone, wouldn't it be empty and lonely? How about I accompany Gongzi through this long night today?" After hearing Shuiyu Xian's words, Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Shuiyu Xian. When did she become so bold and passionate, the current Shuiyu Xian? Was she still the Shuiyu Xian he knew before? Lin Feng looked at Shuiyu Xian and said, "Having a peerless beauty like you Xian by my side is naturally something to be happy about. Why don't we have a drink tonight? Could it be that you only want to have a drink with the moon?" Shuiyu Xian giggled. Her charming eyes were like silk. It was obvious that she was flirting with him. Lin Feng said, yes, I only want to have a drink with the moon. Apart from that, I have no other thoughts. Shui Yuexin said, then I'll accompany you to have a drink with the moon. Shui Yuexin took out a cup of wine and a few steaming dishes. She placed them on a stone table in the courtyard. Lin Feng said, you're really well prepared. Shui Yuexin said, of course. I can't let you drink on an empty stomach, can I? These dishes are all delicious. Are they ordered by the Immortal Food Palace? Lin Feng asked. Of course not. These are some dishes that I personally prepared for you. Have a taste, Shui Yuexin said. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a dish, and brought it to Lin Feng's mouth. Having a peerless beauty personally feed someone was truly an emperor's pleasure. Lin Feng tasted a mouthful and said, not bad, not bad. You're pretty, and your culinary skills are decent. A woman like you is really rare. Thank you for your praise, young master. Shui Yuexin's pretty face blushed. She then poured a cup of wine for Lin Feng. Lin Feng downed it in one gulp. Have you gotten used to life in the city of sin? Lin Feng asked. It's fine. It's just that you're often not in Sin City. When I miss you, I can't see you, so I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Shui Yuexin said. If someone else had heard a peerless beauty like Shui Yuexin say something like that, they would have been overjoyed. However, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Back then, he and Shui Yuexin had already become strangers, even though Shui Yuexin had found him in the city of sin. However, Lin Feng had no intention of continuing his relationship with Shui Yuexin. If it wasn't for Shui Yuexin's tear-stained face, Lin Feng didn't intend to let Shui Yuexin stay. Lin Feng was a soft-hearted man. He couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Lin Feng said, you can make friends with some people in Sin City. It's not good if you don't make friends when you're living in a new place. Now, there's an office of the All-Knowing Pavilion in Sin City. If you want to return to work there, I can give them a call. That way, you'll be able to work there again. Shui Yuexin said, I don't have any plans to return to the Baixia Pavilion for now. I just want to stay by your side and serve you well. Shui Yuexin was getting bolder and bolder. After saying that, Zhang Wujishi went directly to Lin Feng's side and sat on Lin Feng's lap. She even wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck. Every second of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's not waste this beautiful scenery, okay? Shui Yuexin's seductive voice sounded. Her breath smelled like orchids. Her fragrance filled the air. It was simply intoxicating. Take your hands off me. However, at that moment, a voice sounded from Lin Feng's body. When he heard the voice, Lin Feng looked happy at first, but then he had a strange expression on his face. Who was that voice? Lin Feng obviously knew what was going on. What was she trying to do? What's that voice? Shui Yuexin jumped in fright. She was bewildered. Hurry up and get up. Is this where you should sit? That voice sounded again. Shui Yuexin didn't get up. She said, I'll sit if I want to. What can you do about it? The voice said, B*TCH, do you know who I am? I'm a legendary evil spirit. Anyone who's targeted by me won't have a good ending, especially those women. After being targeted by me, the life energy in their bodies will gradually be absorbed by me. Then, those women will start to age quickly. Not long after, they'll become uglier than ghosts. At that time, not to mention men liking these women, men won't even look at them. I'll give you a chance now. Continue to sit, or hurry up and get up. The words spoken by this voice were too lethal to women. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful, especially beautiful women? What they were most afraid of was hearing about their bodies being out of shape, becoming old and ugly, and their skin becoming unsightly. Therefore, when Shui Yuexin heard the threat of becoming old and ugly, she was terrified. She didn't dare to continue sitting on Lin Feng's lap. She quickly stood up. Young master, what's that talking? Is it really a female ghost? Shui Yuexin looked at Lin Feng and asked. She was skeptical about it. Lin Feng said, it's really a female ghost, and one with a bad temper. Shui Yuexin said, why don't I find someone to subdue this female ghost? Lin Feng said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. This female ghost has a good relationship with me. How about this, you go back first. I'll have a good talk with this female ghost and tell her not to come out and scare people casually in the future. Alright then, I'll go back first. Shui Yuexin said. Alright. Lin Feng nodded. Shui Yuexin left Lin Feng's residence. The trace of fear on her face immediately disappeared. Her eyes became cold. In her eyes, there was even a burst of coldness. Bitch! You ruined my plans. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. After Shui Yuexin left, a light flashed. Leng Zishi flew out. She said sarcastically, you're really in the mood, doing something bad with a vixen here, and I even bumped into you. How embarrassing. Lin Feng said, look at what you're saying, what do you mean by doing something bad? Leng Zishi said, it's just not doing something good. If I didn't stop you in time, wouldn't you have carried her to her room? Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Leng Zishi's personality was as fiery as ever. Her words were as fiery as ever. She had nothing to be embarrassed about. Lin Feng said, you're thinking too much, I'm a gentleman. Gentleman my ass. Leng Zishi said hatefully. She thought about how Lin Feng had secretly kissed her before she woke up. Leng Zishi felt like gnashing her teeth. Actually, Leng Zishi had already woken up at that time, but she had been unconscious for too long. Although she had woken up, her bodily functions had not recovered, and she could not move or speak. She had to wait for a few days before she could gradually regain her mobility. Of course. Although she was gnashing her teeth in hatred. However, she had been kissed by Lin Feng. Leng Zishi did not plan to talk about it openly. If she said it out loud, who knew what would happen? Leng Zishi sat on the stone bench and decided to turn her grief into appetite. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. She ate and drank at the same time. She could be described as wolfing down the food. Can you eat slower? No one is fighting with you. Lin Feng said helplessly. I'm hungry. Do you know how long it's been since I last ate? This is not enough for me. Go get someone to make some more for me. Leng Zishi spoke vaguely as she ate. She did not look like a lady at all. However, this was the real Leng Zishi. In fact, Lin Feng quite liked Leng Zishi's personality. Lin Feng ordered someone to go to the Immemorial food hall to order a table of delicacies for Leng Zishi. Soon, the people from the Immemorial food hall delivered the delicacies. Leng Zishi, on the other hand, swept everything away. After eating, she patted her stomach and said, I'm so full. How can you not be full after eating so much? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Leng Zishi stood up and ignored Lin Feng. She said, you can pack up these things. I'm going to take a nap. After saying that, she twisted her waist and swayed her but as she walked towards her room. Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Leng Zishi's figure was really top-notch. Her face was also beautiful. She was definitely a top-notch beauty. It was more difficult to repair the stone armor. Dozens of the top blacksmiths in the blacksmith pavilion participated in the repair of the stone armor. The group of top blacksmiths brainstormed and finally found a way to repair the stone armor. In the end, these top blacksmiths successfully repaired Lin Feng's stone armor. Of course, this kind of repair was not 100% perfect. It was about 80% repaired, which was similar to Lin Feng's guess. Lin Feng was already very happy to be able to repair it to 80%. After all, it was too difficult to repair the stone armor completely after it was damaged. After these people repaired the stone armor, Lin Feng took out the broken sun-shooting divine arrow. Then, he handed it to the blacksmith pavilion. In addition to the broken arrow, Lin Feng also gave some top-quality meteorites and a complete array diagram to the blacksmith pavilion. The reason why he didn't take out the broken arrow and stone armor was because he was worried that these people would be distracted. It was fine if the materials were damaged, but he was afraid that they would damage his magic treasure. Lin Feng asked and the blacksmith pavilion said that it would take about 10 days to repair the broken arrow. This time was much shorter than Lin Feng expected. Lin Feng left the blacksmith pavilion and went to Pei Yingjuan's place. Ever since Lin Feng came back, Pei Jun had been working overtime to refine the 9 heavenly thunder source pearls. Now, Pei Jun had refined about 1,309 heavenly thunder source pearls, including the 1,009 heavenly thunder source pearls that he gave to Lin Feng. All the 9 heavenly lightning source pearls added up to a total of 2,300 pearls. Lin Feng would not leave for the time being, so Pei Jun should be able to refine another batch of 9 heavenly thunder source pearls in the next period of time. If he could bring a few thousand 9 heavenly thunder source pearls with him, it was also a great guarantee for his own safety. After Leng Zixi woke up, she immediately became lively. When she saw Little Sun, Leng Zixi seemed to like Little Sun very much. She always liked to reach out and pinch Little Sun's face. Little Sun felt wronged. In his young heart, he must have thought that this big sister in front of him was an indecent person. Leng Zixi knew that Lin Feng was planning to go to the barren Sky Ridge. Leng Zixi was someone who could not stay idle. Therefore, when he heard that Lin Feng was going to the barren Sky Ridge, he immediately became interested. She wanted to go to the barren Sky Ridge with Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to bring Leng Zixi along, mainly because the desolate Sky Ridge was too dangerous. If it was somewhere else, bringing Leng Zixi along would not be a big deal. However, danger lurked everywhere in the barren Heaven Ridge. Lin Feng didn't know if he could take care of himself after entering. How could she have the energy to take care of Leng Zixi, of course? Lin Feng admitted that Leng Zixi had some powerful means and powerful magic treasures. But so what, the desolate Sky Ridge was not a place that could be easily entered even if one had powerful techniques and magic treasures. Leng Zixi kept pestering Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng feel very helpless. Lin Feng could only agree verbally. Lin Feng thought to himself. When it was time to leave, he would choose to do it in the middle of the night. Then, he would quietly leave. This way, Leng Zixi would not know. When she woke up, he would have already left. After making up his mind, Lin Feng immediately smiled. Leng Zixi said, "Your smile is too evil. What are you planning?" Lin Feng said, "I'm thinking about when we should consummate our marriage. How about tonight? When we pass the imperial examination, consummating our marriage is definitely the happiest moment in life." Die. Leng Zixi took out her mace and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Even though that little girl was extremely beautiful, she was still a beauty. However, her temper was not something that could be tamed by ordinary people. In the next few days, Shui Yuexin came to find Lin Feng a few times. Shui Yuexin seemed to want to give herself to Lin Feng. However, every time Shui Yuexin came, Leng Zixi would appear. Shui Yuexin could only give up. Shui Yuexin hated Leng Zixi to the core. However, on the surface, she still appeared to be amiable. "I feel that there's something wrong with that woman." On this day, after Shui Yuexin left, Leng Zixi said. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "You should worry about yourself." "What about me?" Leng Zixi asked. "Now, many people are saying that you're a scourge of Sin City. You're causing trouble outside all day," Lin Feng said. Leng Zixi retorted, "This is nonsense. This is slander. I'm an extremely kind person. I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. At most, I'll bully the weak." After hearing Leng Zixi words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. Leng Zixi did not say much on this topic. She thought of Lin Feng's calm expression when she said that there was something wrong with Shui Yuexin. Shui Yuexin said, "You didn't look surprised at all. Did you suspect that woman long ago?" Lin Feng said, "It's not that I suspected her long ago, but this time, I felt that there was something wrong with her. However, I can't tell what exactly is wrong." "Then why didn't you expose her?" Leng Zixi asked. Then, she said, "Could it be that you want to make the act real? You want to eat her up first before making a plan? Men are indeed animals who think with their lower bodies." Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Don't make wild guesses about me. I didn't expose her because I don't have any evidence. So, I have to find some evidence or wait for her to reveal some clues." "Humph, so you're blaming me for ruining your plan?" Leng Zixi snorted and said. Lin Feng could only laugh bitterly. When a woman was unreasonable, she could turn white into black. Being unreasonable seemed to be something that every woman was extremely good at. Of course, Leng Zishi was the same. Lin Feng said, I don't blame you. It's getting late, go back and rest. Leng Zishi said, I promise, when that woman comes looking for you again, I definitely won't appear. After saying that, Leng Zishi twisted her waist and left. In the next few days, Shui Yuexin did not come looking for Lin Feng again. She was probably worried that Leng Zishi would ruin her plan. So, he simply chose to temporarily lie low. There was news from the weapon refining pavilion that the broken arrow had been repaired. Only 8 days had passed. It was actually 2 days shorter than the estimated time of the weapon refining pavilion. When Lin Feng arrived at the weapon refining pavilion, he saw the repaired sun-shooting god arrow. Of course. Because it was a broken arrow. So, even if it was reconnected, there were still some differences from the past. But Lin Feng felt that this difference shouldn't be too big. After all, in order to repair the broken arrow, Lin Feng used the resources of dozens of top-notch weapon refiner. The materials used were all top-notch materials, and there was also a perfect array blueprint. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the repaired sun-shooting god arrow should be able to reach about 90% of its peak power. Lin Feng naturally did not expect to be able to repair it 100%. He could repair about 90%. Lin Feng was actually already satisfied. Lin Feng then went to Pei Yingjun's place. Pei Yingjun had just refined 809 Heaven Thunder Source Pearls, and all of them were taken away by Lin Feng. Including the 2,309 Heaven Thunder Source Pearls that Lin Feng had obtained before, Lin Feng now had a total of 3,109 Heaven Thunder Source Pearls. So many 9 Heaven Thunder Source Pearls. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. After leaving the tool forging pavilion, Lin Feng planned to leave for the barren Sky Ridge that night. Lin Feng met with Du Zhu and the evil dominator's divine ancestor. He told them that he would be leaving that night and asked them to wait for him outside the city. Du Zhu and the evil dominator's divine ancestor knew about Lin Feng's plan. They did not linger and left the ancient city early. They liked to follow Lin Feng. Although they might encounter danger by Lin Feng's side, they could also encounter fortuitous encounters. If they wanted to survive in this chaotic world, they could not be afraid of encountering danger. If they were afraid of encountering danger, they would not be able to survive in this chaotic world. Late at night, Lin Feng left the room without making a sound. After leaving the city of Sin, he met up with Du Zhu and the evil dominator's divine ancestor outside the city. This is your territory. Do you need to be so sneaky when leaving the city? Du Zhu was speechless. Lin Feng sighed and said, I don't want to do this either, but what can I do? If that little girl, Leng Zishi, is alerted, she will definitely chase after us. Du Zhu shrunk his neck and said through gritted teeth, Leng Zishi is not a good person. The reason why the poison ancestor said Leng Zishi wasn't a good person was because Leng Zishi had taught the poison ancestor a lesson. Du Zhu was someone who liked to show off. Leng Zishi was also someone who could not stay still and liked to tease others. So it was normal for the two of them to have a conflict. Du Zhu originally thought that Leng Zishi was Lin Feng's woman. Actually, Leng Zishi was not Lin Feng's woman yet. Of course, there was still some ambiguity between them. So he did not plan to fight with Leng Zishi. However, Leng Zishi did not plan to let Du Zhu go. Leng Zishi's personality. She was a violent maniac. Then, he grabbed Du Zhu and beat him up. Poor Du Zhu was taught a lesson by Leng Zishi in front of everyone. This matter left Du Zhu depressed for a few days. Du Zhu really didn't want to set off with Leng Zishi. Because of what had happened before. Leng Zishi was in Du Zhu's heart. Naturally, he was not a good person. Lin Feng said, let's go, let's not waste any more time. Du Zhu and Evil Dominator nodded. The three of them quickly left. At noon the next day, when they were passing through a forest, Lin Feng saw 2 legs dangling from the trunk of a big tree in front of him. Then, those 2 legs. It kept swaying. Lin Feng felt a little helpless when he saw the 2 dangling legs. That pair of slender and beautiful legs were too familiar. who else could it be but Lin Zishi? Lin Feng raised his head and looked up. Sure enough, he saw an incomparably familiar face. Du Zhu also saw Lin Zishi, and he couldn't help but cover his face. He had a helpless expression on his face. Then, he wailed and said, "You're really haunting me." Lin Zishi jumped down from the tree. She looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, "My big brother Lin, what are you doing out here?" "Ahem, I'm out for a walk." Lin Feng coughed dryly and said. Lin Zishi's beautiful face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly became fierce. Her face changed faster than flipping a book. This was probably referring to Lin Zishi. Lin Zishi said, "Who are you trying to fool? Are you trying to ditch me and go to the desolate heaven ridge by yourself?" Du Zhu said, "Not by myself. The three of us are going together." Lin Zishi glared fiercely at Du Zhu, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're bringing that trash Du Zhu instead of me? What's the meaning of this?" Du Zhu felt his gums start to hurt. What did she mean by bringing that trash Du Zhu along? Since when had he become trash? Du Zhu had the urge to slap Lin Zishi until she fainted. Lin Feng said, "Du Zhu is different from the evil dominator's sacred ancestor. He's a special life form with an almost indestructible body. Moreover, he's been in many death traps, so he has a better understanding of the various dangers. Entering a death trap will allow him to avoid as many dangers as possible. But you're different. You've only just recovered, and you're not familiar with the death traps. It'll be more dangerous if I bring you there." To put it bluntly, Du Zhu and the evil dominator's sacred ancestor probably won't die because of their special bodies, but you won't. Lin Feng. How dare you look down on me? Lin Zishi was angry. Lin Feng said, "I'm not looking down on you. I'm just thinking about your safety. Be obedient and go back to Sin City." "I'm not going back. I can't stand these restrictions, so I ran away." Lin Zishi said. "Didn't you run to the undying world because you were being chased?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Lin Zishi rolled her eyes and said, "What I mean is that in the past, I was younger than I am now. Because I couldn't stand some restrictions, I ran out of my family's sphere of influence to make my own way." Lin Feng was speechless. "You're really audacious," said Lin Feng. Lin Zishi said, "If you don't bring me, I'll go by myself." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel helpless. How could he let Lin Zishi go by herself? If Lin Zishi went by herself, who knew what kind of dangerous things would happen? If she stayed by his side, there would at least be someone to take care of her, right? Lin Feng said, "If you insist on going, then come with us. But first, when we reach the desolate sky ridge, you have to listen to my orders." "Of course, I'm very obedient," Lin Zishi said, hugging Lin Feng's arm when she heard Lin Feng agree. She giggled. It was a stark contrast to the fierce look he had before. Lin Zishi was really a goddess and a psycho at the same time. Forsaken Heaven region. It was a famous region in the Undying Realm. The main reason was because the Forsaken Heaven region had the extremely dangerous Forsaken Heaven Ridge. A place of death was not necessarily a place of death. However, many of the Forsaken Heaven region were places of death. The Forsaken Heaven region was far more terrifying than an ordinary Forsaken Heaven region. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Forsaken Heaven city. They were still more than 10 days away from the Forsaken Heaven Ridge. Lin Feng and the others had been traveling for more than 4 months, so they needed to rest. Moreover, they had to adjust their condition. This was extremely important for entering the Forsaken Heaven Ridge. If they entered in a bad condition, who knew what kind of terrifying things would happen? The Forsaken Heaven city was very lively, mainly because many people would choose to watch the Forsaken Heaven Ridge from afar. Then, they would feel the unique charm of the Forsaken Heaven Ridge. It was precisely because of this that cultivators who came to watch the Forsaken Heaven Ridge would often choose to rest in the Forsaken Heaven city. Lin Feng and the others found a place to stay. They rested for a while. It was already night time. Lin Zishi pulled Lin Feng and the others out. She was someone who could not stay idle. Since she had come to a new ancient city, she naturally wanted to take a good look. Moreover, Lin Zishi was also a foodie and liked all kinds of delicacies. She naturally wanted to taste the delicacies of the Forsaken Heaven city first. At night, the Forsaken Heaven city was also incomparably lively. People came and went, and there were cultivators everywhere. There seemed to be a lot of entertainment in the forsaken Heaven City. For example, there were many brothel boats in the river in the inner city. There were also many brothels on both sides of the street. There were fewer places to eat. Leng Zishi scolded, "There are no good people in this ancient city, especially those who do business. They can invest in anything, but there are actually so many people investing in brothels. How shameless." Lin Feng said, "Every place has its own customs. I guess this is the only custom here. Moreover, many brothels are not as filthy as you think." "So you've been to a lot of brothels? You are indeed a bad person." Leng Zishi snorted. Lin Feng immediately laughed bitterly. Why was he being dragged into this again? Leng Zishi wanted to find a high-end place to taste the delicacies. However, there were fewer restaurants and the few that she went to were overcrowded. Thus, Leng Zishi walked towards a place called Immortal Great House. Taste, it meant to taste. Immortal didn't mean immortal ingredients or immortal food, but immortal fairies. Immortal Pavilion meant that this place was a pavilion for tasting fairies. Therefore, this was not a restaurant. It was a brothel. "Miss, we only serve male guests here, we don't serve female guests," a beautiful woman hurriedly said when she saw Leng Zishi rushing over. Leng Zishi pinched the woman's chin and said, "Do you think every woman likes men?" Hearing Leng Zishi's words, the beautiful woman immediately understood what was going on. She smiled coquettishly and said, I didn't expect this young lady to like this. Let's go in." At this time, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign's sacred ancestor also came in. They naturally heard Leng Zishi's words. The three of them were speechless. Leng Zishi's character. She was really valiant. There was nothing that she didn't dare to say. The beautiful woman brought the four of them to a private room. Leng Zishi said, "We're not used to the food here. Go to the best restaurant and get the best chef to prepare the best food and send it over." After saying that, Leng Zishi took out over 100 immortal stones and threw them on the ground. When the beautiful woman saw the stones, she smiled happily and quickly put them away. Then, she said, "We'll definitely satisfy this young lady. What kind of girls do you want? Is there even a need to ask? We'll take the prettiest girls. Of course, it'll be best if they're beautiful and bold. We'll definitely have fun. If they're stubborn, we won't take them no matter how pretty they are." Leng Zishi said. Understood, understood." The beautiful woman hurriedly replied. Lin Feng was speechless. He couldn't let Leng Zishi continue to cause trouble like this. Lin Feng said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. How about this, find us some singers, dancers, and musicians." The beautiful woman glanced at Leng Zishi. Leng Zishi said, "Let's do as this guy says." The beautiful woman nodded and left. Leng Zishi said, "Could it be that you can't relax because I'm here? Why don't I leave and make room for you?" Lin Feng said, "If you continue to cause trouble, I'll spank you until your butt blossoms." Leng Zishi suddenly felt a strange sensation when she thought about how she had been spanked by Lin Feng in the past. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng. After that, she didn't say anything else. Not long after, the beautiful singers, dancers, and musicians arrived and performed for Lin Feng and the others. Delicacies were also quickly served. Leng Zishi had come here because she couldn't find a place to eat outside, so she had come up with this idea. Moreover, she could get a group of beautiful girls to perform. Naturally, she was quite satisfied. Of course, this would cost a lot. But Leng Zishi didn't care. After all, she could always ask Lin Feng for more money. Late at night, they returned together. Over the next few days, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator rested and recovered. Leng Zishi, on the other hand, liked to go outside. One day, when she returned, she said mysteriously, "I heard a big piece of news." "Do you want to know?" "What news?" Lin Feng looked at Leng Zishi in surprise. "It's about Heavenly Emperor Huang." Leng Zishi said. "Who is Heavenly Emperor Huang?" Lin Feng couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. Judging from the name, he seemed to be an amazing person. However, Lin Feng didn't know who this person was. "You haven't even heard of Heavenly Emperor Huang?" You're really ignorant. Lung Zishi looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Isn't it normal not to know Heavenly Emperor Huang? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lung Zishi said, Heavenly Emperor Huang is an amazing person. The Forsaken Heaven City we're in was built by him. Lin Feng was shocked. Forsaken Heaven City had existed since the ancient Chaos Era. The ancient Chaos Era was an extremely chaotic era. So Forsaken Heaven City was built by Heavenly Emperor Huang. In that case, this Heavenly Emperor Huang that Lung Zishi was talking about was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. End of chapter. What did you hear? Lin Feng asked curiously. It said that Heavenly Emperor Huang is still alive. Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, what kind of person is Heavenly Emperor Huang? Rumor has it that he once joined forces with Great Emperor Ancient Chaos to suppress the dark chaos of the Ancient Chaos Era. His strength has reached the peak of perfection, and he's unimaginably terrifying. Lung Zishi said. How does he compare to those ancient holy emperors, ancient demon gods, and ancient devil emperors? Lin Feng asked curiously. He's even a little stronger than them. Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. You're joking, right? Of course I'm not joking. Lung Zishi said, in the beginning, Heavenly Emperor Huang might have been similar to those existences you're talking about. But he joined hands with the ancient Chaos Great Emperor to suppress the Dark Chaos Great Emperor. A cultivator like him must have received unimaginable benefits. Therefore, he must have reached a higher level of enlightenment. He must have surpassed the holy emperors and ancient bestial gods. When Lin Feng heard Lung Zishi, he couldn't help but frown. What Lung Zishi said was probably true. After all, suppressing the chaos in the dark world was indeed a great contribution. He had made such a meritorious contribution. It was normal for one's cultivation to reach a higher level of enlightenment. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lung Zishi continued, later on, it was said that Huang Tian Emperor entered the barren sky ridge and died. Huang Tian Emperor was a terrifying existence, and his death in the barren sky ridge caused a huge commotion. Countless people wanted to enter the barren sky ridge to search for Huang Tian Emperor's legacy. You can imagine how great the rewards would be if you could find it. It's just that no one succeeded. But there's no lack of people in this world who aren't afraid of death. A few years ago, someone entered the barren sky ridge and brought back a huge piece of news. That piece of news is that Heavenly Emperor Huang might still be alive. How does he know that Heavenly Emperor Huang isn't dead? Did he find any evidence? Or did he meet Heavenly Emperor Huang? Lin Feng asked. I don't know about that. It is said that after the cultivator escaped, he fell under the control of some peak-level forces. Due to that, the matter was sealed off for a few years. Some time ago, the cultivator managed to escape and spread the news. However, it seems that the cultivator was captured by the cultivators from those great forces. Lung Zishi said. Du Zhu said, those great powers have probably already started exploring the barren sky ridge. Lin Feng said, going in is suicide. A place like the barren sky ridge isn't a place you can explore as you please. In the next few days, Lin Feng paid attention to some of the developments outside. Although the cultivator was taken away again, he did spread some shocking news. However, those who knew the news were all under the control of the major forces. The news that spread outside was only the news that Heavenly Emperor Huang was still alive. However, without any evidence, it was hard for people to believe the authenticity of such news. Therefore, after a few days, the news that Heavenly Emperor Huang was still alive gradually died down. Lin Feng and the others went to the all-knowing pavilion to gather information. The person who received Lin Feng and the others was an elder of the all-knowing pavilion. When the elder heard Lin Feng ask about Heavenly Emperor Huang, he didn't tell Lin Feng anything. Instead, he told Lin Feng that he didn't know the specifics. Lin Feng guessed. The all-knowing pavilion had probably been warned by some great powers. Therefore, they wouldn't sell the information they had. Lin Feng looked at the elder and asked, how much does an elder earn per month from the all-knowing pavilion? The elder replied, about 40,000 immortal stones. 40,000 immortal stones might seem like a lot, but if you think about it carefully, you need a portion for your own cultivation. If you have a family, it's not a small expense. In addition, if you come across something you want to buy, the expenses will probably be even higher. 40,000 immortal stones a month won't be enough for you to live a luxurious life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng flicked his finger. A river of immortal stones flew out. Here are 10 million immortal stones. I'm giving them to you, elder. You can keep them for your own use. There's no need to hand them over to the all-knowing pavilion. As for whether you want them or not, that's up to you. Lin Feng smiled. After seeing the 10 million immortal stones, the elder's face immediately became gloomy. In the end, the huge profit still occupied his heart. It was a threat to the great powers. He tossed it to the back of his mind. He put the 10 million immortal stones away. Then, he said, "What do you want to ask, young master? How did that person know that Heavenly Emperor Huang is still alive?" Lin Feng asked. It said that he saw a great battle in the depths of the desolate Heaven Ridge, and the person in the battle called himself Heavenly Emperor Huang. The elder of the all-knowing pavilion said. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. He then asked, who was the cultivator who fought against Heavenly Emperor Huang? The elder said, it was a very tall and sturdy man who looked like a savage. What? Lin Feng suddenly stood up. What's wrong? Do you know that savage? Lung Zixi asked in astonishment. She rarely saw Lin Feng react so strongly. In her impression, this was the first time. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't explain his relationship with the savage. Lin Feng asked, do you know what happened after that? The elder said, it said that Heavenly Emperor Huang was defeated. Lin Feng was shocked. Senior Savage. Was he that powerful? Even a terrifying existence like Heavenly Emperor Huang wasn't a match for him. Seriously, it was shocking. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked. I'm not sure about that. The elder of the all-knowing pavilion said. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Why was Senior Savage looking for Heavenly Emperor Huang? It had to be something important, right? In fact, Lin Feng already knew why Senior Savage had entered the time-reversed world, but Lin Feng now suspected that Senior Savage's entry had something to do with Heavenly Emperor Huang. Senior Savage was his Dao protector. He still had some things left behind by his ancestor, Lin Qi. In the past, his cultivation hadn't been strong enough, so Senior Savage had helped him keep those things safe. Now that his cultivation had increased, he could obtain those things. Therefore, Lin Feng was very eager to meet Senior Savage. Could he have a chat with Heavenly Emperor Huang and ask him to send him into the world where time was reversed as well? End of chapter. Of course. These were just Lin Feng's guesses for now. Lin Feng didn't know if Heavenly Emperor Huang could really send people into a world where time was reversed. As for whether or not Senior Savage had entered the world through Heavenly Emperor Huang, that was Lin Feng's guess. However, Lin Feng had a strong feeling. He felt that there was a high chance that his guess was correct. After Lin Feng and the others left the all-seeing pavilion, they returned to their residences. Lin Feng planned to observe for a few more days to see if anything special would happen. Not long after, there was news. A peerless expert had appeared, barged into the place where the large factions had imprisoned that cultivator, and kidnapped him. When this rumor spread, many people were shocked. Originally, the popularity of Heavenly Emperor Huang had dropped significantly. But now, the news had risen again. This was because everyone realized that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. Heavenly Emperor Huang dominated the world and ruled over 10 directions. He was a peerless and invincible existence. Now that news of Heavenly Emperor Huang has spread, some large factions are acting strangely. This is enough to explain a lot of things. A cultivator said. Perhaps Heavenly Emperor Huang really isn't dead? Another cultivator said. That is indeed a possibility. Many people agreed with this statement. However, there were also some people who felt that Heavenly Emperor Huang was definitely dead. The cultivator who had been captured by the large factions hadn't told the truth. Perhaps he knew where Heavenly Emperor Huang had fallen. After the cultivator was taken away, the major factions were furious. As a result, they sent out many cultivators to search for the cultivator's whereabouts. However, they didn't find any useful information. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread. It was said that Heavenly Emperor Huang's descendant had appeared. Heavenly Emperor Huang's descendant would head to the desolate Heaven Ridge to search for him. This matter caused a huge uproar. Didn't Heavenly Emperor Huang have no descendants a long time ago? A cultivator said. Rumor has it that desolate Heaven Emperor was one of the 9 heavenly emperors. I don't know which generation he was from. Even though he was extremely powerful, several of his sons died in battle during the dark turmoil. Although he quelled the dark turmoil, he didn't have any more children. Of course, he still had some clansmen, but their bloodlines weren't particularly strong. In the end, his clan gradually perished. If that's the case, it's very likely that he's an imposter? A cultivator sneered. What was he trying to do by pretending to be a descendant of Heavenly Emperor Huang? It's definitely a fake. A cultivator said. Following that, there was another piece of news. 3 days later, the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang would arrive at the Forsaken Heaven City. The imposter actually dared to enter the Forsaken Heaven City? Aren't they afraid of being exposed? Someone said. Many cultivators were discussing this matter. The entire Forsaken Heaven City was in an uproar because Heavenly Emperor Huang was still alive and his descendants were about to arrive. Lin Feng and the rest were not in a hurry to leave the Forsaken Heaven City. They planned to observe the situation first. 3 days later, more than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. Leading them was a white-haired old man. Forsaken Heaven City. The last time I set foot here. It was when the ancient chaos ended. The white-haired old man sighed. Beside the old man was a very pretty young man, who was supporting the old man. If one observed carefully, one would be able to tell that the overly pretty young man was actually a young woman disguised as a man. Ancestor, what happened back then? Why did my clan have to leave the Forsaken Heaven City? The young woman asked. Sigh. The old man sighed and said, at that time I was only a young man of 15 or 16 years old. There were many things that I did not understand, but I vaguely heard my elders talk about the situation back then. It was said that the darkness was not extinguished, so my clan had to flee. What happened after that? The young woman asked. Most of them died. Only a dozen or so clansmen survived. The old man said. Was it because ancestor Heavenly Emperor Huang died that the calamity that followed caused the extermination of your clan? The young woman asked. Yes. The old man nodded. The young woman said, I will definitely be like ancestor Huang Heavenly Emperor and become a supreme expert. At that time, if anyone dares to threaten my clan, I will kill them until they tremble in fear and their entire clan begs for mercy. The old man said, take your time. Don't be anxious. You will definitely be able to do it in the future. The old man's evaluation of the young woman was simply too high. He wondered who this young woman was. The group entered the Forsaken Heaven City. Ancestor, let's go eat something. The young woman said. All right. The old man nodded. The group found a restaurant. Since all the private rooms were full, they could only sit in the main hall. A dozen or so people gathered around a table and ordered some food. Aren't the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang coming today? It's already afternoon, but they're still not here. Are they not coming? A diner asked. What descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang? They died a long time ago. I don't know where this group of imposters came from. It's said that the experts of the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region are waiting for these imposters. A cultivator suddenly said. Why are the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region waiting for them? Even if these people pretend to be the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang, they have nothing to do with the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region. Another cultivator said. The cultivator said, because the cultivators who came out of the Forsaken Heaven Ridge were kidnapped. The 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region suspect that they were kidnapped by a group of people who pretended to be the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. No wonder those fellows are hiding like tortoises, not daring to show themselves. They are afraid of the experts of the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region. Someone sighed. What 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region? What a joke. They're just a mediocre power. A cold laugh suddenly rang out. The main hall, which had been somewhat lively, became completely silent. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Then, they saw. The one who spoke was actually an incomparably handsome young man. That handsome young man was the young woman who had disguised herself as a man. However, she had disguised herself very well and had even altered her voice, so no one would have guessed that she was actually a young woman in disguise. Someone said, "Kid, do you know that trouble comes from the mouth? Don't say things you shouldn't say. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." The young woman sneered and said, "There's nothing I can't say. Even if those mediocre cultivators were here, I would still dare to say the same." What an arrogant kid. Who gave you the guts to look down on the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region? A cold laugh came from upstairs. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version. It's Zhang Longming and the others. I'm afraid I've gotten myself into big trouble this time around. The people from the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region aren't kind-hearted people. Offending them won't end well. Some of the diners started to discuss animatedly. They looked at the young girl's table with pity. As far as they were concerned, offending the people from the 7 major forces was simply a path to death. Are you guys from the 7 major powers? Just by looking at you, I can tell how pathetic the 7 major powers are. The young girl said sarcastically. She had an arrogant look on her face. This was a sense of superiority that came from her bones. This little girl seems to be around 17 or 18 years old. Lin Feng said. She's not a guy? Du Zhu muttered. She's disguised as a guy. Lin Feng said. It turned out that Lin Feng and the others were also eating here. They were sitting in the main hall, looking like they were watching a show. Leng Zixi said, "She's even more arrogant than me." What's there to be arrogant about? She's so young. How much cultivation can she have? Lin Feng said, "Don't underestimate this little girl. I feel that she's not simple. Let's just wait and see." When Leng Zixi heard Lin Feng compliment the girl, she wasn't convinced, but she didn't say anything. She just wanted to see what would happen next. You dare to humiliate us? We'll kill you today. A cultivator said coldly. The cultivator who spoke was Zhang Longming. He was at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Next. Zhang Longming flew down from the 2nd floor. The others also flew down to the 1st floor. It seemed that the cultivators from the 7 major powers were about to attack. These people could do whatever they wanted in the Forsaken Heaven region. Therefore, they would not be at a disadvantage. Who would dare to offend them? They would definitely use cruel methods to take revenge. Seeing those people fly down, the young girl stretched out her right hand and tapped lightly in the air. The group seemed to have lost their ability to fly. They all fell to the ground. They were as pathetic as they could be. What are you doing? Snatching food to eat? What a pitiful bunch. Come, I'll reward you with something to eat. The girl threw a plate of pastries to the group of people. The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched violently. Wasn't this the same as calling the cultivators of the 7 great powers a bunch of dogs? Only dogs would snatch food to eat. As the saying goes, a scholar prefers death to humiliation. For these people who came from big forces, they were even more concerned about their reputation. These people were humiliated. Their killing intent soared to the heavens. We want your dog life. A group of cultivators got up from the ground and rushed towards the girl. Kneel. The young girl said coldly. Her voice seemed to contain a terrifying magic. The group of cultivators immediately knelt on the ground. Ah, why is it like this? Why is this happening? The cultivators from the 7 great powers roared furiously. They were about to go crazy. No matter what, they were still a group of people with status. Now, he was actually kneeling on the ground. What a disgrace, that kid seems to be around 17 or 18 years old. How can he be so powerful? A cultivator said in disbelief. The young girl didn't use a secret technique to hide her true age. That's why other cultivators were able to detect her age. So young. Yet so powerful. It was truly shocking. Who exactly are you? How dare you humiliate the cultivators of the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region like this? A cold voice came from a private room on the 2nd floor. Then, a cultivator stepped out. When they saw that cultivator, many people were shocked. Because that cultivator's background was extremely great. He came from the Thousand Desolation sect of the Forsaken Heaven region. His name was Thousand World Sect. Among the younger generation, this Thousand World Sect was second only to the 8 young masters. However, some people said that the Thousand World Sect could already compete with the 8 young masters. Because the Thousand World Sect had a lot of fortuitous encounters in the past few years, their cultivation had greatly increased. There were still many people who believed in this saying. I heard that you're looking for the descendant of Heaven Emperor Huang? I'm the descendant of Heaven Emperor Huang. The young girl said. Hearing this, Thousand World Sect slightly narrowed his eyes. He glanced at the young girl, then looked at the group of people at the young girl's table. When he saw the old man, he couldn't help but frown slightly. That old man made him feel an extremely dangerous aura. The Thousand World Sect was weak, so they didn't dare to offend these people too much. If they really fought because of this, at that time, the one who would suffer would still be him. However, the cultivators of the 7 great powers had been humiliated, and this matter couldn't be let go so easily. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the 7 great powers be? The 7 influential groups have indeed been looking for you, but we don't have any evil intentions. However, Your Excellency, you've humiliated us in such a way. The 7 influential groups aren't easy to bully. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I'll immediately summon some strong cultivators from the 7 influential groups. At that time, don't blame us for bullying you because we have the advantage in numbers, said Lin Feng. Thousand World Sect said in a deep voice. I don't have any ill intentions. You should know better than me. Also, don't threaten me. If I was afraid of you, I wouldn't have made a move. The young girl still had a look of indifference. It was as if she really didn't put the 7 great powers in her eyes. Xiaoyi, today's matter was indeed a bit impulsive. At this moment, the old man said. Ancestor. The young girl called out, looking a little unconvinced. The old man waved his hand, and the young girl didn't continue speaking. The old man cupped his fists and said, Today's matter is our fault. I have a bottle of soul-refining pills here, treated as compensation for these little friends. I hope everyone can forgive Xiaoyi's recklessness. What? Soul-refining pills, that's a top immortal pill, it can nourish the soul and greatly improve a cultivator's soul realm. It's priceless, and that old man actually took out a bottle. There are more than 20 people kneeling on the ground, doesn't that mean that there are at least 20 soul-refining pills, and there might be more? A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. Many cultivators had heard of the famous soul-refining pills, so when they saw the porcelain bottle in the old man's hand, their eyes were wide open. They couldn't wait to snatch the soul-refining pills away. However, the white-haired old man's strength was unfathomable. So, as for the rest, even if they had the intention to steal, they didn't have the courage to do so. When the cultivators of the 7 great powers kneeling on the ground heard that it was the soul-refining pills, their eyes immediately widened. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website, alright. Since Senior is so sincere, I'll let today's matter go. Wan Shizong was a very tactful person. Since the other party had already given him a way out, he wouldn't continue. Naturally, he would not continue to pester them. Even if he really wanted to take revenge, now was not the time. The old man flicked his finger, and the bottle containing the soul-refining pills flew towards Wan Shizong. Wan Shizong kept the bottle. Little E, let these people go as well. The old man looked at the young girl. The young girl was obviously unwilling. But since the old man had spoken, she couldn't go against it. So, she could only let them go. The cultivators from the 7 factions stood up. Let's go. Wan Shizong said. They didn't stay and quickly left. Are you done eating? The old man looked at the others and asked. We're done eating. The cultivators said. Alright, let's settle the bill and leave. The old man said. Someone went to settle the bill. Seeing that these people were about to leave, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the other party's table. Someone stopped Lin Feng, not letting Lin Feng get too close to the old man. "I have something to discuss with Senior," Lin Feng said. The cultivator who stopped Lin Feng looked at the old man. The old man looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What do you want to discuss, young friend?" Lin Feng said, "It's like this. I want to exchange a bottle of soul refining pills with Senior. Is that possible?" "Hee, soul essence pills are nothing to my clan, but we don't exchange them with other people easily," said Lin Feng. The young girl said coldly. After hearing the young girl's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Soul refining pills were very precious. There were basically no soul refining pills in circulation on the market. But this young girl said that the soul essence pill was nothing to her clan. This meant that her clan had most likely grasped the method to refine soul refining pills. Otherwise, how could her clan look down on soul refining pills? It was because they could refine them that they didn't think that soul refining pills were anything special. But to outsiders, the soul essence pill was a supreme treasure that could drive countless cultivators crazy. Lin Feng said, "Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the young girl was enraged. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng with her phoenix eyes. He was itching to teach Lin Feng a lesson right now. Lin Feng ignored the young girl and looked at the old man. The girl became even angrier. Because Lin Feng actually dared to ignore her, this was truly intolerable. The old man smiled and said, "So many people want to obtain the soul origin pill, but you're the only one who dares to talk to me about it. You're quite brave." Lin Feng said, "Because I don't think you're a bad person, even if I offended you, you wouldn't be angry. I also want the soul origin pill, so I said it. If I'm lucky, you might make a deal with me. That way, I'll be able to obtain the soul origin pill. If I'm unlucky, at most, I won't be able to obtain the soul origin pill. I won't lose anything. So, you're doing this because you don't think I'm a bad person and won't attack you?" The old man asked Lin Feng. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Bootlicker." The young girl snorted coldly. Lin Feng continued to ignore her. The old man said, "What if you're wrong?" Lin Feng said, "Even if I'm wrong, even if my actions really make you angry, you still won't attack me." "Why are you so sure?" the old man asked. Lin Feng said, "If you like to use force to solve problems, you won't stop this, nephew. You dare to take advantage of me? Do you want to die?" The young girl glared at Lin Feng angrily. She had wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson for a long time. Now, she finally had an opportunity. "Xiaoyi, don't be impulsive," the old man said. The young girl was annoyed. She wanted to attack him again and again, but she was stopped every time. This made her feel very sullen. The old man said, "There aren't many young people with a temperament like yours. Alright, I can make a deal with you. One bottle of pills has 50 soul origin pills. How about this? Take out 1,000 immortal herbs and you can take one bottle of soul origin pills." 1,000 immortal herbs was not a small number. Even a cultivator from a top power would find it difficult to take out 1,000 immortal herbs. However, to Lin Feng, 1,000 immortal herbs were nothing. Lin Feng said, "Senior, can I exchange for a few more bottles?" The old man said, "A cultivator can only take 5 soul origin pills at most. Taking too many will only harm the body." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. It would be great if he could take as many soul origin pills as he wanted. However, such a situation was almost impossible. These top-grade pills all contained extremely strong resistance to medicinal effects. This point, Lin Feng was very clear on this point. However, Lin Feng still wanted to exchange for more. Even if he couldn't use them, others could. Lin Feng said, "I still have some friends who need soul origin pills, so I want to exchange for more." The old man said, "Alright, I'll give you another bottle." The old man took out 2 bottles of soul origin pills. Lin Feng took out 2,000 immortal herbs. Seeing a young cultivator like Lin Feng casually take out 2,000 immortal herbs, many people couldn't help but wonder. Many people couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that this kid had a fortuitous encounter? Was that why he could take out so many immortal herbs? Many people were looking at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. However, Lin Feng didn't care. They wanted to die. Even if they came looking for trouble. Lin Feng was ready to accompany them any time. What's your name? The young girl looked at Lin Feng and asked. Why are you asking this? Lin Feng asked. I'm giving you face by asking. The young girl gritted her teeth and said. Actually, the reason why she asked for Lin Feng's name was because she wanted to find Lin Feng after settling down. Then, she would teach Lin Feng a lesson. Now that she was looking for trouble with Lin Feng, with the ancestor stopping her, she couldn't do anything. However, the young girl naturally wouldn't say this out loud. Seeing the young girl's arrogant attitude, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. In this world, there were always some people who thought they were better than others. It was truly laughable and foolish. Lin Feng ignored the young girl and walked towards his table. You still haven't told me your name. The young girl said. The current you is not qualified to know my name. Lin Feng replied indifferently. You dare to look down on me? The young girl couldn't help but clench her fists and look angrily at Lin Feng, gnashing her teeth. End of chapter. Lin Feng met up with Leng Zixi and the others. Leng Zixi, Du Zhu, the evil dominator, and the sacred ancestor were all very happy, as they had a share of the soul essence pills that Lin Feng had obtained. They were naturally very excited, as increasing their soul's boundary was extremely important to any cultivator. When they thought about how their soul's boundary was about to increase, they couldn't stop grinning. At that moment, someone walked forward. Just like Lin Feng, this person wanted to exchange for soul essence pills. However, the old man ordered them to leave. The first person to make a move would have meat to eat, while the second person would have to suffer. The old man and the others didn't stop, and they continued walking outside. The girl called Xiaoyi turned around and glared at Lin Feng before leaving with the old man and the others. Du Zhu asked, Do you think these people are really the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang? Lin Feng replied, They do seem to be the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. At that moment, many cultivators gathered around. When Lin Feng saw them, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He could roughly guess what these people were up to. One of them said, Little brother, you can't use so many pills. Why don't you sell some to us? We'll buy them at a high price. Lin Feng replied, I'm sorry, but I already have some of these pills, and I don't think they're enough. That's why I have no intention of selling them. At that moment, someone in the crowd sneered, That's a total of 100 pills. You're sharing a portion with us, but we didn't ask you to take them all out. We're outside, so we're giving you face, and you're giving me face as well. If you don't give us face, then don't blame us for being impolite. The person who had spoken didn't show himself, and his methods were extraordinary. Even Lin Feng couldn't see who had spoken, so it was obvious that this person didn't have good intentions. His words were very provocative, and Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer when he heard what the cultivator had said. His expression was indifferent as he said, Don't say such things behind people's backs. If you want the pills, you can try attacking me. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't forget, this is the Forsaken Heaven City. You foreign cultivators should behave yourselves. Otherwise, who knows if you can even see the sun tomorrow. The voice continued to threaten Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, If you come out now, I can guarantee that you won't see the sun tomorrow. Brat, you're really arrogant. The voice in the dark said. You don't even dare to show yourself. You're just a piece of trash. I don't want to waste my time talking to trash like you. Lin Feng mocked. You. The existence in the dark was clearly enraged. Lin Feng ignored him and said, Let's go. They stood up. Leng Zixi shouted, A good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up and get out of the way. What are you talking about? Who are you scolding? Many people glared at him angrily. I'm scolding a dog. Are you guys scolding me? Leng Zixi looked like she wanted the world to be in chaos. She couldn't wait to fight. The surrounding people were so angry that their faces turned ashen, but they couldn't continue arguing with Leng Zixi. Because, if they continued arguing, wouldn't they be admitting that they were dogs? Lin Feng and the others paid the bill and left the restaurant. They didn't plan to stay outside any longer. They planned to return to their residence. Then, they would go into seclusion to refine the soul-refining pill. On the way back, a black shadow appeared and headed straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He casually slashed out a ray of sword chi. Pooh, a tearing sound and a painful groan could be heard. The black shadow was obviously injured. The black shadow didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled. That guy's escape technique was extremely good. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. F***ck, it must be some people from the restaurant. They actually dared to intercept us halfway. They really don't know what's good for them. If I had known, I would have secretly released some poison and poisoned all those bastards to death. Du Zhu cursed. Lin Feng said, they're just a bunch of rascals. Don't worry about them. The few of them returned to their residence. Since they were going into seclusion, they had to be fully prepared. Who knew if some people who didn't care about their lives would sneak up on them while they were in seclusion? This was something they had to take precautions against. After returning, Lin Feng began to set up some powerful formations. If there really was someone who didn't know what was going on, when the time came, the formations would be enough to make them suffer. Even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. After setting up the formations, Lin Feng could enter seclusion with peace of mind. Lin Feng took out the pills. Lung Zishi, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator each received 5 pills. After receiving the pills, the 3 of them returned to their rooms and entered seclusion. Lin Feng also returned to his room. He also took out 5 pills. In the past few years, Lin Feng's realm had been breaking through very quickly. In addition to his own realm breaking through quickly, Lin Feng's soul realm had also been improving very quickly. Especially when he was breaking through a large realm, his soul realm had improved even faster. Right now, Lin Feng's soul realm had already reached the peak of the Gold Immortal realm. The reason why Lin Feng's soul realm had improved so quickly was mainly related to Lin Feng's primordial spirit. Lin Feng wondered if he could use the soul essence pill to raise his soul realm to the Saint Immortal realm. If his soul realm could successfully break through to the Saint Immortal realm, it would definitely be a huge improvement for him. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Then, he swallowed the 5 soul essence pills. Then, Lin Feng began to refine the soul essence pills. Soon, the soul essence pill was refined into an extremely pure energy. Lin Feng began to absorb the energy that the soul essence pills had broken down into. As the energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's soul power began to increase. When the soul power had accumulated to a certain extent, Lin Feng began to try to break through to the Saint Immortal realm. However, it was not an easy task. Once. Twice. Thrice. 4 times, Lin Feng tried to break through to the Saint Immortal realm's soul realm again and again. He tried many times. He was unable to break through. However, Lin Feng did not give up. He tried a total of 375 times. Finally. The barrier of the realm. Lin Feng successfully broke through. Lin Feng's soul realm. He had finally broken through to the Saint Immortal realm. Lin Feng opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. It was too important for the soul realm to break through to the Saint Immortal realm. Because this meant that Lin Feng's soul attack could hurt a Saint Immortal realm cultivator. Lin Feng, how about we make a deal? Right at this moment. A voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This voice. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Lin Feng had been busy with all sorts of things recently, so he didn't have time to deal with Morong Yuxuan. Morong Yuxuan hadn't taken the initiative to contact Lin Feng either. But now, she had taken the initiative to contact Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, then he asked, what kind of deal do you want to make? I can agree to help you realize your ambitions, and in return, you have to give me my freedom and 5 soul origin pills. Morong Yuxuan said. Lin Feng had already guessed that Morong Yuxuan had come out to negotiate with him because of the soul origin pills. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't particularly surprised when he heard Morong Yuxuan's words. Morong Yuxuan was an extremely shrewd woman. She wouldn't agree to something that wasn't profitable. Lin Feng said, "Do you think you're qualified to talk to me about this?" Morong Yuxuan said, "I do. I do have the qualifications. You should know how special God King Valley is. After I return to God King Valley, I can pull God King Valley to your side. At that time, you won't just have God King Valley as an ally, because there are too many factions that have good relations with God King Valley. Therefore, I think you should know my value." Lin Feng said, "Yes, it's as you said. God King Valley is a very important faction, but you're just a cultivator of the younger generation. Even if you're extraordinary, do you think you can influence the decisions of the higher-ups? You can't. Therefore, you're just drawing a big pie in advance, but it's a pie that you can't eat. I can influence the decisions of the higher-ups." Morong Yuxuan said. "Oh?" Lin Feng was a little surprised because Morong Yuxuan's tone was very firm. This made Lin Feng puzzled. What kind of ability did Morong Yuxuan have to influence the decisions of the higher-ups? Moreover, he had a look of absolute certainty. Lin Feng asked, "How can you influence the decisions of the higher-ups?" "This is a secret of mine, and only the higher-ups know about it." Morong Yuxuan took a deep breath and said. "What secret?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "I am the reincarnation of the daughter of the founder of the godly King Valley." Morong Yuxuan said. "What?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Reincarnated bodies were extremely rare. However, any reincarnated body. They were all extremely terrifying figures. Morong Yuxuan said that she was a reincarnated body. Moreover, she was the reincarnation of the daughter of the godly King Valley's founder. This identity was too sensitive. This identity could indeed affect the upper echelons of the godly King Valley. Morong Yuxuan said. "That's why I said I can influence those higher-ups." "Do you think I have that ability?" Lin Feng replied, "Indeed, you might be able to affect them, so we can make this deal." Morong Yuxuan let out a long breath. Lin Feng summoned Morong Yuxuan. Seeing Morong Yuxuan again, he still felt amazed. Morong Yuxuan was truly a goddess-like beauty. "Can you undo my seal now?" Morong Yuxuan asked. Lin Feng said. "Don't worry, there are some words that are useless. Therefore, I need you to swear allegiance to me. I don't think this request is too much, right?" "I can swear," Morong Yuxuan said. In fact, when she decided to cooperate with Lin Feng, Morong Yuxuan had already thought that Lin Feng would make her swear allegiance to him. Morong Yuxuan naturally didn't want to agree, but she had to agree even if she didn't want to. She was under the eaves. She had no choice but to lower her head. Furthermore, swearing allegiance was definitely a basic condition for both sides to negotiate. If even this basic condition couldn't be met, this negotiation was meaningless. It was a negotiation that could not be continued. "Let's begin now," Lin Feng said. Morong Yuxuan raised her right hand. She pointed at the sky and swore, "I, Morong Yuxuan, swear on my soul that from now on, I will be loyal to Lin Feng and will never betray Lin Feng. If I violate this oath, may my soul shatter and scatter." After Morong Yuxuan swore, an oath rune formed between Lin Feng and Morong Yuxuan. From now on, Morong Yuxuan would never be able to betray Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. You will know in the future that your decision today is completely correct." Morong Yuxuan said, "I hope so. Can you undo my seal now?" Lin Feng came in front of Morong Yuxuan and pinched her snow-white chin, raising her face slightly. "What are you doing?" Morong Yuxuan's long eyelashes fluttered and she looked at Lin Feng nervously. She was naturally worried that Lin Feng would do something bad to her. If Lin Feng really did that, she didn't have the ability to go against Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng. "I just want to quietly admire that beautiful face, because I don't know when I'll be able to see it again." Hearing this, Morong Yuxuan's face couldn't help but blush slightly. This appearance was really charming. Lin Feng lowered his head. He kissed Morong Yuxuan's red lips. You. Morong Yuxuan was like a frightened rabbit and quickly pushed Lin Feng away. She then pointed at Lin Feng. Her face was so red that it was almost bleeding. Cough, cough, sorry, I'm really sorry. I couldn't control myself just now. Lin Feng said. You're shameless. Morong Yuxuan said hatefully. The first kiss that she had saved for so many years was taken away just like that. She was naturally incomparably angry. Lin Feng said, it's not like I've been shameless for a day or two. You have to remember that I'm your master. Even if I let you serve me in bed, it's a matter of course, not to mention that I just kissed you. I'll submit to you, but that doesn't include serving you in bed. If you dare to force me to serve you in bed, I'd rather die. Morong Yuxuan said hatefully. Lin Feng said, I'm just joking with you, why take it so seriously? But when we get to know each other more in the future, maybe you'll beg to serve me in bed. Bah! Who would beg to serve you in bed? You're really shameless to the extreme. Morong Yuxuan spat softly. Lin Feng said, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Now, I'll break the restriction on your body. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng released a series of seals. The seals fused into Morong Yuxuan's body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, Morong Yuxuan had regained her freedom. Her face immediately lit up with joy. She had been molested by Lin Feng. She had forgotten about it. The feeling of freedom was too good. Why hadn't she felt this way before? Perhaps, only after losing his freedom would he be able to feel the wonderful feeling of freedom. You have regained your freedom. You can return to the godly King Valley. Lin Feng said. Morong Yuxuan stretched out her right hand and said, you promised me the soul refining pill. Can you give it to me now? Lin Feng took out the soul refining pill. He then handed it over to Morong Yuxuan. After accepting the soul refining pill, Morong Yuxuan was very happy. The soul refining pill was also very effective for her. Morong Yuxuan said, I know you plan to enter the barren sky ridge, but you should think twice before entering. The danger of that place is far beyond your imagination. Has anyone from the godly King Valley entered it before? Lin Feng asked curiously. In the past, my father entered that place. Even someone as strong as him almost died. Morong Yuxuan said. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He knew how terrifying the barren sky ridge was, but Lin Feng would still enter it. There were some things that could only be solved in the barren sky ridge. This was a problem that couldn't be avoided. However, Lin Feng didn't talk about it with Morong Yuxuan for long. Morong Yuxuan said, I'm leaving. If there's anything, you can send someone to the godly King Valley to contact me. If I'm not in the godly King Valley, you can also contact the other higher-ups. Alright. Be careful on the way. Lin Feng said. Morong Yuxuan gave Lin Feng a deep look and left. After Morong Yuxuan left, the Demon Lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The Demon Lord said, give me a few soul refining pills. After hearing the Demon Lord's voice, Lin Feng was very happy. Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, when did you wake up? I just woke up not too long ago. The Demon Lord said. How's your recovery? Lin Feng continued to ask. You've recovered quite well. The Demon Lord replied. That's good. Lin Feng was delighted. He took out 5 soul essence pills and gave them to the Demon Lord. Lin Feng then took out another Saint Devil reincarnation pill and gave it to the Demon Lord. Is this the Saint Devil reincarnation pill? The Demon Lord couldn't help but exclaim after a careful observation. Lin Feng asked in astonishment, you know about the Holy Devil reincarnation pill as well? Of course. The Demon Lord nodded and said, that's a heaven-defying medicinal pill. With a medicinal pill like that, you'll be able to do a lot of things. After that, the Demon Lord didn't say anything else. He probably went to refine the soul refining pill. Lin Feng then summoned Bibi and the others. Bibi, Blackie, Xiaolong, the Emperor Archaic, the Ancestor Insect, the Devil King Insect, and the 3-headed Viper each received 5 soul refining pills. The Dragon Rabbit wasn't good at fighting, so he didn't give it any. Bibi and the others went to refine the soul refining pills. Next, Lin Feng summoned the Stone Golem clone. The Stone Golem clone also received 5 soul refining pills. The stone golem clone's cultivation level was much higher than Lin Feng's. The stone golem had already broken through to the golden immortal realm, while Lin Feng was still working hard to break through to the sky immortal realm. Leng Zishi, Du Zhu, and the demonic dominator came out of seclusion one after another. When they came out, they were beaming with joy. It seemed that they had all received a lot of benefits. Lin Feng was naturally happy for them. Boom! At that moment, there was a violent fluctuation. Someone's fighting! Leng Zishi shouted excitedly. Then, she ran out. Lin Feng and the others also rushed out. They saw from afar that there was indeed a great battle in the distance. Surprisingly, Lin Feng knew all the people who were fighting. One of them was the cross-dressing girl. The other was the Thousand World Sect. It wasn't strange that the two of them were fighting against Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng heard the conversation of the cultivators next to him. I heard that the descendant of Heavenly Emperor Huang provoked the Thousand World Sect. There's such a thing? Of course. The descendant of Heavenly Emperor Huang is young, but he's not someone who's afraid of trouble. At that moment, another cultivator said, "Brother, don't spread rumors. Brother, don't spread false information here." It was the seven great powers who provoked the descendants of Celestial Emperor Huang first, said Lin Feng. What exactly is going on? Someone asked. The cultivator explained, it all started like this. The descendant of Heavenly Emperor Huang went to the ancient wasteland trading company to buy some things, and then he encountered the cultivators of the seven great powers. I'm sure you all know about the previous conflict. Although it was resolved, it couldn't be helped. After all, the seven great powers didn't have the upper hand. Moreover, the descendant of Heavenly Emperor Huang had the support of an expert from the older generation. That old man also gave them a bottle of soul essence pills as compensation, so the matter was temporarily settled. But the cultivators of the seven great powers still hate the descendant of Huang Tian Emperor. That young man was alone and was targeted by the cultivators of the seven great powers. They wanted to get back at him, so they contacted some experts to besiege that young man. The result was unexpected. A group of people was defeated by that young man. That young man is also ruthless. This time, he directly crippled all of them. Hiss. After hearing the cultivator's words, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was the territory of the seven great powers, and he dared to cripple the cultivators of the seven great powers? How audacious, the cultivator continued. The Wancher sect was also nearby. When they saw so many people being crippled, they were naturally infuriated. That's why they fought against that young man. I think the Wancher sect is the mastermind behind this. Someone said. The cultivator's words resonated with many people. Indeed. Many people felt that the Wancher sect was the mastermind behind this. However, the Wancher sect didn't think that the young man would dare to cripple so many people from the seven great powers. I'll let you know how the word regret is written. The Wancher sect floated in the air, his expression extremely gloomy. He looked at the young man with a murderous gaze. Although she was disguised as a man, she didn't have the weakness of a woman. On the contrary, she was extremely domineering and arrogant. The girl looked at the Wancher sect with disdain and sneered, with just you. A piece of trash like you dares to talk so big? Who gave you the courage? The cultivators who were watching the show immediately vented their anger. That young man dared to look down on the Wancher sect. Wasn't that too arrogant? End of chapter. As a top genius of the Thousand World sect, he was naturally infuriated to be looked down upon like this. Shameless boasting. I'll let you have a taste of my theurgy. Thousand Dao Heaven slaying. The Thousand World sect coldly shouted as a huge world appeared behind him. It was a world of darkness. That world of darkness seemed to be able to devour everything. Within that world of darkness, tens of thousands of swords appeared. Each of those swords seemed to be swords that had transcended the desolate era. It was simply unimaginable how powerful those swords were. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, at this very moment, those swords turned into streams of light and quickly flew out of the world of darkness. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown out of the world of darkness. The densely packed swords all slashed towards the young girl. What a terrifying theurgy. Many people were shocked. The Thousand World Sect's fame had already spread throughout the Forsaken Heaven region. Many experts of the older generation might not even be a match for the Thousand World Sect. In these years, the Thousand World Sect had been constantly challenging experts in order to achieve self-transcendence. Therefore, many experts had died in the hands of the Thousand World Sect. And the Thousand World Sect's cultivation had been soaring. Now, it was widely rumored that the Thousand World Sect could contend against the Undying Realm's 8 young masters. Many people believed this without a doubt. Therefore, one could infer how powerful the Thousand World Sect's battle strength was. There might be many people who knew the Thousand World Sect, but very few had seen the Thousand World Sect in action. Therefore, when everyone saw the Thousand World Sect in action, they were still extremely shocked. The scene was grand, and the momentum shook the heavens. Of course, the power was also unimaginable. Such battle strength could be described as unfathomable. Countless swords pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of the young girl. Those swords came from all directions. They surrounded the young girl. There was simply no way to dodge. I wonder if that young man can withstand the Thousand World Sect's attack. Someone couldn't help but mutter to himself. I think it'll be difficult. The Thousand World Sect is indeed too powerful. Even if that young man's strength is extraordinary, he's still too young. Compared to an existence like the Thousand World Sect, there's definitely a huge gap. Someone continued. Many people nodded. Indeed, that cultivator voiced the thoughts of many people. And at this moment, the young man made his move. The young man slowly walked towards the Thousand World Sect. When the densely packed swords were only a meter away from the young man's body, they were all frozen in the void. It was difficult for him to take another step forward. Oh my God! What kind of method was this? Could it be that he was imprisoning the void? Spatial shackles shouldn't be able to trap all those swords, right? A cultivator couldn't help but say. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that the girl's technique wasn't as simple as void confinement. However, it was hard for Lin Feng to say what kind of method it was. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the girl's methods were indeed terrifying. The girl didn't stop. He continued to walk forward. At this moment, something shocking happened. A sword was floating in the air. All of them shattered. Many people were astonished. They didn't even know what method the girl used to break the Thousand Era Sect's divine ability. It was truly inconceivable. The Thousand World Sect's face became gloomy. He didn't expect the girl to be so powerful. Humph, the Thousand World Sect couldn't help but snort coldly, then said, "What a powerful method, no wonder you're so arrogant. Take this next move of mine. Great Desolate Divine Palm." The Thousand World Sect coldly shouted. Across the void, a palm struck towards the girl. In the void, a huge energy palm was condensed. That energy palm was condensed from the power of desolation. This power of desolation was not only powerful, but it also contained the power of time. When the power of desolation exploded, it was as if it could destroy the world. Therefore, this great desolate divine palm was definitely an unparalleled technique. The gigantic hand of energy enveloped the girl. It ruthlessly attacked. However, then, a shocking scene appeared. When the energy palm landed on the girl's body trembled. The energy palm instantly dissipated. What happened? Countless people looked at each other. That was because no one knew what method the young girl had used, but the energy palm had already been shattered. That little girl is so powerful. Duzu couldn't help but sigh. Lung Zishi muttered, "What's so powerful about that? Compared to me, she's too weak." Although she said that, but in reality, in Lung Zishi's heart, she was also very shocked. Because, that girl was indeed too powerful. Most importantly, no one knew what method she used to break the Thousand World Sect's attack. The unknown was the most terrifying. So weak, Thousand World Sect, I've heard of your reputation, but now it seems that calling you trash is an insult to the word trash. The girl sneered. Many people smiled bitterly, she was as arrogant as ever. I'm now suspecting whether that boy is the son of Heaven Emperor Huang? Otherwise, how can he be so powerful? Someone said. A few of Heaven Emperor Huang's sons died in battle during the dark turmoil, so he obviously isn't. Maybe he awakened his ancestral blood. Someone said. The girl was very good at hiding, and basically no one realized that she was a girl. They all thought that she was a teenager. If everyone knew that she was actually a teenager, they would be even more surprised. Because, the top geniuses or experts in history, most of them were men. How many women were there? They could be counted on one hand. Don't be too complacent, this is just the beginning. Winning first doesn't mean that you will always win. The one who laughs until the end is the real winner. Thousand World Sect sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Thousand World Sect used a powerful sacred art. Everyone saw. Thousand World Sect's body began to disintegrate. Thousand World Sect's body split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, just like that. Continuously disintegrating, continuously disintegrating. Thousand World Sect's body grew more and more, and finally, hundreds of Thousand World Sect's bodies appeared. Is it an illusion? Someone said. At this time, a cultivator said, it's not an illusion, each of them is formed by combining vitality with the puppet technique. It's said that the clones created this way can have 70% of their original battle strength. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. It was no wonder that the cultivator was so shocked. It was because Wan Shizong's method was too powerful. Of course. Although those clones could unleash 70% of the original body's battle strength. However, they couldn't hold on for a long time. Thinking about it, it made sense. They were already so powerful. To hold on for a long time was too abnormal. If they were too abnormal, they would be punished by the heavens. Even the heavens wouldn't allow such a method to exist. Therefore, there was a limit to all kinds of powerful methods. But even if they could only hold on for a while, there were too many clones. The lethality caused was also unimaginable. Kill. Wan Shizong coldly shouted. After his voice fell. Then. The dense clones all charged towards the girl. Hundreds of clones. Attacking together. Just how vast was the momentum created by this, it was simply shocking. In the void, the killing intent seemed to have condensed into a substance. Hundreds of clones displayed their methods. All kinds of powerful divine abilities condensed and charged towards Wan Shizong. So many divine abilities gathered together. It was like the end of the world. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but reveal a terrified expression on their faces. At this time, everyone saw that when those divine abilities bombarded the young man, snowflakes began to fall around the young man. The snowflakes were beautiful and magnificent. After the snowflakes fell, the snowflakes actually bloomed. Then, those snowflakes, they began to devour the divine abilities that were bombarding him. A snowflake devoured a divine ability. What kind of method is this? Everyone had a dumbfounded expression. The methods of this young man were too strange and too powerful. It was truly inconceivable. Those snowflakes flew towards the crowd. Bang bang bang, then. The snowflakes exploded. Terrifying energy surged out in an instant, shrouding the clones within it. Those snowflakes didn't explode individually. They exploded together. It was like a series of explosions. The power of a chain explosion would be magnified many times. Now, the power of the snowflakes exploding was magnified many times. The clones were blasted into smithereens. Of course, not all of the clones were destroyed. There were still many clones that had not been destroyed. Those clones that were not destroyed were quickly struck by lightning. Because when the girl stepped forward, the clones began to shatter. Weak. You are still too weak. The girl's expression was indifferent as she looked at the Wan Shizong with disdain. How is this possible? The cultivators who were watching the show exclaimed, unable to believe their eyes. That youth. It could no longer be described as powerful. It would be more appropriate to use the word extreme pervert to describe it. Many people couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, all of this was real. Wan Shizong was originally confident that he could defeat the girl. But the result was hard for him to accept. That method just now was one of his trump cards. Yet, it was so easily broken by the other party. This kind of blow. It was huge. Whoosh. Wan Shizong waved his hand, and a treasure sword flew out. It was an ultimate true immortal sword. It was very powerful, and under Wan Shizong's control, it manifested streaks of sword chi. The sword chi combined and turned into a long sword chi dragon. The long sword chi dragon slashed towards the girl. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the girl. When the sword chi dragon flew over, there were clanging sounds of collision. The streaks of sword chi seemed to be slashing at a powerful defensive magic treasure. The sword chi all shattered. The treasured sword was also sent flying by the impact. Now it is my turn to attack, the girl said with a cold smile. Hearing the girl's words, Wan Shizong acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly retreated, trying to increase the distance between him and the girl. But at this time, the girl attacked. She made several hand seals, and then, a sacred lotus descended from the sky. When he saw the descending Saint Lotus, he was shocked. Wan Shizong was shocked. Because he felt an extremely terrifying aura from the sacred lotus. That aura. It made him feel like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The sacred lotus hid endless dangers. Wan Shizong saw that he couldn't dodge, so he took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. It was an umbrella. Wan Shizong opened the umbrella. Bam! At this time, the sacred lotus bloomed. When the sacred lotus bloomed, an extremely terrifying power surged out from the sacred lotus. That terrifying force directly slammed into Wan Shizong's body. The umbrella-shaped magic treasure protecting Wan Shizong was instantly destroyed. The magic treasure directly exploded. Wan Shizong was also affected. The moment the umbrella-shaped magic treasure was destroyed, he was also attacked by an extremely terrifying power. Wan Shizong couldn't bear the impact of that power. Because of that, he was sent flying. Wah! Wan Shizong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He tried his best to stabilize his body. But because of his heavy injuries, Wan Shizong couldn't stabilize his body. He fell to the ground. Wan Shizong lost. Not only did he lose, but he lost miserably. Just how strong is that young man? Many people exclaimed. The young man showed battle strength that exceeded their understanding. Of course, at this time, there were already some people who noticed that something was wrong. They noticed that the young man seemed to be a young girl. After discovering this, they were even more shocked. After all, in history, there was almost no such young and powerful girl. Of course, those people didn't say anything. The young girl planned to leave. However, she looked at Lin Feng. Then, the young girl walked towards Lin Feng. Seems like the target is us. Let's run, Du Zhu said. Why run? Who's afraid of who? At most, we'll just fight, Leng Zishi said. Actually, seeing the various methods the young girl showed, Leng Zishi was also a bit scared. The young girl was really too terrifying. She didn't know how she could be so strong. She could be weaker than her opponent, but she couldn't admit defeat. So, Leng Zishi didn't plan to leave. Soon, the young girl arrived at Lin Feng's place. The young girl looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Do you still remember me?" "Of course," Lin Feng replied. "You dare to look down on me? You're really reckless. Come out and fight with me. I can finish you in 3 moves," the young girl said coldly. End of chapter. Lin Feng didn't like the girl's arrogant personality. The reason why the girl had such a personality, it probably had a lot to do with the girl's almost undefeated body. If it was anyone else who said this to me, they would have been dead long ago. However, because I made a deal with your ancestor, I can give your ancestor face and not attack you today, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. When the surrounding people heard Lin Feng's words, they were all speechless. Everyone knew what kind of terrifying existence that young man was. However, the human cultivator who appeared in front of him actually had such contempt for that youth. This was truly inconceivable to everyone. Many people were muttering, where did this guy get the courage to say those words? He should have already seen the youth make his move. Since he saw the youth make his move, he shouldn't be so contemptuous of the youth, right? But he actually did that. Could it be that he really had the strength to do so? I'll destroy you. The girl was angered by Lin Feng's words. She raised her hand and wanted to slap Lin Feng. But at this moment, a voice sounded, "Xiaoyi, stop." In the distance, the old man arrived with a group of people. Ancestor. After seeing the old man, the girl stopped. Although she really wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Let Lin Feng know how powerful she was. However, she would not go against the ancestor's words. Senior. Seeing the old man arrive, Lin Feng cupped his fists. The old man smiled and said, "She is still young and is easily impulsive. If she has offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive her." Seeing the ancestor being so polite to that hateful guy and even apologizing on her behalf, the girl felt extremely unhappy. However, she didn't say anything. She just kept staring at Lin Feng. Her fighting spirit was very strong. Obviously, she wouldn't let it go. Lin Feng said, "Naturally, I won't lower myself to the same level as nephew Gu." After exchanging a few words with the old man, Lin Feng and the others left together. "I think the 7 great powers will definitely attack those people," Leng Zixi said. Lin Feng said, "That elder is not simple. If the people from the 7 great powers want to deal with him, they will suffer heavy casualties. If the higher-ups of the 7 great powers are smart, they will not make a move." The elder and the others walked out of the city. They were going to the barren sky ridge. It was just a short rest in the Forsaken Heaven City. In addition, the young lady had caused trouble in the Forsaken Heaven City. Therefore, the old man did not wish to continue staying in the Forsaken Heaven City. If he continued to stay, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. "Ancestor, that guy is extremely detestable. Why do you keep stopping me from attacking him?" the young girl said gloomily. The elder replied, "That person is very terrifying. You're not his match." When the rest of the people heard the old ancestor's words, they were all shocked. They knew how powerful Xiaoyi was. But the ancestor said that Xiaoyi was not a match for that young human cultivator. Wasn't this too inconceivable? However, the ancestor did not seem to be joking at all. When the young girl heard the elder's words, she became extremely unconvinced. She said, "Ancestor, we haven't made a move yet, so we can't determine who is weak and who is strong. You must have sensed wrongly." The elder naturally knew what the young girl was thinking. He said, "Even if you sensed wrongly, try not to provoke such a person. Even if you can defeat him, you will definitely have to pay a heavy price. You can only befriend such a person and not offend him. You are too good at offending people. You should understand that there is always someone stronger than you. When you are outside, you should try to avoid conflicts. Who knows if there is a powerful force behind him that we can't afford to offend." "Yes," the young girl replied. Although she seemed to have listened to the elder's words on the surface, she still did not agree with him. "Bastard, just you wait. When I have the chance, I will definitely beat you until you are looking for your teeth on the ground." The young girl thought viciously to herself. Back at his residence, he rested for the night. The next day, Lin Feng and the others went to check out of their rooms. Then they rushed to the barren sky ridge. On the way, they saw many cultivators flying in the direction of the barren sky ridge. This was normal. After all, the barren sky ridge was very famous. Many people would go to the barren sky ridge. They wanted to admire the barren sky ridge. The journey was safe and sound. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the barren sky ridge. The barren sky ridge was located in the central region of the barren sky ancient forest. The barren sky ridge was made up of 72 mountain ranges. The crisscrossing mountain ranges extended for hundreds of miles. Therefore, the barren sky ridge was extremely large. There was only one entrance to the barren sky ridge. This was because the other places had extremely powerful restrictions. Entering the barren sky ridge from other places was no different from suicide. There were indeed many people in the outer region of the barren sky ridge. Lin Feng and the others stood in the outer region of the barren sky ridge and looked inside. After arriving, Lin Feng's expression became extremely serious. Because his blood was flowing at a much faster speed. He hadn't even entered the barren sky ridge yet. His sudden inspiration ability had already been activated. It was obvious. How dangerous was the barren sky ridge? The barren sky ridge was definitely more dangerous than any of the places of death Lin Feng had been to before. Those people are here too. Du Zhu pointed in a direction. Lin Feng looked over and saw the old man, the young woman, and the others. If Huang Tiandi is really alive and reunited with them, it will mean a lot to these people, Leng Zixi said. Yes. Lin Feng said, it's hard to say whether the current Huang Tiandi is their ancestor or not. Lin Feng's words made sense. A powerful titled battle pet warrior was very attractive. Back then, Huang Tiandi had died. Naturally, it was normal for someone else to take his title. The descendants of Huang Tiandi couldn't be sure whether the Huang Tiandi was their ancestor or not. Therefore, they might enter to find Huang Tiandi. This was extremely risky. Of course, they could also try to contact Huang Tiandi through other methods. At this time, the people began to set up the altar. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that they didn't want to risk entering the barren sky ridge. They wanted to use the sacrificial method to try to contact Huang Tiandi. It was just that he didn't know if this method would work. Whoosh, 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 just as the descendants of Huang Tiandi were setting up the altar, a large number of strong cultivators flew over from the distance. They were all experts from the 7 major powers of the barren sky region. End of chapter. There were about 200 experts from the 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region. The leader was an old man. The old man was tall and sturdy, and he gave off the aura of a superior. He was extremely powerful. Apart from the old man, there were also some top experts. The 7 great powers of the Forsaken Heaven region had many experts. These people, they obviously came with ill intentions. They surrounded the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. What's going on? Why are the experts of the 7 great powers surrounding those people? Some cultivators asked, puzzled. It seemed that the cultivator who asked this question, he probably didn't know that those people were the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. At that moment, a cultivator who knew the truth said, those people are the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. Previously, the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang clashed with some cultivators from the 7 great powers and even crippled many of them. Even a top genius like the Thousand World sect was beaten half to death. The grudge between the two sides has been completely formed. The 7 great powers are naturally not people who will suffer in silence. That's why so many people have come this time to take revenge on the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. Are they really the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang? Some cultivators were shocked. It was rumored that Heavenly Emperor Huang's family had been destroyed, so everyone thought that Heavenly Emperor Huang had no descendants. The cultivators who had gone to the Forsaken Heaven City had heard some things about the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. However, only a portion of the cultivators who came to the Forsaken Heaven Ridge came from the Forsaken Heaven City. That was why many people didn't know about the descendants of Heavenly Emperor Huang. It should be, a cultivator said. Many people were shocked. It was widely rumored that Heavenly Emperor Huang was still alive and that his descendants had appeared. Could they have gotten some reliable information? Was Heavenly Emperor Huang really still alive? If this ancient expert was still alive, it was enough to shock the world. Everyone, why are you surrounding us? A middle-aged cultivator asked in a low voice. Although he was surrounded by a large number of cultivators, the middle-aged cultivator was still calm. You crippled so many people from the 7 great powers. Hand over the culprit. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. An expert from the 7 great powers said coldly. Hee, I just crippled a bunch of trash. If you want to take revenge for those trash, I don't mind crippling you as well. The young girl sneered. Her arrogance seemed to be emitted from her bones. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. The young girl's words naturally left them in disbelief. Such a young cultivator. How could he dare to say such words? The cultivators who had walked out of the Forsaken Heaven City were not surprised. A mere junior dares to act so arrogantly just because you have some strength? Do you really think that none of the 7 great powers can stop you? A cultivator in his 30s from the 7 great powers said with a sneer. Yang Ming. This was a powerful existence. He was an expert with a strong foundation. It was said that he had cultivated for 270,000 years. But he had stepped into the golden immortal realm. He's different from those old and weak cultivators. He's still very young, so his blood qi is still very strong. That's why he's so strong. A cultivator recognized the identity of the cultivator who spoke and said aloud. When Yang Ming's identity was revealed, many people felt very surprised because many people had heard of Yang Ming. But no one had seen Yang Ming before. Now that they saw Yang Ming, they were naturally shocked. Yang Ming. He was indeed an extremely terrifying existence. Yang Ming slapped his palm towards the young girl. A large energy handprint formed in the void. That energy handprint blasted towards the young girl. The young girl sneered. She slapped out across the void. Her attack also condensed into a large energy handprint. That energy handprint blasted towards Yang Ming's energy handprint. Bang! The two energy handprints collided in the void and then both were annihilated. All-directional nirvana. Suddenly, the young girl shouted softly. Both of her hands were constantly changing hand seals. This was the first time the young girl was so serious. When she was dealing with the Thousand World sect and the others, she seemed to be a little careless. After all, her current opponent was a golden immortal. And a golden immortal with a strong blood qi. So, no matter how arrogant the young girl was, she would still take her opponent seriously. All-directional destruction. Yang Ming sneered. He also used an extremely tyrannical divine ability. The power of nirvana and the power of destruction formed in the void. Both sides used their divine abilities. After a powerful attack was brewed, it collided again. This time, Yang Ming's divine ability was actually broken by the young girl's divine ability. Then, Yang Ming was blasted away. Yang Ming couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face also became pale. Yang Ming is injured. He is a golden immortal powerhouse. He was actually injured by a teenage young girl. This is too unbelievable, right? Many people started to discuss. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. But everything that happened in front of them was real. They had to believe it even if they didn't want to. Those cultivators who knew that the young girl was strong before couldn't help but feel extremely shocked when they saw the young girl defeated Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming was not someone the Thousand World sect and the others could compare to. The cultivators of the seven major forces couldn't help but have their faces suddenly sank. Many powerhouses revealed a dense killing intent in their eyes. Since both sides had become enemies, they couldn't let such a powerful person go. Or else, she would be a huge threat in the future. That little girl can actually defeat a golden immortal. That's too abnormal. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. He said, it's really strange. Logically speaking, at her age, she shouldn't be so strong. I don't know how she increased her strength. If she was enlightened by someone, then it's fine. If she increased her strength by herself, then it's too terrifying. She shouldn't have increased her strength by herself, right? Leng Zishi couldn't help but say. However, when she said this, she was very lacking in confidence. Because Leng Zishi had a strange feeling. She felt that young girl might have increased her strength by herself. Do it. The old man who led the seven major forces waved his hand. After receiving the order, the more than 200 powerhouses of the seven major forces all revealed killing intent. It seemed that the powerhouses of the seven major forces wanted to join forces to kill the descendant of Heavenly Emperor Huang. End of chapter. Just as the experts from the seven great powers were about to attack, the old man from the Huang Celestial Emperor's side suddenly snorted coldly. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying pressure spread out from his body. That pressure was simply too terrifying. It was as if an ancient titled god had awakened. Such a powerful aura was terrifying. The cultivators from the seven great powers who were about to attack paled when they sensed the pressure coming from the old man's body. Only now did they realize how terrifying the old man was. He was simply an undefeatable existence. The cultivators who were about to attack no longer dared to do so. They all looked at the old man in horror. What a powerful aura. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Even with his current cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness when he sensed the terrifying aura coming from the old man. The old man's battle prowess, he was absolutely tyrannical to an unfathomable extent. Duzu said, I wonder what era that old man is from. He looks like he has one foot in the grave, but he's still so powerful. He's really powerful. Leng Zishi said, he's from the ancient Chaos era. The ancient Chaos era? How can you tell that he's from the ancient Chaos era? Lin Feng looked at Leng Zishi with a puzzled expression. Leng Zishi said, his aura. He has an aura unique to the ancient Chaos era. This aura has fused with his body, his soul, and his magic power. Therefore, he should be from the ancient Chaos era. This was one of Leng Zishi's special abilities. She could tell which era a person was from. Lin Feng hadn't expected the old man to be an expert from the ancient Chaos era. It was true. It was too ancient. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He said, if he's from the ancient Chaos era, doesn't that mean he's seen the Huang Celestial Emperor? Yes. Leng Zishi nodded. We were wrong. The old man who was leading the 7 forces said with a pale face. In fact, this old man was very powerful. Even in the era of titled gods, he was considered an extremely powerful expert. However, it was nothing in front of the old man from the Huang Celestial Emperor's bloodline. His heart. He was trembling. If he had known earlier that the old man from Huang Tian Emperor's bloodline was so powerful, he would not have come to find trouble with these people. Right now, he had kicked an iron plate. It was no longer a matter of shame. What if the other party really wanted to kill them? Who knew how many people would die on their side? Scram. The old man from Huang Tian Emperor's lineage said coldly. In fact, he was usually a good-tempered person. But today was very important to them. He was in a hurry to worship his ancestors. However, he was delayed by the people of the 7 major forces. Naturally, he was furious. However, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Therefore, he didn't attack the cultivators of the 7 major powers. He was reprimanded in front of everyone. The top experts of the 7 forces felt extremely aggrieved and furious. However, who asked the other party to be so powerful? This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Not strong enough. Being humiliated by others. No matter how aggrieved he was, he had to hold it in. No one would pity him. Let's go. The old man who was the leader of the 7 major forces said in a deep voice. Then, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly flew into the distance. The rest of the people naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. Although they hated the old man from Huang Tian Emperor's bloodline to the core. However, they didn't dare to show it now. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of the 7 major forces fled without a trace. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbfounded. Then, those cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. In the Forsaken Heaven region, he actually dared to tell the cultivators of the 7 major forces to scram. How domineering. After the people of the 7 major forces left, the descendants of Huang Tian Emperor began to prepare to worship Huang Tian Emperor. The old man stood at the front. The young girl stood beside the old man. Her body was slightly behind the old man by half a body. The rest of the people were divided into 3 rows and stood behind the old man. From the way they stood, it could be seen how extraordinary the young girl's identity was. These people all held a bunch of incense in their hands. The old man whispered, "A few days ago, I heard that the ancestor had not fallen. After receiving this news, I was very happy. This time, I led my clansmen to seek an audience with the ancestor. I hope that the ancestor can meet us." After chanting, the old man knelt in front of the altar. 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. The rest of the people followed the old man and knelt and kowtowed. After the sacrifice, these people inserted the lit incense in their hands into the incense burner. Then, they hoped that some miracle would happen. However, nothing happened. Lin Feng said, "Looks like the sacrifice is useless. I don't think the old man will give up. He will definitely go in and search." Yes. Lung Zishi, Duzu, and the evil sovereign's sacred ancestor nodded. Ancestor, what should we do now? The young girl looked at the old man and asked. You guys wait outside. I'll go in. The old man said. Ancestor, we'll go in with you. The group of people hurriedly said. No need. It was too dangerous inside. It's useless to send so many people. I'll go in by myself. The old man said. The others also knew the old man's temper. Although they didn't insist. The young girl said, Ancestor. Let me go with you. You can't go in either. The old man said. The young girl said, I know you're worried about my safety, but I think that since the ancestor hasn't contacted us for so many years, he probably doesn't want to see us. Even if you go, the ancestor probably won't see you. However, if I go, the situation will be completely different. The old man frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. In the end, he nodded and said, All right. Then the two of us will go in together. Seeing that the old man had agreed, the young girl immediately nodded excitedly. They didn't stop and directly flew towards the wasteland ridge. Ancestor, you have to be careful. The others reminded him. We will. The old man and the young girl nodded. Very quickly. The two of them entered the wasteland ridge. Let's go in as well. Lung Zishi said. Lin Feng said, we won't go in now. Let's wait. Why? Lung Zishi asked, puzzled. My blood is flowing very quickly. I feel that something terrifying might be coming out from the depths of the wasteland ridge. Let's wait for that terrifying existence to leave before going in. Lin Feng said. End of chapter. The ability of sudden inspiration was not to be underestimated. This ability could often save a cultivator's life. It could allow a cultivator to avoid certain death. Lung Zishi and the others were well aware of this. When they heard Lin Feng's words, they couldn't help but tremble slightly. They didn't doubt Lin Feng's senses at all. That sense of danger hadn't disappeared. Lin Feng didn't know if the old man and the girl from Huang Tian Emperor's bloodline would encounter that existence. Entering the barren heaven ridge was already a huge risk. That place was a place that ate people without leaving a single bone behind. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. On the second day, that sense of danger had finally disappeared. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. That terrifying existence had already left, perhaps so. Otherwise, how could that sense of danger disappear? Lin Feng said, we can enter now, but everyone should be careful. This place is extremely dangerous. You can encounter terrifying things at any time. Everyone nodded. Even someone as fearless as Lung Zishi couldn't help but become serious at this moment. She wasn't stupid and naturally knew how dangerous it was inside. Entering a place like this, one had to be extra careful. Otherwise, one could die. Lin Feng's group of 4 flew towards the barren heaven ridge. Look, someone else went in. Some cultivators who were watching the barren heaven ridge pointed at Lin Feng's group. Then someone said, there are always some people in this world who aren't afraid of death. They might think that they're lucky and can bring out some amazing things from the barren heaven ridge, but after entering the barren heaven ridge, they'll realize how stupid this idea is. Entering the barren heaven ridge is like stepping into hell. Another cultivator said. The barren heaven ridge was indeed terrifying. To cultivators, it was a place they couldn't touch. As for Lin Feng's group, they naturally didn't hear the cultivators' discussion. They entered the barren heaven ridge. The barren heaven ridge was filled with a faint brown gas. So, the visibility was not particularly high. The scene beyond 100 meters was not particularly clear. The aura of this place was extremely eerie and terrifying. Our target is the 7th mountain. Lin Feng said. Now, Lin Feng planned to look for the stone scripture. As for whether or not he was going to look for Huang Tiandi, he would make plans after he found the stone scripture. After all, Heavenly Emperor Huang was in the deepest part of the barren heaven ridge. How difficult would it be to enter the deepest part to find him? Lin Feng also knew how dangerous and difficult this was. Therefore, for the time being, it was best to take things one step at a time. I've heard of the sage's stone scripture many times. Now, I'm finally going to see it. Lung Zishi said excitedly. In fact, many people had heard of the stone scriptures of the celestial masters. This was a heaven-defying treasure, a supreme treasure nurtured by the heavens and earth. Its value was unimaginable. Lin Feng led everyone deeper into the forest. Along the way, they saw many skeletons. There were cultivators' skeletons, as well as some ferocious beasts' skeletons. The cultivators' skeletons were probably cultivators who had died in the barren heaven ridge. The ferocious beasts' skeletons were uncertain. It was possible that the ferocious beasts outside had entered the barren heaven ridge. They had died in the barren heaven ridge, or they could have been killed by the ferocious beasts inside. However, Lin Feng felt that they were ferocious beasts outside. The ferocious beasts inside the barren heaven ridge were usually extremely powerful. Therefore, it would not be easy to kill them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black thing flew toward Duzu, then bit Duzu's neck gently. Duzu was in pain. He grabbed the thing. Devil ant! After seeing that thing, Duzu exclaimed. Then, Duzu's face began to darken. Duzu almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the evil dominator divine ancestor supported him. Duzu was known as the ancestor of all poisons. However, after being bitten by the devil ant, he was deeply poisoned. This was too inconceivable. If someone else was bitten by the devil ant, wouldn't they die without a burial place? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Duzu said, "Let's go." The devil ants live in groups. They are definitely one of the most poisonous creatures in the world. They are very aggressive. If we are surrounded by them, we will definitely die. Hearing this, Lin Feng and the others' faces changed. Let's go, let's go. Follow behind me. Don't get lost. Lin Feng said in a low voice. He quickly rushed forward. The void was densely covered with countless restrictions. These restrictions were invisible to the naked eye. Other than the restrictions, there were also many natural places of death. Once one fell into those places of death, only death would await them. Fortunately, Lin Feng was powerful. He led everyone through quickly. They avoided many restrictions and places of death. There are devil ants behind us. The demonic dominator divine ancestor said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng looked behind them and saw a large number of devil ants flying towards them. If they were caught by those devil ants, they would definitely die. Lin Feng quickly summoned his insect swarm. The insect swarm flew towards the devil ants. They engaged in a fierce battle with the devil ants. Lin Feng and the others took advantage of this opportunity to quickly leave. However, the insect swarm that Lin Feng summoned was completely annihilated. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his heart ache. In order to stop the devil ants, he had lost a third of his insect swarm. Damn it. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Encountering such a situation was indeed a bit vexing. At this time, Duzu's body wasn't doing well. He needed the demonic dominator divine ancestor to carry him forward. Duzu, how are you? Lin Feng looked worriedly at Duzu. Duzu grinned. I've been hunting geese all day, but today I got pecked in the eye by one. I didn't expect the devil ants to be so poisonous. But don't worry, young master. I won't die. I need a good rest. I'll be able to recover soon. Lin Feng nodded. He led the others to a cave and then sealed it with restrictions. Everyone needed to catch their breath. Duzu's body was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It was only after midnight that everything returned to normal. Lin Feng and the others could finally relax. 2 hours later. Duzu opened his eyes. Have you recovered? Lin Feng asked. I've recovered. Duzu nodded and then said with a smile, not only have I recovered, but I've also gained benefits. Perhaps I'll be able to break through soon. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel happy for Duzu. It seemed that the devil ant's poison had become the catalyst for Duzu's breakthrough. Duzu had broken through again. That was the true immortal realm. Once he broke through to the true immortal realm, he would shed his mortal body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. It was too late at night to go out. The later it was, the more dangerous it would be to go out. But at around 3 in the morning, Lin Feng and the others heard the sounds of fighting coming from the depths of the forest. There were roaring sounds. At the same time, they sensed powerful energy fluctuations. "There's a huge battle in the depths," the demonic sovereign said. Lin Feng nodded. There was indeed a huge battle in the depths. Leng Zixi said, "Could it be that the old man and girl from the Huangtian Emperor's bloodline were attacked by some terrifying creatures in the Forbidden Zone?" "That's possible," Lin Feng said. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng added, "But it's also possible that some of the creatures in the barren Heaven Ridge are fighting each other. They're not united, and it's the law of the jungle." The night was not peaceful. The battle. It didn't end until dawn. The barren Heaven Ridge regained its peace, as if nothing had happened. However, everyone knew. What kind of terrifying thing had happened in the barren Heaven Ridge? "We need to hurry. Hopefully, we can reach that place as soon as possible," Lin Feng said. The others nodded. Under Lin Feng's lead, the group continued deeper into the barren Heaven Ridge. During the day, some terrifying creatures would appear in the barren Heaven Ridge. However, during the day, there were far fewer creatures than during the night. Lin Feng and the others were attacked by a crow in the 4th mountain range. Crows represented bad luck. Especially the crow's cry. It sounded eerie and terrifying. The crow was very powerful. Lin Feng and the others joined forces to fight it. However, they were still no match for the crow. "I will eat your souls," the crow spoke. Lin Feng and the others didn't find it strange that the crow could speak. After all, it was a crow from the Forbidden Zone. It was not an ordinary crow. In the outside world, crows were considered low-level creatures. However, in the Forbidden Zone, everything was different. The crow wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others. The situation was dangerous. At that moment, Leng Zixi took out a treasure. It was a supreme treasure similar to the deity whipping whip. However, it was clear that it was not a god-striking whip. Instead, it was called a demon-striking whip. Its power was extremely tyrannical. As long as he pulled it out, he would definitely be able to hit that crow. This was a forbidden artifact. There was only one last chance left. Originally, Leng Zixi didn't want to use this treasure. However, if they didn't use this treasure now, they might be killed by this annoying crow. Therefore, only then did Leng Zixi take out this powerful supreme treasure. "That's not fair. If you put down this treasure and fight, I'll kill you like a bunch of ants," Crow said angrily. "Are you stupid? Why should I put down this treasure?" Leng Zixi said speechlessly. "I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." Leng Zixi continued to attack Crow with the demon lashing whip. Whip after whip struck Crow's body. Many feathers on Crow's body fell off. Lin Feng felt some cursed power from those feathers, which made Lin Feng very surprised. He looked at Crow and said, "You're a cursed creature?" "No, you're actually not a crow. You're a cultivator, but you've already lost your physical body. Your soul is sealed in Crow's body. Am I right? Don't talk about this, don't talk about this, don't talk about this." Crow immediately screamed. For it. This was something it never wanted to remember. It really wanted to forget that it was a cultivator. However, it couldn't forget all of this. Everything in the past. It was torturing it. This caused Crow to feel incomparable pain. It quickly flew into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing Crow fly away, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although the demon lashing whip in Leng Zixi's hand was powerful, it was still a forbidden weapon after all. Lin Feng discovered that although Crow was being beaten until it cried out loudly, but in reality, it didn't suffer any fatal injuries, and the power of the demon lashing whip was constantly weakening. When the demon lashing whip couldn't be used, it would be dangerous. However, Lin Feng discovered Crow's secret. So he used words to provoke Crow. This kind of cursed creature was often very sensitive. Especially, the existence that was sealed in Crow's body was an expert that could call the wind and summon the rain outside. However, it had lost its physical body and was sealed in the body of a crow. This was a huge blow to it. This kind of thing was definitely something it didn't want to remember the most. And the actual situation was just as Lin Feng had guessed. When Lin Feng said this matter, that guy really couldn't take it. He quickly left. It's getting late, let's find a place to hide, Lin Feng said. He didn't want to travel at night. Especially in a place like the Life Forbidden Zone, if they traveled at night, it would be too dangerous. Who knew what kind of things they would encounter at night, of course. Hiding wasn't necessarily safe, because some existences had incomparably strong perception. Even if they hid, they might be discovered by those existences. When the time came, they would still be attacked, but there was one thing that was very important. The probability of being discovered while hiding was much lower than being discovered outside the Life Forbidden Zone. Lin Feng and the others once again found a hidden place to rest. It was a dry cave. The area wasn't small. Lin Feng used a restriction to seal the entrance. Then they began to rest and recover. The sky was getting dark. Gradually, it became dark. The aura in the Life Forbidden Zone became colder and colder. From time to time, they could hear the roars of beasts coming from the forest. Around dawn, a cold and gloomy aura seeped into the cave from the outside. When they felt this cold aura, Lin Feng and the others were alarmed. Their expressions became extremely unsightly. They hurriedly got up and went to the entrance of the cave. They looked outside. They saw a mass of darkness coming in from outside. That mass of darkness. It was a light that swallowed everything. In the darkness, who knew what kind of terrifying existence was hibernating? The existence in the darkness seemed to have discovered Lin Feng and the others. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. If they were discovered by these terrifying existences at night, it would be extremely dangerous. Because if a battle broke out, it was very likely that the other Life Forbidden Zones would be attracted. When that time came, they would be surrounded by many Life Forbidden Zones, and it would be difficult for them to escape. End of chapter. What should we do now? Leng Zixi asked. Even with her fearless personality, she couldn't help but be extremely worried. No one could remain calm. The situation in front of them was extremely dangerous. If they were careless, he would die and his Tao would vanish. Why don't we break out of the encirclement? Think of a way to get rid of this guy. We can't let it hold us back. Otherwise, when the other creatures of the restricted area are attracted over, it will be even more troublesome. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng said, let's wait and see. Let's see if there's a chance for things to turn around. Everyone nodded. They were all very nervous. The darkness was approaching. Not long after, the darkness arrived outside. But at this moment, the darkness actually left quickly. It actually left. That's really strange. Du Zhu couldn't help but mutter. This was indeed strange. That guy actually left without a sound. Previously, Lin Feng and the others thought that this battle was inevitable. Why did this happen? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Even though, he really wanted to see some turning point. However, when the turning point really came, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. What exactly happened? Could it be that there's some terrifying existence in this place? Leng Zixi said. Although the cave isn't small, we've already observed it. How could there be any terrifying existence? Lin Feng said. Then what's going on? Leng Zixi said doubtfully. Let's look around again. Lin Feng said. The few of them separated. They started a carpet search. They still didn't find anything special. Other than a pile of useless rocks. There was nothing else. That's not right. There's something wrong with that pile of useless rocks. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to have discovered something. He looked at the pile of rocks again. Because he did notice that something was wrong. It was a pile of discarded stones. It gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. This feeling is like. The pile of discarded stones did not look like a pile of stones. Instead, it was like a corpse lying on the ground. Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a strange feeling. However, Lin Feng planned to carefully examine the pile of stones. He came to the side of the pile of rocks and tried to pry them apart. What did you find? Leng Zixi, Du Zhu, the evil dominator, and the divine ancestors also came over after noticing the situation. Lung Zixi looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said, I feel that there's something special about this pile of stones. I want to see if there's anything special about them. In the end, Lin Feng completely pried open the stone. Then, there was a look of surprise on his face. Because, under the waste rocks, Lin Feng actually found a head. This was the head of a stone man. Of course, it could also be a sculpture. But Lin Feng felt that it shouldn't be a sculpture. If it was just a sculpture's head, how could it scare away the darkness? Could it be that a stone man fell here? Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded his head, there was really such a possibility. An extremely tyrannical stone man had finally fallen in this place. What puzzled Lin Feng the most was that after the stone man's body shattered, there didn't seem to be any powerful aura emitted. Why did that mass of darkness still leave? This was something that he couldn't understand, because Lin Feng didn't feel any aura of life from the broken stone man, logically speaking. Such a stone man should no longer be a threat. But that wasn't the case. Lin Feng tried to take the stone man's head out of the waste rocks. The head was almost split in half. Lin Feng's palm was cut by the edges. Fresh blood flowed out. What sharp edges! It's definitely a stone man's body. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so sharp. Lin Feng said. The others nodded. After Lin Feng took out the stone man's head. After carefully observing it, he found that there was nothing special about the stone man's head. It had long lost all vitality, and was no different from an ordinary stone. I think it's better to bury him so that he can rest in peace. Lung Zixi said. Lin Feng nodded his head and put the stone man's head back, then piled up the stones again. Then, he stood up and bowed 3 times. Then, he said, Senior, this junior didn't mean to offend you, I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can rest in peace here. Lung Zixi, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator also bowed 3 times towards the pile of stones. After doing this, Lin Feng and the others went to rest. In the following time, no more terrifying existences discovered Lin Feng and the others. Of course. It was also possible that some terrifying existences discovered Lin Feng and the others, but those terrifying existences didn't dare to come here. In the end, they all left. The next day, after Lin Feng and the others left the cave, they continued to walk deeper into the mountain. In the afternoon, they successfully arrived at the 7th mountain. They walked towards the depths of the 7th mountain. The 7th mountain was naturally very dangerous. There was a large area in the depths. It wasn't easy to find a cave. Lin Feng and the others began to search for that cave. They found more than 10 caves and searched them one by one, but they didn't find anything. We've searched all the caves, but why isn't the cave where the stone scripture is? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He tried to circulate the stone emperor scripture passed down by the celestial masters. This was a cultivation technique that the cultivators of the celestial masters mainly cultivated. It was a mysterious cultivation technique that was passed down from the stone scripture. Lin Feng hoped to use the stone emperor scripture. It could be used to communicate with the celestial master's sacred item, the stone scripture. After circulating the stone emperor scripture, Lin Feng indeed felt a special aura. That special aura seemed to be calling out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the left side of the cave. After a short time, he stopped because there was a gigantic cliff. There was no path ahead. Is this our final destination? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. A loud rumbling sound was heard. About 100 meters above a rock wall, a large number of rock walls suddenly collapsed. Then, rubble fell down. Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated to avoid being hit by the rubble. When they looked up, they saw that there was no one there. A huge cave had appeared where the rock wall had collapsed. Could it be that the stone scripture is in that cave? Lung Zixi immediately became excited. Lin Feng nodded and said, it might really be in that cave. Let's go up and take a look. When Lin Feng finished talking, he started flying towards the cave. He entered the cave. The rest of the people followed closely behind and entered the cave one after another. End of chapter. The cave was deep and serene. It exuded a gloomy aura. After sensing the qi inside the cave, Lin Feng didn't find it strange at all. Was there a Pure Land in this place? At the very least, Lin Feng had yet to discover where the Pure Land was. Although this was a cave that had just appeared, Lin Feng and the others were still very careful. Who knew whether or not a terrifying thing would suddenly jump out from inside? After walking for about 15 minutes, Lin Feng and the others saw the belly of a mountain. It seemed that they were about to reach their destination. Finally, they entered the belly of the mountain. After entering the belly of the mountain, they saw an altar in the middle of the mountain. A table was placed on top of the altar. A stone scripture was placed on the table. When Lin Feng saw the stone scripture, his eyes lit up. The stone scripture was really here. They had finally found the stone scripture. This was really good news. However, Lin Feng did not act rashly because the stone scripture was placed on the altar. Why was the stone scripture placed on the altar? What was the origin of the altar? What was the purpose of the altar? Who built this altar? These were all things that Lin Feng did not understand. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to observe for now. He wanted to see what was going on. There seems to be something wrong with this altar. Leng Zixi said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Leng Zixi and asked, "What's wrong?" Leng Zixi said, "I've seen an altar before. That altar was very similar to this one. The altar that Leng Zixi saw should be the one that appeared in the wasteland." However, Lin Feng did not know what the altar was used for. But, it must be extraordinary, right? What's so special about the altar you're talking about? Lin Feng asked curiously. That altar killed a ruler before, Leng Zixi said. Hiss. Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This altar had once crushed a hegemon to death. The sovereign that Leng Zixi mentioned was the sovereign of the wasteland. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the ruler of the wasteland was. The only thing he was clear about was, ordinary Saint Realm experts. None of them were qualified to become the ruler of the wasteland. This was the terror of the ruler of the wastelands. If someone had told Lin Feng that the ruler of the wasteland had surpassed the Saint Realm, he would have been shocked. Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange. Everything was possible. What ruler? Where had the sovereign been killed? Even though they're all sovereigns, there's still a hierarchy between them. At that moment, the poison ancestor spoke. Duzu didn't know much about Leng Zixi. He didn't even know Leng Zixi's background. He only knew that there was some ambiguity between Lin Feng and Leng Zixi. Other than that, he did not know anything else. Leng Zixi replied, "The ruler of the wastelands." Duzu and the heretical sovereign's sacred ancestor's lips twitched violently after hearing this. Wasteland. What a resounding name. The reputation of the wastelands even surpassed that of the three supreme realms. It was a truly chaotic place, and one that was on the level of a higher realm. Think about it. The top experts of the celestial realm, the primal chaos, the Xinhuang realm, the netherworld, and the other realms would all head to the wastelands. Apart from that, even the races that had transcended epochs would compete in the wastelands. Duzu and the heretical sovereign's sacred ancestor had never expected this. Leng Zixi, this crazy girl who was always boisterous and violent, was actually a cultivator from the wastelands. This truly shocked Duzu and the heretical sovereign's sacred ancestor. Lin Feng asked curiously, "How did that altar kill that existence?" Leng Zixi replied, "I'm not too sure about the specifics. After all, it's been too long. But there's one thing I remember clearly, and that's that there are too many similarities between the two altars. Thus, when we face such an altar, we have to be extra careful." Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. Leng Zixi's warning was very important. However, if he wanted to obtain the Stone Sutra, he had to take a risk. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Lin Feng circled the altar and observed it. He couldn't find anything special. Lin Feng continued to cultivate the Stone Emperor Sutra. At that moment, the Stone Emperor Sutra on the altar seemed to sense something. It actually emitted a slight fluctuation. When he saw this, Lin Feng immediately revealed a look of joy. Lin Feng tried to take the Stone Emperor Sutra out through the air. However, the Stone Emperor Sutra seemed to be frozen. No matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he couldn't take it out through the air. It seemed that, There was only one way to take the Stone Emperor Sutra, and that was to ascend the altar. The Stone Emperor Sutra can sense me. Whether or not there's any danger, I need to ascend the altar and take the Stone Emperor Sutra. Wait for me outside. Don't rashly enter the altar to avoid any accidents. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod. Everyone knew that Lin Feng's methods were powerful. Therefore, they didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked towards the altar. Soon, Lin Feng ascended the altar. Originally, Lin Feng and the others were very nervous. However, Lin Feng ascended the altar. The altar didn't change at all. This scene made everyone feel a little relieved. Lin Feng also felt a little relieved. Lin Feng walked towards the Stone Emperor Sutra. As he got closer to the Stone Emperor Sutra, Lin Feng discovered that the fluctuations of the Stone Emperor Sutra were becoming more and more intense. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Actually, Lin Feng was worried that the Stone Emperor Sutra wouldn't recognize him as its master. This kind of thing often happened in the world of cultivators. Now, it seemed that the Stone Emperor Sutra wouldn't resist his refinement. Lin Feng reached out and picked up the Stone Emperor Sutra. The moment Lin Feng picked up the Stone Emperor Sutra, the entire altar began to shake violently. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Picking up the Stone Emperor Sutra, there was a terrifying change. Lin Feng quickly put the Stone Emperor Sutra back to its original place, hoping that everything would return to normal. However, even though Lin Feng put the Stone Emperor Sutra back to its original place, the altar was still shaking violently. Crack! Crack! The sound of cracking could be heard. There were many cracks around the altar. After seeing those cracks, Lin Feng didn't even think and quickly rushed out. Go! Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Everyone didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly rushed outside. But at this moment, something terrible happened. An extremely powerful demonic aura escaped from the broken altar. The demonic aura covered the sky and covered the sun. It directly blocked the way out. Lin Feng and the others were trapped in the belly of the mountain. End of chapter. Damn, this is really troublesome. Are we like turtles in a jar now? Duzu cried out gloomily. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This guy really didn't know how to use adjectives. Was there a need to use the word turtle to describe himself? Even if there was, it should be used to describe others. Lin Feng looked at the broken altar. The altar was still cracking. Following that, the altar began to crack. A terrifying aura began to emanate from the altar. The aura was simply too terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Crack! Suddenly, a hand reached out from under the broken altar. It was a hand that had already rotted away. Beneath the altar, it seemed that a terrifying being had been suppressed here. Lin Feng recalled the matter that Ling Zishi had mentioned earlier. There was a similar altar in the wasteland that had suppressed a wasteland overlord to death. It seemed that this altar had a similar function. Someone had wanted to use this altar to suppress this being. And the stone scripture was very likely the key. Or perhaps, the stone scripture was the core of the altar. The moment Lin Feng picked up the stone scripture, the core of the altar had been destroyed. Thus, the being below was about to come out. At this point, it was useless for Lin Feng to put the stone scripture back. Thank you for letting me out. Thank you for letting me out. I will thank you properly. I will thank you properly. A hoarse voice came from beneath the altar. When he heard the hoarse voice, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. That hoarse voice. It didn't sound like it belonged to a kind person. As for the words thank you properly, Lin Feng did not believe it at all. As long as you let me out. Yours truly was already thanking the heavens and earth. Lin Feng said, being helpful has always been one of my outstanding qualities. Apart from that, I am also someone who does not ask for anything in return. So, please let me go now. Let you go? Impossible. Impossible. I still haven't repaid you. How can I let you go? The existence below the altar said. Crack, crack. The altar was crumbling more and more violently. An ugly head poked out from under the altar. It was a head that had already decayed, so it was impossible to tell what this guy's original appearance was. His aura was incomparably evil. He crawled out from under the broken altar. This being was about 2 meters tall. His entire body had already decayed to the extreme. But Lin Feng found out. Even though its body had decayed to such an extent, it wasn't dead, so it wasn't an evil ghost. Instead, it was a living being that was truly alive. But what kind of race did this creature belong to? Lin Feng's heart was filled with questions. Seeing this creature being chained by 4 thick chains, Yi Zichen was shocked. Lin Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Hee, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The situation isn't that bad. Du Zhu chuckled. The terrifying spirit looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Are you a disciple of the Celestial Teacher's branch?" Although the creature was bound, Lin Feng was worried that it might have some other terrifying means. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome. The altar that had sealed this being had the sage's branch's holy artifact, the stone scripture. Lin Feng guessed that it might have been an ancestor of the sage's branch that had sealed this being. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't choose to admit that he was a successor of the sage's branch at a time like this. Otherwise, wouldn't he be hated to death by this terrifying being? And so, Lin Feng said, "I'm not." "You're not? Then why did you come here to take the stone scripture?" the terrifying being asked. Lin Feng said, "We accidentally entered this place and saw the stone scripture. We didn't know what the stone scripture was, so we casually took it. We didn't expect that it would actually release you. Congratulations." In truth, Lin Feng was cursing inwardly. "You bastard, how many years have you been sealed? Why haven't you been sealed to death yet? I really hope that you've been sealed to death here. Is the heavens blind? If the heavens had eyes, they would have sealed you to death long ago. Then, there wouldn't be so many problems, and we wouldn't have to be so worried." Those words, Lin Feng could only curse inwardly. It was better not to provoke this terrifying being. Hee, that's why I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead. The terrifying being said. Lin Feng asked, "Who sealed you?" The terrifying being said, "I was sealed by someone from the sage's branch. However, that person didn't have it easy either. He suffered a backlash while trying to seal me. I think that he should have died here." Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. As expected, it was the ancestor of the sage's branch who had sealed this guy. Unfortunately, that ancestor had met with a calamity. Lin Feng had the urge to cut this guy into pieces. Lin Feng asked, "Why did that expert from the sage's branch seal you?" Ha, it's because I came from a world that can't be mentioned," the terrifying being said. What? The expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed drastically. This guy had actually come from the world of the mastermind. You, Lin Feng and the others pointed at this guy, speechless. That was the era when Xiantian life forms ruled the universe. There were too many powerful Xiantian life forms, and many Xiantian life forms wanted to transcend their limits. If they were allowed to transcend their limits, it would be extremely troublesome. Therefore, His Excellency sent us, the 36 Devil Generals, to the Starry Sky world, and then secretly instigated the relationship between the strong cultivators. We assassinated some of them, and then framed the murderers on others. This kind of conflict became more and more serious, and the misunderstanding between the strong cultivators grew deeper and deeper. Finally, the strong cultivators of different camps couldn't suppress their hatred anymore. Therefore, the camps started fighting, and countless strong cultivators died. What a nostalgic era. Looking at those dead Xiantian cultivators was really exciting. Later, most of those Xiantian cultivators died in battle, and the era of Xiantian cultivators came to an end. Those Xiantian cultivators couldn't pose a threat to our world anymore, said Lin Feng, smiling. The terrifying being said sinisterly. The more Lin Feng heard, the uglier his expression became. Obviously, these people were the ones who had instigated the Xiantian experts' war. After the war, the cultivation system had collapsed. That was until his ancestor, the Master of Gods, had risen to power and created a new cultivation system. Only then had the world of cultivators returned to the right track. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of this book. Damn it, I really can't take it anymore. I want to cut you to death right now. Duzu cursed loudly. Lin Feng also wanted to curse. This guy. Really a bastard. The people from the mastermind's world should really be cut into 1,000 pieces. Couldn't everyone live in peace? Why must they enslave others? Human nature was often the most terrifying thing. Human nature could make people make all kinds of choices. For example, to enslave others, to kill others, and then to control others' lives and fates. Many people liked this feeling. They liked the feeling of being in control of everything. For example, the people from the mastermind's world. Ha 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 ha, there are many people who want to kill me, but those people were all killed by me in the end. The terrifying existence laughed out loud. It was indeed as he said. In order to destroy these people from the mastermind's world. In this era, how many experts had been sacrificed? However, there were still many experts who came forward one after another. Even if they knew that there was a slim chance of survival, they had no regrets. Because they needed to protect their loved ones, their families, their relatives, their friends, Lin Feng said, but looking at you, living seems to be more painful than dying. Hee. This terrifying existence sneered and said, as long as you are alive, there is hope. This guy was right. There was only hope if you were alive. If you were dead, everything would be for nothing. Now, I should repay you for saving my life. In order to repay you for saving my life, I have decided to eat you. This terrifying existence said sinisterly. After hearing this guy's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It was just as he had guessed. This guy. He definitely didn't have good intentions. You are trapped here. Do you still want to kill us? Duzu curled his lips and said. Naturally, I have a way to kill you. The terrifying existence said with a cold smile. Lin Feng frowned slightly. In fact, he had always been worried that this guy still had some terrifying methods. Now, it seemed that this guy really did have some powerful methods. Kacha. 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 At this moment, the terrifying being broke the 4 chains that were binding his body. After seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Feng and the other's mouths couldn't help but twitch violently. No wonder this guy was so confident. So it was because this guy was actually able to break free from the chains binding his body. This was not good news for Lin Feng and the others. Now, do you feel fear? The terrifying existence said with a cold smile. He walked step by step towards Lin Feng and the others. Fighting is one thing, but can you stay away from us? You're so smelly. You're going to kill me. Lung Zishi shouted. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What kind of situation was this? And he was still complaining that the other party was smelly. This terrifying existence couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, his face became extremely gloomy. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. He said coldly, I used to be a clean freak, but now, I've become like this. Do you think I want to become like this? A great and noble being like me should live a life of elegance and nobility, not become like this. Lin Feng could see that the cultivator in front of him was extremely angry at his current state. Actually, this was normal. It was just as this guy had said. He was a being from the mastermind's world, and he was also one of the 36 demon generals under the mastermind's command. An existence like this felt that he was high and mighty, and that the other races were inferior. Therefore, he had very high standards for himself. In terms of quality of life, he had extremely high standards. However, that was in the past. His current state was really miserable. If you can't live the way you want to, why don't you just kill yourself? Duzu said. Kill myself? Of course not. I'll slowly recover. The terrifying existence said in a sinister voice. Of course, Duzu was only teasing him. No one expected this guy to actually kill himself. At this moment, this horrifying existence punched out across the void. Bang, this punch, it ruthlessly slammed into Duzu's body. Crack, crack, Duzu's chest caved in, and his body was sent flying. Wah. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. You're still so damn strong? Duzu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Bang, this terrifying existence once again threw out a punch across the void. This time, the punch landed on Duzu's face. Duzu's face. It was completely deformed. His body moved horizontally. Clang. A loud sound rang out. Duzu's body slammed into the stone wall. Duzu's body fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but howl in pain. How pitifully weak. The terrifying existence said in a sinister voice. Attack together. Lin Feng said in a low voice. There was no other way. They could only face this guy head-on. Lin Feng temporarily put away the stone scripture. He took out the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor protected Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng took out the epic war spear. He took the lead and attacked the terrifying existence. Duzu, Leng Zishi, and the evil dominator all took out their supreme treasures and attacked the terrifying existence together with Lin Feng. Bang, 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 the terrifying existence punched out from the void at Lin Feng and the others. Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the others were bombarded by an invisible and intangible strength. They were all sent flying. Lin Feng was shocked. This guy was really too terrifying. The four of them were no match for this terrifying existence. You're just an ant. What do you have to fight me? The terrifying existence said in a sinister voice. He was indeed qualified to say such words. In the past, he was one of the 36 demon generals under the world dominator. His combat power was indeed terrifying, and he had a near-immortal body. Otherwise, after being suppressed for so many years, he should have died long ago. The reason he was still alive was because his body was too monstrous. Now, let's end this. The terrifying existence waved his hand, and Lin Feng and the others were immediately imprisoned. Their bodies flew into the air. Lin Feng and the others struggled, but they couldn't break free. Damn it. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to use the 8-9 arcane art to increase his combat power by 33 times to fight this terrifying existence to the death. However, at that moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. End of chapter. After hearing the footsteps, everyone looked towards the entrance. At this moment, everyone saw. A stone man passed through the black fog that sealed the mountain. Then, he entered the mountain. When he saw the stone man, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why. In his mind, the broken stone man that he saw before appeared. This feeling was very strange. Even Lin Feng himself didn't know why such a thought would appear. Who are you? The terrifying existence looked at the stone man. Probably. He also felt that the stone man was not to be trifled with. The stone man ignored the terrifying existence and looked at Lin Feng instead. After seeing the stone man's gaze, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Just now. That thought in his mind was real, the stone man in front of him. Was it really the broken stone man? After thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The broken stone man's body was clearly broken. How could it be reconstructed? At that time, he had investigated. Indeed, he couldn't detect any life aura from the broken stone man. Strange. It was really strange. Of course, this was still Lin Feng's guess for the time being. Was the stone man the broken stone man? Lin Feng didn't know yet. At this moment, the stone man stretched out his right hand and gently pointed at Lin Feng and the others. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the power that imprisoned his body disappeared. Obviously, the stone man helped Lin Feng and the others to dissolve the power that the terrifying creature used to imprison Lin Feng and the others. What do you mean? The terrifying creature's eyes suddenly became gloomy. You can't touch these people, the stone man said. Why? The terrifying existence asked. I have to repay the favor of saving my life, the stone man said. He is. Leng Zishi couldn't help but exclaim. She probably thought of the stone man's origin. The stone man was resurrected. It was really unbelievable. Lin Feng thought of how the stone man's head cut his palm and his blood stained the stone man's head. Could it be that was the reason? Stone man. Was he resurrected in the end? Other than this reason, Lin Feng really couldn't think of any other reason, and Lin Feng felt that it was most likely because of this reason. Saving your life? What a joke. I'll give you a chance to leave as soon as possible. I won't bicker with you. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The terrifying existence said. This guy. He is threatening the stone golem. Of course, he was indeed powerful. The stone man should also be very strong. Or else. This terrifying existence had already made his move, instead of speaking so much to the golem. I'm not leaving. Let's battle. The stone man said. He took the initiative to attack, directly charging towards that terrifying existence. The stone man threw a punch at the terrifying existence. Humph. That terrifying existence sneered. Without any fear, he threw a punch at the stone man. Bang! Along with the violent collision sound, the two sides collided fiercely. That tyrannical power caused the void to shatter. The earth was shaking violently. Their attacks seemed to be very simple. In fact, they all contained the power of the Tao Law. Therefore, their attacks. They were all incomparably terrifying. Bang, 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 the two existences fought together, one punch after another, shaking the earth and mountains. Lin Feng originally wanted to find an opportunity to help. However, he discovered that when he wanted to get close, an invisible force quickly surged over. That invisible force forced Lin Feng back. Lin Feng knew. That invisible force. It was actually the aura formed when these two experts fought. Unless one reached their level, one could break through the aura and enter the battlefield. Otherwise, one couldn't enter the battlefield at all. Stone man. One of the innate life forms. Your race. It's really not simple. The terrifying existence said. What about your race? You're not much nobler than the people of our world. Why should our fate be controlled by your hands? The stone man said coldly. It seemed that the stone man recognized the origin of this terrifying existence. And from this terrifying existence's words, it seemed that they could deduce the origin of the stone man. Stone man. He was an innate life form. Ancient and powerful. No wonder he could be resurrected. This kind of innate life form, and one of the stone race's innate life forms, definitely had terrifying means. Such an existence. Being able to be resurrected. It wasn't too surprising. Of course my race is the noblest race. Only some foolish people think that they can compare to my race. No other race can compare to my race. They're far inferior. To be enslaved by my race. It's the luck of your race. The terrifying existence said. His tone was still as arrogant as ever. Is that so? Then I'll destroy your body and soul. Let's see if you're still as arrogant as you are now. The stone man sneered. His attacks became more and more tyrannical. Bang, 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 he collided with the terrifying existence dozens of times in a row. The terrifying existence was gradually at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but be excited. An expert of the stone race. How powerful. Senior, you can do it. We're your strongest supporters. Lung Zishi shouted. *CK that bastard to death. Du Zhu shouted. Lin Feng and the demonic sovereign didn't shout. But they were still excited. The stone man's attacks were still increasing, and the terrifying existence was being suppressed more and more. He was furious. He roared. If I hadn't just escaped, how could you have suppressed me? Saying all this is useless. You can't change anything. The stone man's expression was indifferent. That terrifying existence said, do you think that victory is already in your grasp? If that's the case, then you're gravely mistaken. As soon as he finished speaking, light flashed in his hand. A supreme treasure appeared. It was a treasured sword forged from a meteorite, and it emitted a cold light. He wielded the sword and swept it towards the stone man. Slash. The stone golem's body was actually torn open by the sword, leaving behind a huge wound. The stone man's blood. Immediately, it flowed out. How is this possible? Lin Feng and the others shouted in disbelief. What was the most powerful thing about the stone race? It was their physical body. The stone race's physical body was unparalleled, especially the stone men. Their bodies were even more terrifying, and they were invulnerable. However, the terrifying existence easily tore the stone man's body apart with the help of a magic treasure. This was too inconceivable, wasn't it? His attack didn't seem to have landed on the stone man's body. Instead, it seemed to have landed on a piece of tofu. This was too illogical. However, all of this was real. End of chapter. The opponent's weapon was so powerful that the golem had no choice but to retreat. This treasure of mine is called the stone beheading sword. Do you know what it's used for? The purpose of this treasure is to deal with you stone tribe creatures. This treasure. It can destroy all the life force of you stone tribe creatures and cause extremely serious damage to you stone tribe creatures. The terrifying existence said in a sinister voice. Indeed, it was as this guy had said. The stone beheading sword had indeed caused extremely serious damage to the golem. Such a tyrannical treasure was really too terrifying. It was simply hair-raising. Although the golem was powerful, everything in the world had a counter. With the stone beheading sword in hand, the terrifying existence would have a huge advantage. It was very likely that the golem would be killed by him. Die. The terrifying existence sneered, wanting to kill the golem in one go. He quickly rushed towards the golem. But at that moment, Lin Feng summoned the 5 stone swords. He shouted, "Senior, you can use my treasured swords to deal with that guy." Seeing Lin Feng summon the 5 stone swords, the golem's eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his right hand and gently grabbed at the air. Then, Lin Feng's 5 stone swords instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, the 5 stone swords had already combined to form a huge sword, which was then grabbed by the golem. Actually, Lin Feng had many powerful treasures, but Lin Feng didn't lend them to the golem. It was mainly because Lin Feng felt that the golem would be able to erupt with the strongest fighting strength by using a stone sword. Lin Feng didn't know if this idea was correct or not. But looking at the golem's expression, Lin Feng felt that his guess was very likely correct. The golem wielded the stone sword and swept it towards the terrifying existence. Clang! After the 2 weapons collided, there was an earth-shaking sound of violent collision. Hearing this sound, everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked. This sound was so loud that it seemed as though it was going to shatter the entire void. Damn it. The terrifying existence couldn't help but curse. His expression became extremely gloomy. He originally wanted to use the stone beheading sword to kill the golem. But who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually lend such a powerful treasure to the golem? The terrifying existence was very knowledgeable. He recognized Lin Feng's stone sword at a glance. It was rumored that the 36 stone swords could cause extremely powerful damage to creatures that had crossed eras. And he. Not only was he an expert from the mastermind's world, but he was also a creature that had crossed eras. Therefore, the terrifying existence would also be suppressed by the stone swords. That terrifying cultivator hated Lin Feng to the core. In his opinion, Lin Feng was the cause of all this. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng and eat him, but now wasn't the right time to do so. At this time, his opponent was to him. Clang! Clang clang, the attacks from both sides collided again and again. Every time they collided, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The golem who had the stone swords had a great increase in battle power. That terrifying existence was shaken to the point of retreating. He became extremely irritable. He kept roaring. This guy must be extremely aggrieved now. Because he originally thought that he could dominate the world after being born. He could be awe-inspiring. But in reality, this guy. He was being suppressed more and more. This guy was one of the 36 demon generals under the mastermind's command. A high and mighty existence. A self-righteous existence. How could he tolerate being suppressed? In anger, the terrifying existence's body burned. As his body burned, his battle power began to increase greatly. His aura became more and more terrifying, and his battle power became more and more powerful. And the golem was not to be outdone. The golem's body turned into dense runes. Every rune. They all contained extremely terrifying power. After feeling the power contained in those runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Those runes were really terrifying. At this moment, Lin Feng saw it. The runes that the golem had turned into had all fused with the stone sword. Then, the stone sword slashed towards the terrifying existence with all its might. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the two sides collided once again. Then, a shocking scene appeared. That terrifying existence was sent flying by the force of the blow. The golem's methods were truly terrifying. Du Zhu said, "The golem and the stone sword are truly invincible." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it seems that the stone sword can only unleash its greatest power in the hands of the golem or the stone clan." Lin Feng's words weren't wrong. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said, the stone sword was naturally compatible with the stone clan. Of course, when cultivators of other races activated the stone sword, they would also be able to unleash extraordinary power. However, compared to the power of the stone sword activated by the stone clan, it was much worse. The stone sword slashed out again and again. Clang! Clang! Clang, 3 consecutive slashes. Crack! Crack, the sound of cracking could be heard. The stone-chopping sword actually broke apart. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others were in high spirits. The stone sword continued to slash towards the terrifying existence. Who would have thought, at this moment, the terrifying existence actually turned around and ran. This guy wanted to escape. It seemed that these existences who thought themselves high and mighty, they didn't look like the kind of people who had a lot of backbone. Or else, he wouldn't have chosen to run away. Lin Feng naturally didn't want this guy to escape. He exchanged a glance with the cursed doll. Then, the two of them activated the Tao of Curses at the same time. They wanted to use the Tao of Curses to stop that guy. When the Tao of Curses was activated, Lin Feng and the cursed doll immediately used the Tao of Curses to attack the escaping guy. Ah! The escaping terrifying existence let out a painful scream. His soul was caught off guard and was attacked by Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Although he was incomparably powerful, he still suffered quite a bit of damage. "You deserve to die." However, he recovered very quickly. The terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng and the cursed doll with monstrous killing intent. But at this moment, the stone sword attacked. A sword slashed towards the terrifying existence. The terrifying existence was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Poochie! A tearing sound could be heard. Blood splattered. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, ha 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 ha, that guy's head has been cut off. The cursed doll laughed loudly. Ah, why is it like this, why is it like this? I'm going to kill you all. The terrifying existence's head was chopped off, but it still didn't die. Its head roared angrily and flew directly towards Lin Feng and the others. As for his body, he held the broken sword and charged towards the stone sword. Lin Feng immediately sneered. "We can't deal with your complete body. But now you only have a head left. Could it be that you think the 4 of us can't deal with a single head of yours? You're underestimating us too much." Lin Feng said, "Do it, cut this guy's head in half." Lin Feng held the Era War Spear and took the lead to attack. "Look at my power." Lung Zishi held 2 short swords and charged over. Du Zhu activated his evil blade. The evil sovereign's sacred ancestor held a halberd in his hand. The 4 of them joined forces and fought against the terrifying existence's head. The terrifying existence's head exhaled like a sword. Waves of sword chi swept over. However, they were all blocked by Lin Feng and the others. This guy was indeed strong before. But now, there was only 1 head left. No matter how strong he was, there should be a limit, right? So, his defeat. It was all within reason. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and pierced the terrifying existence's head with his spear. Then, Lin Feng's right hand suddenly shook. The terrifying existence's head exploded. Only the soul origin was left. On the other side, the stone sword cut the terrifying existence's body in half. Lin Feng refined the terrifying existence's body into a ball of origin. Following that, he divided the soul origin and the great Tao origin into four. Himself, Lung Zishi, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign sacred ancestor each had one. As for the stone man, it didn't seem to have any intention of taking it. If he wanted it, he would have done it himself. Dense runes flew out from the stone sword. Then those runes turned into stone men. The stone sword split into 5 and flew towards Lin Feng. It was put away by Lin Feng. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lin Feng and the others thanked the stoneman. If it wasn't for the stone man, it would have been really dangerous today. There's no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come back to life. The stone man said. Senior, what are your plans now? Lin Feng asked. Actually, Lin Feng wanted to see if the stone man had any plans to go to Sin City. If the golem had such a plan, then Sin City would have no choice but to accept it. This was definitely a joyous occasion. The stone person replied, I have something important to take care of. Hearing this, Lin Feng was a little disappointed. Lin Feng's plan to invite the stone man had failed. Therefore, he didn't say anything about it. I'll send you off now, the stone man said. Lin Feng said, send the 3 of them off. I plan to go deeper and find Emperor Huang Tian. The stone man frowned. It's too dangerous in the depths. Although Lung Zishi wasn't afraid of anything, after experiencing the terror of the barren sky ridge, she felt a little scared. In fact, there was a kind of creepy feeling in his heart. She said, don't go. Let's go together. Lin Feng said, no, I have to go deeper and take a look. The stone man's hand flashed, and a piece of jade appeared. He said, my life form is a little special. I can't go deeper, so I can't send you in. You'll have to rely on yourself. However, this jade talisman was refined by me. If you break it at a critical moment, you should be able to escape. When he heard this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. If that was the case, then, he would have no more worries. Why don't we go with you? Lung Zishi said. Du Zhu and the evil sovereign sacred ancestor also hurriedly nodded. Lin Feng said, it's better if I go in myself. You guys follow Senior Stone Man and leave. Now that I have the treasure Senior Stone Man gave me, I don't have to worry about getting into trouble. Alright then. Lung Zishi nodded. They really didn't have to worry about Lin Feng's safety right now. There was only one jade talisman. If they went in together, they might drag Lin Feng down. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. Be careful. The stone man reminded him. I will, thank you for your reminder, Senior. Lin Feng said. Following which, the stone man brought Lung Zishi, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign sacred ancestor away. As for Lin Feng, he continued to walk deeper. Now, although Lin Feng really wanted to refine that terrifying source to raise his cultivation, Lin Feng did not do so. This place was not a place to cultivate. Lin Feng did not even study the stone scriptures. Now was not the time to study the stone scriptures. At night, Lin Feng found a place to hide from the terrifying creatures in the desolate sky ridge. During the day, he hurried on his way. Sometimes, Lin Feng would also encounter some terrifying existences and be attacked by them. However, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, and in the end, he was able to avert danger one by one. Lin Feng went deep into the desolate sky ridge. He had already arrived at the 27th mountain range. In this area, it belonged to the central region of the desolate sky ridge. This place, it was also more dangerous. Terrifying creatures would often appear. One night, when Lin Feng was resting in the cave, a terrifying creature appeared where he was resting. That terrifying creature was covered in silver scales and looked like a centipede monster. Other than having thick limbs, its body was also covered in densely packed claws. When this existence appeared, Lin Feng's blood began to flow at an unprecedented speed. Lin Feng felt the aura of death. He hurriedly put on the stone robe. However, even with the stone robe, it seemed that he could not completely avoid the terrifying existence's senses. This terrifying existence was still searching for Lin Feng. Fortunately, there was a commotion in the distance that attracted this terrifying existence away. Only then did Lin Feng escape danger. At that time, Lin Feng was almost scared to death. However, the result was not bad. It felt good to be alive. At noon, the sun shone in. It was not easy to see the sun in the desolate sky ridge. This was the first time Lin Feng saw the sun since entering the desolate sky ridge. Lin Feng discovered that when the sun shone into the desolate sky ridge, some of the creatures in the desolate sky ridge did not come out. The creatures in the desolate sky ridge hated the sun. They preferred dark and cold environments. That afternoon, Lin Feng heard the sound of intense fighting in the forest ahead. End of chapter. When he heard the sound of fighting, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. What kind of existence was fighting here? Lin Feng was very puzzled. He rushed towards the direction of the fighting sounds. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at that place. When Lin Feng arrived there, he immediately revealed a shocked expression. Lin Feng recognized the site of the battle in that area. It was none other than the old man and the girl named Xiaoyi from the Huangtian Emperor's bloodline. However, their current situation wasn't very good. They were besieged by 5 terrifying Yin corpses. The old man sat cross-legged, healing his injuries. Therefore, the girl named Xiaoyi blocked the attacks of the 5 Yin corpses alone. What she took out was a war flag. Her petite and thin body held the war flag in her hand. Every time she waved the war flag, endless killing intent would surge out from the war flag. The power of the war flag was absolutely terrifying and shocking. However, the 5 Yin corpses were no small matter either. Although Xiaoyi relied on the power of the war flag to temporarily block the attacks of the 5 Yin corpses. However, it was obvious that she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. She would probably be drowned by the attacks of the 5 Yin corpses very soon. For Xiaoyi, the situation was naturally extremely bad. That old man's cultivation is so terrifying, but now he has suffered such serious injuries. What injured him? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He suddenly thought of the beast roar and the intense energy fluctuation that he had heard before. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could it be? Was the old man injured at that time, seeing that Xiaoyi seemed to be unable to hold on any longer? Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly rushed out. Little girl, it seems that you can't hold on any longer, Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Xiaoyi looked at Lin Feng. She heard Lin Feng use the word little girl to describe her. Obviously, Lin Feng should have recognized that she was a woman disguised as a man. Xiaoyi wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. However, she was still very happy to see Lin Feng here. She really couldn't hold on any longer. If Lin Feng could help her, perhaps he could escape from danger. If Lin Feng didn't help her, she and the ancestor, they might all die in this place. Xiaoyi. Naturally, he didn't want to die here. What are you waiting for? Come and help me, Xiaoyi said. Lin Feng said, why should I help? I'm not familiar with you. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiaoyi was so angry that her pretty face turned ashen, but after thinking about it, Lin Feng was indeed not familiar with her. Moreover, there were some unpleasantness before. Therefore, Lin Feng seemed to have no reason to attack. Lin Feng continued, how about this? If you call me husband, I will help you. What do you think? You're shameless. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Feng angrily. Lin Feng said, how am I shameless? This is called the goal of developing potential. You're shameless, Xiaoyi said hatefully. Lin Feng also knew that Xiaoyi, who was only a little over 10 years old, had to call him husband. After all, at Xiaoyi's age, she probably hadn't been in contact with other men. Thinking about it carefully, Xiaoyi was such a heaven-defying person. Would an ordinary man be able to enter her eyes? Of course not. Therefore, the current Xiaoyi was still a pure girl. Although Xiaoyi's temper was a bit bad. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't like that kind of arrogant and condescending attitude. However, there was one thing that he had to admit. Xiaoyi, this girl. She was really good looking. She was still young. When her body was fully grown, she was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. Lin Feng felt that it would be interesting to teach Xiaoyi's arrogant and annoying personality a lesson. How about this, call me good brother, and I'll help you. Lin Feng said. Don't even think about it. Xiaoyi said coldly. Lin Feng said, since you're so uncooperative, I'll be leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng pretended to leave. Xiaoyi hurriedly said, don't go. Lin Feng stopped and said, is there anything else you need from me? Xiaoyi bit her lips and said, all right. I'll promise you. I'll call you good brother, and you'll help me deal with these ink corpses. Actually, if there was a way, Xiaoyi wouldn't agree. Helpless. There was no other way now. He could only choose to agree to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, hurry up and shout, you must use a soft girl's voice, I feel comfortable listening to it. Xiaoyi's pretty face was pink, and she shouted in a low voice, good brother. It had to be said that Xiaoyi's real voice was indeed soft, it was the voice of a soft girl. It was completely different from her personality. Too soft, I didn't hear you clearly. Lin Feng said. Xiaoyi was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. She naturally knew that Lin Feng was doing this on purpose. Xiaoyi had always wanted to prove that she was stronger than anyone else. Now, in order to ask Lin Feng for help, she had no choice but to call Lin Feng good brother. This was something that Xiaoyi could not accept. Now that she had shouted it out, Lin Feng was making things difficult for her. Xiaoyi was angry. But Xiaoyi endured it. After dealing with the danger in front of her, she would teach this fellow a lesson. At this moment, Xiaoyi told herself in her heart that she would definitely teach Lin Feng a lesson. Good brother. This time Xiaoyi's voice was much louder. Good sister, I'm here to save the beauty. Don't worship brother, brother is just a legend. Lin Feng laughed as he appeared. He didn't know why, but seeing Xiaoyi's expression of gnashing her teeth, it felt really good. Little girl. Aren't you arrogant? Now aren't you begging this young master to help you? Lin Feng took out his 30 bamboo swords. At this time, the 36 bamboo swords could be effective. This was a treasure that Lin Feng had forged with the grand firmament purple thunder bamboo. It was the most young. It was specially used to restrain these evil ghosts. The ink corpse was a kind of evil ghost. It was also restrained by Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords. Under the control of Lin Feng, the 36 bamboo swords quickly arrived in front of the ink corpses. At this time, a large amount of astral qi surged out from the bodies of the 5 ink corpses. This was corpse astral qi, its defensive power was very terrifying. This kind of corpse astral qi protected the 5 ink corpses. But this corpse astral qi was not able to resist the attack of Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords. The 36 bamboo swords instantly tore apart the corpse astral qi, and then attacked the ink corpses. The ink corpses waved their claws at the 36 bamboo swords. Some of the bamboo swords were swept away by the sharp claws of the ink corpses, but some of the bamboo swords killed the ink corpses. A tearing sound was heard, and the ink corpses' bodies were suddenly torn apart, deep enough to see the bones. This chapter ends. The 36 bamboo swords were indeed very lethal to these ink corpses. After seeing the tyrannical power of the 36 bamboo swords, Lin Feng only felt his spirit suddenly shake. Before, Lin Feng had spent a lot of energy to cultivate the Taishao purple thunder bamboo. Now seeing that the Taishao purple thunder bamboo was successfully cultivated, the power of the 36 bamboo swords was actually so tyrannical. Lin Feng's heart was naturally filled with pride and excitement. This was a life source magic weapon that he cultivated and then forged. It was also Lin Feng's third life source magic weapon. You hurt us, you deserve to die. After these ink corpses saw the wounds on their bodies, they couldn't help but roar in anger. It was indeed not an easy thing to hurt these ink corpses. Because these ink corpses were too strong. Especially their bodies. Their bodies were very tyrannical, as if they were invulnerable. Many top-grade magic weapons were also very difficult to break the defense of these ink corpses' bodies. But the Taishao purple thunder bamboo could do this. These ink corpses probably had never suffered such a big loss before. They abandoned Xiaoyi and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. With a move of his mind, the 36 bamboo swords once again slashed towards those Ing corpses. Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords were very special. Although the 36 bamboo swords were made of bamboo, but their toughness was extremely strong. Even if it was a top-grade treasure, it could not destroy the 36 bamboo swords. Therefore, Lin Feng could safely use the 36 bamboo swords to deal with these Ing corpses. Even if these Ing corpses' attacks swept across the bamboo swords, Lin Feng was not worried at all. These Ing corpses wanted to destroy Lin Feng's bamboo swords, it was simply a fantasy. Puff. 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 A series of tearing sounds came out again. Those Ing corpses were simply unable to completely block all the bamboo swords. There were always some bamboo swords that could attack those Ing corpses. So, those Ing corpses, they were constantly injured. There were more and more wounds on the Ing corpses. Because the 36 bamboo swords were surrounded by the power of thunder and the power of the sun. Therefore, when the Ing corpse's body was torn open, a wound appeared. The power of thunder and the power of the sun would enter the Ing corpse's body through the wound. To the Ing corpses, this was extremely harmful. The Ing corpses' bodies could not withstand it and their bodies began to explode from the inside. Ah, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The 5 Ing corpses roared in horror. Now these Ing corpses could not attack Lin Feng. It was already very difficult for him to even protect himself. Lin Feng wanted to kill these 5 Ing corpses in one go. But at that moment, Lin Feng sensed that his blood was flowing rapidly. His sudden inspiration ability began to operate on its own. This meant that there was danger. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate. He hurriedly used void travel to disappear from where he stood. The moment Lin Feng disappeared, a rotten corpse with a foul stench appeared at Lin Feng's original location. That existence launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng sensed it in advance. Thus, he dodged the attack of that terrifying existence. Otherwise, he would have been in danger just now. At this time, the old man opened his eyes. His face was still very pale, and his injuries had not recovered. However, he had finally suppressed his injuries and regained his mobility. "Ancestor, are you all right?" Xiaoyi looked at the old man worriedly. The old man said, "I'm fine, you don't have to worry." Lin Feng appeared beside them. 36 bamboo swords floated around Lin Feng's body. "Thank you for your help, little friend." The old man cupped his fists and said, "Hee, if you want to thank me, then give me a few bottles of soul essence pills." Lin Feng said with a smile. The people of the world of cultivators cared more about face, so most people would not ask for things from others. But Lin Feng did not care about this. Lin Feng had always believed in one thing. That was to be able to obtain benefits. This was the real benefit. Everything else was nonsense. Lin Feng did not need the soul essence pills now. However, many of Lin Feng's friends, such as the cursed doll, Wu Liang Daoist, and others, could use them. Lin Feng had many women. They could also use them. So, if there was a chance, Lin Feng would naturally want to get more soul essence pills. In case of emergencies. "Greedy and perverted guy, you don't look like a good person," Xiaoyi said hatefully. The old man knew that Xiaoyi and Lin Feng did not get along well, so he did not care about Xiaoyi's attitude. He smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. All of you can die." At this time, the rotten corpse shouted coldly. A large amount of light green gas surged out of its body. Sogu's website, it was a ball of holy light. Within the holy light, there seemed to be a creature. When he saw the ball of holy light, Lin Feng felt that his soul seemed to have calmed down. That ball of holy light was so divine and extraordinary. Lin Feng was puzzled. What kind of existence was inside the holy light? He couldn't see clearly, but he guessed that it was a divine creature. At this moment, balls of black fog rolled. Within the black fog, a terrifying creature appeared. At the same time, there were also some other terrifying creatures. For example, Lin Feng saw a few silver creatures. He couldn't see their specific appearance, but those silver creatures were extremely tyrannical. There were also a few creatures with wings on their backs. There were also a few creatures surrounded by golden light. There were also some other creatures. These creatures were too powerful, each more terrifying than the last. Their auras were terrifying. It made one's heart tremble. Normally, the appearance of such a creature would be an extremely terrifying thing. But now, there were actually so many terrifying living beings. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Were all these terrifying creatures attracted by the existence shrouded in holy light? It was an existence shrouded in holy light. What kind of creature was it? It could actually attract so many terrifying creatures. A group of terrifying creatures surrounded that holy creature. That holy creature really couldn't escape even if it had wings. Could it be? The Demon Lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Demon Lord, do you know what kind of creature that existence is? Lin Feng asked. It's very likely to be a divine beast. The Demon Lord said, but his tone didn't seem to be very certain. A divine beast? What kind of creature is that? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. This was the first time he had heard of such a creature. The Demon Lord said, it's one of the purest holy beasts in the world, and its blood is even purer than that of a unicorn. Lin Feng asked. Holiness and darkness are opposites. Is that why the creatures in the Forbidden Zones want to kill it? The Demon Lord said, things are not that simple. Those restricted region creatures wanted to kill it. And that's not the only reason. I think the main reason is that they want to eat the flesh and blood of the holy beasts. Eat the flesh of a sacred beast? Weren't sacred beasts supposed to restrain these creatures? Why did these creatures of the forbidden region still want to eat the flesh of the sacred beasts? Won't that harm their bodies? Lin Feng asked in confusion. The Demon Lord said, living holy beasts naturally have a great restraining effect on these creatures of the forbidden area. However, a dead holy beast can't control the creatures in the forbidden area. Furthermore, the flesh and blood of a holy beast are incomparably pure, so eating the flesh of a holy beast can allow any creature's life force to evolve. That's why the creatures in the forbidden zones covet the flesh and blood of the holy beasts. I see. Lin Feng nodded. I don't know why this holy beast appeared in the forbidden zone. Logically speaking, such a creature shouldn't appear in a place like the Forbidden Zone, right? The Demon Lord said, indeed, it shouldn't appear in a place like the Forbidden Zone. That's why I'm guessing that the holy beast must have come to the barren sky ridge from somewhere in the outside world. Oh? If that's the case, the holy beast must have its own goal. I wonder what it's trying to achieve. Lin Feng asked. I'm not sure. But no matter what its goal is, now that it has entered the barren sky ridge, it has become the target of the creatures in the forbidden zones. They'll definitely do everything they can to kill it. The Demon Lord said. As soon as the Demon Lord finished speaking, the creatures in the forbidden zones began to attack the holy beast. All sorts of terrifying attacks were launched at the holy beast. The creatures in the forbidden zones all possessed powerful techniques. Their combined combat power was naturally shocking. A holy light barrier appeared around the holy beast's body. The holy light barrier protected the holy beast's body. Under the protection of the holy light cover, all kinds of attacks were blocked by the holy light cover. The creatures in the forbidden zones let out deep roars and gave up on attacking the holy beast from a distance. They discovered that their divine abilities couldn't break through the holy beast's holy light barrier. Therefore, the creatures in the forbidden zones decided to attack the holy beast at close range. The creatures in the forbidden zones quickly attacked the holy beast. Soon, they arrived outside the holy beast. Then, they waved their claws or weapons and attacked the holy beast. Clang, 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 the sound of violent collisions could be heard. The holy light barrier outside the holy beast's body was attacked. The holy light barrier's power was naturally very strong. The holy light barrier's defensive power was very strong. However, the attacks of so many creatures in the forbidden zones were also no small matter. Under the attacks of so many creatures in the forbidden zones, the holy light barrier began to shatter. That holy beast is in trouble. Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord nodded and said, that's normal. Why don't you see what kind of existences its opponents are? Although the holy beast can restrain those creatures in the forbidden zones, there are too many of them. If it's lucky, it can break out of the encirclement. If it's unlucky, it might be killed by them. At that time, it will become their food. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. The situation was indeed very dangerous. Of course, nothing could be certain. Perhaps the holy beast had an extremely powerful technique that it hadn't used yet. Once it used it, it might be able to sweep away all the creatures in the forbidden zones. At this time, the holy beast began to counterattack those terrifying creatures in the forbidden zones. The holy beast released many holy light balls. The balls of sacred light blasted at the creatures of the forbidden zone one by one. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of violent collisions. Those holy light balls and the creatures in the forbidden zones collided fiercely. Those creatures in the forbidden zones were all sent flying by the holy light balls. As the creatures in the forbidden zones were restrained by the holy beast. Therefore, when those creatures in the forbidden zones were attacked by the holy light balls, many creatures in the forbidden zones were severely injured. However, the terrifying thing was, the injuries of those creatures in the forbidden zones were rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. End of chapter. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He said, it would make sense if a few of those creatures had this near undying ability, but for almost every one of them to have this ability. That's a little unreasonable, isn't it? The demon lord couldn't help but nod. Those creatures were indeed too strange. It was almost as if they were all undying and indestructible. Their abilities were truly abnormal. He had no idea how they all had this ability. The demon lord said, perhaps this is the difference between the forbidden zones and the other death zones. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that this was indeed a possibility. Some sort of invisible power. It had changed everything. Because of this, the creatures of the forbidden zones had a near undying ability. Even if they suffered serious injuries, they would be able to recover in an extremely short amount of time. This ability was truly shocking. Of course, Lin Feng had the impression that not all the creatures in the forbidden areas had such an ability. Most likely, only the creatures of the forbidden zones with a relatively high level of life force had this ability. The reason for this was because Lin Feng had killed several Yin corpses earlier. Those Yin corpses could only be considered very ordinary creatures of the forbidden zones. If those Yin corpses also had this kind of undying and indestructible ability, they wouldn't be killed so easily, said Lin Feng. The creatures in the forbidden areas are extremely strong. If the holy beasts could injure them, the holy beasts might be able to defeat them. But now, the creatures in the forbidden areas are immortal, so the holy beasts' attacks are useless against them. If the holy beasts want to survive, there's only one way, and that's to find a way to break through the encirclement, said Lin Feng. The demon lord said, I wonder if the divine beast will be able to break out of this encirclement? Lin Feng and the demon lord naturally hoped that the divine beast would be able to break out of this encirclement. A divine beast that represented justice and holiness shouldn't die in a place like this. However, the creatures of the forbidden zones were too terrifying. They began to charge at the divine beast. Again and again, they attacked the divine beast. And again, the divine beast repelled the creatures of the forbidden zones. However, the creatures of the forbidden zones quickly recovered from their injuries and continued to attack the divine beast. When they reached the divine beast's side, they would attack the holy barrier protecting the divine beast. They wanted to kill the divine beast. They had to break through the divine beast's defenses first. These creatures of the forbidden zones were very smart. Naturally, they knew what to do. Bang, 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 one after another, dull sounds of collisions. The attacks of the creatures from the forbidden lands landed on the holy light barrier. The cracks on the holy light shield became more and more severe. Finally, the divine barrier. The sacred beast was exposed to the attacks of the creatures of the forbidden zones. This time, the creatures in the forbidden zones immediately let out a series of excited roars. Those guys. Now, there was hope for them to kill the divine beast. So, each and every one of them became extremely crazy. A group of creatures from the forbidden zone once again charged toward the divine beast. The divine beasts released many divine light balls to attack the creatures in the forbidden zone. Most of the creatures in the restricted regions were sent flying. Once in a while, one or two creatures from the Forbidden Lands would attack the sacred beasts. Then, give the divine beast a blow like that. Puff, puff, the sound of tearing could be heard along with the divine beast's screams. Obviously, the divine beast was injured by the enemy's attacks. Wave after wave of attacks. The divine beast's injuries were getting worse. This was an extremely bad situation for the divine beast. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the divine beast died under the siege of the creatures of the Forbidden Zones. Although the divine beast wanted to break out. But after trying many times, it didn't succeed. Therefore, it was basically impossible to break out. These creatures of the Forbidden Zones deserve to die. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He was a little hesitant. Because Lin Feng felt that the divine beast was too pitiful, he wanted to save the divine beast. But there were too many creatures of the Forbidden Zones. Lin Feng's cultivation had indeed improved greatly. His battle strength was many times stronger than before. But against so many creatures of the Forbidden Zones, it was still like sending himself to death. Rashly killing his way out. Not only would he not be able to save the divine beast, it was also possible that he would die. If he didn't save the divine beast would die without a doubt. Lin Feng was in a dilemma. Right. Those 9 heavenly thunder source pearls should be able to come in handy, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Previously, he had brought out more than 3,009 heavenly thunder source pearls. With so many 9 heavenly thunder source pearls, they should be able to erupt with an extremely powerful power. The commotion outside was so big that the old man and Xiaoyi were also awakened. The old man's injuries had recovered to about 60 to 70%. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it was already quite good that he could recover to this extent in such a short period of time. Lin Feng said, "We'll part here. You guys be careful." With that, he rushed out. Lin Feng used the darkness of the night to sneak towards the location of the battle. This guy seems to want to save that spirit beast. Xiaoyi couldn't help but say. She didn't know the divine beast. That was why she used the word spirit beast to replace the divine beast's name. The old man nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. He's really a kind-hearted person." It's really not easy to maintain a kind heart in the world of cultivators. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived at the periphery of the battlefield. A group of creatures of the Forbidden Zones were attacking the divine beast, so they didn't sense Lin Feng. "Blow you bastards to death." Lin Feng saw the divine beast blow away the group of creatures of the Forbidden Zones who were attacking it. Sogu's website, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Would the explosion of the 9 Heavens Thunder Source Pearl injure the divine beast severely? Please don't. This wasn't yours truly's original intention, but thankfully, the divine beast managed to stabilize itself in midair. At this moment, the energy dissipated. The beings of the Forbidden Lands who were sent flying began to crawl up from the ground. Even though they were injured, their injuries weren't severe. As for the beings of the Forbidden Lands who were engulfed by the destructive energy, they didn't die. However, some of the creatures from the Forbidden Zones were badly wounded by the explosion. Some of them only had half of their bodies left. Even after suffering such serious injuries, the creatures of the Forbidden Zones still didn't die. Not only were they not dead, their injuries were recovering rapidly. Holy sh*t. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out. Those beings of the Forbidden Lands really had life force. They were sick to the core. When the divine beast saw Lin Feng, it knew that Lin Feng had saved it. It then charged towards Lin Feng. Very quickly, the holy beast arrived in front of Lin Feng. Through the holy light, Lin Feng saw the appearance of the divine beast. The divine beast had the head of a dragon but the horns of a unicorn. Its body was similar to a Xianxia's, but it was covered with snow-white scales. And it had a pair of snow-white wings. Its aura was divine. But there were many wounds on the divine beast's body. These wounds were left behind by the beings of the Forbidden Lands. Fresh blood was still flowing out from many of the wounds. The methods of the beings of the Forbidden Lands were strange. Their attacks on the divine beast had a severe injury effect. Just like how Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords had a burning injury effect. It had a severe injury effect. This caused the divine beast's recovery to be very slow. Despicable human ant, how dare you spoil our plans? You deserve to die. The beings of the Forbidden Lands were thoroughly enraged. They were about to kill the divine beast when Lin Feng ruined their plans. They were mad with hatred. The beings of the Forbidden Lands chased after Lin Feng and the divine beast. Run! Lin Feng said. He ran forward quickly. The divine beast followed behind Lin Feng. However, to avoid the attacks of the beings of the Forbidden Lands in the Forbidden Lands, it seemed to be a very unrealistic thing. Because Lin Feng and the divine beast's movements would be greatly restricted, but the beings of the Forbidden Lands were not. Seeing the beings of the Forbidden Lands getting closer and closer, Lin Feng's mood was extremely bad. Seems like they were really going to catch up. If these guys to catch up, then it would be dangerous. At this critical moment, the old man and Xiaoyi appeared in the mountain forest in front of them. Come over here. The When Lin Feng saw the old man and Xiaoyi, he quickly ran towards them. The divine beast. Following Lin's. Do teet teet hiss. They be god to their to divine beast there were god dast. Those array platforms formed a teleportation array. Seems like it was the divine beast's teleportation array. Actually, using the teleportation array in a place like the Forbidden Lands was extremely dangerous. Why was that? First of all, the laws of the Forbidden Lands were independent. The teleportation array could not teleport people out of the Forbidden Lands. Due to the chaotic spacetime of the Forbidden Lands, the teleportation array could teleport the person to any place in the Forbidden Lands. It would be fine if they were teleported to a safe place. But what if they were teleported to a dangerous place, for example, teleporting to a being of the Forbidden Lands? Or teleporting to an area covered by the power of time? That would be disastrous. Secondly, due to the chaotic spacetime of the Forbidden Lands, many places were connected to broken spacetime. When teleporting through the void, it was very likely to be swallowed by the broken spacetime. Once it was swallowed by the broken spacetime, that would be a tragedy. When the time came, they would be trapped in the broken spacetime. Finally, the Forbidden Lands were filled with terrifying restrictions. If he triggered those restrictions during the teleportation, he would be in trouble. Many restrictions would have a chain reaction. When the time came, the person being teleported would be attacked by all kinds of restrictions. One had to know, Lin Feng was avoiding those restrictions in the Forbidden Lands, not daring to touch them. Because those restrictions were really terrifying. Once attacked by the restrictions, there was a high chance of dying miserably. Therefore, one could see how dangerous it was to teleport through spacetime in the Forbidden Lands. But now, Lin Feng and the others were being targeted by those Forbidden Lands. Other than teleporting through spacetime, there seemed to be no other way. Right now, Lin Feng and the others were praying that nothing would go wrong. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others who had entered the teleportation array were teleported out. Those Forbidden Lands creatures rushed over, wanting to enter the teleportation array. But at this time, the teleportation platform collapsed. The teleportation array disappeared. Those Forbidden Lands creatures wished to enter the teleportation array to kill Lin Feng and the others was completely dashed. In the forest, light flashed. Lin Feng and the others fell from the void. They stabilized their bodies and landed on the ground. Our luck seems to be pretty good, Xiaoyi said happily. Although she had a fearless personality. But, she was also afraid of death. Her life had just begun. She didn't want to die. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, I don't think the situation is too good. Why? Xiaoyi asked doubtfully. Lin Feng pointed to a place deep in the forest. Xiaoyi turned and looked. The corner of her mouth twitched violently. Deep in the forest, there was a huge devil ape sitting there. The devil ape's body was leaning against a mountain peak. The devil ape's aura was incomparably terrifying. And there wasn't even any movement around. Obviously, this was the devil ape's territory. No Forbidden Lands creatures dared to make a move here because they were afraid of the devil ape in front of them. When Lin Feng and the others appeared, the devil ape had already opened its eyes. It was a pair of emotionless necks. When they looked into each other's eyes, they felt as if they were about to explode. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to sink. Those eyes. It was really too terrifying. The devil ape stood up. It was about 20 meters tall. It said coldly, "Outsiders, do you know that you have intruded into the holy devil ape king's territory?" Lin Feng and the others smiled bitterly. This was actually a king. A king of the Forbidden Lands. It was definitely an existence that could do as it pleased in the Forbidden Lands. End of chapter. Cough, cough. I think there's some misunderstanding between us. We didn't barge in here on purpose. We know that you're busy, so we won't disturb you any longer. We'll leave now. Lin Feng said awkwardly. Then, he and the others ran off into the distance. However, at that moment, the devil ape sneered and said, "Did I say you could leave? If I didn't say so, and you dare to leave, what will you do? What will the consequences be? I don't think I need to say more." Lin Feng and the others smiled bitterly. They had guessed that this terrifying existence wouldn't let them leave so easily. It was just as they had guessed. This terrifying existence was simply too powerful. Even in the most glorious and prosperous era, he was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of existence. Although there were some experts in this world who could defeat this terrifying existence, it was extremely rare to see such an existence. For example, in this ancient, strange, and terrifying forbidden zone, the ruler might be able to defeat the devil ape. It would be very difficult to find a second existence who could defeat the devil ape. Lin Feng and the others stopped. They had to stop even if they didn't want to. Otherwise, if they were attacked, it would be too dangerous. Even the creatures of the Forbidden Zone don't dare to trespass into my territory, but you actually did. Have you thought about how you'll die? The devil ape said indifferently. His voice was extremely cold, and it was filled with dense killing intent. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if the temperature around him had dropped by many degrees. In fact, it wasn't the temperature that had dropped. It was because this fellow was too terrifying. His words made Lin Feng shudder. Lin Feng and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Feng said, "Sir, you're so powerful. Is there a need to bicker with us? Doing so would be beneath your status." In truth, Lin Feng didn't want to say this either, because it might anger the devil ape. However, he had to say it now. It was useless to say soft words in front of the devil ape, so he could only say something to provoke it. Perhaps it would be useful. If it really didn't work, then there was only one method left. And that was, Lin Feng still had a jade talisman that the golem had given him. He could leave after crushing it. However, the demonic ape had powerful means. Lin Feng felt that even if he crushed the jade talisman in front of the demonic ape, he would not be able to leave. This was only as a last resort. It was a method that he absolutely could not use. Hee, are you trying to goad me? Unfortunately, it's useless to me. The demonic ape sneered. Divine ape fist. Suddenly, the demonic ape growled. It threw a punch at Lin Feng and the others across space. A huge energy fist was condensed in the void. The power of that energy fist was extremely terrifying. A punch flew over. It was as if it could destroy everything. It was truly shocking. Attack together! Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Then, he prepared his divine ability. He blocked the attacks of the demonic ape. Bang! Bang! Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision. The divine abilities unleashed by Lin Feng and the others collided with the fist shadows condensed by the devil ape. Lin Feng and the others' divine abilities were instantly broken by the devil ape's fist shadows. Then, Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. Their bodies slammed heavily into a mountain 1,000 meters away. The mountain peak shook violently. The demonic ape, it was really too powerful. Too weak. Go to hell. The demonic ape sneered and threw a palm at Lin Feng and the others across space. Lin Feng took out his jade talisman and wanted to crush it. However, the demonic ape noticed it. The demonic ape's cold eyes swept over Lin Feng and sent him flying. The jade talisman fell to the ground. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This time, they were in trouble. Just as the demonic ape's terrifying attack was about to land on them, the demonic ape suddenly let out a sound of surprise. The demonic ape stopped its attack. The demonic ape looked at Lin Feng with uncertainty. Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. It seemed that the demonic ape seemed to be afraid, so it stopped. You are his son. The demonic ape finally confirmed one thing and then said. Have you seen my father? Lin Feng looked at the demonic ape in shock. Yes. The demonic ape said. However, when it said these two words, its pupils shrank violently. It didn't know what happened back then. The demonic ape seemed to be very afraid in its heart. There was even a hint of fear. The old man, Xiaoyi, and even the sacred beast were very surprised. They didn't know who the father of the young cultivator beside them was. However, his father seemed to make the demonic ape so afraid. This origin, would it scare people to death? Are you friends? Lin Feng asked. Enemy. The demonic ape said somewhat exasperatedly. Hearing the demonic ape's words, the old man, Xiaoyi, and the sacred beast were even more shocked. Shouldn't it tear the enemy's son into pieces when it met the enemy's son, to vent the hatred in its heart? However, the demonic ape didn't do that. To be able to scare its enemy to the point that they didn't dare to attack its son. How strong was this person? It was already unimaginable. Why did you become enemies? Lin Feng asked. You have too many questions. The demonic ape looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, hurry up and leave my territory. I don't welcome you here. Lin Feng knew that he wouldn't be able to get too many questions from the demonic ape, and this place wasn't suitable for him to stay for long. If he continued to stay and the demonic ape went back on its word, it would be over. So, it was better to leave quickly. Lin Feng picked up the jade talisman. Then, he said in a deep voice, let's go. The group quickly left. Good for you, Lin Baidian. Your son dares to barge into the life-forbidden zone. If the heavens have eyes, I'll let him die here. I want to see what you look like when you go crazy. After Lin Feng and the others left, the demonic ape couldn't help but mutter to itself. The demonic ape thought of the scene when it first met Lin Baidian. That was in the world where time had reversed. The demonic ape would never forget that scene. In front of the Supreme Divine Court. The strong fought for supremacy, to obtain the qualifications to enter the Supreme Divine Court. The experts who participated in the battle included the rulers of the Death Impasse, the rulers of the Life Forbidden Zone, the top experts of the Wasteland, the top experts of the Foreign World, and even a brother of the mastermind behind the scenes. In that chaotic battle, the world ruler's brother from the same clan won the battle in the end. Everyone thought that he would enter the Supreme Divine Court. But at this moment, the arrival of a man changed all of this. And that man, it was Lin Baidian. He was like a demon and a god, tearing the brother of the mastermind in half. End of chapter. There were some things that could not be forgotten even after countless years. For example, what happened outside the Supreme Divine Court back then? There were some people that could not be forgotten even after countless years. Life was sometimes so wonderful. The devil ape sat on the ground again, its huge body leaning against the rock wall. Its thoughts once again returned to what happened in the reverse time world. Actually, the devil ape knew. Perhaps Lin Baidian. He didn't remember it at all. At that time, some rulers of the Death Zone and the Life Zone besieged Lin Baidian. They wanted to force Lin Baidian to hand over the things he got from the Supreme Divine Court. At that time, the devil ape only made one move and was sent flying by Lin Baidian's palm. And then, it fainted. Speaking of which, it seemed quite embarrassing. The prideful demonic ape was infuriated by Lin Baidian's actions, which was why he hated Lin Baidian. But other than hatred, perhaps it was more helplessness. Because it felt that Lin Baidian didn't know who it was at all. After Lin Feng and the others left the devil ape's territory, they let out a sigh of relief. However, they didn't go too far away. Because there were basically no terrifying creatures near the devil ape's territory. At this time, they could heal and rest at ease. The old man and the sacred beast were both injured. They should find a place to rest now. In fact, it was because they had just been sent flying by the devil ape's punch. Xiaoyi was also a little injured. Lin Feng's injuries were quickly healed by his undying bloodline. They found a cave to cultivate in. Lin Feng used a restriction to cover the entrance of the cave. The old man, Xiaoyi, and the sacred beast all began to heal. The sacred beast's healing method was quite interesting. A large amount of holy light surged out of the sacred beast's body, enveloping the sacred beast within. Then, the holy light actually turned into a huge sacred egg. The sacred beast was wrapped in the huge sacred egg. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. This was the first time he had seen such a healing method. It did look a little strange. However, there were too many strange things in this world. So seeing such a thing happen, it was also quite normal. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. 2 hours later, Lin Feng had recovered to his peak state. The old man, Xiaoyi, and the sacred beast were still healing their wounds. Not long after, Xiaoyi also woke up. She looked at Lin Feng and snorted. I didn't expect you to have such an extraordinary background. Tell me, who is your father? Lin Feng said, if you agree to be my little wife, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Xiaoyi's pretty face couldn't help but slightly redden. She angrily looked at Lin Feng and said, shameless. After pondering for a while, Xiaoyi added another sentence. Scum. In Xiaoyi's eyes, Lin Feng's image had already been set. A shameless scum with a good background. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Feng said. Xiaoyi was very angry. This guy's shamelessness was beyond her imagination. Xiaoyi's desire to teach Lin Feng a lesson did not change, but this wasn't the place to teach Lin Feng a lesson. If she attacked him and attracted those terrifying creatures, she would really want to cry. Thus, Xiaoyi told herself to be patient. She had to be patient. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Feng and asked, why did you enter the desolate heaven ridge? To find the desolate heaven emperor. Lin Feng said. You want to find the desolate heaven emperor too? Why are you looking for him? Xiaoyi asked, puzzled. Lin Feng said, I have my own goals. You'll know in the future. Xiaoyi said, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. What's so great about that? Lin Feng said, why are you so insistent on finding the desolate heaven emperor? Maybe the desolate heaven emperor isn't your ancestor? It's possible that someone is impersonating your ancestor. He's definitely our ancestor. Finding him will be of great help to our race. Xiaoyi said. Lin Feng said, I can tell you a big secret. What secret? Xiaoyi asked, puzzled. When those existences decide to take refuge in a land of death or a forbidden zone, they have to pay a certain price. Therefore, those existences can't leave the land of death or the forbidden zone. If they really want to leave, they have to go to certain places, but those places aren't in the world where the land of death or the forbidden zone is. If they enter the land of death or the forbidden zone, they'll have to pay a terrible price. If the desolate heaven emperor is really your ancestor, he won't be able to help you if you run into trouble outside. Lin Feng said. Is there such a thing? Xiaoyi couldn't help but frown. Of course. Lin Feng nodded. Xiaoyi's expression became unsightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Xiaoyi and the old man had come here to find the desolate heaven emperor because they needed his help. They didn't just want to see if their ancestor was still alive. But what was their purpose in looking for the desolate heaven emperor, that was unknown. 6 hours later, the divine beast had already recovered to its original state. After the divine beast came out, Lin Feng looked at it and asked, why did you take the risk to come here? I heard that there's a way to reverse time here, so I came here to find a way. The divine beast spoke in the human language. Its voice sounded like that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Obviously, the divine beast hadn't reached adulthood yet. This kind of powerful creature had a relatively long childhood. For example, humans reached adulthood at the age of 16. These powerful creatures would most likely need hundreds of years to reach adulthood. For example, Bibi, if converted to human age, was actually a 7 or 8-year-old child. But in reality, Bibi was more than 100 years old. Lin Feng hadn't expected the divine beast to come here because of this matter. If that was the case, then his previous guess was very likely correct. The desolate Heaven Emperor might really have a way to enter the world of time reversal. I have the same goal, Lin Feng said. The divine beast immediately became happy and asked, then do you have any clues? Lin Feng said, I should have found some clues. Just follow me. The divine beast hurriedly nodded. The next day, the old man also came out of seclusion. The old man's injuries hadn't completely recovered. However, they were much better than before. Lin Feng sensed that the old man's injuries were about 80% healed. Young friend, what are your plans next? The old man asked. Lin Feng said, my plan is the same as yours. We're both going to look for the desolate Heaven Emperor, including the divine beast. The old man was slightly taken aback, but then he smiled and said, it seems that there's some fate in the world that brought us together. Lin Feng and the others rested for a while before setting off again. They headed towards the depths of the desolate Heaven Ridge together. End of chapter. The area where the devil ape was located was already very close to the core area. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others were not far from the place where Heavenly Emperor Huang was located. There was a reason why the deeper areas were safer. In the outer region and the central region, there were many creatures from the forbidden areas. In that area, there was no real master. It was different in the deeper regions. There were existences like overlords here. A overlord ruled a large area. Ordinary creatures from the forbidden areas did not dare to come here. If they were lucky, those overlords, they would not be able to discover Lin Feng and the others. The last time they met the devil ape, it was because their luck was too bad. They were directly teleported to the place where the devil ape was resting. Even if he wanted to hide from the devil ape's detection, it would be impossible to do so. Lin Feng and the others were already very close to the abyss at the core. About 2 hours later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the abyss without any danger. They were about to meet Heavenly Emperor Huang. Anyone would be nervous. The old man and Xiaoyi were worried that this Heavenly Emperor Huang was not their ancestor. Lin Feng was worried that Heavenly Emperor Huang would harm him. The sacred beast must be worried about the same thing as Lin Feng. They arrived at the edge of the abyss. Then, the old man said, Heavenly Emperor Huang's descendant, Zhou Zitian, has come to pay his respects to Heavenly Emperor Huang. So this person's name was Zhou Zitian. Lin Feng had only just learned his name. However, Lin Feng had heard that Heavenly Emperor Huang's surname was not Zhou. Perhaps the rumors were wrong, or perhaps it was because the old man had taken his mother's surname. After the old man's voice fell, a sinister and terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the abyss. Then, the black fog churned, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the black fog. Those blood-red eyes. They looked coldly at the crowd. It's you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. A voice was heard. It should be Heavenly Emperor Huang's voice. It seemed that Heavenly Emperor Huang knew the old man. Even though his appearance had changed due to the passage of time, his aura had not changed, so Heavenly Emperor Huang could still recognize which clan member the old man was from back then. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. From the looks of it, this Heavenly Emperor Huang was indeed the real Heavenly Emperor Huang. He was not an impersonator. The old man and Xiaoyi hurriedly knelt on the ground and saluted Heavenly Emperor Huang. The elder said, Ancestor, we've been looking for you for a long time. I don't care why you've come to find me, but I have something to tell you. Our relationship has been severed countless years ago, so we shouldn't meet again. Heavenly Emperor Huang's words were resolute, not leaving any face. It seemed that Heavenly Emperor Huang really didn't want to care about his descendants. This guy. Was he so heartless? That was his descendant. But on second thought, Lin Feng felt that perhaps Heavenly Emperor Huang Tian also had his own difficulties. The elder said, Ancestor, our clan is in danger. Please help us. I've already said that our destiny is over. I'll send you out of here. Heavenly Emperor Huang said. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Heavenly Emperor Huang took the initiative to send the old man and Xiaoyi away. This showed that Heavenly Emperor Huang still cared about their kinship. If not, then, why would he care about the life and death of the old man and Xiaoyi, the old man said, "Ancestor, take a look at Xiaoyi beside you. She has the same bloodline as you back then. If she can continue to grow, our clan will definitely be able to prosper." Heavenly Emperor Huang looked at Xiaoyi. After a long silence, he said, "Speak, what kind of crisis have you encountered?" "The all-kill tablet that suppressed our ancestral land is about to break through the suppression and come out. It has threatened to slaughter our entire clan," the old man said. When those blood-red eyes heard about the all-kill tablet, they couldn't help but shrink back slightly. It seemed the all-kill tablet was definitely something extraordinary and terrifying. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the all-kill tablet was. Whiz, a ray of devilish light flew out. The devilish light seemed to be wrapped around something. Because it was wrapped in devilish light, Lin Feng didn't see it. "I hope this thing can help you. From now on, don't come looking for me again. Next time, I won't see you again," Heavenly Emperor Huang said. "Thank you, Ancestor. I hope the Ancestor is well." The Ancestor and Xiaoyi kowtowed to Heavenly Emperor Huang. Shua, there was a flash of light. They disappeared without a trace. They must have been teleported out by Heavenly Emperor Huang. "What about you? Why did you come looking for me?" Heavenly Emperor Huang asked. "We want to enter the world where time is reversed. We hope that Senior Heavenly Emperor Huang can send us in," Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Heavenly Emperor Huang laughed out loud. Lin Feng's words seemed like a joke to him. "You two ant-like things want to enter the world where time is reversed? What a joke, what a joke." Lin Feng said, "Being weak isn't scary because we have the heart to become stronger, so we want to enter to increase our cultivation." Heavenly Emperor Huang sneered, "But you've forgotten where you are. This is the Barren Heaven Ridge, a forbidden zone for life. Do you think the Barren Heaven Ridge is a place you can enter as you wish? Entering the Barren Heaven Ridge is a path to death. I don't know how you managed to pass through so many dangers with your weak cultivation, but I don't mind killing you two ants." As soon as Heavenly Emperor Huang finished speaking, Lin Feng felt an extremely dense killing intent envelop his body. Lin Feng knew. Heavenly Emperor Huang. He really wanted to kill them. This was a very bad thing. If Heavenly Emperor Huang really wanted to kill them, even if he was 10 times stronger than the sacred beast, he still wouldn't be Heavenly Emperor Huang's match. Even if he had a teleportation talisman, it probably wouldn't work. After all, it didn't work on the devil ape. Let alone Heavenly Emperor Huang. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Senior Heavenly Emperor Huang, don't you want to know how I know you can send people to the time reversal world?" Heavenly Emperor Huang couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked, "Why?" "Because of Senior Savage. He's my protector," Lin Feng said. Heavenly Emperor Huang's expression turned ugly when he heard the word savage. He had been forced to open a passage to the time reversal world by the savage. Heavenly Emperor Huang had naturally refused, and he had been defeated by the savage. In the end, he had been forced to compromise. Thinking about this, Heavenly Emperor Huang still felt infuriated. Now, Lin Feng had actually mentioned the savage, which had once again opened up a scar. Heavenly Emperor Huang looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Do you know that if you hadn't mentioned that guy, you might have had a quicker death, but now that you've mentioned that guy, you won't have a quick death even if you want to. I'm going to torture you so much that you'll beg for death." End of chapter. Don't be so angry. I don't think the two of us have reached the point where we have to fight to the death, Lin Feng said. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to calm Huang Tiandi down. Who asked the savage to beat Huang Tiandi to the point of vomiting blood? This humiliating memory infuriated Heavenly Emperor Huang. He couldn't accept it, and he felt like he was about to go mad with hatred. He wanted to kill Huang Tiandi. So, as long as he could calm Huang Tiandi down, there was still room for negotiation. Huang Tiandi sneered. "There is no possibility of negotiation between us. I can't beat the savage, but do you think I can't beat you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the exasperated Huang Tiandi attacked. In truth, Huang Tiandi was hidden in the black fog. However, he didn't reveal himself completely. He only revealed a pair of blood-red eyes. Huang Tiandi condensed a huge energy palm and grabbed at Lin Feng and the sacred beast. He wanted to capture Lin Feng and the sacred beast in one fell swoop. For a terrifying existence like Huang Tiandi, this didn't seem to be a difficult task. Lin Feng wanted to use Heaven Mending and the sacred beast to dodge Huang Tiandi's attack. However, Lin Feng discovered that the surrounding space had been completely sealed. Lin Feng couldn't escape through the void. The situation was very dangerous. However, at this critical moment, Lin Feng's destiny bloodline suddenly activated on its own. This was the bloodline of his father, Lin Beidian. Between heaven and earth, there were only two people with the destiny bloodline. Lin Beidian was the only one. It was Lin Feng. When Lin Feng's destiny bloodline awakened, a mysterious and ancient world appeared behind Lin Feng. In that ancient world, a man walked forward. A man walked over step by step. That man had an extraordinary aura, as if he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. When he saw the man, Huang Tiandi's expression changed. "Why, you are his son?" Huang Tiandi was horrified. He would never be able to forget what happened in the time reversal world. He had led the demon ape and a few other kings of forbidden lands to attack Lin Beidian together with the rulers of other forbidden lands and kings of forbidden lands. What kind of terrifying power was this, however? In the end. But they couldn't accept it. Lin Bai activated his 10th level fate bloodline. Lin Beidian seemed to have transformed into the great Tao of destiny. Even though they were the rulers of forbidden zones, the rulers of danger zones, they were high and mighty. Their cultivation levels were much higher than Lin Baitian's. However, they were still trembling. His body was trembling. His soul was trembling. There weren't many living beings that could scare them anymore. And Lin Beidian, he was definitely that kind of person. Their fates no longer belonged to them. They wanted to resist. Yet, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Scram, at that time, Lin Beidian had only said one word. What kind of humiliating word was this? Who would dare to say such words to the ruler of a forbidden zone, the ruler of a danger zone? Therefore, the rulers of forbidden zones and danger zones were infuriated. But what could he do? Even if he was angry, they didn't dare to refute. These rulers of forbidden zones, danger zones, and those king-level powerhouses. They turned around and fled. No one dared to mention anything about what had happened at that time. Because, what happened back then was a blow to them. It was too big. They had nothing to say. Later, Heaven Emperor Huang heard that something had happened to Lin Beidian. However, Heaven Emperor Huang always felt that someone like Lin Beidian would never die. He would only be in trouble. He would become stronger and stronger. If it was possible. Heaven Emperor Huang never wanted to be with Lin Beidian again. There wouldn't be any interaction. But many times, things didn't go as planned. Like now. When Heaven Emperor Huang wanted to kill Lin Feng, he suddenly found out that Lin Feng was actually Lin Baitian's son. The savage was very powerful. Heaven Emperor Huang wasn't a match for the savage, but no matter how powerful the savage was, he wasn't the ruler of fate. Therefore, Heaven Emperor Huang wasn't afraid of the savage. But Heaven Emperor Huang was afraid of Lin Beidian. Back then, Lin Baitian's cultivation level hadn't increased yet. He was already at the 10th bloodline. He had become the ruler of fate. And as Lin Baitian's cultivation level increased, it was unimaginable how strong Lin Beidian was. Lin Feng saw his father materialize. He was extremely excited. Every time he saw his father materialize, Lin Feng couldn't calm down. As his knowledge increased, Lin Feng found out. Back then, his father. How terrifying was that? How many experts? He was defeated by his father. No wonder the people from the mastermind's world wanted to get rid of his father. They were afraid. Because they were afraid. His father. He was the person who destroyed the mastermind's world. So, before their father had fully grown up, the two of them had been together. Thus, he resorted to scheming against his own father. Heaven Emperor Huang, I think we can talk now. Lin Feng said. Heaven Emperor Huang's expression was gloomy. He was in an extremely bad mood. He was full of anger. There was nowhere to vent. But, he had to listen to Lin Feng. Because, Heaven Emperor Huang really didn't want to offend Lin Feng's backer, Lin Beidian, because of these things. I heard that your father was killed by a seed demon. Heaven Emperor Huang narrowed his eyes and asked. Said Lin Feng. You're quite well informed, said Lin Feng. Heaven Emperor Huang said. Of course. Lin Feng said, the news you received is indeed correct. My father was indeed killed by a seed demon because of someone's plot. Sogu's website, I only need to say one thing, and you'll know how terrifying the world of time reversal is. Lin Feng didn't interrupt. He just listened carefully. The world where time has reversed is also known as the immortal burial ground. Countless epics have been buried there, and countless experts above the true immortal realm are buried there. There are even existences that have surpassed the saint realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Those people are so powerful. How could they die there? Ha 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 ha. Huang Tiandi couldn't help but laugh. Extremely powerful? No, no, no. In a world where time is reversed, any living being can die because there are even more terrifying existences in that world. Huang Tiandi said. Even more terrifying existences? Are you talking about living beings? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. I don't know what they are either. Heavenly Emperor Huang said, it could be a living creature or a supreme Tao law. I don't know what it is exactly, but there are often extremely terrifying dangers inside. Those dangers are enough to devour everything. Could it be the people from the Mastermind's world causing trouble inside? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Mastermind's world? Impossible. How could the Mastermind's world have that kind of ability? Huang Tiandi shook his head. It can't be, right? The Mastermind's world is so powerful. How could they not have that kind of ability? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Huang Tiandi said, of course they don't have the ability to control everything. Because the existences that enter the world of time reversal are all extremely terrifying. Including the alien world, the Western universe, the wasteland, and the three supreme realms. There are even some terrifying existences whose origins I don't know. Many existences are unimaginably powerful. Although the Mastermind's world is powerful, they can only control the cycle of life and death in the Eastern universe. The Western universe, the alien world, and the wasteland are all beyond the control of the Mastermind's world. Actually, when I entered the world of time reversal, I saw some of the Mastermind's world's creatures. Although the Mastermind's world's creatures are very powerful, many of them have died in the world of time reversal. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. The world reversed was actually so terrifying. Then he really had to pay more attention. What is the most important thing to pay attention to after entering the time reversal world? Lin Feng asked. Find some villages, towns, and tribes to take refuge in as soon as possible. That's the most important thing, and remember one thing. It's dark, don't come out, Heavenly Emperor Huang said. It's already dark? Don't come out? What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Heavenly Emperor Huang said, what you mean is, when you go to the world where time has reversed, you will gradually come into contact with the extraordinary aspects of that world. There are many things that you will have to explore on your own, so there is no need to ask me about everything. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded and said, I have another question to ask you. You seem to have too many questions. Huang Tiandi said impatiently. Lin Feng said, this is the last question. Hurry up and ask. Heavenly Emperor Huang said. Why is that world called the time reversal world? Lin Feng asked. Heavenly Emperor Huang said, this is because no matter how long you stay in that world, when you come out, you will still appear at the same time you entered that world. After hearing Heavenly Emperor Huang's words, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. Heavenly Emperor Huang's words were actually very easy to understand. For example, Lin Feng was currently chatting with Heavenly Emperor Huang. At this time, he had entered the time reversal world. He had stayed in the time reversal world for 10,000 years. Logically speaking, after Lin Feng came out, 10,000 years should have passed in the outside world. Even if the time reversal world had time laws that could affect the conversion ratio of different worlds, for example, 10 months in Lin Feng's timespace was only 1 month in the outside world. However, no matter how the time was converted, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. That was, time was constantly flowing. Since time was flowing, the time when one came out could not be the time when one entered. Heavenly Emperor Huang's words could be understood in layman's terms. The time when one went in and came out, time passed by 0. However, his cultivation had increased by an unimaginable amount. It sounded too inconceivable. However, it was indeed true. Lin Feng said, Senior Savage entered a few years ago, but now, a few years have passed. If he comes out, won't he appear in the spacetime of the past? Heavenly Emperor Huang said, you can understand it that way. Therefore, entering the time reversal world is something that goes against the operation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. It was indeed as Heavenly Emperor Huang had said. After entering the world of time reversal, for those who entered it when one came out, it was the same as when one came in. Time would pass by 0. However, for others, when they appeared, they would appear in the spacetime of others. This way, it would cause spacetime to become chaotic. Lin Feng said, the time reversal world is so heaven-defying. It shouldn't be easy to come out, right? Of course it won't be easy. Heavenly Emperor Huang nodded. You need a teleportation stone to come out. As for how to get one, you'll find out once you enter the time reversal world. Lin Feng said, then let's send the 2 of us into the time reversal world. Heavenly Emperor Huang said calmly, I can send you in for your father's sake. As for that divine beast, I can't help it even if I want to. Lin Feng said, why are you making excuses when it's something I can do casually? In truth, Lin Feng had planned to ask Heavenly Emperor Huang to help summon Du Zhu and the others, who were waiting outside. Then, he would send Du Zhu and the others in as well. Heavenly Emperor Huang sneered. You're saying that it's something I can do casually? How ignorant. Sending people into a time-reversed world is a great loss for me, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. I might even suffer the wrath of the heavens and die without a burial place. Lin Feng asked. Is it that dangerous? Heavenly Emperor Huang said unhappily, what do you think? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he would have to go in himself. At that moment, the divine beast looked at Heavenly Emperor Huang and said, I have a keepsake for you. Sogu, keepsake? What keepsake? Huang Tiandi couldn't help but feel puzzled. The divine beast spat out a ball of holy light. It was unknown what was contained within the ball of holy light. The ball of holy light flew towards Huang Tiandi. Huang Tiandi grabbed the ball of holy light. This is, Huang Tiandi's pupils shrank slightly. He took a deep breath and said, all right. I'll send you in as well. Many thanks. The divine beast thanked him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He wondered what keepsake the divine beast had given to Huang Tiandi. It seemed like this divine beast had come prepared as well. We need to wait for 3 days. Huang Tiandi said. All right, we'll wait. Lin Feng said. Huang Tiandi then disappeared. After Huang Tiandi left, Lin Feng looked at the divine beast and asked curiously, what did you give Huang Tiandi? The divine beast said, it's a broken piece of jade. A broken piece of jade? What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The divine beast said, I obtained it by chance. I only know that the broken piece of jade was stained with blood. A voice inside told me that if I brought the jade to Huang Tiandi Ridge, I would be able to enter the world of time reversal. Thus, I felt that this broken piece of jade should be the keepsake to enter the world of time reversal. Thus, I gave it to Huang Tiandi to see if that was the case. Who would have thought that after testing it, I discovered that it was indeed the case. Lin Feng nodded and found a place to rest. At the bottom of the cliff. Huang Tiandi held the jade pendant in his hand, thinking about many things. In the end, he sighed. Some people. Even after countless years, he still couldn't forget them. Huang Tiandi. There was also a woman he would never forget. Back then. That woman had once blocked a sure-kill attack for Heavenly Emperor Huang. She was heavily injured and on the verge of death. That woman loved Huang Tiandi very much. Huang Tiandi also loved that woman very much. After that woman escaped death, Huang Tiandi loved that woman even more deeply. They had thought that they would have a perfect and happy future. However, life was strange sometimes. Especially for a man. Sometimes power seemed to be greater than love. It was the second year after their marriage. Heavenly Emperor Huang met another woman. One had an extremely powerful background. Moreover, it was a woman who could help him. Heavenly Emperor Huang secretly fell in love with that woman. That woman, on the other hand, came looking for him. Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't know what that woman said to his beloved wife. When he came back, seeing his two women appear together, he also felt that it was very troublesome. Actually, given enough time, he might be able to solve this problem. 2 maids and 1 husband. This kind of thing was not uncommon. But it seems his second wife didn't want to share a man with his first wife. Hence, he chose to make a move. I wish you all the best. The woman who loved Heavenly Emperor Huang said. She chose to leave. Heavenly Emperor Huang wanted to give chase. He chased after them. There might be a turnaround. However, concubine was the choice of Celestial Emperor Huang. Of course, at this time, he was still not Celestial Emperor Huang. He was just a young expert with exceptional talent. Heavenly Emperor Huang only had 2 choices. First, he chased after the first wife. From then on, his second wife cut off all ties with him. Second, he allowed the first wife to leave. The forces behind the second wife would fully support Heavenly Emperor Huang. On one side was the person he loved deeply, and the person who loved him deeply. On the other side was a fleeting future. Heavenly Emperor Huang. He chose the latter. He did not chase after her. Later, Heavenly Emperor Huang heard that the woman he loved deeply was being targeted by a group of vicious devil path cultivators. She was seriously injured and eventually escaped. From then on, there was no news of her. Heavenly Emperor Huang secretly sent people to search for a long time. In the end, he didn't find any news. Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't want to think about that possibility. However, Heavenly Emperor Huang couldn't help but have such a thought in his mind. She was dead. She died in fear, loneliness, sadness, and hatred. When she died, there was no lover by her side. Perhaps, she must have felt very sad in her heart. Heavenly Emperor Huang crazily tortured those demonic cultivators who killed her. As Heavenly Emperor Huang gradually became stronger, Heavenly Emperor Huang even eradicated the forces behind those demonic cultivators one by one. This was not the end. Later on, after Heavenly Emperor Huang became a supreme being, he began to suppress the demonic forces. Many demonic forces suffered because of this. It could be said that the era of Heavenly Emperor Huang was the era when the demonic forces were at their weakest. Heavenly Emperor Huang's hatred from back then. He vented it all on those demonic forces. The vast majority of the demonic forces were naturally implicated. They belonged to the innocent people who were implicated. But in the world of cultivators, who would care if you were implicated or not? Where are you? Heavenly Emperor Huang looked at the broken jade in his hand and muttered. He actually shed tears. Perhaps, was he thinking of what happened in the past? He thought of his lover in the past. Was he already regretting it in his heart? Lin Feng and the divine beast waited for 3 days. An altar flew up from the bottom of the abyss and floated in the air. Climb the altar. Heavenly Emperor Huang did not appear, but his voice could be heard. Lin Feng and the divine beast ascended the altar. Then, the altar was activated. When the altar was activated, Lin Feng and the divine beast were instantly teleported out. When Lin Feng and the divine beast appeared, they appeared in a dark world. Around them, it was eerie. In the darkness, there seemed to be many gazes looking at Lin Feng and the divine beast. Damn, we're so unlucky. We just came here, and it's already night? Lin Feng immediately wailed. In the world where time was reversed, they followed Heavenly Emperor Huang's words. It's dark, don't come out. Therefore, the night was definitely incomparably terrifying. Disperse the holy light on your body and hide yourself in the darkness. Lin Feng looked at the divine beast. Being so eye-catching in the darkness was really no different from courting death. The divine beast hurriedly nodded and dispersed the holy light on its body. Something seems to be coming. Lin Feng looked behind him, and his expression suddenly changed. His blood began to flow quickly. This feeling was really terrible. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to sense the terrifying existence, but he couldn't sense any of its aura. He didn't know what that terrifying existence was. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly ran away. The divine beast. He followed closely behind. But after running for a long time, Lin Feng felt that the unknown and terrifying existence was still chasing after them. And it seemed to be getting closer and closer. End of chapter. What the hell is it? Why is it lingering around? Lin Feng's expression was very solemn. The existence that was chasing after them had an extremely terrifying aura. It made one's hair stand on end. After Lin Feng and the sacred beast were locked onto by that terrifying existence, they couldn't shake it off at all. This wasn't the way to go on. Because, they might be caught up soon. And there was one more terrifying thing. There was definitely more than one terrifying beast in the darkness. If the other ferocious beasts also attacked, it would definitely be a loss that would make one despair. At that time, there would probably be no road to heaven and no door to the earth. Lin Feng's speed was fast enough. However, compared to the terrifying existence that was chasing after them, it was still a little lacking. Sit on my body. At this time, the sacred beast said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. He jumped onto the sacred beast's body. The sacred beast. It began to gallop. At the same time, the sacred beast's wings also stretched out. The speed of the sacred beast. It had greatly increased. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The sacred beast's wings spread out, and its full speed running speed was actually faster than his speed. It was really unbelievable. Over the years, Lin Feng had seen creatures that were faster than Lin Feng, but they could be counted on one hand. The sacred beast was one of them. The unknown existence in the darkness couldn't help but become angry. Obviously. It originally looked like it was about to catch up with Lin Feng and the sacred beast. It was very agitated and excited. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and the sacred beast had once again widened the distance between them. That existence. Naturally, it was incomparably angry. Now, that existence's eyes were flashing with a dense killing intent, the aura emitted from its body was even more terrifying. After feeling the aura emitted from that terrifying existence's body, Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. This guy. It was really terrifying. It seemed that he had underestimated this existence before. This unknown creature might be much more terrifying than he had imagined. The unknown existence behind began to speed up. The distance between them. It was approaching again. Damn it, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The speed of the sacred beast was already as fast as lightning. He still couldn't shake that guy off. The divine beast also began to accelerate. But when the divine beast accelerated, the terrifying existence chasing after them was still accelerating. It didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. That unknown and terrifying existence was too powerful, so its ability to continuously accelerate was very powerful. However, what made Lin Feng feel a little relieved was that the divine beast could also continuously accelerate. For the time being, that unknown and terrifying existence was unable to catch up to Lin Feng and the sacred beast. In this continuous pursuit, that unknown and terrifying existence became extremely angry. It constantly let out a low growl. Lin Feng estimated. Very few creatures could last that long while being hunted by it. Therefore, after chasing Lin Feng and the divine beast for so long, they still couldn't catch up to them. This terrifying creature felt a deep sense of humiliation. Roar! At this time, a low growl came from all around. Not good, other terrifying creatures have appeared. Lin Feng's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Front, left, right. There were beast roars coming from all three directions. This meant that there should be extremely terrifying creatures rushing over from all three directions. This was an extremely dangerous matter. Once they were surrounded. At that time it would be difficult to escape. The divine beast couldn't help but worry. The current situation was indeed extremely bad. Roar. But at this time a low growl came from behind. It was the roar of the terrifying existence that was chasing after Lin Feng and the divine beast first. That terrifying existence seemed to be warning the other creatures. Finally, the creatures in front, left, and right all left one after another. It wants to kill us alone? Lin Feng was surprised. Then, he revealed a look of joy. The existence that was chasing after them shouldn't have a low status. Otherwise, the other creatures wouldn't have left after hearing its roar. The departure of those creatures gave Lin Feng hope of escaping. But, not long after, Lin Feng's face became ugly. Because, under this continuous consumption, the divine beast couldn't compete with that unknown creature. Although the divine beast's peak speed wasn't inferior to that unknown creature. But in terms of magical power storage, the difference was too big. The main reason was that the gap between their realms was too big. So, after the divine beast showed signs of fatigue, the distance between the two sides began to quickly close. One fled and one chased. The two sides seemed to be only 1,000 meters away. The situation was getting worse. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but become extremely gloomy. He had to think of a solution. Or else. It was very likely that he would die. Lin Feng was very clear about this. 2 hours later. The two sides were only 500 meters away. Although he still couldn't see what kind of existence the unknown creature in the darkness was. However, at this distance, Lin Feng could already smell the stench emitted from its body. It wouldn't take long for Lin Feng and the divine beast to be caught up by this terrifying existence. But at this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng saw that there was a light in the distance. A light in the darkness. It wasn't dazzling. But it was like a light of hope. It's a village, Lin Feng said in surprise. He remembered the warning of Huangtian Emperor before. At night, they could go to villages, towns, and other places to take refuge. Such a place. It was a place where the terrifying existence in the darkness didn't dare to enter. The divine beast's eyes also became bright. It tried its best. It began to accelerate. The unknown existence behind them obviously became a little flustered and exasperated. It also began to accelerate. It wanted to enter the village before Lin Feng and the divine beast. Catch Lin Feng and the divine beast. Just when they were more than 100 meters away from the village, a gloomy and terrifying aura filled the air. It directly enveloped Lin Feng and the divine beast. At that moment, they felt as if their bodies were being imprisoned. Lin Feng pulled a long face. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. But he failed. The stench of blood rushed to his face. The unknown existence in the darkness. It pounced on him and the divine beast. At this moment of life and death. Deep in the village, a ball of divine light rose into the sky. Whoosh, in the divine light, an arrow flew out quickly. That arrow shot toward the unknown existence in the darkness that pounced on Lin Feng and the divine beast. End of this chapter. Clang, along with a violent collision sound, the unknown existence in the darkness collided with the arrow that was shot at it. Although the entity in the darkness wasn't injured, it was still sent flying by the arrow. Lin Feng was shocked. The person who had attacked was truly terrifying. To be able to send that terrifying entity flying with a single arrow. It was hard to imagine what level of cultivation the person who had attacked was. Lin Feng and the divine beast couldn't help but look happy. Because, they were finally out of danger. The unknown entity in the darkness let out a low roar. It was extremely unwilling. It was about to eat Lin Feng and the divine beast. But at this critical moment, it had failed at the last moment. However, the unknown entity didn't dare to stay any longer. It quickly fled into the distance. The expert who had attacked before didn't attack the unknown entity again. Come here quickly. At that moment, a voice came from the village. Lin Feng saw a 17-year-old female cultivator wearing a red dress. She was waving at Lin Feng and the divine beast. Lin Feng and the divine beast didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed towards the village. By the time Lin Feng and the divine beast reached the village, the divine light floating above the village had already disappeared. Apart from the red-dressed female cultivator, there were a dozen other cultivators present. They seemed to be in the same group as the red-dressed female cultivator. I'm Lin Feng, and this is my friend, the divine beast. How should I address you? Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. I'm Hong Yuer. Why did you run into the darkness at night? Don't you know that it's very dangerous? Hong Yuer asked. Lin Feng smiled wryly. We just entered the time reversal world, and then we realized it was night time. Hong Yuer said, then you're really unlucky. But even though you're a little unlucky, you're lucky that the Holy Maiden just happened to pass by and saved you. Otherwise, you'd all be dead. When Hong Yuer mentioned the saintess, she had a very respectful expression. It seemed that the saintess was an extraordinary person. Lin Feng asked, the one in the divine light was the saintess, right? Hong Yuer nodded and said, yes, that was the saintess. Who is the saintess? Lin Feng asked. The saintess is, Hong Yuer was about to explain, but she suddenly changed the topic and said, oh, this isn't a good place to talk. Who knows if there's some terrifying existence that's taking the risk to attack us. Let's go to the village. No problem. Lin Feng said. On the road, Hong Yuer introduced Lin Feng and the holy beast to the cultivators around her. They were from an adventuring group. In fact, he wanted to live well in this world where time was reversed. Your strength is extremely heaven-defying. Or else. You won't be killed by those terrifying native creatures. Or they would be killed by other adventurer groups. Hong Yuer was the leader of this group. Moreover, Hong Yuer was the strongest among them. She was a 7th-layer golden immortal cultivator. The rest of the people were basically all true immortal realm powerhouses. Lin Feng knew that there were many experts in this time-reversed world. After all, experts from all over the universe, including the Outland world, the Wasteland world, the Celestial world, the Primal Chaos Xianhuang world, the Underworld, the Western universe, and other places, would all come here in search of opportunities to improve themselves. Many people would just stay here and not leave. Therefore, there were more and more experts in this time-reversed world. However, when he saw that even an ordinary adventurer group had so many experts, Lin Feng was still extremely shocked. After some discussion, Lin Feng found out that Hong Yuer came from the Mystic Moon Great World, one of the 3,000 Great Worlds. It was a great world near the moon. It was relatively far from the Undying World. As for the others, they had all come from different places. Hong Yuer had already stayed in this time-reversed world for 70,000 years. Her experience could be considered extremely rich. She also had a certain understanding of many experts in the time-reversed world. As for Lin Feng and the Holy Beast, in Hong Yuer's opinion, they were all rookies. No experience. No strength. No connections. This kind of person was what the cultivators in the time-reversed world called the 3 nobodies. Generally speaking, the 3 nobodies were cultivators who had just entered the time-reversed world. Some of the larger adventurer groups couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Because in their opinion, these cultivators who had just entered the time-reversed world, even if their cultivation was not bad, it was still limited. Those large adventurer groups would often recruit cultivators who had been in the time-reversed world for many years and were very experienced. Hong Yuer and the others were very enthusiastic. Naturally, it was because they wanted to recruit Lin Feng and the Holy Beast into their group. They were just a small adventurer group. The strongest among them was only a golden immortal. This level, in the outside world, they were existences that could do whatever they wanted. But in the time-reversed world, they weren't particularly powerful. Therefore, it was very difficult for a small group like Hong Yuer to recruit people. Thus, Hong Yuer stared at Lin Feng, a cultivator who had just entered the time-reversed world. TSK, there's a newcomer. After entering the village, the number of people began to increase. Many people walked out and stood on both sides of the street. They looked at Lin Feng and the Holy Beast with malicious eyes. Newcomers must know the rules. I don't think I need to say more about the rules, right? At this time, a group of more than 20 people walked over. The leader, a thin cultivator, said, I'm new here, so I really don't know what the rules are. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Actually, how could Lin Feng not know the so-called rules here? It should be referring to giving some good things to these people. Then, losing money to avoid disaster. But Lin Feng didn't want to be bullied as soon as he arrived here. Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? Are you looking for a beating? Do you believe that I won't beat you up right now? The thin cultivator's eyes suddenly darkened. A newcomer dares to talk so much. If I don't beat him half to death, this guy will definitely not learn his lesson. Haha, beat him hard, we're waiting to see. Many of the surrounding cultivators began to jeer. Hee, since everyone is looking forward to this performance so much, we can't let the brothers down, right? Tell me, should we slap this kid's left face first or his right face first? The thin cultivator said with a smile. He didn't put Lin Feng, a cultivator who had just entered the time-reversed world, in his eyes at all. Moreover, Lin Feng was still so young. Therefore, in the thin cultivator's opinion, he could humiliate Lin Feng however he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. End of chapter. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. These people were really self-righteous. If they really fought, who would be afraid of who? They weren't even at the Saint Immortal realm, yet they dared to act cool in front of him. What a joke. Slap the left face first. Slap the right face first. The surrounding cultivators started to jeer. Some wanted the skinny cultivator to slap Lin Feng's left face first, while others wanted the skinny cultivator to slap Lin Feng's right face first. There were all kinds of opinions. Then let's slap this kid's left face first. The skinny cultivator said with a smile. He looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. It was as if he was playing a monkey. Just as the skinny cultivator was about to make a move, Hong Yuer said, Zhou Ziqing, don't go too far. Don't forget that the Saintess is still here. Hearing Hong Yuer mention the Saintess, Zhou Ziqing's face couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. Saintess. She was an existence he didn't dare to provoke. If he disturbed the Saintess, naturally, he wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, the Saintess had never liked to see cultivators fight. If the Saintess wasn't here, there wouldn't be a problem to make a move. But the Saintess was here. Then he couldn't make a move. There were some things that still needed to be careful. Zhou Ziqing couldn't help but snort coldly. His expression was somewhat ugly. Obviously, Zhou Ziqing was quite depressed that he couldn't make a move. Zhou Ziqing looked at Lin Feng and sneered, Kid, you're lucky this time, but don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll be waiting, Lin Feng said with a smile. Hong Yuer couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was true that a newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. At this time, he actually dared to provoke Zhou Ziqing. Perhaps it was because he didn't understand what kind of world the time reversal world was like. He also didn't understand the cruel rules of survival here. So, that was why he dared to provoke Zhou Ziqing. If he knew how terrifying Zhou Ziqing was, he would probably regret it. Hong Yuer was even considering whether to continue absorbing Lin Feng. She felt that with Lin Feng's character, he would definitely attract a lot of trouble. However, Hong Yuer quickly made her decision. It wasn't easy to recruit new members. Not to mention that Lin Feng and the Sacred Beast were in cahoots. If they missed out on Lin Feng and the Sacred Beast, they didn't know when they would have another opportunity to recruit new members. At worst, he could talk to Lin Feng about how to survive in this place. Presumably, Lin Feng was a smart person. When the time comes, you know what you will do. Good. Brat. I'll remember you. Zhou Ziqing's eyes flashed with killing intent. Let's leave quickly. Hong Yuer pulled Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng knew what Hong Yuer was worried about. Therefore, he didn't continue to say anything to Zhou Ziqing. If this guy really dared to come looking for trouble, when the time comes, send him to hell. Lin Feng wasn't a good-tempered person. Hong Yuer and the others lived in an independent courtyard. After arriving at the living room, everyone sat down. When Hong Yuer and the others saw that Lin Feng had offended an expert like Zhou Ziqing, they actually didn't care. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Hong Yuer said, "Little brother Lin. Do you know? That Zhou Ziqing is an extremely powerful person? Not many people dare to provoke him." Extremely powerful? How powerful? Lin Feng asked. Peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. Hong Yuer said with a serious expression. A mere peak of the Golden Immortal Realm is nothing. Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of people rolled their eyes. Because they could feel it. Lin Feng. He wasn't even a true immortal. Now. He actually said that a peak Golden Immortal Realm cultivator was nothing. Wasn't this too pretentious? Why are you all looking at me like that? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Cough, cough. Hong Yuer dryly coughed twice before saying, "Little brother Lin, let's not offend that fellow Zhao Ziqing if we can. It's best not to offend him as much as possible because he has a relatively powerful adventurer group behind him. He's only the second in command of that adventurer group, and the first in command of that adventurer group is a Saint Immortal expert." Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. A Saint Immortal Realm expert. For Lin Feng. An existence that couldn't be ignored. Lin Feng was confident that he could defeat a Golden Immortal. But against a Saint Immortal Realm expert. Then he had no confidence at all. After all. A Saint Immortal Realm expert was indeed many times stronger than a Golden Immortal Realm expert. Of course. If it was said that Lin Feng was afraid of a Saint Immortal Realm expert, it wasn't a problem. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, even if he couldn't defeat a Saint Immortal Realm expert, it was very difficult for a Saint Immortal Realm expert to pose a threat to Lin Feng's life. What Lin Feng was truly afraid of were those quasi-saints or true saints. Of course. If the other party was an extremely heaven-defying monster. An existence that could cross a large realm to fight against an opponent who had broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm or the Saint Immortal Realm would still pose a great threat to Lin Feng. However, such a monster was rare. How could it be so easy to meet such a monster? Lin Feng knew that it wasn't easy for Hong Yuer and the others to survive. Hong Yuer and the others gave Lin Feng a rather good impression. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't say anything to provoke Hong Yuer and the others. He said, "As long as that guy doesn't provoke me, I can't be bothered to deal with him." Hong Yuer and the others couldn't help but laugh bitterly again. This was because Lin Feng was unknowingly acting cool again. Lin Feng asked. "Fairy, can you tell us about this saint lady now?" Hong Yuer said, "Before we talk about the saint lady, let's talk about the specific division of power in the time reversal world. This way, you can better understand the time reversal world." Lin Feng said, "Okay." Hong Yuer then said, "The time reversal world is divided into 5 regions, the Eastern region, the Western region, the Southern region, the Northern region, and the Central region. Each of these 5 regions is vast and boundless. Moreover, there are extremely terrifying space-time storms where the 5 regions intersect. Those space-time storms can even kill Saint Realm experts. Therefore, it's very difficult to travel between the 5 regions. Perhaps only some extremely powerful cultivators can travel between the 5 regions. The region we're in now is the edge of the Eastern region. Relatively speaking, this is a remote region. It's not as terrifying as the Central region and the Inner region." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was because Lin Feng thought of the unknown existence that had chased after them. This was still the outer region, a remote region. Such a powerful existence had actually appeared. If it was a creature from the core region, how terrifying would it be? Sogu's reading website. Each region is divided into many different groups, and each of them has a large number of experts. There are saints in the top forces, said Ji Futian. For example, in the Eastern region where we are right now, there are 4 top powers. They are the Pavilion of Eyes, Futian Grotto, Saintly Heaven Tower, and Peerless Cliff. The Holy Maiden we met before is the daughter of the leader of Saintly Heaven Tower. Hong Yuer continued. Lin Feng asked, "That Holy Maiden is very strong. What's her cultivation level?" Hong Yuer replied, "It's said that she's a quasi-saint, but she's a proud daughter of the heavens. She's very strong." Although she hasn't become a saint, many saints aren't necessarily her match. Lin Feng naturally agreed with this. The holy maiden was indeed very strong. What's her name? Lin Feng asked curiously. She's called Xiaotingyu. Hong Yue replied. Yes. Lin Feng nodded, then asked, the relationships between the top groups aren't very good, right? Hong Yue replied, the internal strife is very fierce, but when facing outsiders, they're quite united. For example, when there's a regional war, they'll be very united. What's a regional war? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Every few years, there will be a change in the 5 regions, and a battlefield will appear. The 5 regions will send some experts to the battlefield to participate in the regional war. The regional war can be used to hone one's cultivation level, and it can also be used to collect the legendary teleportation stones. Hong Yue explained. Lin Feng asked, what's this teleportation stone you're talking about? Hong Yue explained, the teleportation stone can be used to create a teleportation formation. It's said that it can lead to the location of the divine court. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The divine court, the door of everlasting life, the heaven-shaking steel, they all had great secrets. Peerless experts wanted to enter them. However, they wanted to enter these places. In the outside world, countless cultivators wanted to find the door of everlasting life, the divine court, and the heaven-shaking steel, but they didn't find anything. But things were different here. There really was a supreme divine court in the world where time was reversed. The reason why cultivators in the outside world couldn't find the supreme divine court was because the supreme divine court was in a world where time had reversed. Lin Feng immediately became very interested in those so-called teleportation stones. When the time came, he had to find a way to participate in the regional battle. Then, he would collect as many teleportation stones as he could. Then, he would construct a teleportation array so that he could head to the Supreme Divine Court. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Hong Yue was a smart woman. When she saw the smile on Lin Feng's face, she immediately understood what he meant. Hong Yue said, I know what you're thinking, but don't even think about the regional battles. Only the apex experts are qualified to go there. Ordinary Saint Immortals are not qualified to go there. At the very least, only high-level Saint Immortals are qualified to go there. Lin Feng smiled and did not refute. Then, Lin Feng asked, since this place is the outer region of the eastern region, someone with an extraordinary status like the Holy Maiden shouldn't have come here. Why would she come here? Hong Yue shook her head. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. Otherwise, the Holy Maiden wouldn't have come to such a remote place. Lin Feng had the same feeling, but Lin Feng didn't know what exactly was going to happen. Now, on behalf of our adventurer team, I formally invite you to join our adventurer team. Are you willing to join us? Hong Yue asked. Lin Feng had just arrived, so there were many things he didn't know. Moreover, his strength was nothing in this world where time had reversed. Spending some time with Hong Yue and the others wasn't bad. Especially, Hong Yue was also a beautiful woman with a hot figure and a beautiful face. Looking at such a beauty every day. It was also a kind of pleasure. Lin Feng nodded. Of course we're willing. The holy beast followed Lin Feng's lead. Lin Feng agreed. It didn't have any objections. Seeing Lin Feng agree, Hong Yue was obviously very happy. She said, then you can rest first. We won't disturb you any longer. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. A cultivator called Song Zhenhai brought Lin Feng and the holy beast to rest. Previously, they had escaped. Lin Feng and the holy beast had used up a lot of energy. Thus, they really did need to rest. In the night, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. The creatures in the darkness were fighting each other. However, in the darkness outside the village, pairs of terrifying eyes were staring at the village. There were terrifying creatures in the darkness that had designs on the village, but they were afraid and didn't make a move. The next day, Lin Feng woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up, he left his room. Everyone had already gathered in the courtyard, including the sacred beasts. Morning. Lin Feng smiled and greeted everyone. Morning. Hong Yue and the others also said. Today, we will set off for the 10,000 Demon Lake. Before we set off, we need to buy some special things. Hong Yuer said. 10,000 Demon Lake, what kind of place is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hong Yuer said, it's a place with rich resources. It's about 5 days' journey from here. This time, we are going to the 10,000 Demon Lake to collect the Heavenly Lake Night Heart Grass. Hong Yuer said. What is the Heavenly Lake Night Heart Grass? Lin Feng continued to ask. This is a good thing. The Heavenly Lake Night Heart Grass is a spirit herb of heaven and earth. After refining it, it can greatly increase the cultivation of a cultivator. Hong Yuer said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Heavenly and earthly treasures that could greatly increase a cultivator's cultivation were relatively rare. Once such a heavenly and earthly treasure appeared, it would definitely be snatched by many people. Lin Feng said, then let's hurry up and set off. Hong Yuer said, looks like you're in a hurry to raise your cultivation. Let's go, we'll immediately go buy some necessities and then head to the 10,000 Demon Lake to try our luck. Let's see if we can find the Heavenly Lake Night Heart Grass. Following which, the group left their residence. They arrived at the trading market in the village. The item that Hong Yuer and the others wanted to buy was called exorcist incense. Because they were going to spend the night outside. It was extremely dangerous outside. If one brought the exorcist incense, under normal circumstances, the terrifying creatures that smelled it would take the initiative to leave. This way, they wouldn't be attacked by those terrifying creatures at night. End of chapter. On the way, Lin Feng understood how extraordinary the exorcist incense was. He said, since the exorcist incense can drive away the terrifying creatures outside, then the night shouldn't be as scary as we imagined, right? Hong Yuer smiled bitterly and said, we are only in the outer region. If we are in the outer region, the exorcist incense will still be effective. If we go further in, the exorcist incense will lose its effect. So that's how it is. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the place where the exorcist incense was sold. A stick of exorcist incense was worth about 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. Moreover, in the reverse time world, the immortal stones that circulated were at least high-grade immortal stones. For example, low-grade immortal stones and middle-grade immortal stones couldn't be used as currency. If 100,000 high-grade immortal stones were to be converted to low-grade immortal stones, it would be 1 billion low-grade immortal stones. Just one stick of incense. It was actually sold for 1 billion. It was ridiculously expensive. However, you had to buy it even if you didn't want to. If you didn't buy it, you wouldn't even be able to leave the village. Our area is under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Heaven Immortal Tower. The people selling exorcist incense are also from the Sacred Heaven Immortal Tower. Hong Yuer looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded. This was a profiteering industry, so it would naturally be monopolized by these top forces. Even if the other forces knew how to make exorcist incense, they wouldn't dare to sell it easily. Offending the Sacred Heaven Immortal Tower wouldn't end well. Moreover, they might not be able to make exorcist incense like the Sacred Heaven Immortal Tower. There were many people who bought exorcist incense. Lin Feng and the others lined up outside. Hong Yuer was calculating how many exorcist incense to buy. It was difficult to survive in the reverse time world, and the prices were extremely high. Therefore, they didn't have a lot of immortal stones on them. After Hong Yuer calculated for a while, she finally decided to buy 5 exorcist incense. Their group's financial resources couldn't allow them to buy too many exorcist incense. This was a practical problem. In addition, Hong Yuer estimated the time they could stay outside. The exorcist incense naturally wouldn't burn out so quickly. It could usually last for a few days. Hong Yuer estimated that 4 incense sticks would be enough, but she bought an extra one just to be safe. After purchasing 5 incense sticks, Hong Yuer distributed the incense sticks to everyone. Even if the exorcism incense was broken, it wouldn't affect its usage either. The 5 incense sticks were broken into 18 pieces by Hong Yuer. Everyone in the team took a section each. The reason why they did this was because they were worried that if one person was killed by an unknown creature in the darkness, everyone would die if they couldn't retrieve the incense in time. He broke the incense into a dozen pieces, one for each person. If anyone died, he could guarantee that the others would also have a portion of the incense. Of course, there was another reason. If anyone gets separated from the team for some reason, then, he had exorcism incense on him. Then, he might be able to survive. Then, he would look for a team, or look for other adventurer teams to help. If he didn't have the exorcism incense in his hands, he would definitely die. The group didn't stay any longer. They headed outside. Many cultivators left the village. Lin Feng asked, "Why don't those terrifying creatures attack the village?" Hong Yuer said, "It's said that those villages, towns, and other places have been blessed by mysterious experts. As long as a place is blessed, it won't be attacked by those terrifying creatures. Of course, this isn't absolute. In fact, in the world where time has reversed, there are some extremely powerful creatures that dare to attack those villages and towns. Moreover, as far as I know, there have been some ambitious creatures in history who have even joined forces with other creatures to attack towns and villages. Something like this hasn't happened in our eastern region, but it has happened in other regions. This kind of war is incomparably terrifying, and the impact is too great. Countless people participate in the war, and when the time comes, who knows how many people and terrifying creatures will die in the war." Lin Feng said, "The world is bustling with activity, and everyone is here for profit. I think that the reason why there are wars in other regions is because there are some things in those towns and villages that attract the attention of those terrifying creatures. Thus, a war breaks out. If something like that appears in the eastern region, the top creatures in the eastern region will probably start a war as well." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Hong Yuer couldn't help but ponder. She nodded and said, "That's right. What you said is very reasonable. To put it bluntly, this world still values benefits. As long as there are benefits, anything can happen." On the way, Lin Feng and Hong Yuer chatted for a long time. He learned a lot from Hong Yuer. Lin Feng thought about his father, Lin Beidian. Back then, he had also entered the world where time had reversed. The reason his father had been able to grow so quickly was because he had obtained a great opportunity in that world. Because of that, he had become a fish that leaped over the dragon gate and soared into the sky. He didn't know Hong Yuer. Had she heard of his father, Lin Beidian, Lin Feng had wanted to learn more about his father from Heavenly Emperor Huang, but unfortunately, Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't know much. Moreover, there were some things that Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't want to tell him. Lin Feng and Hong Yuer were already quite familiar with each other, so if he wanted to ask something, Lin Feng would ask directly. Lin Feng said, "I want to ask you about someone. I don't know if you've heard of him." "Who is it?" Hong Yuer asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "That person is called Lin Beidian." Hong Yuer thought about it carefully and said, "I've never heard of this person. Some people are more low-key, so even if their cultivation is very high, others might not know of their existence." Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The first night had arrived. Lin Feng and the others were in a grassy area, so they couldn't find any hidden caves or other places to hide. They could only spend the night in the grassy area. Hong Yuer lit up an exorcist incense stick. The exorcist incense stick emitted a strange smell. This smell was like the smell of rotting corpses magnified 100 times. It was simply too unpleasant. No wonder those terrifying creatures had been driven away. This smell was simply too disgusting. Seeing Lin Feng's hopeless expression, Hong Yuer smiled and said, "The first time you smell this smell, you're not used to it. But after a while, you'll get used to it." End of chapter. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. He would probably have to smell this smell a lot in the coming days. This kind of smell was really driving people crazy. However, in order to avoid those terrifying creatures, he could only endure it for the time being. Late at night, the howls of wolves resounded. Lin Feng and the others were all awakened. Their expressions became serious. Grassland wolves were generally social creatures. The grassland wolves of the time reversal world were not something that the grassland wolves of the outside world could compare to. The grassland wolves of the time reversal world were incomparably terrifying and ferocious, due to their large numbers. So, once a cultivator was surrounded by a terrifying existence like the grassland wolves, it would be a disaster. Although the exorcism incense could dispel many existences in the darkness. However, there were too many grassland wolves. When they ran together, they were fearless. Prairie wolves are a special kind of wolf pack. Although they live in packs, they don't like to move together. But now, so many of them are making noises together. This means that they have gathered together. Why are those guys gathering together? Hong Yuer said with a serious expression. Lin Feng said, something might have happened on the grassland. Hong Yuer nodded and said, that is indeed a possibility. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave the grassland as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter the grassland wolves, the situation will be extremely bad. The group did not dare to stay any longer and quickly flew into the distance. In fact, moving at night, even holding a lit exorcism incense would not be safe. This was because after the exorcism incense was lit, the smoke and smell would slowly spread out in all directions. Then, it formed a protective circle that covered more than 10 miles. The people who lit the exorcism incense would stay in the protective circle, and the smell of the exorcism incense would cover their body's smell. As a result, the terrifying creatures in the outer area would not be able to smell the cultivators inside. In addition, the smell of the exorcism incense was too unpleasant. Those terrifying creatures would choose to leave. Holding the exorcism incense and quickly moving through the grassland, it was naturally impossible to form such a protective circle. However, Lin Feng and the others had to take action now, or else it would be very dangerous. Rumble. 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 The ground shook violently. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. A pack of wolves, it must be a pack of wolves. That's the only thing that can happen in the grassland. Hong Yuer said. Lin Feng and the others were not the only cultivators flying at high speed in the dark night. Many other cultivators were alarmed and quickly flew into the distance. He hoped to leave the grassland as soon as possible. Soon after, Lin Feng saw the pack of wolves behind them. They were densely packed and innumerable. Seeing so many wolves rushing towards them, Xianxia was shocked. Lin Feng's expression became extremely unsightly. The number of wolves was really too great. It was absolutely hair-raising. It's over. It's over. The cultivators from the other adventurer teams cried out in horror. In the dark night, from time to time, miserable screams could be heard. The slower cultivators were immediately drowned by the wolf pack. Even though those cultivators were very strong, they were still very strong. However, the wolf pack was also very powerful. In addition, there were too many wolves. Therefore, once the wolves caught up, it was no different from courting death. Such a situation. It was too dangerous. Many cultivators couldn't help but curse. Soon, the cultivators who were cursing also stopped. It was better to save some energy and escape. The wolf pack was getting closer and closer. Many cultivators cried out in fear. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Why would we encounter a pack of wolves? The heavens are unfair to us, to actually let us encounter such a terrifying thing. Damn heavens, you are deliberately trapping us. If you have life, we curse you to die a horrible death. Seeing that they couldn't escape, many people no longer cared and began to curse again. Naturally, they would curse whatever was unpleasant to hear. Then, those cultivators were also drowned by the wolves. Hong Yuer and the others' faces became extremely pale. Because, many people on their side couldn't hold on any longer. This kind of full-speed escape consumed too much of his energy. If they could survive. No one wanted to die. At this moment, Lin Feng waved his hand, and a powerful mana wrapped around everyone. He quickly flew forward. Lin Feng and the others once again pulled away from the wolf pack behind them. Damn. Little brother Lin, your speed is so fast? A cultivator said in shock, his face filled with incomparable joy. Originally, many people thought that they were dead for sure, but now, they revealed expressions of having survived a calamity. Another cultivator said, Brother Lin, could it be that you have the Great Rock's bloodline? Otherwise, how could you be so fast? Lin Feng said, I am a pure human cultivator, I do not have the Great Rock's bloodline. Of course, my speed is so fast because my ability is strong. The group of people laughed bitterly. Whenever he had the chance, this brother Lin would definitely try his best to show off. Of course, Lin Feng did seem to be extraordinary. Not to mention anything else. Lin Feng's speed was indeed beyond everyone's reach. Aoo! The wolf pack let out a cry of fear. The wolf pack's cry attracted the attention of Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng looked behind him. He said, I feel that something is wrong. The wolf pack doesn't seem to be out to hunt, but to escape. That seems to be the case. Hong Yuer nodded. Lin Feng's expression became serious. If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. Because, the existence chasing after the wolf pack would be even more terrifying. However, Lin Feng did not know what was chasing after the wolf pack for the time being. Lin Feng and the others continued to run. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the number of wolves behind them was decreasing. Lin Feng was astonished by this discovery. The wolf pack was being devoured by an unknown existence. The wolf pack became even more chaotic. However, the wolf pack could not change the current situation. About 2 hours later, more than 80% of the wolf pack had been eaten, and only a small portion of the wolf pack was still alive. At this moment, Lin Feng saw a black fog rolling behind the wolf pack. Within the black fog, there was a black creature. That living being was enormous in size. It was 20 meters long and 15 to 16 meters tall. It had a qilin-like body and a head that looked like a dragon or a sheep. When it opened its bloody mouth, it could instantly devour hundreds of powerful grassland wolves. Tao Tai. It's the legendary Tao Tai. After seeing that terrifying existence, Hong Yuer cried out in fear. Sogu, Tao Tai was a dragon's son. Gluttony. Ferocity. This was a vicious beast. Because Tao Tai could devour all kinds of things. So, after devouring those things, Tao Tai's strength could rapidly increase. This was also the reason why Tao Tai was stronger than the other dragon sons. In the outside world, Tao Tai was one of the top beasts. What's more, in the world where time had reversed, Tao Tai could constantly eat. Moreover, Tao Tai's food was basically all powerful cultivators or powerful indigenous creatures. Thus, Tao Tai in the world where time had reversed. It could definitely be described as heaven-defying. Can you speed up a little more? Don't let Tao Tai catch up, or else we'll become Tao Tai's food. Hong Yuer said with a pale face. It seemed that she had heard of the ferocious power of the Tao Tai behind them. At this moment, Hong Yuer was so scared that her pretty face was pale. The rest of the people saw the mighty Tao Tai. They were also incomparably terrified. This Tao Tai was indeed too tyrannical, and this guy could eat too much, right? The pack of wolves was densely packed and countless, and they were about to be eaten up by it. How much did this Tao Tai want to eat? Lin Feng flew in another direction. Tao Tai chased after the pack of wolves, so it did not pay attention to Lin Feng and the others. This allowed Lin Feng and the others to let out a sigh of relief. Looks like that Tao Tai is about to evolve. At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng sent a sound transmission. What level is it going to evolve to? I think it's the Sage Realm. The Demon Lord said. That guy is so terrifying, yet he still hasn't broken through to the Sage Realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Demon Lord said, Tao Tai's talent is too terrifying. Although its realm hasn't increased, its fighting strength has. It's not inferior to many Sage Realm cultivators. It was indeed the same as what the Demon Lord had said. If Tao Tai was already so powerful before breaking through to the Sage Realm, what would happen if it broke through to the Sage Realm, an existence that could kill it? There were probably very few of them. Lin Feng and the others continued on their way. The grassland was still not safe. They wanted to leave the grassland as soon as possible. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others didn't encounter any more danger during the rest of the journey. They successfully left the vast grassland area and entered the primitive forest. Let's go through the forest and we'll reach the Lake of 10,000 Beasts. Hong Yuer said. Lin Feng nodded. The primitive forest was lush with branches. Even the sun couldn't shine through. Many terrifying creatures liked to stay in such places. even if it was daytime, they still had to be careful when they entered the primitive jungle. On the way, Lin Feng and the others saw many cultivators walking through the primitive forest. Lin Feng reckoned that those cultivators were also heading towards the myriad demon lake. A heavenly treasure like the heavenly lake night heartgrass was born. Any cultivator. They would all covet such heavenly treasures. Therefore, a large number of cultivators would go to the myriad demons lake. Along the way, Lin Feng learned a lot of things about the myriad demons lake from Hong Yuer. For example, the myriad demons lake was very huge. In the depths of the myriad demons lake lived the myriad demons king. It was said that the myriad demons king was an old demon king. However, even if he was old, he was still in existence that no one dared to provoke. There were many treasures in the myriad demons lake. The deeper one went, the more treasures there were. However, the deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. In the depths of the myriad demons lake, there were many terrifying creatures. Those creatures were very ancient. Normally, they wouldn't leave the myriad demons lake easily. However, if someone were to enter the myriad demons lake, they would very likely be attacked by those terrifying creatures. Even so, there were still many people who entered the myriad demons lake every year. Who asked the myriad demons lake to be rich in resources. There were huge benefits to be gained there. In this world, there were always some people who thought that they were lucky or that they were strong and confident. So they took the risk and went forward. In the end, they died. Of course. There were indeed some people who succeeded in taking the risk. And then they received unimaginable benefits. They even soared into the sky. However, there were still too few of them. The primitive forest was very dangerous at night. Because at night, many terrifying creatures would appear. At night, Lin Feng and the others hid in the cave and lit the exorcism incense. This way, they were slightly relieved. The next day, Lin Feng and the others encountered a huge problem when they passed through a mountain range. Because, they saw the Taotai in the mountain range. At that time, the Taotai was lying in a valley resting. When Lin Feng and the others went over, they saw the resting Taotai. They were almost scared to death. They tried their best not to make any noise. Originally, Lin Feng and the others wanted to leave quietly. However, things didn't go as they wished. The Taotai opened his eyes. A playful gaze. He looked at Lin Feng and the others. Perhaps in the eyes of the Taotai, Lin Feng and the others were just a bunch of ants. Let's go, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He used his powerful mana to wrap everyone up. Then, he rushed into the distance. The Taotai directly leaped up. That huge body galloped in the air. The Taotai quickly chased after Lin Feng and the others who were escaping in front. F***CKU, damn you all. Why did you let us meet this Taotai again? Someone cursed with an ugly expression. This Taotia's aura was too terrifying. Of course, its strength was so terrifying that it was impossible to resist. Now, many people were worried that they couldn't escape. The Taotai quickly chased after them. It was too difficult to get rid of it. When Lin Feng's speed slowed down, it was the divine beast's turn to make a move. A ball of holy light gushed out from the divine beast's body, wrapping Lin Feng and the others in the holy light. Then, the divine beast quickly ran. However, when the Taotai chased after them at full speed, even the divine beast's speed couldn't be faster than this Taotai. The main reason was that this Taotai was too powerful. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the energy accumulated in this Taotia's body was very terrifying. Lin Feng thought of the words that the demon lord had told him before. This Taotai was about to evolve. In order to succeed, it would have to constantly devour powerful creatures. Then, it would refine those creatures and use them to stabilize itself. Now, it seemed that this Taotai still needed some time before it could break through. The main reason was that it needed too much energy to break through. Therefore, this Taotai needed to devour more powerful creatures to replenish its energy. Now, Lin Feng and the others had become this Taotia's new target. End of chapter. Both sides were fleeing and chasing. The distance between them was constantly shrinking. The situation seemed to be getting worse and worse for Lin Feng and the others. Lowly ants, don't run. You won't be able to escape. Tao Tai said coldly. We're not even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Since you're so powerful, you might as well go find those powerful native creatures. Those native creatures will definitely fill you up. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Tao Tai said sarcastically, I like to play with you cultivators, just like a cat playing with a mouse. F***ck after hearing Tao Tai's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This guy. He really wasn't a good guy. In the process of chasing, many cultivators who had entered the primeval forest saw this Tao Tai. Oh my god, hurry up and run. Many cultivators cried out in fear as they fled in all directions. Tao Tai was such a terrifying existence. They didn't dare to provoke him. You won't be able to escape. Tao Tai sneered as he opened his mouth and sucked in. Many cultivators' bodies flew towards Tao Tai uncontrollably. Then, they were directly swallowed by Tao Tai. Some of the stronger cultivators were lucky enough to escape with their lives. What made Lin Feng extremely depressed was that Tao Tai was still chasing them. Not chasing after the others. Lin Feng was speechless. He said, why are you always chasing after us? Go and chase after others. Tao Tai said, my character is to finish what I started. Since I chased you guys first, I will definitely catch you guys. Then I will eat you. Hearing Tao Tai's words, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but burst into tears. What kind of bullshit personality was this? This was too much of a scam. 2 hours later. The distance between the two sides was already very close. Less than 1,000 meters. Heaven-shaking earth wave. Tao Tai sneered. Tao Tai leaped out and slapped the ground with his claws. The power of this claw was not to be underestimated. When this claw slapped the ground more than 1,000 meters away suddenly split open. Then, terrifying waves surged out from the cracked earth. Those waves surged towards Lin Feng and the others. Bang! Along with the sound of violent collisions. Those waves. It fiercely slammed into the holy light barrier protecting Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. Many people even vomited blood from the shock. Then, he fell into the forest. Lin Feng's body crashed into a large tree that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. That heavy impact caused the entire tree to fall down. The Tao Tai rushed over, its ferocious might overflowing into the sky, shocking everyone. The strength of this existence was truly shocking. Only by sensing its aura up close could one know how powerful it was. Perhaps it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Tao Tai took the lead to attack Red Moon, who was closest to him. The faces of Lin Feng and the others abruptly changed. It was already too late to save Hong Yuer. Of course. Even if they could make it in time, who could save Hong Yuer from the Tao Tai's sharp claws? Hong Yuer was so scared that her face turned pale. Her expression was one of despair. Just at this critical juncture. Suddenly, a silver crescent-shaped magic treasure flew out from the void and slashed towards the Tao Tai. The magic treasure's power was incomparably tyrannical. The Tao Tai did not dare to be careless. It waved its huge claws towards the magic treasure that was slashing towards it. Clang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. The Tao Tai's claws collided with the powerful magic treasure. The Tao Tai was forced back by the magic treasure. A woman in snow-white clothes walked out from the void. She wore a veil, but her temperament was otherworldly like an immortal. Her body was even surrounded by immortal chi. She was like a fairy that had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. She was so holy and otherworldly. Saintess. When she saw the woman, Hong Yuer immediately exclaimed. Lin Feng was shocked. Was this woman in front of him the saintess? Previously, she had attacked and repelled the unknown creature that was chasing after Lin Feng and the others. Human! Go to hell! The Tao Tai roared furiously and quickly charged towards the saintess. It was a very proud existence, but it was sent flying just now. Naturally, it was incomparably furious. The Tao Tai's killing intent was monstrous. It directly pounced towards the saintess. The saintess summoned the bright moon wheel back. Then, The bright moon wheel once again slashed towards the Taotai. It was almost impossible for the Taoya's huge body to dodge the bright moon wheel's attack. The Taotai had no choice but to wave its huge claws towards the bright moon wheel again. But at this time, the bright moon wheel actually split into two. It turned out that the bright moon wheel itself was yin and yang. Previously, they fused together. Now, the Saintess separated the bright moon wheel. A bright moon wheel collided with the Taoya's sharp claws. The other bright moon wheel swept towards the Taoya's body. Even with the Taoya's powerful defense, it still suffered heavy injuries. The scales on the Taoya's body fell off in large chunks. "I'm going to eat you." The Taotai roared crazily and opened its bloody mouth to devour the Saintess. Endless darkness shrouded the world. It was said. When the Taotai opened its bloody mouth, wherever the darkness shrouded, it would be devoured by the Taotai. This terrifying ability made people feel that it was inconceivable. Bright moon illuminates heaven and earth. Suddenly, the Saintess's voice rang out. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright moon appeared behind the Saintess. The bright moon slowly rose into the sky. When the bright moon rose into the sky, a shocking scene suddenly occurred. The bright moon dispelled all the darkness. The Saintess came in front of the Taotai. She slapped her palm towards the Taotai. Humph! The Taotai couldn't help but snort coldly. A distorted black ball of energy appeared in his bloody mouth. The black ball of energy seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. That black energy ball was really too terrifying. The Saintess's expression changed slightly. She wanted to escape through the void to avoid the attack of the black energy ball. But she didn't have time to do so. The black energy ball instantly blasted towards her. The Saintess quickly condensed a moonlight shield to protect her body. Bang! That tyrannical attack slammed into the Saintess, and she was sent flying. However, the defensive light shield that appeared outside her body was strong enough to help her resist the terrifying attack of the Taotai. Heaven Path Apocalyptic Claw. Suddenly, the Taotai roared and clawed at the Saintess across the void. A huge black claw condensed. The aura of that black claw was several times more terrifying than the black energy ball just now. Like the apocalyptic claw, its power was too terrifying. After the black claw condensed, it directly clawed at the Saintess. End of chapter. Rest for a day facing the Taoya's attack. The Saintess condensed a new attack. Behind the Saintess, holy light intertwined. A celestial palace was formed. A fairy walked out of the celestial palace. That fairy flew over from the 9 heavens. She collided with the Taoya's claws. The attacks of both sides were annihilated once again. What a powerful battle strength. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Whether it was the Taotai or the Saintess. The Saintess or the Saintess. Their battle strength was indeed incomparably tyrannical. It wouldn't be easy to defeat each other in a short period of time. It would be even more difficult to kill the other party. Such powerful existences usually had some extremely terrifying moves in their hands. Once these moves were used, the destructive power would naturally be unimaginable. The counterattack of such a powerhouse before death could even drag the opponent down with him. Therefore, at their level, they wouldn't really fight to the death. Leave quickly. At this time, the Saintess spoke. Saintess, you must be careful. Hong Yuer said. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay any longer. They quickly left. 2 hours later. Lin Feng and the others let out a long breath. Now. They were finally safe. Lin Feng said, that Saintess seems to be quite good. Of course. Speaking of the Saintess, Hong Yuer's eyes immediately revealed a look of worship. Perhaps in her heart, Hong Yuer wanted to become a woman like the Saintess. The Saintess has always been kind, and she has always been wandering between the major powers. I hope that the major powers won't fight too fiercely. Moreover, the Saintess often helps others. Over the years, who knows how many cultivators have been saved by the Saintess. She's like the reincarnation of a saint. In the eastern region, countless people are extremely respectful to the Saintess, including me. I really hope that I can become someone like the Saintess in the future. Lin Feng said, in this era, there really aren't many people like her. Yes. Hong Yuer said. Then she clenched her fists and said, "I want to become strong. The weak are destined to be bullied." Lin Feng and the others sped up. 3 days later, they arrived at the periphery of the myriad demon lake. A large number of cultivators had already gathered at the periphery of the 10,000 demons lake. However, these cultivators did not rashly enter the myriad demon lake to pick the celestial lake night heart grass. Many people were waiting outside. Lin Feng and the others arrived. Hong Yuer sent people to inquire and found out that the first batch of mature Skylake Night Heart grass had already been harvested. If he wanted to harvest the Heavenly Lake Night Heart grass, he would need to go to a deeper place. The Skylake Night Heart grass in the deeper regions had yet to mature, so it would probably take a few days before they could set off. After receiving the news, Lin Feng and the others could only wait outside the lake. "I hope we don't go too deep. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous," Hong Yuer said worriedly. Thousand Demons Lake. This was indeed a place filled with dangers and they could not afford to be careless. However, since they were all gathered in the outer area of the Myriajiao Lake, the ordinary native creatures would not dare to come and trouble so many cultivators. Unless those native creatures didn't want to live anymore. At night, pairs of sinister and terrifying eyes appeared in the distant forest. Those eyes looked towards the place where the cultivators were resting. However, those terrifying creatures did not act rashly. The next few days were spent waiting anxiously. Everyone wanted to find the Skylake Night Heartgrass as soon as possible, including Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng urgently needed to increase his cultivation level. In fact, Lin Feng still had a part of the source energy that had not been refined. When he had obtained the stone scripture, the expert from the mastermind's world had been killed by the stone man. The source energy left behind was naturally extremely powerful. However, Lin Feng had been in a state of high tension during this period of time. The external environment did not allow him to refine that ball of source energy. Lin Feng could only continue to wait for the time to refine the source energy. Or he could wait until he obtained the Skylake Night Heartgrass. He would refine it together with the Skylake Night Heartgrass. Lin Feng's greatest wish was to break through to the true immortal realm as soon as possible. As long as he could complete the breakthrough. When the time came, Lin Feng was confident that he would be able to kill Di Wudao. After waiting for about 3 days, cultivators entered the 10,000 Demon Lake one after another. "Let's go too," Hong Yuer said. And so, Lin Feng and the others also set off to enter the 10,000 Demon Lake. After a large number of cultivators entered the 10,000 Demon Lake, the 10,000 Demon Lake seemed to have become quiet. There were no powerful lake creatures in the outer area, so ordinary creatures naturally did not dare to provoke the cultivators. That evening, Lin Feng and the others arrived at an island not far from their destination. They needed to rest on the island for the night. They would set off tomorrow morning. If they were to fly in the lake at night, it would not be safe. The island was very big. There was a dense forest. Lin Feng and the others looked for a place to rest. At night, the sound of a zither and flute came from the depths of the lake. They listened carefully. There seemed to be a beautiful song mixed in. "What's with these sounds?" Everyone was alarmed. "I don't know. It's always been there. Don't pay attention to it." Some of the cultivators who had entered the 10,000 Demon Lake before did not care much about it. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Could there be any special meaning behind the sudden sound? Lin Feng was not sure about this. He hoped that everything would be fine. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off to fly to the place where the Sky Lake Night Heartgrass grew. At noon, they arrived at the area. It was a very large area. Many cultivators had already dived down. "Everyone, be careful. This place is definitely very dangerous." Before going down, Hong Yuer reminded them. Lin Feng and the others nodded. Then, they dived down to the bottom of the lake. The lake was very deep. They dived down for tens of thousands of meters before they reached the bottom. Then, everyone scattered around. They began to look for the Sky Lake Night Heartgrass. Previously, Lin Feng had already asked Hong Yuer about the appearance of the Sky Lake Night Heartgrass. According to Hong Yuer, the Sky Lake Night Heartgrass was a kind of 5-leaf grass. Immature sky lake night heartgrass was dark green, while mature ones were dark green. Immature sky lake night heartgrass could not be eaten because it was highly poisonous. Moreover, the sky lake night heartgrass had very strict requirements for its living environment. It could only live in the 10,000 demon lake. It could not adapt to the environment outside the 10,000 demon lake. Therefore, if they saw immature sky lake night heartgrass, they generally did not pick it. Lin Feng searched at the bottom of the lake for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. After seeing the heavenly lake night heartgrass, Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up. He finally found the first heavenly lake night heartgrass. It didn't take too long. Lin Feng was naturally very happy because some people might not be able to find it even after searching for a long time. Lin Feng quickly swam towards the heavenly lake night heartgrass. Lin Feng cultivated the ground water escape technique, so there was no difference between being in the water and being on the ground. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Feng, the other cultivators had powerful cultivation bases. Even if they didn't cultivate the ground water escape technique, they must have cultivated other water attribute magical powers. Therefore, there was basically no difference between being in the water and being on the ground. Soon, Lin Feng came to the coral reef. When Lin Feng was about to pick the heavenly lake night heartgrass, suddenly, huge tentacles stretched out from the coral reef. Those tentacles wrapped towards Lin Feng, wanting to entangle Lin Feng. Coral demon, Lin Feng was shocked. That coral reef definitely became a spirit. That heavenly lake night heartgrass was probably used to lure cultivators. When a cultivator approached the coral reef, the coral demon would immediately attack the cultivator. It was difficult for the cultivators who were being attacked to react at this time. However, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When those tentacles wrapped around him, his right hand gently waved in the void. Streaks of sword chi flew out. Those sword chi slashed towards the entangling coral tentacles. Clang, 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 but a surprising thing happened. When Lin Feng's sword chi collided with the tentacles were destroyed. There was a clanging sound of collision. Lin Feng's sword chi was actually blocked by those coral tentacles. Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. How powerful was the sword chi he slashed out? Lin Feng was very clear. However, such a powerful sword chi was actually blocked by the coral tentacles. The defensive power of the coral tentacles was too strong, wasn't it? It was too late for Lin Feng to dodge at this time. He was entangled by the coral tentacles. The coral tentacles were densely packed with poisonous thorns. Those poisonous thorns were very strange. They could easily pierce through a cultivator's magic power light shield, then pierce through the cultivator's skin and inject poison into the cultivator's body. The coral's poison was a kind of paralyzing poison. Although it was not fatal, it could make the poison person's whole body weak and powerless. At that time, it would be a dead end. However, Lin Feng's body was already immune to poison. Although the coral's poison was terrible, it did not cause much harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly brought out the heaven's fire. Although this was in the lake, however, the heaven's fire could still burn. This was the horror of the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire instantly ignited those tentacles, and those tentacles quickly shrank back. Lin Feng rushed forwards. Picked heavenly lake S. The coral demon felt that Lin Feng was not to be trifled with and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng came to find the heavenly lake S night heartgrass. Naturally, he had no interest in chasing after the coral demon. Seeing the coral demon escape, Lin Feng did not chase after the coral demon. Lin Feng continued to look for the heavenly lake S night heartgrass. Not long after, Lin Feng found the second heavenly lake S night heartgrass. This time, it was quite smooth and did not encounter any attacks from the lake monsters. After finding about a dozen heavenly lakes night heartgrass, violent fluctuations came from the distance. It seemed that a great battle had broken out. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. When he arrived at that area, he saw Han Yu-er and the others fighting with a giant monster at the bottom of the lake. That giant monster at the bottom of the lake was a huge demon python. Its body was about 300 meters long and its aura was very fierce. At this moment, The demon python spat out a large amount of energy attacks towards Hong Yuer and the others. Those energy attacks were similar to the Dragon Clan's Dragon Breath attack. However, the power was not as strong as the Dragon Breath attack. However, even if it was not as strong as the Dragon Breath, it was still strong enough. Cultivators who were attacked by the energy attacks had a certain chance of being frozen. Once frozen, the demon python would immediately rush forward and devour the frozen cultivator. 3 cultivators were frozen one after another. Then, the frozen cultivator was swallowed by the demon python in one gulp. Many people's eyes turned blood red. Seeing their companions die so miserably, everyone was naturally incomparably angry. But the demon python was too powerful. There was no way to resist. There was no way to escape even if they wanted to. Because a group of people were entangled by the demon python. There was no way to escape. At that moment, another cultivator was sealed in ice. The cultivator who was frozen was called Chu Yuan. Lin Feng had a relatively deep impression of him. Chu Yuan was a relatively talkative cultivator. The demon python swallowed Chu Yuan. "I'll kill you!" Hong Yuer screamed in anger. Then, she quickly pounced towards the demon python. She wanted to save Chu Yuan. The demon python looked at Hong Yuer with contempt. The demon python opened its bloody mouth and spat out a silver-white energy ball towards Hong Yuer. Ordinary energy balls had a certain chance of freezing others. But the silver-white energy ball had a 100% chance of freezing others. This silver-white energy ball needed to be brewed for a long time before it could be used. But Hong Yuer did not know how terrifying the silver-white energy ball was. When her body came into contact with the silver-white energy ball, her body was also sealed in ice. The demon python opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Hong Yuer. It wanted to first swallow Hong Yuer, then swallow Chu Yuan. "Quickly go and save the boss." The rest of the people roared in anger. At this time, it was too late to save Hong Yuer. What's more, although their cultivation was not bad, compared to the demon python, it was still a lot weaker. Even if it was over, they would still be courting death. Just as Hong Yuer was about to be swallowed, suddenly, an arrow was shot at them. Sunshot Divine Arrow. It was the Sunshot Divine Arrow that Lin Feng had shot. The two sides were a bit far apart, so it was too late to use magic attacks. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the Hoi Bao and Sunshot Divine Arrow that could attack from a distance. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's Sunshot Divine Arrow was shot over. The demon python that was about to swallow Hong Yuer saw the Sunshot Divine Arrow and spat out a ball of energy. That ball of energy was extremely powerful. It sent Lin Feng's Sunshot Divine Arrow flying. The demon python looked very proud. But in the next moment, the demonic python was terrified because the second Sunshot Divine Arrow had shot towards it when the first Sunshot Divine Arrow was sent flying. At this moment, it was too late for it to defend against the second Sunshot Divine Arrow. Pooh! There was a tearing sound. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Heavens! The python was killed. The cultivators shouted excitedly. The python was so terrifying, but it was killed. Everyone was shocked and excited. Everyone looked into the distance and saw Lin Feng walking over with a bow in his hand. When they saw this scene, everyone had an expression of disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be the one who killed the python. Before this, everyone thought Lin Feng was just a young man who liked to show off. As for Lin Feng's strength, they knew about Lin Feng's cultivation level. In this world where time had reversed, Lin Feng's Earth Immortal cultivation level could only be considered as a low-level cultivator. But Lin Feng had killed the python. That was too astonishing, it was too unbelievable. At this moment, the two sun-slaying divine arrows flew back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the Hoi Bao and the sun-slaying divine arrows. That bow and those two arrows are extraordinary? A cultivator couldn't help but mutter. Then, many people nodded. They felt the same way. Lin Feng had a treasure on him. This was something that no one had expected. At this moment, Hong Yuer and Chu Yuan's frozen state had been lifted. However, after they were sealed in ice, They had suffered different degrees of injuries. Fortunately, their injuries weren't too serious. Damn python. It killed 3 of our companions. Hong Yuer was very angry. She attacked the python's corpse with her sword. Streaks of sword chi condensed and slashed at the demonic python's body. However, they were unable to break through its defense. The python was really terrifying. Not good. There's a python coming from the distance. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly said. Hearing that there was a demonic python rushing over, everyone's expression suddenly changed. But when everyone looked around, they saw that Yi Zichen was in a daze. They didn't see any python. Hong Yuer said, I don't see any python. It's not here yet. There's still some distance. Let's go. Lin Feng said. He took the lead and flew up. The others didn't dare to stay any longer and followed closely behind. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others saw the demonic python's figure. A large number of demonic pythons appeared. There were simply too many of them. The demonic python that was killed by Lin Feng could only be considered as a demonic python with a very average body size. Some of the larger demonic pythons were almost 1,000 meters long. That was the true expert among the demonic pythons. Many cultivators were attacked by the demonic pythons. Cultivators were constantly being killed and eaten by the demonic pythons. Situation. It was indeed very dangerous. Obviously. A large number of cultivators had entered the bottom of the lake to collect the celestial lake night heart grass, which had alarmed some of the creatures in the myriad demon lake. These powerful demonic pythons were alarmed just like that. Therefore, these demonic pythons quickly rushed over. The cultivators who entered the depths of the myriad demons lake naturally became the targets of these demon pythons. These ferocious beasts were very interested in killing cultivators. There was a reason for that. 1. In order to improve themselves, cultivators would do everything in their power to evolve their bloodline. Therefore, the bloodline of cultivators was often much stronger than the bloodline of ferocious beasts. Although there were many ways for the ferocious beasts to improve their cultivation. But because these ferocious beasts carried the most primitive wildness. Therefore, these ferocious beasts liked to devour the bloodline of other living beings to improve their strength or to complete the evolution of their bloodline. Secondly, cultivators had a lot of good things on them, such as all kinds of heavenly treasures, medicinal pills, magic treasures, divine ability inheritances, and so on. Of course. Because these ferocious beasts often had the divine ability passed down from their race, these ferocious beasts might not be too interested in the divine ability inheritances of cultivators. In addition, the ferocious beasts had tyrannical bodies, so many ferocious beasts were not interested in the magic treasures of cultivators. However, they were interested in heavenly treasures, medicinal pills, and the like. Especially some top-notch medicinal pills. Those ferocious beasts did not know how to refine medicinal pills. Since they could not satisfy their own needs, they could only hunt cultivators to find all kinds of powerful medicinal pills. At this moment, other than the many demonic pythons, there were also some other terrifying creatures. For example, there was a kind of giant leech that grew at the bottom of the lake. That kind of leech was about 20 meters long and had huge suction cups on its body. Any magic treasure that was sent out to kill them would be sucked in. This made many cultivators suffer unspeakable pain. Other kinds of creatures at the bottom of the lake also came one after another. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others had left a little earlier. Otherwise, they would have been blocked by those creatures at the bottom of the lake. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed out of the water. Many cultivators also rushed out of the water one after another. We can't stay here for long, let's go. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. This was indeed not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the island where they had rested before. More and more cultivators rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Those cultivators also did not dare to stay. They also flew towards the island from before. Many demonic pythons, leeches, and other ferocious beasts surfaced one after another and attacked the cultivators above the lake. Some cultivators were attacked by those terrifying beasts and directly fell into the lake. Those cultivators seemed to have no choice but to die. The rest of the cultivators hurriedly flew to a higher position. They went high up in the sky and escaped the attack range of the ferocious beasts in the lake. However, before they could even let out a sigh of relief, a dense group of birds flew over from the distance. Not long after, those birds had already met the cultivators. Those birds were all bird-type creatures that lived in the lake and the island. Some were strong. Some were weak. There were simply too many of them. Everyone had no choice but to block the attacks of those bird-type creatures. Many people were killed by those bird-type creatures. However, this was not even the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that golden holy swords flew out from the lake below one after another. Those golden holy swords were infinitely powerful. It was as if they could easily tear the void apart. The densely packed golden holy swords slashed towards many cultivators. Pooh, 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 the sound of tearing could be heard without end. Many cultivators were directly cut in half by those golden holy swords. Seeing this scene, even Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. South. At this time, one of the golden holy swords slashed towards Lin Feng. Confine. Lin Feng lightly tapped it with his hand. The golden holy sword was stopped in midair by Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the golden holy sword. He noticed there was a pair of eyes on both sides of the golden holy sword. This was not a sword at all. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. What the hell is that thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's a golden holy swordfish, a creature that looks like a treasure sword. It's extremely rare and has already gone extinct in the outside world. I didn't expect that there would still be one here. Hurry up and leave this place. The attacks of these golden holy swordfish are too powerful. If we don't leave quickly, it will be very troublesome if we are surrounded by them. The demon lord said in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded, but this wasn't the time for him to leave. A large number of golden holy swordfish wreaked havoc. It was extremely terrifying. Some cultivators took out their defensive treasures to block the attacks of the golden holy swordfish. However, those cultivators' defensive treasures were unable to block the terrifying attacks of the golden holy swordfish. Many defensive treasures were destroyed by the golden holy swordfish. Lin Feng directly cut the golden holy swordfish in half. At this time, a large number of golden holy swordfish charged towards Lin Feng and the others. What should we do now? Someone asked with a pale face. They didn't know that the golden holy swordfish were terrifying creatures like the golden holy swordfish. However, they knew how terrifying the golden holy swordfish were. They had thought that the golden holy swordfish were actually powerful treasures. Moreover, they couldn't understand why there were so many of them. The number was so high that it made their hair stand on end. However, the situation was as such. The most important thing was how to resolve the crisis in front of them. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Hong Yuer's face was also very pale. She couldn't think of a good solution at the moment. At this time, Lin Feng took out the Hell King bell. Then, he said, "Everyone, follow me. I will bring everyone out." Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Feng take out another powerful treasure. They clearly remembered the scene when Lin Feng used the bow to kill the demonic python. Many people were still muttering that Lin Feng actually had such a powerful treasure. Wasn't his luck too good? Now that Lin Feng had taken out another terrifying magic treasure, they couldn't help but be curious about Lin Feng's origins. These people were not ordinary people. Naturally, the way they looked at things was also extremely extraordinary. If Lin Feng only had one powerful artifact, it could be attributed to luck. But now, Lin Feng had brought out another powerful magic weapon. This made them think that there might be some powerful force behind Lin Feng. In addition, Lin Feng was already an earthly immortal at such a young age. He was indeed extraordinary. Of course, no one thought too much about it. The most important thing now was to leave this place. Lin Feng led everyone into the Hell King's bell. Then, he controlled the Hell King bell to rush out of the outer region. The densely packed golden holy swordfish attacked the Pluto King's bell. Clang! 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 Those golden holy swordfish were like powerful magic treasures. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. The collision between the Hell King's bell and the golden holy swordfish created a powerful shockwave that tore the void apart. It could be seen how terrifying this collision was. Fortunately, the Hell King's bell was strong enough. The golden holy swordfish couldn't break through the Hell King's bell's defense at all. Instead, a large number of golden holy swordfish were sent flying by the Hell King's bell. In the end, the Hell King's bell rushed out of the encirclement. Lin Feng and the others safely returned to the island from before. The sky was getting dark. Obviously, they couldn't fly in the Lake of 10,000 Demons at night. Because it was more dangerous, Lin Feng and the others decided to wait for a night and set off tomorrow morning. "I'm afraid many people will die this time," someone said with a sigh. They originally had 18 people on their side, but now, 3 of them had died. This made everyone sigh. But this was the cruel nature of the world of cultivators. It was extremely difficult for anyone to survive. Lin Feng put away his magic treasure. He said, "Let's find a place to rest. I feel that tonight might not be peaceful, so we need to adjust to our peak condition as soon as possible." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people's expressions changed slightly. Hong Yuer said, "Do you think that the creatures in the lake will attack the island?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I hope that's not the case, but we need to consider this. What if it really happens?" Chu Yuan said, "The lakes and islands in the ocean are the same as the cities, villages, and tribes on the continent. They've all been blessed. That's why those terrifying creatures. They can easily destroy those creatures. They definitely won't attack those places." Lin Feng said, "On the continent, indigenous creatures have attacked cities and villages, although the chances of that happening aren't very high. But it still happened before. So, it's not that unbelievable that this island will be attacked." Hong Yuer nodded and said, "What little brother Lin said makes sense. We need to be prepared." The others couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was the worst possible outcome. No one wanted to see the creatures of the 10,000 Demon Lake besiege the island. Everyone began to look for a place to rest. They found a remote and quiet valley, and Lin Feng set up a few defensive restrictions. As a result, even if someone came over, they wouldn't be afraid of being disturbed. Following this, Lin Feng and the others entered and recovered. Late at night, splashing sounds could be heard from the lake. A huge wave rose up outside the island. A huge tail was swinging. No one knew what it was. When the huge tail swung, something terrifying happened. A huge wave rose into the sky and crashed towards the island. Bang, the huge wave hit the island, causing it to shake violently. What's going on? Everyone was alarmed. Even Lin Feng and the others, who were in seclusion, were alarmed. They all rushed out, wanting to see what was going on. A large number of cultivators came to the periphery of the island. At this moment, they saw a huge tail whipping towards the surface of the lake again. Next, a second wave of 10,000 feet tall surged over. Bang, the second wave slammed into the island. This time, the island shook even more violently. What was that thing just now? A cultivator said in horror. The tail of that being just now was about 10 kilometers long. It was simply too huge. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence it was. Is it the king of the 10,000 Demon Lake? Someone said with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. Sogu, a king-level giant beast in the time reversal world, was too terrifying. It was definitely a heaven-defying existence. Someone said, it's not a king-level existence. There's only one king-level existence in the Lake of 10,000 Demons, and that's the king of 10,000 demons. But the king of 10,000 demons is now old and won't come out easily. But that existence is also very terrifying. Even if it's not a king-level existence, it's very likely to be a quasi-king level existence. At this time, another cultivator said. This cultivator's words resonated with everyone else's agreement. Indeed. That unknown existence was really terrifying. It was definitely a quasi-king level existence. The quasi-king level existence in the Lake of 10,000 Demons was definitely a saint-level existence. Crash. Huge waves surged. That terrifying existence once again whipped its tail. Huge waves rolled towards the lake. The lake began to move. Many people's faces turned pale, and they were extremely frightened. What is it trying to do? Is it really going to attack the island? If it wants to attack the island, why hasn't it done so yet? Some cultivators were puzzled and asked. In many people's eyes, that terrifying existence didn't really attack the island by rolling up huge waves. The real attack was to use a powerful divine ability to directly attack the island. An attack by such a powerful existence. The island couldn't withstand it at all. It's testing. An old man said in a serious voice. Testing what? Someone asked. Testing whether it will suffer a backlash. The old man said. At this time, many people thought of the blessing of the ancient powerhouse. Everyone's eyes were filled with hope. Naturally, everyone hoped. The blessing of the ancient powerhouse on the island could cause a backlash to that terrifying existence. However, several huge waves had already bombarded the island in succession. However, that terrifying existence did not suffer any backlash at all. Did it mean that terrifying existence wouldn't suffer from a backlash? This was also a very likely thing. After a dozen consecutive tests, the terrifying existence in the lake seemed to have confirmed this point. So, that terrifying existence began to launch an even more powerful attack. In the sky, thunder rumbled. Among the thunderbolts, there were huge bolts of lightning that looked like giant dragons. They emitted a suffocating aura. Boom, along with the world-destroying shockwaves that swept through the world. Then, something terrifying happened. Thick thunderbolts descended from the sky and blasted toward the island. Every bolt of lightning. They were as thick as a mountain. There were simply too many lightning bolts in the air. Is the island going to be destroyed? We're really done for this time. I don't want to die. Screams of terror rang out one after another. Many people's faces were pale and filled with despair. In the eyes of many people, the situation before them was indeed too terrifying. It made people turn pale with fright. The expressions of many powerful cultivators turned grave. Once the island was destroyed, they would be completely exposed. In the darkness, there were many unknown existences. Those unknown existences could be hiding in the void, in the mountains, in the desert, or in the plains. Anywhere. Those terrifying existences could appear at any moment. Therefore, the current situation was extremely dangerous. Just as the thick bolts of lightning were about to strike the island, a loud boom rang out. Suddenly, a divine light shield appeared above the island. Bang, 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 the dense thunderbolts blasted the divine light shield. The thunderbolts were terrifying. However, they were blocked by the divine light shield. After a short moment of silence, loud cheers rang out from the island. It's working. The blessing of the ancient powerhouse is working. Ha ha ha, we're saved now. Many cultivators were incomparably excited. At this moment, a ray of divine light flew out from the depths of the island and blasted toward the quasi-king in the lake. No one knew where the ray of divine light came from. Even the cultivators in the depths of the lake couldn't pinpoint the exact location. That quasi-king broke some rules. It's going to be punished. A cultivator said excitedly. Will that quasi-king be killed? If it's killed, then its origin energy is definitely an unimaginable treasure. Its effective increasing cultivation is definitely much better than the Skylake Nithart grass. Then, another cultivator said excitedly. After hearing these words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. These people, that was really too whimsical of him. The blessing of the ancient powerhouse had indeed struck back at the quasi-king, but don't forget that the quasi-king was a Saint Realm existence. How could the blessing of the ancient powerhouse kill such a terrifying existence? Actually, Lin Feng had the feeling that something had happened. Otherwise, such a strong cultivator wouldn't have personally come out to deal with the situation. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the zither and flute that he heard from the depths of the lake, as well as a very beautiful voice. Could it be, did the quasi-king's appearance have anything to do with those voices? Of course, these were only Lin Feng's guesses. Whether or not it was really related, Lin Feng didn't know. At this moment, the ray of divine light that flew out from the island had already blasted the quasi-king's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, the quasi-king let out a painful roar. Quasi-king. Anger. Overflowing killing intent. Ha 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 ha, the Quasi-King is injured. Just wait and see, even if the Quasi-King doesn't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin. Many cultivators laughed excitedly. Ray after ray of divine light shot towards the Quasi-King. Under the attack of the divine light, the Quasi-King's injuries worsened. A thick smell of blood floated from the lake. This fellow recklessly came here. Now he's out of luck, isn't he? Serves him right. When the Quasi-King is killed, I'll definitely get some of his meat to try. I haven't eaten the meat of a Saint Realm beast before, I wonder how it tastes? Many cultivators started to discuss. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Seeing so many cultivators so pleased with themselves, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel uneasy. Would there be any changes? If there really was a change, these people would go from joy to sorrow. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? I can't even remember the last time I bled. The Quasi-King's furious roar came from the lake. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. When he heard the Quasi-King's roar filled with killing intent, he suddenly felt that things were not going well. Moreover, this feeling was very strong. Damn it, it's about to be killed and it's still acting cool. A cultivator curled his lips and said. Just as you said, that guy is about to be killed. Since it's about to be killed, it should be acting cool all the more because it won't have the chance to act cool after it dies. Another cultivator mocked. Shut up. An old cultivator reprimanded coldly. Sometimes, one shouldn't get carried away, and some things shouldn't be said carelessly. Because, many times, a person's mouth was very strange. When you say something bad might happen. There were many such examples in the world of cultivators. Being old often meant being strong. After being reprimanded by the old cultivator, many cultivators shut up. Those cultivators didn't dare to provoke the old cultivator. Wasn't that courting death? Whoosh, 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 deep in the island, rays of divine light continued to fly out and then bombarded the terrifying Quasi-King. However, at this time, Lin Feng found something wrong. The power of the divine light seemed to be weakening. As for the Quasi-King, he used a new technique. Many scales appeared on the surface of the Quasi-Monarch's body. These scales looked very much like dragon scales. But they weren't dragon scales. Before, the Quasi-King's body didn't have any protection, but with the addition of these scales, the divine light was blocked by the scales. After seeing this scene, many people's faces suddenly changed. Especially those cultivators who were too proud before. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. There was no trace of blood. The power of the divine light is weakening. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice. He noticed this a little later than Lin Feng, and the other cultivators didn't even notice it. When the middle-aged cultivator said this, the other cultivators noticed the situation. So, the other cultivators sensed it. They found that the power of the divine light was actually weakening. What do we do? What do we do? Many people became incomparably anxious. It was like ants on a hot pan. The people around Lin Feng also had ugly expressions. Hong Yuer said, if the divine light can't kill the Quasi-King, does that mean that the island will be destroyed by the Quasi-King? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded, that's most likely the case. Now, let's prepare to escape. Hong Yuer and the others nodded bitterly. The island was very chaotic. Just as Lin Feng had said before, these people had changed from being overjoyed to being overjoyed at the speed of light. Many people couldn't accept this change. It was as if they were going crazy. About 100 rays of divine light continuously. By the time he reached the 60th ray, he was no longer able to pose any threat to the Quasi-Monarch. After the divine light struck the Quasi-Monarch's body, it was as if it was merely scratching an itch. The energy between heaven and earth became incomparably chaotic. Many people's faces changed. Because the main culprit behind the chaos in the energy of heaven and earth was a Quasi-King. This was troublesome. Get ready to leave the island, said Lin Feng. Hong Yuer and the others nodded. There are so many creatures in the lake. Someone pointed at the lake. It wasn't just the Quasi-King that had come to the lake. A Quasi-King level existence could command the terrifying creatures in the lake of 10,000 demons. But now, more and more terrifying creatures were arriving, and those terrifying creatures were surfacing on the surface. They looked coldly at the cultivators on the island. Boom, 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 at that moment. In the sky, huge fireballs smashed towards the island like meteors from outer space. The island's defensive barrier had already dissipated when the divine light no longer appeared. Thus, the island was now defenseless. Let's go. When he saw the fireballs, Lin Feng shouted and took the lead to rush out. They couldn't stay on the island any longer. Otherwise, it would be even more dangerous. This island would definitely not be able to survive and would be destroyed. Everyone quickly rushed out of the island. The rest of the people also rushed outside in a panic, many fireballs smashed down. Some of the unlucky cultivators who were trying to fly out were struck by the fireballs as they smashed down on their bodies. Then, those unlucky cultivators. They were directly smashed into meat paste. It was too tragic. The cultivators who were luckier rushed out. The Quasi-King didn't deal with the cultivators who rushed out. Perhaps it was because of disdain. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Quasi-King was a sage realm existence. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be qualified for the Quasi-King to deal with. The Quasi-King was probably looking for a powerful target to attack. However, even if the Quasi-King didn't attack, it wouldn't be easy to get out. Many terrifying creatures in the lake attacked the cultivators. Creatures like the golden sacred swordfish appeared again and started a massacre. Lin Feng was happy to see that the Quasi-King didn't attack. It would be very dangerous for the Quasi-King to attack. Lin Feng saw hope when the Quasi-King didn't attack. Lin Feng wanted to do the same, so he brought everybody into the Hell King's bell. Then, he started to activate the Hell King bell. The Hell King bell shot forward like a cannonball. No matter what kind of creatures blocked it, all of them were sent flying by the Hell King's bell. Lin Feng and the others once again relied on the Hell King bell to rush out of the encirclement. This made Lin Feng and the others very happy. Sometimes, having a powerful treasure could definitely play a key role in many situations. Like now. Little brother Lin, what is your treasure called? It's really powerful. Hong Yuer asked. Hell King bell. Lin Feng said. Hiss, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. Chu Yuan said, this is a legendary treasure forged by the Hell King. Lin Feng nodded. Hong Yuer asked, you can't be a descendant of the Hell King, right? Lin Feng said, of course not, the Hell King is from the ghost race, and I am from the human race. At this moment, the Hell King bell seemed to have received a huge impact and actually shook violently. Not good, the Hell King bell is under attack. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Just as he finished speaking, the Hell King bell received an even more powerful attack. A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas slammed into the Hell King bell. Many people coughed up blood from the powerful recoil. Then, a group of cultivators was sent flying. After the Hell King bell received such a heavy blow, it quickly flew back into Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng and the others stabilized themselves and glanced around, but they didn't see anything. However, everyone felt as though death was looming over them. Pu, one of the cultivators beside Lin Feng, suffered an unknown attack. His head was separated from his body. Fresh blood spurted out from his severed neck. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. That cultivator didn't know that such a terrifying thing would happen. So after his head was cut off, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and looked down. He saw his body falling into the lake. Only then did he realize. It turned out that his head had already been separated from his body. He let out an incomparably terrified scream. After the scream, his life was over. His head also fell into the lake. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of creature attacked him, but he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because the dead cultivator was too close to him. If the target of that terrifying existence's attack just now was him, the consequences. It was simply unimaginable. What the hell is that thing? What the hell is that thing? Someone shouted in fear. The unknown was the most terrifying, because no one saw anything. So, Now, everyone was incomparably terrified. They didn't know what was hidden in the dark. Suddenly, Lin Feng's blood quickly flowed out. The aura of death. It enveloped his body. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He knew that he had been targeted by that terrifying existence. Or else, he wouldn't have this kind of feeling. The death of that cultivator from before was still vivid in his mind. So, when Lin Feng's sudden inspiration ability was activated, Lin Feng instantly used the heaven patching technique. He disappeared from where he stood. Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away before that terrifying feeling disappeared. "Come here quickly," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He put away the bell of hell. The others quickly flew towards Lin Feng. They had no other choice now, so they couldn't help but listen to Lin Feng's orders. Pooh, another cultivator's head flew into the sky. The second cultivator died tragically. "I don't want to die," someone shouted in fear. Many people were scared out of their wits. If they could live, no one wanted to die. But the key was, what was the existence in the darkness? They couldn't even find its whereabouts. This was the most terrifying part. Lin Feng's body emitted a mass of demonic qi. The demonic qi covered his body. In the demonic qi, Lin Feng opened his eye of origin, heavenly demon snake eye. Lin Feng looked around with his eye of origin. He saw a mysterious black shadow. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he still couldn't see what it was, he could finally see that guy. That beast was extremely fast. It circled behind Lin Feng and the others, wanting to attack them. Lin Feng guessed. This kind of thing belonged to one of the unknown creatures when the darkness fall. Of course, these unknown creatures were weak and strong. The methods they were good at were also different. The unknown creature in front of him. It should be an unknown creature that was better at concealment and assassination. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's eye of origin, he wouldn't have been able to discover this guy at all. This was because this unknown creature could avoid the detection of spiritual will. This was extremely frightening. Cultivators mainly relied on spiritual will to sense things that couldn't be seen. Once spiritual will lost its effect, one could imagine what kind of terrifying situation would happen next. Lin Feng hurriedly took out his 36 bamboo swords. This unknown creature's aura was sinister and terrifying. It belonged to a dark attribute creature. Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords were supreme treasures of extreme yang. They were the most effective against those evil ghosts. Although the restraint against these dark attribute creatures wasn't as strong as the restraint against those evil ghosts. But this was only relatively speaking. The 36 bamboo swords were also very effective against these dark attribute creatures. F***ck, he took out a new magic treasure. After seeing Lin Feng take out a new magic treasure, someone immediately cried out. Lin Feng's magic treasure. It was really endless. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. But then everyone became excited. Lin Feng took out a new magic treasure at this time. Did he already find a way to deal with that unknown existence? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, everyone saw Lin Feng take out his 36 bamboo swords and fly out. The 36 bamboo swords flew quickly in the air. They seemed to be attacking something. Puff, suddenly. A tearing sound was heard. One of the bamboo swords tore through the body of the unknown existence. Blood spurted out. The bamboo sword was stained with blood. Screech. The unknown existence let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Lin Feng's sword just now had injured the unknown existence. The unknown existence looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of killing intent. It tried to get close to Lin Feng and then attack Lin Feng. However, after many attempts, none of them were able to get close to Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng could see it. So Lin Feng was able to use the bamboo swords to continuously attack it. At the beginning, the unknown existence obviously didn't know about this matter. It thought that Lin Feng had accidentally injured it. After many failures, the unknown existence also guessed that Lin Feng could see it. The unknown existence let out a series of deep roars. It was now extremely angry and aggrieved. At this time, Lin Feng took the initiative to attack the unknown existence. Because they couldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, when other terrifying creatures appeared, it would be extremely dangerous. They had to end the battle quickly. Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords displayed a terrifying power. After the unknown terrifying existence was attacked by Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords, many deep wounds appeared on its body. In the end, the unknown existence fled into the distance. Meeting Lin Feng was also this guy's bad luck. Let's go quickly. Lin Feng withdrew his eye of origin and then said in a deep voice. He took the lead and flew into the distance. The rest of the people followed closely behind. However, no one spoke on the way. Everyone's mood was a little heavy. They returned to the shore without any problems. At this moment, many cultivators had already gathered on the shore. Some cultivators had escaped from the lake. Most of the cultivators were cultivators who didn't have time to enter the lake. Originally, those cultivators wanted to enter the lake during the day tomorrow to look for the heavenly lake night heart grass. Who would have thought that such a big change would occur? Those cultivators were incomparably glad. If they had come a day earlier, they would have already entered the lake. In that case, they might have also died inside the lake. Lin Feng and the others wanted to find a place to rest, but at this moment, a group of cultivators quickly walked over. Those cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and the others. These people were none other than Zhou Ziqing. Hehe, I didn't expect that we would meet here again. Do you still remember what I said? If I see you again, you definitely won't have a good ending. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Break one of your arms and I'll spare your dog life. Zhou Ziqing looked at Lin Feng contemptuously. This chapter ends. Lin Feng naturally knew that there was a holy immortal behind Zhou Ziqing, but so what? As long as this guy dared to cause trouble for him, he would not be polite to him. Lin Feng was never someone who would not fight back after being bullied. Hong Yuer said, Zhou Ziqing. Don't go too far. Zhou Ziqing sneered. He naturally did not care about Hong Yuer. Zhou Ziqing sneered and said, shut up. And it's best if you don't meddle in other people's business, otherwise. Do you believe that I won't capture you and sell you to a brothel? Previously, Zhou Ziqing did not make a move because he was afraid of the Holy Maiden. Now, Zhou Ziqing naturally did not fear the Holy Maiden. Right now, Zhou Ziqing was only thinking about how to deal with Lin Feng. Therefore, he did not take Hong Yuer's words to heart. Moreover, he was not just saying those words to threaten Hong Yuer. Zhou Ziqing was really capable of doing these things. You're shameless. Hong Yuer was so angry that her face turned ashen. Lin Feng patted Hong Yuer's shoulder and said, there's no need to be angry over such a slut. He's not worthy. After hearing Lin Feng scold Zhou Ziqing, Hong Yuer felt very relieved. However, after thinking about the difference in strength between the two sides, Hong Yuer could not help but become extremely worried. Zhou Ziqing's side had more than 20 people, and they were very strong. On their side, there were only 13 people left. If they really fought, they would definitely not be a match for Zhou Ziqing and the others. When Zhou Ziqing heard Lin Feng's words, his face immediately became extremely gloomy. He had originally thought that Lin Feng would be very afraid. However, Lin Feng was not only not afraid. He was actually insulting him here. How could Zhou Ziqing tolerate this? He immediately flew into a rage. The killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Brat, you found the wrong person to show off to. Later. I won't kill you directly. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. Zhou Ziqing looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Hong Yuer knew that this battle was unavoidable. She coldly said, F***ck your mother, who's afraid of who? The worst that could happen was death. Let's see if we can skin you alive before we die. Hong Yuer had never cursed before. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard Hong Yuer swear. When a woman cursed, it gave people a very strange feeling. The most direct reaction to this feeling was that Lin Feng felt that the current Hong Yuer seemed to be even more enchanting. That's right, what are you afraid of? Fight them to the death. If you die, 20 years later you'll be a hero again. Chu Yuan shouted. His life was saved by Lin Feng. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was very grateful to Lin Feng in his heart. Therefore, he was willing to risk his life to make a move. Hehe, I'm going to chop off that bastard Zhou Ziqing's head. I've long since found him an eyesore. Another cultivator spoke up. This cultivator was tall and sturdy. His name was Xianxia, and he was a cultivator from the Demon Ox clan. His weapon was a giant axe. His mountain-like body coupled with such a powerful weapon gave off a very intimidating aura. The rest of the people also supported Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng feel a little gratified. It seemed that these people really wanted to do well. When the surrounding cultivators saw that a conflict had broken out, they had already surrounded them. The cultivators were pointing and whispering. They were all waiting for a good show to start. Zhou Ziqing sneered and ordered, "Reckless fools. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Other than Han Yuer and that brat, kill everyone else." "Yes." The group of cultivators beside Zhou Ziqing hurriedly responded. Then, those people pounced towards Lin Feng and the others. All of them were filled with killing intent. Han Yuer and the others were about to fight with their lives. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "There's no need for everyone to do anything. Against these guys, I'll just use some of the spiritual insects I've been raising." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took out the swarm of desert god-killing insects. A large number of desert god-killing insects flew towards the 20 cultivators. It's the desert god-killing insects. Some of the cultivators who were watching from the sidelines recognized the swarm of insects that Lin Feng had taken out and immediately screamed in fear. Desert god-killing insects. A terrifying swarm of insects that made one's soul tremble. Of course. If one did not know about this kind of creature, they would not be afraid. However, those who knew, they were all scared to death. Desert god-killing insects? Are they very powerful? Someone asked. Of course they're powerful. This is a swarm of insects that can devour everything. You'll soon know how powerful these insects are. A cultivator who knew about the origin of the desert god-killing insects said. As soon as that cultivator finished speaking, the 20 cultivators were surrounded by the desert god-killing insects. There were simply too many desert god-killing insects. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. Creatures like insects were terrifying to begin with. Moreover, there were so many desert god-killing insects that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Just looking at them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. No one even heard the screams. When the swarm of desert god-killing insects flew over, everyone saw. There were more than 20 skeletons lying on the ground. After seeing those skeletons, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The strength of those cultivators was extremely strong. They did not even have the strength to resist. They died just like that. Their deaths were really too tragic. Han Yuer's red lips were slightly open. That look was really quite alluring. As for the others, their eyes were also wide open. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. This little brother Lin, the swarm of insects that he had taken out was too awesome, wasn't it? He had actually killed more than 20 experts in such a short time. It was really shocking. At this moment, everyone was even more curious about Lin Feng's background. He was young, had a powerful cultivation, had many top-notch magic treasures, and even had such a powerful swarm of insects. He was definitely the young master of a top-notch force. You, Zhou Ziqing looked at Lin Feng in anger. Although Zhou Ziqing's cultivation was powerful, he was not confident in facing the swarm of insects. The swarm of insects did not attack Zhou Ziqing. Instead, they surrounded Zhou Ziqing. Zhou Ziqing said coldly. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful swarm of insects. I'll admit defeat today. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ziqing took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman exploded. Many desert god-killing insects were drowned by the destructive power of the jade talisman's explosion. Those desert god-killing insects died tragically. Then, Zhou Ziqing rushed outside. He wanted to seize this opportunity to escape. Lin Feng sneered. He took out the Hui Bao and the Sunshot Divine Arrow. Whoosh! The Sunshot Divine Arrow flew out and caught up with Zhou Ziqing in an instant. When Zhou Ziqing heard the sound of something tearing through the air, he turned around and saw the Sunshot Divine Arrow shooting towards him. His expression changed drastically. At this moment, it was too late to dodge. Pfft, accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart, Zhou Ziqing's body was instantly pierced through by the sunshot divine arrow. End of chapter. He's dead. That guy was actually shot to death. The guy who was killed seemed to be a peak golden immortal. That young man is definitely not simple. He brought out a powerful swarm of insects, and even his magic treasure is so powerful. How unimaginable. Hee, how could anyone who can enter the time-reversed world be simple? Moreover, there's a certain type of person you need to pay special attention to in the time-reversed world. They're very young cultivators. You need to be careful when you encounter them. It's best not to offend them so easily. Why? Think about it. If a young cultivator enters the time-reversed world, isn't that the same as committing suicide? But no one is stupid. Who would want to commit suicide? Since that's not the case, why would he dare to enter the time-reversed world? There are only two reasons. First, that young man is extremely confident in his own strength. Second, that young man came in with his seniors. Regardless of the situation, it's best not to provoke him. Of course, you might be able to pick up a soft persimmon, but what if you end up kicking an iron plate? Take that guy from before for example. He brought a group of people with him, looking extremely pretentious. But what happened in the end? In the end, he still ended up dead and his Tao dissipated. Brother, your words have really enlightened me. Many people started discussing spiritedly. Lin Feng looked at Hong Yu-er and the others with the swarm of insects, the Hoi Bao, and the sunshot divine arrow. He said, we can't stay here for long. Let's go. At that moment, Hong Yu-er and the others came back to their senses. The crowd didn't stop either, they all followed Lin Feng. Hong Yu-er looked at Lin Feng and said, you're so young, but you have so many tricks up your sleeve. Tell me honestly, which faction are you from? Lin Feng said, my background is too extraordinary. I'm afraid that I'll scare you if I tell you, so it's best if I don't tell you. Everyone naturally knew that Lin Feng was joking. They could also tell that Lin Feng didn't want to talk too much about his background. Hong Yu-er was a smart person. So, she didn't ask any more questions. Hong Yu-er didn't ask any more questions. The rest of the people didn't even bother to ask. Now that Zhao Ziqing has been killed, if the expert behind him decides to act, we'll be in trouble. The divine beast said, what are you afraid of? My big brother Feng's insect swarm can guarantee that the enemy won't be able to escape. Hong Yu-er thought about it. She also felt that Lin Feng's swarm of insects was truly terrifying. Therefore, such a formidable swarm of insects might really be able to deal with experts at the Saint Immortal realm, so the worry in his heart eased up greatly. Everyone found a place to rest. Lin Feng set up a restriction, and then each of them found a place to sit cross-legged and recover. The night was not calm because the battle in the lake was still going on. Many cultivators were looking inside the lake to pay attention to the situation of the battle. More and more cultivators managed to escape. They brought out some news. It was said that the terrifying Quasi-King had set his eyes on a group of foreign creatures and had launched a frenzied attack on them. Speaking of which, it was strange. The Quasi-King didn't care about the other creatures at all. However, the Quasi-King only focused on dealing with the foreign creatures. This matter surprised everyone. Lin Feng only found out about this the next day. After receiving this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and ponder. Before, Lin Feng saw that the Quasi-King level cultivator didn't attack the ordinary cultivators. Lin Feng thought that the Quasi-King disdained to deal with the ordinary cultivators. The Quasi-King's target was the top existences. However, the reality seemed to be different from what he had imagined. The Quasi-King didn't attack the top experts, but instead locked onto a group of foreign creatures. What did that foreign creature do to cause the Quasi-King to be so angry and kill? This matter was destined to never be revealed. Many people were cursing the foreign creatures. This was because if those foreign creatures hadn't attracted the Quasi-King, perhaps none of this would have happened. And so many people wouldn't have died so tragically. However, what was the use of cursing those foreign creatures? The dead couldn't be revived. Lin Feng was more interested in the whereabouts of those foreign creatures. He went to inquire about the news. Lin Feng really did find out some news about the foreign creatures. It was said that most of the foreign creatures had been killed by the quasi-king. However, there were still a few foreign creatures alive. The few foreign creatures that were alive were extremely terrifying, but they had all suffered extremely serious injuries in the battle with the quasi-king. Moreover, other than the quasi-king and his subordinates, there seemed to be some other cultivators from other forces who went to kill those foreign creatures, including the Holy Maiden. Someone saw the Holy Maiden fighting with a powerful foreign creature. Moreover, the Holy Maiden killed that foreign creature. After receiving this news, Lin Feng felt that the situation seemed to be much clearer. He felt that the key to this matter was those foreign creatures. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested in looking for those foreign creatures right now. Right now, he only wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng and the others set off and returned to the village. But Lin Feng had a feeling that something had happened in the Lake of 1,000 Beasts, and the Tao Tai was wreaking havoc everywhere. The village seemed to have become unsafe. The courtyard in the village was rented by Hong Yuer. The rent was about to expire. Lin Feng did not plan to stay here, so he told Hong Yuer not to renew the rent. Lin Feng planned to head to some towns, where it should be safer. Lin Feng asked Hong Yuer where the nearest town was. Then, he told her his plan. Hong Yuer and the others were a little hesitant. Lin Feng knew. They were most likely worried about the immortal stones. The cost of going to the town was much higher than staying in the village. It was said that in some of the larger cities, the entrance fee would be 1,000 high-grade immortal stones per person. In addition, there were many other expenses, such as renting a house, eating, and so on. There were still 13 people in the team. The expenses would be great. Hong Yuer's immortal stones would not last for long. They had to be careful in their calculations in order to survive. Lin Feng told Hong Yuer and the others not to worry about the immortal stones. He had a lot of them here. Moreover, Lin Feng flaunted his wealth a little. He took out a river of high-grade immortal stones. That was a total of 100 million high-grade immortal stones. When had Hong Yuer and the others seen so many high-grade immortal stones? After seeing those high-grade immortal stones, Hong Yuer and the others almost fainted from fright. End of this chapter. Hong Yuer said, "Comparisons are odious. With a good background, you really don't lack anything." Lin Feng said, "This has nothing to do with my background. I got it all by myself. If everyone works hard, you can also become rich." Everyone laughed bitterly. How could it be easy to become rich like Lin Feng? However, they were all in a good mood. This was because Lin Feng would solve the problem of immortal stones for them. Before leaving, Lin Feng went to buy a batch of devil-repelling incense. The group quickly left. Their destination was the nearest city, Wangyang City. Xingyang City was not a particularly large city. However, this city, was extremely ancient. It was said that after several catastrophes, many large ancient cities had been destroyed. However, Wangyang City still stood tall between heaven and earth. 10 days later, Lin Feng's group arrived at Wangyang City. This place, people came and went. It was very lively. There were many people gathered outside. Many of them could not afford to enter the city, so they could only linger outside. Lin Feng paid 13,000 high-tier immortal stone men, then entered Wangyang City with Hong Yuer and the others. Actually, Wangyang City was not small. It was about the same size as some of the medium-sized cities in the Undying Realm. It could hold about 50 million people. However, Wangyang City did not have that many people. The permanent residents and the floating population only amounted to about 10 million people. Of course, for an ancient city to have so many people was already an extremely large number. Wangyang City was different from the outside world. Lin Feng even saw many children here. Some cultivators actually did not leave after entering the time-reversed world. They would then start a family here, get married, have children, and start a family. This situation was very common. If you can buy a house in Wangyang City, you can become a permanent resident here. Permanent residents do not have to pay any fees when entering or leaving Wangyang City. Hong Yuer said. Lin Feng said, "The houses in Wangyang City should be very expensive, right?" Hong Yuer nodded and said, "Expensive, extremely expensive." Moreover, according to the location, size, decoration, and so on, the price varies greatly. However, even in the most remote areas, a house costs at least 10 million high-grade celestial stones. Qu Yuan said, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy it with 10 million, because the houses in those areas have already been sold out, and basically no one is willing to sell them. I heard someone talk about buying a house before, and that cultivator said that an elder in his family bought a house like this. When he bought it, it was worth 11 million, but now it's worth 17 million. Said Lin Feng. In that case, real estate is a good way to make a living in the time reversal world. Qu Yuan replied, there really are some large factions that are speculating in real estate. Right now, housing prices are so high because of these large factions. Those damned bastards, I don't know why they're earning so much money. They don't understand the hardships of ordinary people at all. Qu Yuan's words resonated with everyone's thoughts. In the time-reversed world, it was really difficult to do anything without money. Lin Feng said, capital is cruel, and it comes with blood. That's especially true for the major powers in our world of cultivators. They only care about profits. Who would care about your life and death? That's right. The group could not help but nod. Lin Feng and the others planned to find a place to stay. With such a large group of people, they would naturally need to rent a house. A middle-aged man walked towards Lin Feng and the others, blocking their path. Lin Feng and the others were about to leave. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, everyone, you must have just arrived in Wanyang City, right? Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right. That's indeed the case. The middle-aged man said, I'm sure everyone is looking for a place to stay. There are two types of places to stay in Wanyang City. The first type is called inns. There are a lot of people in those places, and it's a place where good and bad people mix together. Therefore, these places are not necessarily suitable for living, and the prices are usually very high. The other type of place is called private residences. These places are very quiet, have elegant environments, and are much cheaper than inns. They're the most suitable places to stay. Lin Feng said, then you must be helping those who rent out residences to attract business. After being exposed by Lin Feng, the middle-aged man did not feel embarrassed. This was what he did for a living. He was a middleman. He helped people rent residences, and he took a commission. People like him were naturally very thick-skinned. The middle-aged man smiled and said, young master, you're very perceptive. This is what I do for a living. May I know if young master is interested? Lin Feng said, very well. Bring us to a quiet, clean, and elegant residence. If I'm satisfied, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the middle-aged man immediately looked happy. The middle-aged man said, young master, please come with me. Lin Feng nodded. Soon after, Lin Feng and the others followed the middle-aged man and left. Finally, they arrived in front of a residence. It was obvious that this residence was quite well built, and it gave off the feeling of a classical garden. Lin Feng and the others looked around and were very satisfied. Hong Yuer asked, a place like this must not be cheap, right? The middle-aged man said, 600,000 high-grade immortal stones per month. That's not considered expensive, right? What? 600,000 a month? That's 20,000 a day? Hong Yuer's beautiful eyes widened as she said that. The middle-aged man said, Fairy, this is a high-end residential area. The surrounding residences cost $1 million a month. This place is already very cheap. Hong Yuer said, you should just go and rob people. We can't afford to live here. Then, Hong Yuer pulled Lin Feng and was about to leave. When she turned her back to the middle-aged man, she winked at Lin Feng. Clearly, Hong Yuer wanted to haggle with the middle-aged man. He didn't care about this bit of immortal stones. However, it was clear that Hong Yuer, who was used to calculating carefully, cared. Since that was the case, he would let Hong Yuer haggle. As long as Hong Yuer was happy, it was fine. Don't go. The price is negotiable. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. How much discount can you give us? Hong Yuer asked. How about this? 500,000 high-grade immortal stones per month. The middle-aged man said. 100,000, Hong Yuer said. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Hong Yuer really dared to haggle. If she was shameless enough to work as a salesperson in a large firm, she would definitely become an elite. Sogu's website, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched as he said, "Isn't this price a little too high? How about this? Let's each take a step back. 400,000 high-tier immortal stones a month. What do you think? I'll take a step back as well. 200,000 high-tier immortal stones." Hong Yuer said. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "I really can't do this. This is a losing business. Moreover, I'm just a middleman. I'm not the owner of this house. I really can't rent it to you at this price." Hong Yuer said, "It's precisely because you're just a middleman that you can't rent it to us at such a high price. If we can't afford it, you won't be able to earn any middleman fees. I've lost to you. I think we're quite fated to be together. I'll give you the lowest price. 300,000 high-tier immortal stones a month. This is the lowest price that the owner of this house can offer. I can't go any lower. If I go any lower, we won't be able to continue this business. You can't expect me to help you make up for it, right?" the middle-aged man said. Hong Yuer said, "All right, then we'll give you some face. Let's conclude the deal at 300,000 high-tier immortal stones a month." After a round of bargaining, the price was settled at 300,000 high-tier immortal stones. Lin Feng signed the contract with the middle-aged man and paid him a month's worth of rent. After that, the middle-aged man left. Hong Yuer giggled as she looked at Lin Feng and said, "No matter how rich you are, you have to be frugal. After all, money doesn't grow on trees." Lin Feng was very generous. He didn't care about money at all. As for Hong Yuer's words, they actually made some sense. However, everyone's personality was different. The way they looked at things and the way they handled things was naturally very different. Lin Feng and the others each chose a room. The house was divided into 5 layers, and there were still many empty rooms. With this price, it was indeed impossible to rent such a big house from the inn. At most, the inn only had a few independent courtyards. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to this place. Lin Feng used restrictions to seal his residence. Then, he entered the space-time zone. After entering the time and space, Lin Feng seized the time to adjust his state. This was because Lin Feng planned to refine the celestial lake night heart grass that he had previously obtained. "I wonder how many levels I can break through," Lin Feng was looking forward to it. After adjusting his state of mind, Lin Feng began to refine the celestial lake night heart grass and the origin he had obtained before. Time passed. Yi Xian had been in seclusion for 3 months. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. From the 5th level of the Earth Immortal Realm to the 10th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. It had actually increased by 5 levels. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. He was also pleasantly surprised. 5 levels. What kind of astonishing improvement was this? One had to know that Lin Feng was different from ordinary cultivators. Lin Feng needed all kinds of opportunities to break through a level. Perhaps it could help others break through 10 levels. Therefore, to be able to break through 10 levels at once was an extremely difficult task for Lin Feng. Other than the increase in his own realm, Lin Feng's soul level had also increased greatly, almost reaching the level of the Saint Immortal Realm. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng was in an extremely good mood. It wasn't easy to break through to his current realm. However, after breaking through, the increase in his battle strength was obvious. As expected of a world where time has reversed. I've only been here for a short while, and I've already broken through to the 10th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. Next, I'll have to break through to the Sky Immortal Realm, but breaking through to the Sky Immortal Realm will be incomparably difficult. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Of course, for the time being, Lin Feng didn't continue to think about this matter. Now was the time to relax. It wouldn't be too late to think about how to break through to the Sky Immortal Realm after a few days of comfort. Cultivation. He also needed to have a balance between tension and relaxation. If he was always tense, naturally, it wouldn't be beneficial for cultivation. By the time Lin Feng came out of seclusion, 5 or 6 people had already come out. From the looks of it, they had also obtained a lot of benefits. Therefore, everyone was quite happy. The others also came out of seclusion one after another in the next few days. After the divine beast came out of seclusion, Lin Feng felt that the divine beast seemed a little different from before. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell exactly what was different. The divine beast should have obtained a lot of benefits. That was why there was such a change. Your gains weren't bad, right? Lin Feng looked at the divine beast and asked. The divine beast seemed very happy. It said, my bloodline has completed its evolution. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but look surprised. The bloodline had completed its evolution. This was a huge opportunity. It seemed that the divine beast had obtained other opportunities when it went to the bottom of the lake. However, Lin Feng didn't ask what it had obtained. After coming out of seclusion, Hong Yuer's beautiful face was full of smiles. It seemed that she had also obtained a lot of benefits. The group planned to find a place to eat something good and celebrate. There were many high-end restaurants in Wanyang City. Lin Feng and the others came to a restaurant called Xianxia Restaurant. The restaurant's business was quite good. There were many cultivators coming in and out. Lin Feng and the others booked a private room. Then, they ordered many rare delicacies. The group of people began to eat like hungry ghosts. To be able to live. To be able to eat delicious food. It was really a kind of enjoyment. Sometimes, this kind of enjoyment was even a kind of luxury for many people. This time, we were able to come out of the lake of myriad demons alive and obtain so many benefits. It's all because of little brother Lin. How about we all toast to little brother Lin? The others naturally didn't have any objections. Then, everyone began to toast Lin Feng. Everyone, please don't be so polite. Lin Feng said with a smile. Hong Yuer drank too much. When she left, she seemed to be walking unsteadily. Lin Feng knew why Hong Yuer drank too much. It was because many people in the group died one after another. Although those who survived had obtained a lot of benefits, Hong Yuer still felt sad for those who had died. Hong Yuer's personality was more or less sentimental. She was a woman, so it was understandable. Lin Feng supported Hong Yuer and left with the group. Just as they arrived at the entrance, a group of cultivators walked towards them. One of the cultivators who looked to be in his 30s saw Hong Yuer, who was half leaning in Lin Feng's arms. He was slightly stunned, and then his gaze became somewhat gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Yuer, I didn't expect that we would meet here. The man looked at Hong Yuer and said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that this man wasn't as simple as an old friend of Hong Yuer's. This was because the man looked at Hong Yuer with an extremely evil gaze. It was naked possessiveness. End of chapter. It's you. After seeing this person, Hong Yuer seemed to be in a better mood, but her expression was still very unsightly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Hong Yuer didn't have a good relationship with this man. Yuer, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Did you miss me? The man said with a smile. Miss you? Yes, I missed you. Why don't you just die? Hong Yuer said hatefully. There's a saying that goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Actually, I can understand that. You still love me deeply, which is why you hate me so much. After hearing this guy's narcissistic words, Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't know where this guy got the confidence to say those words. There's a saying that goes, if you're shameless, you're invincible. That saying probably describes people like this guy, right? However, Lin Feng could see that Hong Yuer and this guy had been together before. Hee, you're really shameless. There's nothing between us, so don't drag me into this, Hong Yuer said with a cold smile. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, let's go. Hong Yuer was still half leaning against Lin Feng's chest. Seeing how intimate the two of them were, the man couldn't help but feel even more jealous. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you be so intimate with Yuer? Yuer is my woman. Hurry up and let go of her, or I'll chop off your hands. Lin Feng said mockingly, the ignorant are fearless. You dare to mock me? The man immediately narrowed his eyes, which flickered with a sinister light. Zhao Yang. Remember, I've had nothing to do with you a long time ago, so please behave yourself, Hong Yuer said coldly. We have an engagement, and even now, the engagement hasn't been cancelled. You're my fiancé, and now you're saying such things to me. It really hurts me. Of course, that's not the thing that hurts me the most. The thing that hurts me the most is that you're fooling around with other men in front of me. You're not a woman at all. Zhao Yang was continuously refuted by Hong Yuer. Moreover, Hong Yuer and Lin Feng were very close, so Zhao Yang began to mock Hong Yuer. This guy's mouth was really vicious. Hong Yuer's face was incomparably ugly, but she did not want to continue being entangled with Zhao Yang. Lin Feng could also guess what Hong Yuer was thinking. He said, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Those who block the way are not good dogs." Zhao Yang's mouth twitched. Clearly, Lin Feng had called him a dog. How could Zhao Yang endure such humiliation? His eyes flickered with killing intent as he coldly said, "Brat, who do you think you are to act cool in front of me?" As soon as Zhao Yang finished speaking, Lin Feng had already kicked him. Bang, everyone heard the dull sound of a collision. Then, they saw Zhao Yang fly out like a cannonball. Ugh, Zhao Yang could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He fell on the street outside. "You sneak attacked me, you despicable person." Zhao Yang struggled to get up and cursed angrily. However, the next moment, the guy fell to the ground and fainted. Damn, this brat doesn't play by the rules. That guy is an idiot. He kept acting so arrogantly. He deserved to be kicked unconscious. How shameful, said Lin Feng. Yeah, he really lost face. The group of cultivators who were watching the show discussed spiritedly. Zhao Yang's companions ran out to check on him. They did not know the identities of Lin Feng's group, and this matter had nothing to do with them. Naturally, they did not care and allowed Lin Feng's group to leave. After returning to their residence, everyone went back to rest. Lin Feng helped Hong Yuer back. After putting Hong Yuer on the bed, Lin Feng was about to leave when Hong Yuer grabbed Lin Feng's hand. She struggled to sit up. Can you talk to me for a while? Hong Yuer asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, lean on the bed and rest first. I'll give you some unlucky water. You might feel better after drinking some water. Okay. Hong Yuer nodded. She felt a warmth in her heart. This man was afraid of comparisons. Compared to Lin Feng, Zhao Yang and Lin Feng were worlds apart. Lin Feng poured a cup of water for Hong Yuer. After drinking the water, Hong Yuer seemed to sober up a little. Hong Yuer said, do you want to hear my story? Of course. Lin Feng said. Hong Yuer said, my family encountered some danger back then. In order to survive the crisis, my family thought of marriage, and the marriage partner was this Zhao Yang. I didn't like this person because he was very pompous. However, for the sake of my family's interests, I had no choice but to make a sacrifice. At this point, Hong Yuer was obviously very sad. For the sake of her family's interests, she had sacrificed her life. It sounded really sad. However, such things were simply too common in the world of cultivators. There was a saying, a person in the martial arts world has no choice. In fact, it was not easy for everyone to live. Sometimes, there were just too many things to take care of. For women, it was even more difficult. Because, the world of cultivators was destined to be a world of men. The top experts were basically all men. Other than that, the leaders of the major powers were basically all men. There were very few top female cultivators, and even fewer female cultivators in power. Therefore, the status of women was much lower than imagined. This was a kind of sorrow for women. For example, Hong Yuer was unable to resist such a fate. Later on, by chance, I obtained the opportunity to enter the world of time reversal. I knew that a woman, if she wanted to control her own destiny, she needed to become stronger. No one could rely on her, she could only rely on herself. Hong Yuer continued. That Zhao Yang also obtained the same opportunity. He kept following me, and I couldn't chase him away. After all, we were an engaged couple in name. Later on, something happened that made me completely break up with him. At this point, Hong Yuer's breathing became hurried. Obviously, what happened that year had a great impact on Hong Yuer. Hong Yuer could not forget it, and it even made Hong Yuer hate Zhao Yang to the core. Lin Feng did not say anything. Instead, he listened quietly. Hong Yuer calmed down for a long time before she said, "At that time, an evil expert took in a disciple. Zhao Yang knew that the evil expert liked women very much. He drugged me and then wanted to offer me to the evil expert. This way, he would be able to establish a relationship with the evil expert and successfully become the evil expert's disciple." Sogu's website, f*ck. Beast. After hearing Hong Yuer's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. In order to become a disciple, giving his fiancée to someone else, to be able to do such a thing, it couldn't even be described as a beast. Even if he was a beast, he wasn't as barbaric as Zhao Yang. This guy really deserved to be cut into pieces. This guy was reincarnated into a human. The heavens were truly blind. At this time, Hong Yuer said, "Fortunately, I was alert at that time and escaped." Hearing Hong Yuer's words, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. This was truly a blessing in disguise. Moreover, Hong Yuer was able to see through Zhao Yang's true colors. Lin Feng said, "This matter is already in the past, don't think about it anymore." "Okay." Hong Yuer nodded. "Sit here." Hong Yuer pointed to the side of her. Lin Feng muttered. What did Hong Yuer mean by asking him to sit there? Lin Feng stood up and sat down beside Hong Yuer. Just as Lin Feng sat down, Hong Yuer had already pounced into Lin Feng's embrace and gave him a kiss. Lin Feng's mind was in a daze. A beauty throwing herself into his arms. There was such a good thing. Lin Feng pushed Hong Yuer away and said, "Yuer, you're drunk. Rest well." Lin Feng sighed. He was truly the current Lu Xiaohui. He was calm in his embrace. Moreover, he was calm in front of a top-grade beauty. Could there be a second man like him in this world? Hong Yuer once again wrapped herself around him and said, "Little brother Lin, I am a clean woman. I have never been touched by another man. I want to give myself to you. I do not regret it." Hong Yuer's words were too bold. She was so pretty and pink. Although Lin Feng had a good impression of Hong Yuer, Lin Feng did not want to take advantage of her. The reason why Hong Yuer did such a crazy thing today. Lin Feng felt that there was a reason. First, Hong Yuer was drunk today. When one was drunk, it was easy to make some mistakes. Or they might do something crazy. A sober person. At this time, he naturally couldn't accompany the other party in making a mistake. 2. Zhao Yang's appearance provoked Hong Yuer. Lin Feng actually helped Hong Yuer out of her predicament. This made Hong Yuer feel as if she was being protected by someone. Although Red Moon was very strong. But no matter how strong he was, she was also a woman. Women belonged to the disadvantaged group. In the end, she still needed a man's protection. Therefore, when Yi Xian protected Hong Yuer felt a sense of reliance on Lin Feng. Of course, this kind of dependence could also be seen as a favorable impression. The current Hong Yuer. With Lin Feng, a man and a woman alone together, the stimulation of alcohol and her dependence on Lin Feng made her want to give her everything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng rubbed Hong Yuer's head and said, "You're tired. Sleep well. Don't think too much." Hong Yuer revealed a tearful expression. She said, "Are you saying that because you don't like me?" Lin Feng said, "You're so beautiful, how could I not like you?" Hong Yuer clearly still didn't believe Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng took off his shoes and lay on the bed. Then, he pulled Hong Yuer into his embrace. "You." Hong Yuer was somewhat puzzled. This was because Lin Feng clearly wanted to leave just now. Now, he didn't seem to want to leave. Hong Yuer didn't want to force Lin Feng. This made her seem very cheap. Lin Feng said, "I'm worried that you'll think too much, so I'll hug you tonight. Hurry up and sleep." "Okay." Hong Yuer nodded happily, then laid in Lin Feng's embrace, her hands tightly hugging Lin Feng. After a while, she fell asleep. Looking at Hong Yuer's beautiful face in his arms, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. What was going on, just like that, hugging a delicate beauty and not doing anything else? This was truly torturous. The next day, Hong Yuer woke up. She discovered that Lin Feng was no longer by her side. Everything that had happened yesterday. It was as if everything had been a dream. However, that dream. It was very real. Or rather, that dream was real. Hong Yuer felt her face become hot. After washing up, she walked out of her room and saw Lin Feng in the courtyard. Lin Feng and the divine beast were standing on a tree, seemingly chatting about something. When he saw Hong Yuer come out, Lin Feng smiled and said, "You look good. It seems like you rested well yesterday." Hong Yuer nodded with a red face. She asked, "What were you talking about just now?" The divine beast said that there's a voice in its mind, and that voice is calling for it. Lin Feng said, "There's such a thing?" Hong Yuer's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. "Of course." Lin Feng replied. For the divine beast, this might be a fortuitous encounter. Hong Yuer said. "That's right. It might indeed be a fortuitous encounter. We discussed finding a time to set off and search for that place." Lin Feng said. Hong Yuer said, "I want to go with you." "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. Hong Yuer was very happy in her heart. After what happened last night, her relationship with Lin Feng seemed to have become much closer. However, she was still a little shy. Lin Feng said, "I haven't had a good look around since I came here. Why don't we go take a look around and see if we can buy some rare things?" Actually, Lin Feng felt that, since the time reversal world was so extraordinary, there must be many treasures in the time reversal world that could not be found in the outside world. Lin Feng was naturally interested in walking around. He might be able to buy some extraordinary treasures. If he could really buy them, it would be of great benefit to him. Hong Yuer nodded and said, "All right, in an ancient city like this, there must be a lot of good things." Other than Hong Yuer, Chu Yuan and Niu Dashan also followed Lin Feng, Hong Yuer, and the divine beast out of their residence. The rest of the people stayed in their residence to rest. The divine beast's original appearance was too eye-catching, so the divine beast used a transformation technique. He turned into a child who looked around 7 or 8 years old. His eyes were jet black. Her jade-like appearance was very cute. However, after transforming into a human, the little guy seemed to be a little unused to it. However, he would probably get used to it after a while. Previously, Hong Yuer had come to Xianxia City a few times, and she had always come here to peddle some more precious things. Therefore, Hong Yuer knew where the business center was. Hong Yuer led the way in front, and Lin Feng and the others arrived at the most prosperous business center. There were many large trading companies around. Many of the trading companies were 20 to 30 stories high. Other than the large trading companies, there were also many different kinds of shops. Of course, most of them were the stalls set up by the cultivators outside. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at a stall, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. End of chapter. The owner of the stall was an old man. His beard was white, and he didn't look young. However, his cultivation base was quite high. Lin Feng came to the front of the stall. He pointed at a broken black jar and said, "How much is this jar?" "I want it." The jar Lin Feng was pointing at was the fragment of the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar had never been fully repaired, mainly because it was missing some parts. Lin Feng didn't expect to see a broken corner of the heaven-devouring jar in this place. "Although I don't know what this jar is, the runes on it are extraordinary. That's why this jar isn't cheap. If you can pay 1,000,000 high-tier immortal stones, you can take it away." The old man said. "What? You want 1,000,000 high-tier immortal stones for a broken jar? Isn't that too much of a scam?" Hong Yuer couldn't help but say. For someone like Hong Yuer who was used to being frugal, this was indeed a huge sum of money. The old man said, "This old man only sells things to people who know their value." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, 1,000,000 it is then." Hong Yuer was a smart woman. Although she liked to be frugal, she knew that this thing was extremely important to Lin Feng. Ordinary things wouldn't catch Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng took out 1,000,000 high-tier immortal stones and handed it to the old man. Then, he took the fragment of the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Feng kept the fragment of the heaven-devouring jar in time and space. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Because, after the fragment of the heaven-devouring jar entered time and space, the heaven-devouring jar flew over. It fused with the fragment of the heaven-devouring jar. At the same time, a voice came from the heaven-devouring jar. The starting point, I'll be waiting for you. When Lin Feng heard the voice, he thought he had misheard. However, Lin Feng soon realized that he hadn't misheard. The voice quickly rang out again. The starting point, I'll be waiting for you. The voice belonged to a man, and it sounded extremely tired. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "Where is the starting point? Where is the starting point?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, the voice continued, "I'll wait for you at the starting point." It was the same words as before. This caused Lin Feng to frown slightly. He really couldn't find any useful information from this sentence. Lin Feng cut off his connection with the heaven-swallowing jar. This time, the heaven-devouring jar underwent a change after fusing with the new part. Naturally, it was something that made Lin Feng extremely happy. Lin Feng tried to guess who the owner of the voice was. Could it be the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor was the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. He was extremely powerful. He was a direct descendant of the heaven-devouring Devil Lord. Back then, the deaths of the heaven-devouring Devil Lord and the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor seemed to have something to do with the Devil Pagoda. However, Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure if that was the case. If this voice really belonged to the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, did that mean that he was still alive? Lin Feng immediately became excited at the thought of this. Their bloodline didn't have any powerful figures left. If there was a powerful figure, would the Black Fog clan and Black Robe clan dare to make a move on his mother? He definitely wouldn't dare. If he could find the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, this would be extremely important to the Sovereign Emperor clan. However, the clues he had were limited. Lin Feng needed to find a way to completely repair the heaven-devouring jar. Only the heaven-devouring jar had been repaired. Perhaps only then would he be able to obtain more clues. He might even be able to use these clues to find his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. "Little friend, is there anything else you want?" The old man liked straightforward people like Lin Feng, so he asked. He wanted to do more business with Lin Feng. Lin Feng came back to his senses. Then, he looked at the stall. He searched carefully. There was nothing else that interested him. He shook his head. Then, Lin Feng and the others walked forward. The stalls on both sides of the street also had many good things. However, first of all, one could pick out the good things from the countless things. Someone is selling core formation pills. At that moment, there was a commotion in front of them. "Where is it?" someone asked. "It's on the street next door," someone said. "Let's go and take a look." A large number of cultivators rushed to the street next door. "What are core formation immortal herbs?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Core formation pills are extremely precious pills that are infused with golden feather grass. They can help a cultivator break through to the golden immortal realm. Lin Feng was surprised, and then continued to ask, "How much can it increase the probability?" Hong Yuer said, "It increases the probability by 60%. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Breaking through to the golden immortal realm was even more difficult than breaking through to the saint immortal realm. This was because golden immortals were known as immortal immortals. Breaking through to the golden immortal realm, one's entire level of life would change. Once a cultivator broke through, there would be an unimaginable increase in strength. However, the probability of breaking through to the golden immortal realm through serious cultivation was very small. It was said that there wasn't even a 1% chance. Although the world of cultivators was vast and boundless, there were countless cultivators. But in reality, cultivators who could break through to the true immortal realm were definitely rare existences. Not to mention breaking through to the golden immortal realm. In the world where time had reversed, there were 3,000 top experts from different eras. But in reality, golden immortal realm cultivators were only a minority. Most of them were cultivators below the golden immortal realm. The resources here were so rich. Breaking through was so difficult, let alone the cultivators of the outside world. breaking through to the golden immortal realm. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And this kind of core formation immortal medicine, it could actually increase the success rate of breaking through by 60%. It was indeed too inconceivable. Let's go. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. The group of people rushed towards the opposite street. When they arrived, there was already a large number of cultivators gathered there. At the corner of the street, there was a small square with an arena. A middle-aged cultivator stood in the arena. There were many cultivators standing guard around the arena. There were also more than 10 tall and beautiful female cultivators in revealing clothes standing in the arena. The middle-aged cultivator said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. I know that everyone is here to buy core formation immortal medicine, but the number of core formation immortal medicine is limited. We can only sell it to a few fated people." After hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Why did he feel that the middle-aged cultivator was a swindler? End of chapter. How many immortal stones does one core formation immortal pill sell for? Someone asked. The middle-aged cultivator immediately said, "Everyone should know that the core formation immortal pills sold by some top-notch businesses are worth around 100 million immortal stones. But in reality, the cost of their core formation immortal pills isn't high, but because of their monopoly, their core formation immortal pills are sold at sky-high prices. However, from today onwards, I, Peng, will tell everyone that there is no need to eat expensive pills anymore. The core formation immortal pills we sell are only worth 5 million immortal stones. You can buy a core formation immortal pill with 5 million immortal stones," the middle-aged man said loudly. Lin Feng realized that this guy was really good at making speeches. He was simply too good at stirring up people's hearts. After he finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. 100 million high-grade immortal stones was enough to scare off 99% of the cultivators. However, many people could still afford 5 million high-grade immortal stones. It can't be fake, right? Someone asked. Yeah, it's so cheap. It can't be fake, right? Someone else said. Everyone was naturally suspicious. After all, the difference in price was too great. Is there an alchemist among you? The middle-aged cultivator asked. Me. 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 Many cultivators raised their hands. The middle-aged cultivator said, "I know everyone is worried that this is fake. How about this? We'll randomly pick 10 alchemists to come up on stage and examine the pills. Then, we'll know whether or not this pill is fake." That's a good idea, someone in the crowd said. Someone else said, "With so many alchemists examining the pills together, they'll definitely be able to tell if it's fake. If it's real, then it'll be good news for us." Hong Yuer couldn't help but whisper, "Why do I feel like these people are all fake?" Lin Feng said, "They are. You, and you." The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the alchemists who had raised their hands one after another. Soon, 10 alchemists went up on stage. Let these 10 alchemists go up on stage together. I'm sure everyone can rest assured, right? The middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, full of confidence. Forget it. You were the one who chose these people. Who knows if these people are just here to support you? Someone said. The surrounding cultivators were no fools. Many people felt that this cultivator's words made sense. The middle-aged cultivator said, "If everyone thinks that they're here to support us, then let's do it this way. If you're willing to come on stage to test us, you're welcome to come on stage. Let me try. I'll give it a try too." One cultivator after another went up the ring. Lin Feng also planned to go up and take a look, because if these Dan formation immortal medicines were real, they would be very useful to him. Lin Feng rushed towards the arena. Hong Yuer felt that it was fun and followed Lin Feng to the stage. All right. There were already more than 50 people. So many people couldn't possibly be here to support him, right? Now, let's have everyone examine these pills, the middle-aged cultivator said. He waved his hand, and a scantily clad woman walked over with a porcelain bottle. There's a core formation celestial medicine that I bought at a high price here. Everyone, please observe this core forming immortal medicine first. Then, you can compare it with the core formation celestial medicine I'm selling. That way, you'll know if the core formation celestial medicine I'm selling is real or fake. The scantily clad woman walked in front of the first cultivator. That cultivator opened the bottle and observed it for a while before putting it back. The people on the stage began to observe it one by one. Soon, they arrived at Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng had studied alchemy for a few years in his early years, but later on, he focused all his energy on studying formations. Thus, he didn't study alchemy very much. However, although Lin Feng didn't study alchemy very much, his eyes were still very sharp. He also knew how to determine if these pills were real or fake. Lin Feng's spiritual will entered the pill and began to examine it. Then, he put the bottle back. Hong Yuer also began to observe the pill. He didn't know if Hong Yuer really knew how to differentiate between pills. Soon, all 50 people finished looking at the real core formation celestial medicine. The middle-aged cultivator said, "Now, I'll ask the servant to take out the core formation celestial medicine I'm about to sell for everyone to see." The middle-aged cultivator waved his hand again. More than 10 scantily clad women each carried a tray and walked up. The cultivators on the stage began to observe the pills in batches. "It's real, it's real, it's real," many cultivators said after looking at the pills. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Could the pills really be real? If they were real, he would buy a batch when the time came. With Lin Feng's wealth, he couldn't buy a lot of core formation celestial medicine worth 100 million high-grade immortal stones. But a core formation celestial medicine worth 5 million high-grade immortal stones. He could definitely buy 100 of them. When the time came, he would reward them. How many golden immortals did the Sin domain have? However, Lin Feng couldn't be sure if the pills were real or not. After all, if others said they were real, would it be real? That might not be true. Soon, a servant girl brought the pills in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up the pill bottle. His spiritual will entered it. Lin Feng's spiritual will wrapped around the pill. He carefully inspected it. This pill is real? Soon, Lin Feng revealed a very surprised expression. However, he still carefully inspected it a few times. Lin Feng discovered that the internal structure of the two pills, the ratio of the ingredients, and so on were basically the same. Although there were slight differences, it didn't affect the medicinal effects. So, Lin Feng felt that these pills were real. After several inspections, Lin Feng didn't find anything wrong with the other party. This was enough to explain a lot. At this time, Hong Yuer said, "It's fake, this is fake." "Fairy, don't speak nonsense." The middle-aged cultivator's expression suddenly sank. Hong Yuer said, "How am I speaking nonsense? You guys don't let people say that you're selling fake pills. Everyone, don't be fooled. You're saying that I'm selling fake pills? Everyone can ask the other alchemists if these pills are real." The middle-aged cultivator said. "It's definitely real." "That's right, this is real. Everyone, please don't be fooled by this evil woman." Many alchemists said. Lin Feng asked, "Is it real?" Hong Yuer nodded. At this time, the middle-aged cultivator said, "I sold the core formation celestial medicine so cheaply to benefit everyone. How can I allow you to slander me? Therefore, if you don't explain today's matter clearly, don't think about leaving." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, more than 10 guards around the arena surrounded Hong Yuer. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. What are you doing? You want to fight? I advise you not to. Otherwise, I'll destroy your stall. Do you believe me? Lin Feng sneered at the middle-aged man. Lin Feng had seen his fair share of scammers before. These scammers had many tricks up their sleeves. However, this was the first time he had seen someone selling fake medicine. Lin Feng was a bit angry. Fortunately, Hong Yuer could tell the authenticity of the core formation immortal medicine. Otherwise, he would have had to spend a large sum of money to buy a batch of core formation immortal medicine. Wouldn't that be a huge loss, seeing that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, and that selling medicine was the most important thing right now? The middle-aged man didn't hesitate. For now, he didn't want to pursue the matter. He sneered and said, "I don't welcome you here, so please leave." Lin Feng grabbed Hong Yuer's hand. Together with Hong Yuer, they walked down the stage. Hong Yuer's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Feng's hand. She felt a sweetness in her heart. She didn't struggle and let Lin Feng grab her hand. "That girl is really something," said Lin Feng. Someone said. "So what if she's something? Can't you see that she already has a man?" Someone else said. "Damn it. Why can't I get a beauty like her? If I can sleep with her just once, I'm willing to shorten my lifespan by 1,000 years." Someone said gloomily. All sorts of voices could be heard. Lin Feng and Hong Yuer walked down from the stage. "Boss, you guys are." Chu Yuan was a smart person. When he saw Lin Feng and Hong Yuer holding hands, he immediately looked confused. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and Hong Yuer with an ambiguous gaze. Hong Yuer blushed and quickly pulled her hand back. As for Niu Dashan's wooden brain, he didn't think much of it. Divine beasts were still children, so they didn't understand these things. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Hong Yuer nodded. As for whether the others were willing to be spendthrifts, Lin Feng didn't care. Others didn't trust Hong Yuer's words. Lin Feng trusted Hong Yuer completely. Although Lin Feng didn't know what was wrong with the pill, since Hong Yuer said that it was a fake pill, he didn't need to worry about it. In that case, that kind of pill was definitely fake. After leaving, Hong Yuer looked at Lin Feng and said, "You believe me just because I say it's fake? Aren't you afraid that my judgment will be wrong? Don't be afraid. I know that you must be very confident since you dared to say those words," Lin Feng said. Seeing Lin Feng believe in her so much, Hong Yuer was very happy. She continued, "That kind of pill, in terms of composition, isn't much different from a real core formation immortal pill, but it's missing one ingredient." "What medicinal ingredient?" Lin Feng asked. "Golden feather grass," said Hong Yuer. Lin Feng had heard Hong Yuer mention the golden feather grass before. Lin Feng said, "But I didn't find anything special about it. I feel like the ingredients of the two pills are the same." It's indeed the same. In fact, apart from the golden feather grass, the other ingredients used to refine core formation immortal pills are rather ordinary. At most, 10 high-tier immortal stones would be enough to gather them all, Hong Yuer said. Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, then they're really profiteering." Hong Yuer smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. Speculating in houses and selling pills has always been profiteering." Lin Feng said, "You said that the guy didn't sell any golden feather grass. What's going on? If such an important ingredient is missing, shouldn't it be easy for others to discover it?" Hong Yuer said, "It's not easy to discover. They used another ingredient to replace the golden feather grass. The other ingredient can pass off as genuine, and most people won't be able to discover it." Lin Feng asked in surprise, "What did they use to replace the golden feather grass?" Hong Yuer said, "Golden desire grass. It's a type of spirit herb that's 99% similar to the golden feather grass. This spirit herb's medicinal properties are mild, and it's suitable to be used as a supplementary spirit herb. Moreover, it has a very strong pill-melting ability that can allow pills to condense quickly." Lin Feng said, "You're actually so proficient in medicine. It seems like you're an alchemist?" Chu Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you don't know, right? Our boss comes from a family of alchemists. The 6th-generation alchemist from the era of titled gods is our boss's ancestor." Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected Hong Yuer to have such a background. As a descendant of the alchemist, she must have been influenced by alchemy since she was young. Therefore, Hong Yuer's attainments in alchemy were definitely extremely high. In addition, Hong Yuer's cultivation was very high. This kind of powerhouse tended to have a unique understanding of alchemy. Moreover, Hong Yuer's ancestor had passed down some recipes or experience in alchemy. This was enough to make Hong Yuer a top-tier alchemist. He had picked up a treasure. This time, he had really picked up a treasure. Lin Feng felt that he should find an opportunity to take Hong Yuer down. He had to have such a treasure in his hands. When he left the time reversal world, Lin Feng even planned to bring Hong Yuer to the Undying Realm. Sin Domain. They needed a top-tier alchemist like Hong Yuer too much. Lin Feng said, if I find the golden feather grass, can you refine it into a core formation immortal medicine? Yes. Hong Yuer nodded. Hearing Hong Yuer's words, Lin Feng wished that he could carry her in his arms right now. Then, he would give her a passionate kiss. Hong Yuer was very powerful, and she was also a top-tier alchemist. She wasn't someone a flower vase could compare to. Lin Feng asked, where can I get this golden feather grass? I don't know either. Hong Yuer said. After pausing for a moment, she continued, the reason why the core formation immortal medicine is sold at such a high price is because we can't get the golden feather grass. Even if some of the big powers sell core formation immortal medicine, they will sell a limited amount. Usually, they will only sell one core formation immortal medicine a month. The few big powers that sell core formation immortal medicine can only sell a few core formation immortal medicine a month. Ordinary people won't sell it even if they have money. Usually, they will sell it to the powers that they have a good relationship with. Lin Feng frowned and said, in that case, even if we have immortal stones, there's no hope of buying core formation immortal medicine? Hong Yuer said, it's not completely hopeless. It's still possible to spend money to find someone to use connections. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, if only we knew where to find the golden feather grass. Sogu's website, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a large trading company. This trading company was called the Holy Heavens Trading Company. It seemed that this trading company belonged to the Holy Heavens Immortal Tower. The top trading companies were indeed in the hands of these top forces. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Holy Heavens Trading Company. Lin Feng saw the exorcism crystals on the counter. Each one was worth 2 million high-grade immortal stones. What's the use of those crystals? Lin Feng asked Hong Yuer. They have similar effects to exorcism incense, but they can disperse even more powerful creatures of darkness. Exorcism incense was only suitable for use in the outer regions. If they entered the central region or the inner regions, at that time, the exorcism incense might not be effective. However, exorcism crystals could still be effective. Lin Feng bought 3 exorcism crystals. He kept one for himself, gave another to the holy beast, and gave the third to Hong Yuer. Now that we have exorcism crystals, we can even go to the central region and try it out. Chu Yuan said excitedly. Hong Yuer nodded. She was also very happy. Exorcism crystals were very important to cultivators like them. They continued to stroll around the trading company. Boss, look. It's angel wings. At that moment, Chu Yuan pointed at something on the counter. There were a few crystal balls on the counter. Each crystal ball contained a pair of energy wings of the sealer. Those energy wings basically only had one pair of wings. However, there were 4 energy wings sealed in one of the energy balls. It was a 4-winged angel wing. It was obviously more precious. Chu Yuan continued, wow, there are even 4-winged angel wings. Boss, if you refine them, your bloodline will definitely evolve. Bloodline evolution? Does Yuer have the bloodline of an angel? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Hong Yuer nodded and said, my father is a descendant of the divine medicine, but my mother is an angel. Lin Feng thought to himself. No wonder Hong Yuer was so beautiful. It turned out that her mother was a female angel. The women of the angel race were famous for being beautiful and charming. Therefore, there was a reason why Hong Yuer was so beautiful. They came to the counter. When Red Moon saw the price of the 4-winged angel wings, she was shocked. This was because the price of a 4-winged angel's wing was as high as 12 million high-grade immortal stones. She only had about 1 million high-grade immortal stones on her. Naturally, it was impossible for him to afford the 4-winged angelic wings. Let's go somewhere else. Hong Yuer said. Lin Feng planned to buy it for Hong Yuer. Although 12 million high-grade immortal stones wasn't a small sum, it would be worth it if it could help Hong Yuer evolve her bloodline. Lin Feng looked at the salesperson and said, take off the angel's wings, I want them. Alright, young master, please wait for a moment. When the salesperson heard that Lin Feng wanted to buy the 4-winged angel's wings, he was naturally extremely happy. Because if she sold it, she would get a high commission. Therefore, when the salesperson talked to Lin Feng, he was very respectful and careful. Young master, it's better if you don't spend money. This thing is too expensive, Hong Yuer said. Actually, Hong Yuer felt that Lin Feng only had about 100 million immortal stones on him. He had spent a lot of money recently. There would be many places where he would need to spend money in the future. Therefore, Hong Yuer didn't dare to spend money so extravagantly. Isn't this Hong Yuer? We haven't seen each other in a long time. At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a dozen people walking over. The one who spoke was a tall and beautiful woman. Her face and figure were comparable to Hong Yuer's. She was also a top-grade beauty. However, the woman's eyes were raised, and she was extremely arrogant. There was a group of people beside her, and a few of them had extremely strong cultivations. It seemed like they were the woman's escorts. Since this woman was so beautiful, she naturally didn't lack escorts by her side. Sun Yuxue. After seeing this woman, Hong Yuer's expression turned slightly unsightly. You didn't expect to see me here? The woman called Sun Yuxue said with a smile. She looked at Hong Yuer condescendingly and said, It seems like you haven't been doing well these years. You're just buying something, and you're complaining that it's expensive. Is this the man you found? Isn't this man too ordinary? Isn't your eyesight a little too bad? Sun Yuxue glanced at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. This woman clearly didn't get along with Hong Yuer. However, this woman was too self-righteous. Even she was mocked by her. However, Lin Feng wasn't angry. It wasn't worth getting angry over this woman. He looked at Hong Yuer and asked, who's this big ant? PFFF, as soon as Lin Feng said that, Hong Yuer and the others burst out laughing. Sun Yuxue was such a beautiful woman. Lin Feng had actually used big ant to address Sun Yuxue. Brat, what did you say? Sun Yushua's beautiful face turned ashen with anger, and her chest heaved violently. Although this woman was very annoying, her figure and appearance were indeed the best of the best. Even when she was angry, she was still very pleasing to the eye. But so what, Lin Feng had seen too many beauties. Therefore, if she was looking for a scolding in front of Lin Feng, it didn't matter if she was a beauty or not. Lin Feng wouldn't be polite with her. Lin Feng said, Big ant, what's wrong with you? Why is your face turning green and red? Are you sick? Please don't hide your illness for fear of treatment. You, Sun Yuxue pointed at Lin Feng, gritting her teeth in anger. When had she ever suffered such a loss? Hong Yuer said, Little brother Lin, you've misunderstood. She's not my big aunt. She's about the same age as me. What? About the same age as you? Sorry, I really couldn't tell just now. Lin Feng smiled faintly. How could he apologize? Sun Yuxue realized that talking to this guy in front of her would make her angry half to death, so Sun Yuxue coldly snorted and ignored Lin Feng. She looked at Hong Yuer and said, Hong Yuer, since you can't afford the 4-winged angel wings, I'll buy them. Okay. Hong Yuer nodded bitterly. Then, she pulled Lin Feng, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. End of chapter. Lin Feng said, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The 4-winged angel's wings are useful to you, so let's buy it. But, Hong Yuer was a little hesitant. She was not a vain woman. Although she did need the 4-winged angel's wings, the price of the 4-winged angel's wings made Hong Yuer hesitate. She did not want to spend money recklessly. Don't puff yourself up at your own cost. When the time comes, you will only be asking for humiliation. Sun Yuxue said sarcastically. This woman had always thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary person. Naturally, she looked down on Lin Feng. So, her words were also quite unpleasant. Actually, the reason why Sun Yuxue said these unpleasant words was because Sun Yuxue was jealous of Hong Yuer. Back then, Sun Yuxue had once studied alchemy in the medicine god family. She was about the same age as Hong Yuer. Both of them were extremely beautiful. However, the gap between the two of them in terms of talent in alchemy was too great. Although Sun Yuxue was also very talented, compared to Hong Yuer, she was too far away. At that time, there were naturally many people who studied alchemy in the medicine god family. The various large factions liked to send their outstanding disciples to the medicine god family to be nurtured. At that time, Hong Yuer was like a moon surrounded by stars. However, no one paid attention to Sun Yuxue. Sun Yuxue became more and more jealous of Hong Yuer. As time passed, hatred grew from jealousy. This kind of thing was too common in the world of cultivators. Later on, something happened to the medicine god family. The medicine god family declined greatly. Hong Yuer also became the sacrifice of the family's marriage alliance. As for Sun Yuxue's family, they soared. Even though many years had passed, Sun Yuxue still couldn't help but recall the past when she saw Hong Yuer. Every time she saw Hong Yuer, she would humiliate her. Even the people around Hong Yuer would be humiliated by Sun Yuxue. This could bring her spiritual pleasure. Lin Feng looked at Sun Yuxue indifferently and asked, "Do you really want to buy the four-winged angel's wings?" Of course. Sun Yuxue did not deny it because she also had the blood of the angel clan. The four-winged angel's wings was also very useful to her. Sun Yuxue and Hong Yuer were. Sun Yuxue had a backer in the time reversal world. The reason why the Sun family rose was because of this backer. This backer was a Saint Realm expert. When this backer was young, he offended someone and his entire family was killed. An old ancestor of the Sun clan saved him when he passed by. This was a life-saving grace. After he took his revenge, he disappeared. Until many years ago, when it reappeared, it had become incomparably powerful. Sun Yuxue's talent was not bad, and she was taken in as a disciple by that backer. He had the protection of a Saint Realm expert. Sun Yuxue was like a phoenix that had flown up to a branch. There was an endless stream of people trying to curry favor with her and pursue her. Sun Yuxue waved her hand and someone brought her a lot of good stuff. Those suitors were willing to spend a lot of money. Sun Yuxue was a smart woman. Over the years, he had obtained many good things from his pursuers, and his master had also rewarded him with many good things. She only kept a few things that she could use and sold everything else, so she had a large amount of wealth in her hands. It was no surprise that she could afford the four-winged angel's wings. "Since you want it, I'll let you have it," Lin Feng said. Sun Yuxue immediately revealed a smug expression. She had already expected this. Lin Feng was such an ordinary man. What qualifications did he have to compete with her? Hong Yuer felt a little bitter in her heart. Although she didn't want Lin Feng to buy such an expensive thing for her. But it was because of a woman's pride. She still hoped that Lin Feng would compete with Sun Yuxue. Because this could prove what kind of position she had in Lin Feng's heart. But Lin Feng directly gave it to Sun Yuxue. Did she really not have much of a place in Lin Feng's heart? Hong Yuer's thoughts started to run wild. So she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Sun Yuxue was about to mock Lin Feng and Hong Yuer when Lin Feng turned to look at the salesman. He said, "Since your company is opened by the sacred Heaven Immortal Tower, you should have some treasures, right? Although the four-winged angel's wings are extraordinary, it's not that precious. Do you have the 36-winged angel's wings or the 72-winged angel's wings?" The salesman smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, we really don't have such high-grade angel's wings, but we do have the 16-winged angel's wings. It's the highest grade of angel's wings in our company, and it's also one of the treasures of our company. Bring me the 16-winged angel's wings," Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was shocked. The price of the 16-winged angel's wings was definitely sky-high. Because with every additional pair of wings, the price would increase crazily. But Lin Feng asked the salesman to bring the 16-winged angel's wings. Could it be that Lin Feng wanted to buy the 16-winged angel's wings? How is this possible? Sun Yuxue's face was full of disbelief. She felt that Lin Feng was definitely trying to mystify things. Lin Feng's appearance was not bad, but he was too ordinary. At the very least, he should buy a set of powerful robes, shoes, a jade pendant, a belt, and so on. But Lin Feng was wearing ordinary clothes. How could he be someone who could casually take out a large sum of immortal stones? The 16-winged angel's wings is worth 120 million high-grade immortal stones. "Young master, are you sure you want it?" the salesman asked. She felt that she should remind Lin Feng because the 16-winged angel's wings was one of the treasures of their company. Such an expensive price was not something an ordinary person could afford. Sogu's website, you. Sun Yuxue pointed at Lin Feng, speechless for a moment. All these years, she had only managed to accumulate 30 to 40 million high-grade immortal stones. Sun Yuxue had thought that she was extremely wealthy. But now, she realized how laughable she had been. That little bit of wealth, what was that? Sun Yuxue looked at Hong Yu-er and immediately revealed an expression of envy and jealousy. To put it bluntly, a woman had to find a good home. That was how society worked. If a woman could find a powerful man to protect her, her cultivation would rise quickly, and she would have all sorts of treasures and an endless supply of immortal stones. That was the ideal life for a woman. Sun Yuxue had thought that Hong Yu-er's life was destined to be a tragedy, so she had taken pleasure in Hong Yu-er's misfortune. She had been waiting to see Hong Yu-er make a fool of herself. That was why she had humiliated Hong Yu-er over and over again. But now, she realized how laughable her actions had been. When the manager of the trading company heard the news, he personally came over with a group of higher-ups. He personally brought the sealed angelic wings. The manager was called Xingwudi. He was a middle-aged man with a very domineering name. His cultivation was naturally very strong as well. He was a quasi-saint expert. His status was very revered. Ordinary people couldn't meet him just because they wanted to. Many people couldn't help but cry out when they saw Xingwudi and greeted him. Xingwudi nodded along the way, looking like a smooth and slick person. But then again, it made sense. To be in charge of such a large trading company, he naturally wasn't a simple person. Xingwudi came to Lin Feng's side and cupped his fists. This humble one is Xingwudi, the manager of the Holy Heavens Trading Company. How should I address you, young master? This humble one is Lin Feng. Lin Feng introduced himself. He only gave his name and nothing else. Xingwudi handed the crystal ball containing the sealed angelic wings to Lin Feng and said, Lin Gongzi. I brought the 16 angelic wings. Please check them. If there are no problems, we can conclude the deal. Lin Feng only glanced at it, but he didn't check it. He said, I trust the Sagely Heaven Trading Company's reputation, so there's no need to check it. He then handed the crystal ball to Hong Yu-er. Hong Yu-er's hands trembled slightly as she held the crystal ball that sealed the 16-winged angelic wings. This was a supreme treasure worth 120 million high-grade immortal stones. In the past. Kill Hong Yu-er. Hong Yu-er couldn't believe that there would be a day when she would be able to refine such a rare treasure to awaken her bloodline. Not long ago. Hong Yu-er thought that Lin Feng did not have her in his heart, so she did not compete with Sun Yuxue. At that time, Hong Yu-er was very sad. Only now did he realize that he had misunderstood Lin Feng. It turned out that Lin Feng wanted to give him the best things. Hong Yu-er was also a woman, so she naturally had vanity. When she saw the envious and jealous gazes around her, she felt very proud. Qi Yuan said, I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so rich. Boss, you've really struck gold this time. The 16-winged angelic wings might be able to continuously evolve your bloodline. Yes. Hong Yu-er nodded. She was very happy. She knew that she had underestimated Lin Feng's wealth. Lin Feng seemed even more mysterious than she had imagined. Lin Feng looked at Sun Yuxue and said, Now, you can go by the 4-winged angelic wings. Yu-er doesn't care about such trash, but you treat it like a treasure. You're going too far. Sun Yuxue was so angry that her whole body trembled. Hong Yu-er sneered, Sun Yuxue, you're the one who thinks you're infallible. You act all high and mighty, looking down on others. You should know that those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. You have no right to criticize others. Sun Yuxue said coldly, Hong Yu-er, don't be so smug. Do you think that you alone can obtain a supreme treasure like the 16-winged angelic wings? Didn't you rely on a man? Hong Yu-er said, a woman should find a good home. You can go look for one too. See if there's a man who's willing to spend 120 million high-grade immortal stones to buy something for you. Sun Yuxue was rendered speechless by Hong Yu-er's words. Hong Yu-er's words were very reasonable. Women really did need men. There were too few women who didn't need men. Perhaps the Red World Fairy was such a woman, but it was also possible that the Red World Fairy would have to rely on a man in the future. Lin Feng had told her that he wanted to conquer the Red World Fairy. If even a woman like the Red World Fairy had to rely on a man in the end, in this world, was there any woman who didn't rely on a man? The world of cultivators was a world where men reigned supreme. Male cultivators dominated everything. Therefore, the idea that women were men's accessories was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. Sun Yushua didn't chase away those suitors because she wanted to wait for a man who could satisfy her. Until now, she still hadn't found one. Now, she saw that her sworn enemy had found such a good man. How could Sun Yushua not be angry? We'll see. Sun Yushua stomped her foot. She didn't buy anything and directly rushed outside. Sun Yushua's matter was just a small interlude to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. Lin Gongzi, why don't we go up and have a chat? Xing Wudi smiled at Lin Feng. Alright, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Lin Feng said. Xing Wudi smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, please. Lin Feng's group followed Xing Wudi's group to the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor. Once the host and guest were seated, Xing Wudi smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, you don't look familiar. I presume that Lin Gongzi hasn't been in the time reversal world for long, right? When Lin Feng heard Xing Wudi, he understood that Xing Wudi wanted to make him talk. Lin Feng smiled and said, Indeed, I haven't been in the time reversal world for long. Where did Lin Gongzi come from? Xing Wudi narrowed his eyes and asked. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said, I don't know the exact location, but I remember taking a teleportation array and arriving at the territory of one of my father's subordinates. My father's subordinate then sent me here. Xing Wudi was shocked. Lin Feng's father's subordinate actually knew how to enter the time reversal world? Wasn't that a little too unbelievable? It was said that anyone who knew how to enter the time reversal world was at least a peak sage. If Lin Feng's father's subordinate was so powerful, just how terrifying was Lin Feng's father? Sogu's website. Of course, Lin Feng was just trying to fool Xing Wudi. However, some of the things he said were true. For example, his father, Lin Beidian, was indeed powerful. His background was also extraordinary. However, he didn't have many experts behind him. Now, the experts behind him were the Savage and Senior Duguya. Of course, there was also his Grandmaster, Wang Mingchuan. Although Grandmaster Wang Mingchuan always had a smile on his face. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that Wang Mingchuan was an extremely terrifying existence. In fact, he had another backer, Lord Tortoise. Unfortunately, Lord Tortoise had been captured by a mysterious person. As for his other backers, such as Li Dianli's Claw, Devil Hand, and so on, Lin Feng had no idea where they had run off to. Normally, they didn't have much contact with Lin Feng, although they would take care of Lin Feng due to their ancestors' relationship. However, they couldn't be considered Lin Feng's Dao protector. Only the Savage and the others could be considered Lin Feng's Dao protectors. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves for Lin Feng. However, there were some things that were both true and false. Sometimes, people might not necessarily believe you if you were telling the truth, and people might not necessarily believe you if you were telling a lie. If you wanted to fool others, you had to tell them the truth. For example, right now. Xing Wudi was someone who had seen a lot, but he felt that Lin Feng's words were trustworthy. Disciples of ordinary factions, even direct descendants, wouldn't give their own disciples so much money. Moreover, Lin Feng's wealth was clearly not limited to that. Xing Wudi said, there are only a few entrances in the world that allow one to enter the world of time reversal. At the very most, there are only a few dozen entrances. May I know which one Lin Gongzi came in from? This guy really wanted to get to the bottom of this. Lin Feng said, I came in from a certain forbidden zone. What? A forbidden zone? Sacred Wudi wasn't surprised either. Although they could enter the world where time was reversed, Sacred Wudi wasn't surprised. However, different entrances were different. Clearly, the controller of the Life Forbidden Zone was the most extraordinary. Lin Feng replied, I only found out that it was the Forbidden Zone after I went there. That senior is the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. Hearing this, Saint Wudi was even more shocked. Lin Feng's background. It seemed to be even more frightening than he had imagined. Saint Wudi suppressed his shock. He was considering the authenticity of Lin Feng's words. Although Sacred Wudi felt that Lin Feng had an extraordinary background, Sacred Wudi believed that Lin Feng had an extraordinary background. However, some of the things that Lin Feng had said were too shocking. He needed to think about it carefully. At that moment, Lin Feng said, "There's something I need to ask you, President." Xing Wudi came back to his senses and said, "Please tell me. If I know, I'll tell you the truth." Lin Feng said, "It's like this, I have an elder who has entered the time reversal world, and I want to ask about him." "What is the relationship between the senior and Lin Gongzi?" Saint Wudi asked. Lin Feng was speechless. Saint Wudi really wanted to get to the bottom of this. Moreover, he didn't seem embarrassed at all to ask such a private question. How thick-skinned. How thick-skinned. However, his relationship with the barbarians, it wasn't a secret. It wasn't something that couldn't be told. Since Saint Wudi wanted to know, he would just tell him. Lin Feng said, "This senior is my Dao protector." Saint Wudi said, "Please tell me what's so special about this Dao protector, young master." Lin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "He's tall and sturdy. Moreover, his hair is very long and messy. At first glance, one would think that he's a barbarian." "What? That person is Lin Gongzi's Dao protector?" Saint Wudi immediately stood up. His face was filled with disbelief. If that person was Lin Feng's Dao protector, everything that Lin Feng had said just now, Saint Wudi had 10 million reasons to believe it. That person was truly too terrifying. He had defeated all the heroes in the world. He seemed to be talking about a powerhouse like that person. "What? Do you know where he is?" Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Senior Savage had something left behind by ancestor Lin Qi. Lin Feng had been waiting to see Master Savage for a long time. That way, he would be able to obtain those things. And now, it was as if he had seen hope of finding Senior Savage. "Of course I do. Everyone calls him Savage." Saint Wudi took a deep breath and calmed himself down before saying, "Yes. Actually, he also calls himself Savage." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Saint Wudi continued, "He went to the ancient tomb of immortals. It seems that he's looking for something." "Ancient tomb of immortals? What's that place?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Saint Wudi explained, "It's an absolute forbidden area, a place that no one can touch. Even saints don't dare to rashly enter. In short, it's extremely dangerous. It's located in the deepest part of the eastern region. Your Dao protector entered and seemed to have brought out something, but as for what it was, no one knows. When he came out, he was seriously injured. There are many spies from top-tier powers in that place. Soon, some top-tier powerhouses got wind of the news and came one after another. They're all saints. There are 12 of them in total. 5 of them are from the Immemorial Age, 3 from the Chaotic Age, 1 from the Immortal Age, 1 from the Age of Gods, 1 from the Bronze Age, and 1 from the Immemorial Age. They're all from the Immemorial Age, and 3 from the Chaotic Age. 1 from the Immortal Age, 1 from the Age of Gods, 1 from the Bronze Age, and 1 from the Immemorial Age. They're all from the Immemorial Age, and 1 from the Age of Gods. They're all from the Bronze Age, and 1 from the Immemorial Age." However, that battle exceeded everyone's expectations. Savage used the supreme technique of the human race, the 6 paths of reincarnation. 8 of the 12 saints were buried alive in the 6 paths of reincarnation. As for the other 4, they escaped with heavy injuries. After that, the savages left. After that, the eastern region was filled with all sorts of legends about the savages, said Lin Feng. And no one has ever seen a barbarian again. After hearing Saint Wudi's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited, but also worried. He was excited because Savage might have recovered his former strength. He was worried because Savage had been seriously injured after coming out of the ancient tomb of immortals. How was he doing now, Sogu? Are there really no clues at all? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to find Senior Savage. However, Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy to find Senior Savage in the boundless world of time reversal. Especially now. Lin Feng still didn't know where Senior Savage was. "I really don't know. Maybe he's hiding somewhere to recover." Xing Wudi said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Xing Wudi's words were quite plausible. Lin Feng said, I'll have to trouble you to help me find out more about Senior Savage. Xing Wudi said, of course. As long as there's any news, I'll definitely inform Lin Gongzi. Lin Feng then said, since your Holy Heavens Trading Company is able to take out something like the angel wings, you should have some other treasures that can evolve bloodlines, right? Xing Wudi said, that's indeed the case, but the things needed to evolve bloodlines are different. What do you need, young master? You can tell us, and we'll help you gather them. Generally speaking, we should be able to gather all sorts of legendary treasures in this world of time reversal. Lin Feng was very happy to hear that. However, he wasn't too sure what exactly could evolve his sovereign bloodline, undying bloodline, and destiny bloodline. Lin Feng decided to ask the Demon Lord. Perhaps the Demon Lord would know something about this. Lin Feng transmitted his voice, Demon Lord. Do you know what I need to awaken my 3 bloodlines? The Demon Lord thought for a moment, then said, you've already awakened your undying bloodline 4 times. The things you used to awaken your undying bloodline no longer have any effect, and treasures similar to those things won't have any effect either. Therefore, for the 5th awakening, you might be able to use the undying phoenix blood. Undying phoenix blood? Is that the undying phoenix's origin blood? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Demon Lord said, that's right. It's the undying phoenix's origin blood. It's extremely rare, but its effects are astonishing. It can awaken slumbering undying bloodlines. Alright. Lin Feng nodded. The Demon Lord continued, for the 4th awakening, you can use a ruler's crystal. Ruler's crystal? What's that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Demon Lord said, it's said to be an extremely precious treasure. That kind of treasure is condensed from the Tao of a ruler, and it can help you awaken your sovereign imperial bloodline. Of course, it's extremely difficult to find it, but the time reversal world is different from the outside world. Just as Saint Wudi said, they might have a way to find it. I hope so. Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord continued, the destiny bloodline is too mysterious. I don't know much about it, so I'm not sure what kind of treasure can be used to awaken it. However, I know of a treasure called the Ice of Destiny. It's a treasure that can greatly stimulate a person's bloodline. Through this stimulation, a person's bloodline will mutate. For example, some cultivators with mutated bloodlines can use treasures like this to trigger the mutation. Then I'll ask Xing Wudi if he can help me find these 3 treasures. Lin Feng said. Yao Jun didn't say anything else. The conversation with the Demon Lord had been through divine sense, so it seemed like it had taken a long time. But in reality, the conversation was over in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Lin Feng looked at Xing Wudi and said, I need 3 things. The first is called the immortal phoenix blood, which is the origin blood of the immortal phoenix. The second is called the ruler's crystal. The third is called the ice of destiny. Can you help me find them? Xing Wudi said, I've heard of the immortal phoenix blood and ruler's crystal, but we don't have them in our store. I can help you ask around. As for the ice of destiny, this is the first time I've heard of it. Do you know what characteristics it has? Lin Feng transmitted to the Demon Lord, what characteristics does the ice of destiny have? The Demon Lord said, it's an azure crystal that looks like a crystal. It's relatively small, about the size of a grain of rice. It's extremely cold, and it's surrounded by the power of destiny. It's extraordinary. Yes. Lin Feng relayed the Demon Lord's words to Xing Wudi. Xing Wudi said, all right. Since we know some characteristics of the ice of destiny, it'll be much easier to find out more about it. Then we'll have to trouble you. We're staying at 317 Fairy Path. If you have any information, please send someone to inform us. Lin Feng said. No problem. Xing Wudi smiled. Lin Feng had no intention of staying here any longer. He left with Hong Yuer and the others. Xing Wudi personally escorted Lin Feng out. Xing Wudi returned to the store and went to a room on the top floor. He knocked on the door and said respectfully, Holy Maiden, Xing Wudi requests an audience. Come in. A voice was heard. Xing Wudi pushed the door open and entered the room. There was a woman sitting in the room. She was none other than the holy maiden of the sacred heaven immortal tower, Xianxia. Xianxia said, "It seems like you've gained quite a lot." "Yes." Xingwudi hurriedly said, "That young man's background is extraordinary. He said that he entered the time-reversed world from the Forbidden Zone, and that the ruler of the Forbidden Zone was his father's subordinate in the past. He also asked for help in finding the whereabouts of the savage. He said that the savage was his Tao protector." Xiaolingyu stood up and looked out the window. She could see the backs of Lin Feng and the others as they left. Xingwudi glanced over as well. However, he didn't say anything else and instead waited for the holy maiden to speak. Xiaolingyu said, "I've seen him twice before, and he's indeed extraordinary." "What else did he say?" Xingwudi said, "He said that he hopes that the Sacred Heaven Trading Company can help him find 3 things. According to what he said, those 3 things are items that can awaken bloodlines." "What are those 3 things?" Xiaolingyu asked. Xingwudi said, "The first is the immortal phoenix blood, the second is the ruler's crystal, and the third is the ice of destiny." Xiaolingyu said, "Those 3 things are too extraordinary. Moreover, the words immortal, ruler, and fate have profound meanings. Help him find them." Xiaolingyu said. "Yes." Xingwudi nodded. Lin Feng naturally didn't know about the conversation between Xiaolingyu and Xingwudi. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others were heading towards their residence. At a street corner, a group of cultivators rushed over and surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Then, the group of cultivators parted, and a middle-aged cultivator walked in. When he saw the middle-aged cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The middle-aged cultivator was none other than the person who had sold the fake medicine earlier. "You've sold all the fake medicine?" Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged cultivator replied, "Mine isn't fake medicine. At most, it's an imitation. Fake medicine is harmful to the body, but mine isn't." "Should I praise you then?" Lin Feng said sarcastically. The middle-aged man said, "There's no need for that. I didn't come here to cause trouble for you. My target is this girl, and it has nothing to do with you. Let me take her away and play with her for 3 days. I'll let bygones be bygones." End of chapter. When Lin Feng heard that guy, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where did that guy get the courage to come here and talk like that? Was it because he had the advantage in numbers? From Lin Feng's point of view, Han Yuer was already his. This guy actually wanted to get his hands on Han Yuer. He really didn't know what was good for him. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just threw a punch at the guy's face. Lin Feng's sudden attack had caught the guy off guard. The middle-aged man's face turned extremely ugly. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's punch. However, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't dodge the punch. Bang, a dull sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng's punch had landed on the guy's hateful face. His face was almost flattened by Lin Feng's punch. His body was sent flying. His nose was broken, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He didn't know how many teeth he had lost. "You sneak attacked me. You're despicable." The middle-aged man roared furiously. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? Therefore, at this moment, his eyes were filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been killed countless times by this guy's gaze. Lin Feng said, "You're the one who moved as slow as a pig. How can you blame others for sneak attacking you?" After hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, the middle-aged man became even more furious. The middle-aged man was furious. He looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. He took the opportunity to shout, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture this guy. I want to show him how I deal with his woman." "Yes." More than 20 guards responded. Then, they pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. "We'll help you," Hong Yuer said. "It's just a motley crew. I can easily deal with them alone." After Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Feng pushed his palm forward. All of a sudden, a terrifying force burst out. That terrifying power blasted towards the group of cultivators charging towards Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. One cultivator after another. They were all sent flying. Wow, 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 those cultivators spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, already unconscious. Seeing that, the middle-aged cultivator's face turned pale. He didn't expect a young cultivator like Lin Feng to be so powerful. Even Hong Yuer and the others were dumbfounded. Some of the cultivators who were sent flying by Lin Feng were at the quasi-gold immortal stage. Even if she made a move, she would not be able to defeat so many experts in such a short time. However, Lin Feng did it. It was practically an instant kill. Previously, Hong Yuer and the others had always thought that Lin Feng relied on some magic treasures to fight. His own strength was not strong, but only now did Hong Yuer and the others realize how wrong they were. Lin Feng's strength was actually extremely terrifying. It was just that Lin Feng was too young. Lin Feng's age made people involuntarily overlook his powerful combat strength. Lin Feng's age made it easy for people to look down on him. The middle-aged man got up and wanted to escape, but Lin Feng restrained him. Lin Feng said, "You want to run now? Where's that arrogant and despotic attitude from before?" The middle-aged man's face was incomparably gloomy. He said, "Kid, let me tell you this. I have the Sacred Hall Alliance behind me. If you dare to do anything too outrageous to me, you will not have a good ending." Lin Feng did not know what kind of power the Sacred Hall Alliance was. Lin Feng had only been in the time reversal world for a short time, so he did not know much about the various powers in this world. At present, he had only heard of the Sacred Heaven Immortal Tower and a few other top powers. Lin Feng looked at Hong Yuer and asked, "What kind of power is the Sacred Hall Alliance?" Hong Yuer's expression was more serious. She said, "The Sacred Hall Alliance is a power formed by a group of top loose cultivators. There are people from all walks of life in this power. Aside from the Sacred Heaven Immortal Tower and a few other top powers, the Sacred Hall Alliance should be one of the top powers. No one dares to provoke this power." No wonder Hong Yuer's expression was so serious. This Sacred Hall Alliance was indeed an extraordinary power. Moreover, this kind of power would definitely have a Sage Realm expert overseeing it. But so what, if they offended him, who cared if they had a Sage Realm expert overseeing it? At this moment, the middle-aged man said somewhat proudly, "Brat, you don't even know what kind of power our Sacred Hall Alliance is. Are you new here? Now that you know what kind of power the Sacred Hall Alliance is, you must be afraid. If you are, then hurry up and let this woman serve me well. That way, I can forgive you." "Idiot," Lin Feng laughed coldly, then waved his right hand. A cold light flew towards the middle-aged cultivator. Pooh, the sound of something being torn apart and the middle-aged cultivator's miserable shriek could be heard. The middle-aged cultivator fell to the ground on his back. His body fell to the ground, then started to convulse violently. Lin Feng's attack just now had directly crippled this guy. From now on, this world had one less man. One more eunuch. One could imagine. A man. Suddenly, he had become a eunuch. This was such a painful thing that he wished he was dead. No matter who it was, after experiencing something like this, they would probably feel even worse than death. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show could not help but feel a chill in their pants. They couldn't help but tighten their legs. They looked at Lin Feng with a trace of fear in their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Feng was simply too cruel. Turning someone into a eunuch was truly a demonic act. "I won't let you go, I definitely won't let you go." The middle-aged man spasmed and roared angrily, his eyes filled with hatred and dense killing intent. "Won't let me go? Alright, I'll make it up to you." Yi Xian laughed coldly. A sword chi slashed out, instantly destroying the middle-aged man's dantian. Not only did the middle-aged man become a eunuch, he also became a cripple. From now on, he could forget about cultivating. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Brat, you are so ruthless. I won't rest until you die. The middle-aged man cursed venomously. You are just a cripple. Do you have the right to say things like "I won't rest until you die"? Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and say, "Killing someone's heart." When the middle-aged man heard Lin Feng's words, he was deeply provoked. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Sogu's website, Lin Feng walked forward and took the middle-aged cultivator's storage ring. Lin Feng remembered that this guy had a real, core formation immortal medicine here. Other than the core formation immortal medicine, this guy had sold so many fake medicines. Who knew how many immortal stones he had sold, and those immortal stones were now Lin Feng's. F***ck. After turning him into a eunuch, he crippled him and even robbed him clean. Even a demon isn't as ruthless as this kid. Some of the cultivators in the surroundings whispered. Shoo! Don't speak nonsense. If that guy hears it and bears a grudge, it will be troublesome. Another cultivator said. The cultivator who had just spoken turned pale with fright. Lin Feng naturally didn't have the mood to care about those people. He looked at Hong Yuer and the others and said, "Let's go." Hong Yuer and the others nodded and followed Lin Feng back to their residence. Lin Feng returned to his room and took out the middle-aged man's storage ring. His spiritual sense invaded the storage ring and Lin Feng was shocked. There were simply too many high-grade immortal stones in the storage ring. Lin Feng sensed it with his spiritual sense and found that there were about 50 billion high-grade immortal stones in total. Lin Feng remembered that this guy had sold those fake medicines for 5 million high-grade immortal stones each. If he wanted to gather 50 billion immortal stones, he would have to sell about 10,000 fake core formation immortal medicines. Of course. Lin Feng guessed that this guy had been to many ancient cities. If it was just one ancient city, it shouldn't be able to sell so many fake core formation immortal medicines. Now, all the immortal stones from selling fake medicines belonged to him. Yi Xian had a lot of immortal stones, but most of them were ordinary immortal stones and mid-grade immortal stones. It was only 10 billion high-grade immortal stones. With 50 billion high-grade immortal stones, Lin Feng immediately became rich. Hong Yuer was in seclusion and would probably need some time. After all, bloodline evolution wasn't easy. Moreover, it was very likely that her bloodline would continue to evolve, which made it even more difficult. To Hong Yuer, this was not a small lucky chance. She was now in the golden immortal realm. After her bloodline evolved, all her abilities would be greatly improved. Perhaps, it wouldn't take long for him to become a sage immortal. She was a female saint immortal, a top-grade beauty, and a top-grade alchemist. Other than the word goddess, was there any other word to describe the peerless beauty of Hong Yuer? Everyone was cultivating. Lin Feng, on the other hand, wanted to have a good rest. It was rare to find such a good opportunity. Completely relaxing was also beneficial to one's cultivation. At night, a silhouette silently appeared in front of Lin Feng's residence. She was dressed in black and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. That black figure quickly rushed towards Lin Feng's bed, wanting to quickly subdue Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng woke up and struck twice on the black figure's body. The black figure's Rendu and Du meridians were sealed by Lin Feng and the magic power in his body couldn't be circulated. Now, he was no longer a threat. Lin Feng grabbed the black figure's jade-like hand and pulled him onto the bed. Then, he tore off the person's veil. A face that could be broken by the wind appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. Sun Yuxue. It was actually this woman. In truth, Lin Feng had already woken up when Sun Yuxue appeared, and he knew that this person was Sun Yuxue. This was because Lin Feng remembered what Sun Yuxue's aura was like. Even if he couldn't see her face clearly, he could still sense her aura. In truth, even if he couldn't sense that this person was Sun Yuxue, Lin Feng could still tell that this person was Sun Yuxue. This was because Sun Yuxue's body emitted a unique fragrance. Although Lin Feng didn't like Sun Yuxue's personality, he had to admit that she was indeed a top-grade beauty. Not all top-grade beauties emitted fragrances. However, those who emitted fragrances were mostly top-grade beauties. Let go of me. Sun Yuxue couldn't help but struggle in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Who gave you the courage to sneak up on me in the middle of the night? Sun Yuxue said hatefully, you made me lose face today, so I'll teach you a good lesson. Lin Feng said, you asked for it, so how can you blame it on others? Could it be that a woman's heart was as big as a needle's eye? I really can't understand why you're still holding a grudge over what happened between you and Hong Yuer. Women are jealous creatures. That's an eternal saying. Sun Yuxue said coldly, how am I any worse than Hong Yuer? But why is it that she's always the center of attention, while I'm always ignored? I can't accept it. I've been unwilling to accept it since I was a young girl. When I saw her fall, I was so happy. Why is it that when I thought she was about to hit rock bottom, she suddenly soared up and became a phoenix? Why is fate so unfair? Lin Feng said, come on, you really don't have the right to say that fate is unfair to Hong Yuer. She should be the one lamenting that fate is unfair. People live for themselves, not for others. Do you think Hong Yuer likes the feeling of being the center of attention? She doesn't like it, because you're the center of attention. You know Hong Yuer's fate. She's even become a tool for marriage. Why aren't you lamenting that fate is unfair now? As for you, you're the disciple of a sage, and countless geniuses are chasing after you. Your life is already extremely enviable. This is your life. You have your life, and Hong Yu has her own life. Sun Yushua's face was cold. She didn't say anything. Lin Feng didn't know what this woman was thinking. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care. Lin Feng was currently considering how to deal with Sun Yushue. She had disturbed his rest. Was he going to let her go just like that? Wouldn't that be letting her off too easily? I'll think about what you said. Can you let me go now? Sun Yushue said. Lin Feng smiled and said, you're now my prisoner. Why should I let you go? What are you trying to do? Sun Yushue looked at Lin Feng with some fear. Only now did she remember that she was a peerless beauty who had caused countless geniuses to bow down to her. If she fell into Lin Feng's hands, what if Lin Feng had evil intentions? Wouldn't she be in a miserable state? Sogu, said Lin Feng smiling at Sun Yushue. He kept glancing at Sun Yushue from head to toe. Sun Yushue's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Sun Yushue said somewhat anxiously, you're Hong Yuer's man. So, don't do anything that would let Hong Yuer down. Lin Feng said, what have I done to let Hong Yuer down? You know what I'm trying to say. Sun Yushue said. Lin Feng said, are you saying that I have improper thoughts about you? You don't have to worry about that. I have Hong Yuer, so I naturally wouldn't fancy you. So, I won't have any improper thoughts about you. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Sun Yushue exploded with anger. She was indeed worried that Lin Feng would bully her. However, Lin Feng actually said that he had Hong Yuer, so he wouldn't fancy her at all. How could Sun Yushue endure this anger? Moreover, Sun Yushue didn't even hear what Lin Feng had said to her before. Because she was a woman, and women were unreasonable when it came to doing things. Envy and jealousy were also unreasonable. Lin Feng had compared her to Hong Yuer. He had even said that she was useless. This was what Sun Yushue couldn't tolerate the most. Are you blind? How am I not comparable to Hong Yuer? I have the figure and the face. I'm not inferior to Hong Yuer. Sun Yushue said angrily. Her beautiful eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire at this moment. Lin Feng said, yes, yes, yes. You're not inferior to Hong Yuer, okay? You're going against your heart. Sun Yushue said coldly. I'm telling the truth. You're much better than Hong Yuer. Lin Feng said. Do you really think so? Sun Yushue looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. According to her understanding of Lin Feng shouldn't say such words. However, Lin Feng actually said such words, which made Sun Yushue very confused. She didn't know if Lin Feng's words were sincere or not. Lin Feng said, of course I think so. Your vanity is much stronger than Hong Yuer's. Am I wrong? I'll kill you. Sun Yushue couldn't take it anymore. She directly used her invincible claw technique on Lin Feng. Sun Yushue grabbed Lin Feng's face, but Lin Feng grabbed her wrist. Lin Feng said, woman, do you really want me to teach you a lesson so that you will behave? Humph, Sun Yushue snorted and turned her face away, ignoring Lin Feng. How do you think I should punish you? How worrisome. Why don't you be my maid for a few days? Lin Feng said with a smile. Sun Yushue was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She said, kill me. If you don't want to be my maid, don't tell me you want to be my concubine. I didn't expect you to be so infatuated with me. So your goal tonight was to deliver yourself to me. Now I know what you're thinking. Lin Feng said. You're shameless. Sun Yushue thought for a long time, but the only word she could think of was shameless. Lin Feng said, "Thank you for the compliment." Before Sun Yuxue could say anything, Lin Feng continued, "Originally, I didn't like you, but as the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them, and when a woman pursues a man, there's a piece of paper between them. Since you've taken the initiative to throw yourself at me, I'll reluctantly accept you. I'll make you my bride tonight." "No, you can't do this." Sun Yuxue was so scared that her face turned pale, and tears appeared in her eyes. It seemed that this little girl was indeed frightened. Lin Feng patted her beautiful face and said, "Don't cry. I was just joking with you. You really took it seriously. All right, you can leave now." Lin Feng let go of Sun Yuxue, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. Sun Yuxue couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Lin Feng lying beside her. Lin Feng had actually let her go. "You're really letting me go?" Sun Yuxue asked. "It's fake. If you really dare to leave, I'll immediately catch you and punish you," Lin Feng said. "I knew it. You're a liar. I knew it. You're not that magnanimous." Sun Yuxue gritted her teeth and said, "Damn, this woman really has big breasts and no brains." Lin Feng was immediately speechless. She couldn't even tell the truth from a lie. What was wrong with her brain? Yes, yes, yes. I'm a liar. I'm not open-minded enough. Now, I'm going to hug you to sleep," Lin Feng said, pretending to hug Sun Yuxue in his arms. Sun Yuxue was so scared that she quickly jumped off the bed. Then, she stood in the room and looked at Lin Feng vigilantly. Lin Feng ignored Sun Yuxue. He closed his eyes and rested. "I'm leaving," Sun Yuxue said. Lin Feng ignored Sun Yuxue. "I'm really leaving," Sun Yuxue continued. Lin Feng still ignored Sun Yuxue. "If you don't say anything, then I'm really leaving," Sun Yuxue said again. Lin Feng directly turned over. Sun Yuxue couldn't help but mutter. She didn't know if Lin Feng would really let her go. Sun Yuxue decided to give it a try. She didn't want to stay here and become Lin Feng's servant or concubine, because she felt that if she really did that, it would make her lose face in front of Hong Yuer. Sun Yuxue teleported through the void and left. Lin Feng didn't stop her. Sun Yuxue came to the outside of the house. Then, she couldn't help but mutter, "This guy actually let me go? Humph, you keep your word." Sun Yuxue then sighed. She suddenly felt Lin Feng seemed to be a good person. Although she didn't know why she had such a feeling. But this time, she was really envious of Hong Yuer. Time passed. Lin Feng was waiting for news from the Xianxia Trading Company. He didn't know if the Xianxia Trading Company had found what he wanted. As for Hong Yuer, she was still in seclusion. It would take some time for her to come out. Lin Feng found the middle-aged man. He paid another 2 months' rent. After waiting for 5 days, news finally came from the Xianxia Trading Company. An elder of the Xianxia Trading Company personally came to Lin Feng's place and invited Lin Feng to the Xianxia Trading Company. "Did you find what I wanted?" Lin Feng asked. He was a little excited now, because once he found what he wanted, he could try to evolve his bloodline. Lin Feng was thinking about this even in his dreams. The elder said, "Lin Gongzi, I'm not particularly clear about the specific situation. You'll know when you see Lord Xingwudi at the trading company." Lin Feng nodded. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and rode the beast carriage with the elder towards the Xianxia Trading Company. Sogu's website. After arriving at the Sagely Trading Company, Lin Feng met Xingwudi. Both the host and the guest were seated. Lin Feng asked, "I wonder if there's any progress on what I want. We've already found the Undying Phoenix Blood and Ruler's Crystal, but we haven't found the Destiny Ice. However, we've made some progress, but we'll have to wait for some time." When Lin Feng heard Xingwudi, he was overjoyed. He asked, "How many immortal stones are needed for the Undying Phoenix Blood and Ruler's Crystal?" The other party wanted 5 billion high-tier immortal stones for the Undying Phoenix Blood, but in the end, we reached a price of 4.2 billion high-tier immortal stones. As for the Ruler's Crystal, the other party wanted 6 billion high-tier immortal stones. After some bargaining, the price was set at 5 billion high-tier immortal stones. Xing Wudi explained. Lin Feng was speechless when he heard the price. The price was simply too high. However, the items were indeed worth the price. After all, they were simply too rare. Most likely, they could only be found in a time-reversed world. They couldn't be found in the outside world. Thus, even if one had the money, they wouldn't be able to buy them in the outside world. Lin Feng said, "All right. I'll hand the immortal stones over to you now. Please help me buy them." Xing Wudi said, "We've already bought them in advance." Xing Wudi took out the items as he spoke. The undying phoenix blood was sealed in a porcelain bottle. As for the ruler's crystal, it was placed in a white jade box. Xing Wudi was a very generous person, so he'd bought them in advance. There was no need for Lin Feng to make an extra trip. There was a risk involved. After all, what if Lin Feng didn't want them? They might end up with the items. Although the items were precious, however, for those who didn't need them, this thing has no value at all. Thus, if they couldn't sell them, they wouldn't be able to produce any value. For those who could use them, they were priceless treasures. The way you handle things is truly admirable. Lin Feng smiled as he took out 2 billion high-tier immortal stones. Lin Feng sealed the high-tier immortal stones. Saint Wudi put away the high-grade immortal stones. Lin Feng inspected the items and found that there was nothing wrong with them. He couldn't help but smile. Lin Feng didn't plan to stay any longer. He was in a hurry to refine the immortal phoenix blood and the sovereign's crystal. Lin Feng stood up and said, "I'll have to trouble you to follow up on the ice of fate. I won't disturb you any longer, so I'll take my leave now." "Alright, I'll send you off." Saint Wudi smiled. The reason why he was so enthusiastic towards Lin Feng was because of Lin Feng. It wasn't just because of Lin Feng's powerful background. There was another important reason, and that was Lin Feng himself was young and had a strong cultivation base. In the future, he would definitely become a top-notch expert. Being on good terms with such a young expert would naturally only bring benefits and no disadvantages. Saint Wudi personally sent Lin Feng off, which attracted the attention of many customers. The dignified Saint Heaven Trading Company's president actually personally sent a young cultivator off. It was indeed unimaginable. Hence, many people were guessing Lin Feng's identity. Saint Wudi originally wanted to send Lin Feng back with a beast carriage, but Lin Feng rejected it. Lin Feng preferred to walk back alone. It was rather comfortable and pleasant to feel the aura of immortal world outside. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng went into seclusion. He entered time and space to cultivate. Lin Feng planned to refine the immortal phoenix blood first. Then, he would refine the sovereign's crystal. Now, Lin Feng had already awakened 3 bloodlines. Lin Feng's immortal bloodline had evolved 4 times. Lin Feng's sovereign's bloodline had evolved 3 times. Lin Feng's destiny's bloodline had evolved 2 times. The abilities obtained from the 4 evolutions were: the first evolution was the bloodline awakening. The second evolution was the awakening of the ancestral power in the bloodline. The ancestral power in the bloodline condensed into the golden dwarf. Now, the golden dwarf played an extremely important role in improving Lin Feng's combat strength. During the third evolution, Lin Feng obtained the ability of Nirvana Rebirth. This ability was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had almost died several times. But in the end, it was the ability of Nirvana Rebirth that brought Lin Feng back to life. During the 4th evolution, Lin Feng mastered the ability, Samsara of Life and Death. It was rumored that this ability not only had unimaginable offensive power. In fact, he could even fight for a chance of survival for those who had died, and then awaken the dead. It could give them new life. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure if the rumors were true. At present, Lin Feng couldn't do this. However, the samsara of life and death was indeed very powerful. What kind of ability would the immortal bloodline obtain after the 5th evolution? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. After Lin Feng took out the immortal phoenix blood, he began to refine the immortal phoenix blood. As the immortal phoenix blood was refined by Lin Feng felt the pure energy of the immortal phoenix blood began to be absorbed by the immortal bloodline. Lin Feng's immortal bloodline was completely awakened. With the help of that special energy, Lin Feng's immortal bloodline began to evolve to a higher level. Time passed. Lin Feng's immortal bloodline was getting stronger and stronger. To Lin Feng's surprise, when the bloodline evolved, Lin Feng felt that his realm was also becoming restless. This was really a joyous event. Lin Feng was still worried about breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. But now it seemed that the bloodline evolution might be able to help him complete the breakthrough. However, Lin Feng found that when the immortal bloodline was about to evolve, the tribulation light between his eyebrows flickered. But there was still a certain gap to break through to the celestial immortal realm. It seemed now was not the time to break through. Finally, Lin Feng's immortal bloodline completed its fifth evolution. After the fifth evolution, Lin Feng could clearly feel that his immortal bloodline had become stronger and more terrifying. In addition, the immortal bloodline had awakened a new ability. Ancestor summoning. Lin Feng sensed the ability that he had just obtained. His face revealed an astonished expression. Ancestor summoning was a rather special ability. First, Lin Feng could summon several special imprints. For example, Lin Feng summoned a guardian imprint. This guardian imprint could help Lin Feng resist all kinds of external attacks. For example, Lin Feng could also summon an attack imprint. This attack imprint could release a powerful divine ability to kill the enemy. After summoning the two imprints, he consumed them. Lin Feng could then summon an ancestor shadow to fight the enemy. This ancestor shadow was completely different from the ancestor shadow manifested by divine ability. No matter how powerful the ancestor shadow manifested by divine ability was, there was a limit. It could not surpass the peak battle power of the cultivator. But the ancestor shadow that Lin Feng summoned after the fifth awakening could continuously increase the battle power of the ancestor shadow according to the number of guardian imprints and attack imprints that Lin Feng summoned. This guardian imprint could be summoned at most 10 times. If 10 guardian imprints were used, the ancestor shadow's battle power would be 5 to 6 times that of Lin Feng's peak battle power. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this ability was. End of chapter. In fact, Lin Feng had seen similar abilities before. For example, Situ Tianai had a similar ability. However, his ability was far inferior to Lin Feng's. This was mainly due to his bloodline. Lin Feng's bloodline was simply too powerful. Thus, his various abilities were extremely terrifying. After the fifth evolution of his undying bloodline, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng didn't become complacent just because his undying bloodline had evolved for the fifth time. He still had a long way to go. After resting for a while, Lin Feng began to refine the ruler's crystal. The abilities of Lin Feng's ruler's bloodline after its third evolution were: First evolution, Bloodline Awakening. Second evolution, Ruler's Blade. Third evolution, Mysterious Tao Palace. Actually, regarding the Mysterious Tao Palace, Lin Feng was still somewhat puzzled. He didn't know what secrets the Mysterious Tao Palace was hiding. Even now, Lin Feng still couldn't find out the secrets of the Mysterious Tao Palace. Because the Mysterious Tao Palace was simply too strange. It blocked Lin Feng's probing. Perhaps it was because his cultivation wasn't high enough that he couldn't probe it. Only when his cultivation reached a certain level would he be able to probe the Mysterious Tao Palace. What was the fourth ability? Lin Feng was very much looking forward to it. After all, the ruler's imperial bloodline was so powerful. The ruler's crystal gradually dissolved. After the ruler's crystal dissolved, it turned into pure energy that was completely absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's ruler's bloodline also began to evolve. Lin Feng's ruler's bloodline was extremely powerful. This bloodline was simply capable of destroying the heavens and earth. It was one of the most powerful bloodlines in history. When the ruler's bloodline evolved, Lin Feng could feel the berserk power emanating from it. This berserk power was simply too shocking. Perhaps, when the ruler's bloodline evolved for the fourth time, its awakened abilities would be extremely shocking. Time slowly passed. The ruler's bloodline's evolution took a bit longer than the undying bloodlines. As the ruler's bloodline evolved, the light of calamity between Lin Feng's eyebrows grew stronger and stronger. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. This was because Lin Feng felt that he would be able to attempt to charge into the heavenly immortal stage soon. It was a pity. The light of calamity between Lin Feng's eyebrows did not continue to strengthen. Lin Feng might really be able to directly charge into the heavenly immortal realm. Lin Feng knew that there was still a gap, but it wasn't too big. When the Destiny bloodline evolved for the third time, Lin Feng felt that it should be enough. Boom, 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 Lin Feng's body emitted a series of loud noises. That sound. It was simply earth-shaking. The Sovereign Emperor bloodline was simply too domineering. When the Sovereign Emperor bloodline evolved, the commotion it caused was simply too shocking. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Such a commotion was truly shocking. Lin Feng's sovereign bloodline had completed its fourth evolution. After the evolution, the sovereign bloodline had become even more powerful. Ha 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 ha, the sovereign bloodline has finally finished evolving. A look of joy appeared on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng sensed the ability he had gained after the evolution. Lin Feng discovered, to his astonishment, that a mysterious figure had appeared within his bloodline. When Lin Feng connected with the mysterious silhouette, Lin Feng's expression changed. A deep voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. 3,000 soul refining art. That voice only said 5 words. Next. A ball of information. It poured into Lin Feng's mind. That ball of information. It contained the cultivation method of the 3,000 soul refining art, as well as the corresponding introduction. The 3,000 soul refining art was the human race's most powerful soul-type offensive divine ability. When this offensive divine ability was used, it was said to be able to refine the souls of 3,000 sovereigns to death. From this, one could see how domineering the 3,000 soul refining art was. Of course. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, the 3,000 soul refining art was only the key to activating that mysterious figure. Lin Feng didn't know what that mysterious figure was. But Lin Feng felt that it wasn't something like the ancestor's figure. As for what it was, he could observe it further after he successfully cultivated the 3,000 soul refining art. Lin Feng had a strong feeling that when he had mastered the 3,000 soul enhancement formula, he had been able to communicate with the illusionary figure. Something unexpected might happen. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's intuition. As for whether or not such a thing would happen, Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure. He would only be able to find out when the time came. The Undying Bloodline. The Sovereign Bloodline's complete evolution made Lin Feng extremely happy. After Lin Feng familiarized himself with it for a while, he completely grasped the Undying Bloodline's power after the Sovereign Bloodline's evolution. At the same time, Lin Feng tried to cultivate the 3,000 soul refining art. Lin Feng discovered that the 3,000 soul refining art was an extremely difficult divine ability to cultivate. Even with his comprehension ability, in a short period of time, he still couldn't comprehend this divine ability. It seemed that he would need some time to cultivate the 3,000 soul refining art. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he learned that Hong Yuer had already come out. Lin Feng went to look for her. When he arrived outside her room, Lin Feng knocked on the door. She opened the door and saw Lin Feng standing outside. She was pleasantly surprised. "You've come out. How was your harvest?" she asked. Lin Feng entered the room and closed the door behind him. Of course, this didn't escape Hong Yuer's notice. Everything was seen by Hong Yuer. However, she didn't say anything. She only blushed a little. Lin Feng said, "My harvest wasn't bad." "How was your seclusion?" Hong Yuer said excitedly, "The results were excellent. My bloodline evolved twice in a row, and it's still a bit away from the third evolution. Otherwise, it might have evolved 3 times in a row." "That's great." Lin Feng was happy for Hong Yuer as well. Hong Yuer said, "It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have been able to improve so much." Lin Feng stretched out his hand and hugged Hong Yuer's waist. Hong Yuer's face turned even redder. Lin Feng said, "What I did for you is what I should do, so there's no need to thank me." "Okay." Hong Yuer nodded, still blushing. Over the next few days, Lin Feng continued to wait for news from Xing Wudi. He waited for about a week. Xing Wudi sent someone to inform Lin Feng, telling him to go to the Sagely Trading Company. It was the same elder who had come to fetch Lin Feng. Lin Feng was delighted when he heard the news. Xing Wudi had probably found the ice of destiny that he needed. It seemed that he could finally awaken his destiny bloodline for the third time. So Lin Feng went to the Sagely Trading Company once more and met with Sacred Wudi. Lin Gongzi. We've already met the owner of the Chill of Destiny, but he doesn't need high-grade immortal stones. He needs something else, so we can't make a decision. We've invited Lin Gongzi over. Sacred Wudi explained. Oh? What does he want? Lin Feng asked curiously. Xing Wudi replied, he wants an immortal sutra. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The Chill of Destiny was precious. However, it was still somewhat lacking if he wanted to trade it for an immortal scripture. Lin Feng asked, where is that person now? He's already here. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The fact that the other party had come to the trading company meant that he had plans to make a deal. Now, it was time to discuss the details of the deal. Now that he knew the other party's intentions, Sacred Wudi decided to make a deal. Things would be much easier now. Lin Feng asked, can you introduce me to that person? No problem. Sacred Wudi replied. Under Sacred Wudi's guidance, Lin Feng met the cultivator who had the Chill of Destiny. It was an old man. His aura was deep and terrifying. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Lin Feng had a feeling that the old man was very likely a sage. After arriving in the time-reversed world, Lin Feng had learned that there were sage experts here. However, Lin Feng had never come into contact with such an expert before. This was the first time he had come into contact with a Saint Realm expert. When he saw Lin Feng, the old man was clearly very surprised. Perhaps he hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so young. However, the old man didn't say anything. He was very experienced and knowledgeable, so he didn't look down on Lin Feng just because of his young appearance. Sacred Wudi smiled and said, Senior Sima, this is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. Sacred Wudi then introduced Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi, this is the Senior Sima I mentioned to you on the way here. Sacred Wudi had just briefly introduced this expert to Lin Feng. This expert was called Sima Ziwu. He was a famous wandering cultivator in the eastern region of the time-reversed world. He was definitely one of the top 10 wandering cultivators. Senior Sima, this junior has known you for a long time. Lin cupped his fists and smiled. Of course, Lin Feng was also very talkative. For example, what he had said to Sima Ziwu was just a bunch of nonsense. Before that, Lin Feng didn't know who Sima Ziwu was. Sacred Wudi naturally knew that Lin Feng was speaking nonsense, but he didn't expose Lin Feng. The only one who didn't know that Lin Feng was speaking nonsense was Sima Ziwu. Sima Ziwu was quite pleased to hear Lin Feng's flattery. Although he was very strong, he couldn't help but be a little vain. Sima Ziwu smiled and said, Young friend, there's no need to be so polite. Both of them sat down. Sima Ziwu looked at Lin Feng and said, I heard that young friend wants the Destiny Ice. I obtained a piece of it in the time-reversed world a few years ago, and I've kept it ever since. Young friend, you should know how precious it is. If you want it, you'll need to exchange it with an immortal scripture. I believe that this request isn't too much, right? Lin Feng said, Of course not. I feel like I profited from exchanging an immortal scripture for the Destiny Ice. When Sima Ziwu heard that, he smiled. He thought that Lin Feng was a good person. However, at that moment, Lin Feng continued, However, there's something that's making things very difficult for me. What's making things difficult for you? Sima Ziwu couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng sighed and said, I don't have an immortal scripture. Sima Ziwu was slightly taken aback, but then he sneered. He didn't believe Lin Feng at all. He knew that Lin Feng was just building momentum for the negotiation. If you don't have an immortal scripture, then we can't continue this business discussion. Sima Ziwu said. Lin Feng said, Senior, don't be in such a hurry. What else do you want to say? Sima Ziwu asked. Lin Feng said, Although I don't have an immortal scripture, I know a few powerful divine abilities, such as the Tao of Space. How about I exchange my Tao of Space with you? Sima Ziwu said, Ordinary Tao of Space won't catch my eye. What if it's the Tao of space left behind by the first god of space? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Sima Ziwu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Lin Feng smiled. Then, he took out a jade tube. Lin Feng inserted dozens of runes into the jade tube. The runes contained information about the Tao of space. Actually, the Tao of space Lin Feng inserted into the jade tube was very different from the Tao of space that Lin Feng cultivated. For example, a cultivator could create many different divine abilities in their lifetime. However, there was a divine ability that was a core divine ability, and it was also the strongest divine ability. The god of space was the same. The first god of space had created a core Tao, which was the Tao that Lin Feng cultivated. He had also created many other Taos. In fact, when the first god of space was researching the Tao of space, he tried to create new Tao of space from various aspects to increase the power of the core Tao. Therefore, the Tao of space was divided into many types. The core Tao of space was the Tao of space that Lin Feng cultivated. Other than that, there were many other branches. Although these branches were also created by the first god of space, however, the difference between them and the core Tao of space that Lin Feng cultivated was too great. Lin Feng basically disdained cultivating. However, this kind of Tao of space was definitely very attractive to others. Lin Feng said, "The Tao of space created by the first god of space is inside. Senior, you can take a look. If you think it's okay, we can proceed with the transaction." Okay. Sima Ziwu didn't have any objections to Lin Feng's words. He took the jade tube that Lin Feng handed to him and carefully sensed it. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Although Lin Feng didn't give him an immortal scripture, the Tao of space passed down by the god of space was still very beneficial for cultivators. The ice of fate is sealed inside. Sima Ziwu took out a palm-sized cauldron. After the cauldron was taken out, it immediately emitted a cold aura. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop by 10,000 degrees in an instant. However, Lin Feng discovered that his bloodline of fate was quickly circulating. Sogu's website, Lin Feng's face lit up. Previously, the Demon Lord had only guessed that the Ice of Destiny could help the Destiny bloodline evolve. The Demon Lord couldn't confirm whether his guess was correct or not. But now, Lin Feng knew that the Demon Lord's guess was correct. The Ice of Destiny could indeed help the Destiny bloodline evolve. Or else, his Destiny bloodline wouldn't be able to operate so quickly. Lin Feng put away the cauldron. He said, "Thank you for the Ice of Destiny, Senior." "Ha ha ha ha, we're just taking what we need." Sima Ziwu said with a big laugh. He was clearly in a good mood. "If you encounter any trouble in the future, just mention my name, and no one will make things difficult for you." Sima Ziwu stood up and said to Lin Feng, "Thank you for your care, Senior." Lin Feng thanked Sima Ziwu again. This was a matter of face, so he naturally had to do it properly. As for what Sima Ziwu had said, Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. Because, if he really encountered a crisis that couldn't be resolved, even if Sima Ziwu came personally, it might not be of any use. Not to mention Sima Ziwu's name. Sima Ziwu said, "Alright, let's stop here for today. I'll take my leave first." Lin Feng and Xing Wudi stood up and cupped their fists. Sima Ziwu disappeared into thin air. He had probably teleported away. Xing Wudi said, "Congratulations, Lin Gongzi, for gathering everything you need. It seems like Lin Gongzi's cultivation will increase greatly." "You're too polite. I still have to thank President Xing for your help. When I come out of seclusion, let's have a gathering. I wonder if President Xing has time." Lin Feng said with a smile. Xing Wudi also wanted to get closer to Lin Feng, so Lin Feng's invitation was exactly what he wanted. Xing Wudi smiled and said, "Alright, then let's drink until we're drunk." Lin Feng then left the Heaven Trading Company. After coming back, Lin Feng didn't immediately enter seclusion. He needed to calm his emotions. The Destiny bloodline originated from his father's bloodline, and it was different from other bloodlines. Only Lin Feng and Lin Feng's father had the Fate bloodline. Therefore, the importance of the Fate bloodline to Lin Feng was unimaginable. After Lin Feng adjusted his emotions, he once again entered the time and space for seclusion. The two abilities that Lin Feng's destiny bloodline had awakened were: first ability, Destiny Bloodline Awakening. At this time, Lin Feng could use the Destiny Bloodline. Moreover, Lin Feng could use the Destiny Bloodline in combination with the Great Destiny skill. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was also one of Lin Feng's trump cards. The second ability was the Sword of Fate. It was said to be able to sever all fetters. It was an extremely terrifying ability. What was the third one? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. After Lin Feng took out the Destiny Ice, he began to refine it. Under Lin Feng's refinement, the Destiny Ice turned into the purest energy. The energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's Destiny Bloodline. After absorbing the pure energy, Lin Feng felt his Destiny Bloodline begin to transform. At the same time, the tribulation light on Lin Feng's forehead grew stronger. This evolution of the Destiny Bloodline would help him break through to the Sky Immortal realm. This was killing two birds with one stone. The evolution of the Destiny Bloodline took the longest time. This was normal. After all, the Destiny Bloodline. It was too heaven-defying. Although the Undying Bloodline and the Sovereign Bloodline were also heaven-defying, the Destiny Bloodline inherited the destiny of the era. Compared to the Undying Bloodline and the Sovereign Bloodline, it was more mysterious. As for Lin Feng's fourth mysterious bloodline, Lin Feng originally thought that the fourth bloodline was about to awaken. However, after such a long time, the fourth bloodline didn't show any changes. During this time, Lin Feng carefully thought about the fourth bloodline. Lin Feng felt that, the fourth bloodline, it was very likely to be similar to the Destiny Bloodline that his father awakened. It was a heaven-bestowed bloodline. The elders in the family didn't have this bloodline. Lin Feng felt that his fourth bloodline might also be a heaven-bestowed bloodline. However, whether it was or not, Lin Feng wasn't sure. After all, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Perhaps, he would know everything in the future. In the end, Lin Feng's Destiny Bloodline completed its third evolution. After the evolution of the Destiny Bloodline, Lin Feng discovered that he had obtained a new ability. This ability was called Destiny Peek. Lin Feng could peek into the future of others. At the same time, he could also create some illusions to directly affect other cultivators. He could make those cultivators immerse themselves in the illusions created by Lin Feng. He could make them think that their future was the destiny set by Lin Feng. This ability was extremely terrifying, especially the ability to peek into the fate of others. It could be described as heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng knew this ability was too terrifying. Once it was used, it was very likely that he would be punished by the heavens. Therefore, if possible, Lin Feng would try his best not to use this ability. Of course, at the current stage, Lin Feng had just obtained this ability. As for how to use this ability, Lin Feng himself wasn't sure. Lin Feng needed to figure it out himself for a period of time. Sogu's reading website, Lin Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily. Although it wasn't a breakthrough, Lin Feng's accumulation was still too great. Therefore, the tribulation this time was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng narrowly escaped death and successfully passed the tribulation. His skin and flesh were lacerated and his bones were broken in many places. Lin Feng tried to circulate the immortal bloodline to recover his body, but he didn't have the magic power to support the circulation of the immortal bloodline. Lin Feng could only lie on the ground to rest. Tired, really tired. Although tired, Lin Feng was extremely happy because Lin Feng had successfully broken through to the heaven immortal realm. His physical body had also improved. Lin Feng felt that he was almost on par with a cultivator in the second stage of the Saint realm. Of course, this was purely referring to the physical defense. If it was the physical strength, Lin Feng estimated that he could kill a cultivator of this level in seconds. Roar, a deep roar resounded. Lin Feng felt a gust of eerie and terrifying aura. Lin Feng sat up from the ground and then he saw a ferocious beast walking over step by step from afar. When he saw that ferocious beast, Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. That ferocious beast was actually the Taotai that Lin Feng saw before. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He knew how powerful this Taotai was. In fact, even though he had broken through to the heaven immortal realm, there was still a big gap between Lin Feng's strength and this Taotia's strength. Moreover, Lin Feng had just broken through and consumed a lot of energy. He rested for a while. When he finally recovered some of his magic power, this Tao Tai came in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng really wanted to find a place to cry for a while. The current situation. How could he deal with this terrifying Tao Tai? Lin Feng didn't think of a way to deal with this Tao Tai. So, it was better to escape. Lin Feng soared into the sky, dragging his battered body as he fled into the distance. Tao Tai's eyes revealed a mocking gaze as he quickly chased after Lin Feng. Despicable ant, you can't escape. Stop running and I'll eat you. You won't feel any pain. If you try to escape again, I'll bite you to death and eat you alive. You'll even hear me chewing on your organs. Tao Tai sneered. After hearing Tao Ye's words, Lin Feng suddenly became extremely speechless. This guy, that was really evil. Sure enough, it was worthy of being a famous evil beast. Lin Feng naturally couldn't stop. If he stopped, at that time only death would await them. Lin Feng didn't want to die. He ran away quickly. As he fled, he absorbed the energy within the immortal stones to replenish his magic power. Tao Tai was in hot pursuit from behind. It didn't take long for the sky to darken. When Lin Feng was transcending the tribulation, the terrifying existence in the darkness didn't appear from beginning to end, mainly because those terrifying existences were naturally afraid of the power of thunder. So they didn't dare to approach Lin Feng. But now it was different. Darkness descended. Many terrifying existences began to rush towards Lin Feng. But Tao Tai let out an angry roar. Its voice was full of threat. Those terrifying creatures didn't dare to offend Tao Tai. So they dispersed. Tao Tai continued to chase after Lin Feng. It originally thought that it would be able to catch up with Lin Feng soon. After all, Lin Feng's injuries were so serious. But after chasing for a long time, it still couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. This made Tao Tai mad. The Tao Tai was quite angry, and it kept roaring. Tao Tai's character was easy to be angered. For example, now, under anger, Tao Tai had long forgotten what Lin Feng had said before. Right now, it just wanted to slap Lin Feng to death with its claws. Only in this way could it relieve the hatred in its heart. Although Lin Feng's speed was much faster because of the breakthrough, because of the lack of strength, Tao Tai still caught up with him. Said the Tao Tai furiously. It raised its claws and attacked Lin Feng. In the void, a huge energy claw condensed and slapped towards him. Facing the attack of the huge energy claw, Lin Feng's mind couldn't help but tremble slightly. Because he felt the aura of death enveloping him. Lin Feng hurriedly used the heaven patching technique and disappeared. Tao Tai's attack hit the air. Lin Feng appeared 300 meters away and continued to flee into the distance. Tao Tai roared again and quickly chased after him. Then, once again, it locked onto Lin Feng. A claw blasted towards Lin Feng. Because the heaven patching technique had a cooldown of 3 days, Lin Feng couldn't use it now. Tao Tai's terrifying attack sealed the void, and there was no way to avoid it. Fortunately, Lin Feng's great death substitution technique was successfully activated by him. Shwa, a light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared again. I'm going to kill you. After seeing Lin Feng appear a few hundred meters away, Tao Tai roared angrily. Lin Feng dodged twice in a row. Tao Tai was really about to die from anger. Lin Feng's situation was actually very bad. The consumption of magic power was too high. Tao Tai didn't take long to chase after him again. Facing Tao Ye's attack, Lin Feng couldn't avoid it. Bang! Lin Feng's body exploded. It turned into a bloody mist. Ha 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 ha, dead, finally dead. I said, you can't escape from my palm. Tao Tai shouted excitedly. But in the next moment, Lin Feng was reborn. This was the terrifying ability of the immortal bloodline. Thank you for that attack just now, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to recover to my peak state in such a short time. Lin Feng said. Seeing Lin Feng recover to his original state. Tao Tai was almost angered to death. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to Tao Tai anymore, he quickly flew into the distance. In fact, Lin Feng was also scared just now, fortunately, the Nirvana rebirth ability was activated. Otherwise, he would have died just now. One had to know. The probability of activating the Nirvana rebirth ability was not very high. So, he was really lucky just now. You can't run away. Tao Tai roared angrily and continued to chase after Lin Feng. Both sides ran and chased, and soon, it was late into the night. In the distance, Lin Feng saw some beasts running towards them quickly. Those beasts looked back from time to time. It was as if something terrifying was chasing after them. Soon, Lin Feng found out what was chasing after those beasts. It was ghost qi. The gloomy and terrifying ghost qi quickly filled the air. Many beasts were swallowed by the ghost qi, and then there was no movement. Not good, it's the netherworld ghost qi. After seeing the rolling ghost qi, Tao Tai couldn't help but cry out in fear. Lin Feng didn't care, he turned and ran. Seeing Tao Tai run away, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay, he also turned and ran. But neither Lin Feng nor the Tao Tai managed to escape. Lin Feng and Tao Tai were swallowed by the rolling netherworld ghost qi one after another. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version of reading website. When Lin Feng was swallowed by the nether ghost qi, Lin Feng felt that things had become extremely bad. Lin Feng thought of some of the words that Huang Tian Emperor had said back then. In the world where time had turned back, there were some unknown terrors. Those terrors. Strong enough to devour everything. Nether ghost qi. Perhaps it wasn't to such a terrifying extent. But the nether ghost qi couldn't be underestimated. No one dared to underestimate the nether ghost qi. It was a dead end. Lin Feng naturally didn't dare to underestimate the nether ghost qi. After being swallowed by the nether ghost qi, Lin Feng first activated the Dominator's armor. Then Lin Feng took out the Buddhist treasure Xianxia. Lin Feng put the Buddhist treasure Xianxia on his body. With this treasure and his Dominator's armor, Lin Feng was finally relieved. In the nether ghost qi, Lin Feng saw terrifying creatures that had turned into skeletons. This shocked Lin Feng. The nether ghost qi instantly swallowed the flesh and blood of those terrifying existences. Those terrifying existences couldn't even resist. What was so strange about the nether ghost qi? It was actually so terrifying, Lin Feng couldn't understand. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt it. It seemed that there was an invisible and terrifying force beginning to erode his body. That invisible and terrifying force made Lin Feng feel fear. But fortunately, Lin Feng's Dominator's armor and the Buddhist treasure Xianxia formed a double layer of protection. That terrifying invisible force was blocked outside of his body. Lin Feng's face slightly revealed an expression of relief. Then he tried to see if he could leave the area covered by the nether ghost qi. Lin Feng rushed outside. But at this moment, Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be the power of law spreading out from the nether ghost qi. That power of law. Towards Lin Feng. It fiercely collided. After feeling that power of law, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of horror. Because that power of law was really too terrifying. Bang! He was sent flying by the power of the laws. Lin Feng's face paled. At this time, Lin Feng heard the angry roar of Tao Tai. The Tao Tai was also struggling, wanting to rush out of the nether ghost qi, but it was unable to do so. As powerful as it was, he was also sent flying by that powerful law power. The situation was naturally extremely bad for the Tao Tai. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He had no time to care about Tao Tai's life or death. Lin Feng only cared about his own situation. His current situation was indeed not good. The netherworld ghost qi was much more terrifying than Lin Feng had imagined. Once one was enveloped by the netherworld ghost qi, there seemed to be no possibility of escaping. This was the most frightening part. Bang! 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 The power of the law hit Lin Feng again and again. Lin Feng was sent flying again and again. Lin Feng had no choice but to sit cross-legged and use the Great Destiny technique with all his strength. A Great Destiny light shield formed outside his body. That Great Destiny light shield. It enveloped Lin Feng. When the terrifying attacks came, they were all blocked by the Great Destiny light shield that Lin Feng condensed. But at this time, The ground split open, and a huge abyss appeared. Then, the netherworld ghost Qi swept Lin Feng and Tao Tai, who were still alive, into the abyss. Then, the abyss closed. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a huge underground world. Lin Feng and Tao Tai were drawn into a mountain in the underground world. Bang! Bang! The tyrannical power threw them heavily to the ground. Lin Feng was quite depressed. Who did he offend? He just came out to break through. It was not easy to break through. First, he met that bastard Tao Tai. Then, he encountered the netherworld ghost Qi. Now, he was drawn into the underground world. He really wanted to cry, but he couldn't find a place to cry. Lin Feng got up from the ground. Tao Tai also stood up. Originally, the two of them would not rest until one of them died. But now, they were standing on a united front. Because, the netherworld ghost Qi was too terrifying. What exactly is the netherworld ghost Qi? Lin Feng looked at Tao Tai and asked. I don't know. The only thing I know is that almost none of the creatures who encounter the netherworld ghost Qi can escape alive. Tao Tai said in a deep voice. After hearing Tao Ye's words, Lin Feng's expression became gloomier. The situation. It was really super dangerous. The netherworld represents death. When the netherworld appears, everything will turn into nothingness. And life will also reach its end. A voice came from the depths. Then, a man in a black robe walked out step by step. Who are you? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. I am the supreme existence here. The black-robed man said. Lin Feng couldn't see what this guy looked like. He could only see a pair of eyes. It was a pair of incomparably evil eyes. They emitted a cold and terrifying gaze. After seeing that pair of eyes, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. You're just a servant of the netherworld ghost Qi. At this time, Tao Tai said. What? He's just a servant of the netherworld ghost Qi? Lin Feng said in disbelief. Tao Tie's words were really too shocking. Because Lin Feng could sense how terrifying that black-robed cultivator was. Originally, when he saw this guy walk out wearing a black robe, Lin Feng thought that he was a cultivator of the era's black-robed clan. But after sensing carefully, he realized that he was not a cultivator of the black-robed clan. Actually, a cultivator wearing a black robe was not necessarily a black-robed clan cultivator. However, a black-robed clan cultivator would definitely wear a black robe. This was the black-robed clan's belief. It was also their clan's rule. In the black-robed clan, only those who betrayed the black-robed clan could not wear a black robe. As expected of the dragon's son Tao Tai. Truly extraordinary. Just as you said, I'm a servant of the netherworld ghost Qi. The black-robed cultivator said. Lin Feng said, a servant like you actually dares to say that you're a supreme existence here? Your skin is too thick, isn't it? Don't you feel ashamed? The black-robed cultivator smiled and said, because I'm strong enough. Is there a problem with me saying that? Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Tao Tai said, so, what do you plan to do next? You should have died after being sucked in by the netherworld ghost Qi, but you luckily survived. Lord Netherworld Ghost Qi is a magnanimous person, so he decided to give you a chance. Now, as long as you submit to me, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The black-robed cultivator said coldly. End of chapter. If I kill you, does that mean I can leave? Lin Feng sneered. Maybe, maybe not, but killing me is just a fantasy. If you want to kill me, you might be able to do it in your next life. The black-robed cultivator said indifferently. He was very proud. This was a kind of pride that came from his bones. Even now, he had already become a slave of the nether ghost Qi. He still maintained his arrogance. Let's see if I can kill you or not. Tao Tai looked indifferent. It took the lead to pounce on the black-robed cultivator. Tao Tai waved its huge claws and slapped at the black-robed cultivator. Tao Tie's attack was extremely terrifying. This claw seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. It was very powerful. It was simply shocking. The black-robed cultivator's eyes revealed a cold smile. It seemed to be disdainful. He used his left hand to meet the attack. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Cao Tai and the black-robed cultivator collided fiercely. When the two sides collided, Cao Tai's terrifying attack was actually blocked by the black-robed cultivator. Then, the black-robed cultivator clenched his right fist. A punch blasted towards Cao Tai. That tyrannical punch directly hit Cao Tai's body. Cao Tai's huge body was instantly sent flying. The black-robed cultivator was really terrifying. He repelled Cao Tai so easily. It was really unexpected. However, at this time, Lin Feng's attack had already reached the black-robed cultivator. Lin Feng held the Era War Spear in his hand and became one with it, stabbing at the black-robed cultivator fiercely. That terrifying attack. It could pierce through the void and instantly arrived in front of the black-robed cultivator. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. He was about to succeed in assassinating the black-robed cultivator. But at this moment, the black-robed cultivator's right hand suddenly appeared in front of him. His fingers gently pinched. A clang was heard. Lin Feng's spear was instantly caught by the black-robed cultivator's hand. Not good, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. This guy's reaction was too fast. It was so fast that even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. Bang! The black-robed cultivator sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. The powerful palm energy slammed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled 4 or 5 times on the ground before coming to a stop. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This guy. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable. You must have been an extraordinary person in the past, right? Cao Tai asked with a gloomy expression. Your humble servant is not talented. I am the 7th Nether Lord. The black-robed cultivator said. What? Are you the 7th Nether Lord? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. The 7th Nether Lord. He was a famous powerhouse during the era of the titled gods. How did he end up like this? He had actually become a slave of the Nether ghost energy. It was really shocking. Haha, do you think it's unbelievable? Actually, so what if you're the 7th Nether Lord? In the world where time has been reversed, there are many things that an individual cultivator can't control or contend against. The stronger you are, the more things you come into contact with. Only then will you realize how insignificant you are. Only then will you realize how ignorant and ridiculous you were in the past. The black-robed cultivator said in a self-deprecating manner. After hearing the black-robed cultivator's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The black-robed cultivator was a saint-stage powerhouse. He actually used the word insignificant to describe himself. This made Lin Feng feel incredulous. Even if there were existences that surpassed the saint stage. Saint-stage powerhouses. They couldn't be described as insignificant, right? However, the black-robed cultivator just had to use this word. This explained a lot of things. Lin Feng didn't think that the black-robed cultivator would say anything inappropriate at this time. Perhaps it was indeed as the black-robed cultivator said. Some things were simply impossible to come into contact with without reaching his level. Only after coming into contact with those things would one know how terrifying some things were. The Cao Tai said, your life is just like this, but our lives are still long. I'll let you experience my power. Devouring the heavens. The Cao Tai suddenly roared. Endless darkness descended. The darkness. It was as if it could devour everything. The darkness. It was about to devour the black-robed cultivator. The Cao Tai is good at devouring. It can swallow an entire planet in one gulp. I once fought with a saint-stage Cao Tai. Even that saint-stage Cao Tai wasn't a match for me, let alone you, a mere quasi-saint-stage Cao Tai. The black-robed cultivator sneered. His words were full of disdain for the Cao Tai. In the darkness, the Cao Tai sneered and replied, after you became a slave of the netherworld ghostly chi, your strength plummeted. Do you think I can't sense it? Therefore, you don't have the right to say such things here. The black-robed cultivator said coldly, even if my strength has plummeted, killing you will be like slaughtering a dog. In the darkness. A terrifying wave of energy surged out. Bang! It was accompanied by a sound that sounded like an explosion. The darkness was dispelled. The Taotia's body was sent flying. At this moment, there were many bone-deep wounds on the Taotia's body. The Taotia's injuries seemed to be quite serious. Whoosh 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 whoosh. When the Taotai was sent flying again, Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords attacked. The black-robed cultivator couldn't help but frown when he saw the 36 bamboo swords. He waved his sleeve. In an instant, a huge light shield appeared around his body. The light shield enveloped his entire body. Clang! 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 Lin Feng's 36 bamboo swords bombarded the energy barrier one after another. They were immediately blocked by the energy barrier. The power of the energy barrier was really strong. Lin Feng was very shocked. 36 bamboo swords, are these supreme treasures that you forged by imitating the 36 stone swords? The black-robed cultivator said with some surprise. That's right. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as his hands continuously formed seals. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The 36 bamboo swords actually quickly flew together and then fused together in an instant. They turned into a huge bamboo sword. The huge bamboo sword slashed towards the defensive light barrier outside the black-robed cultivator. The defensive light barrier was instantly split open. Then, the huge bamboo sword slashed towards the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator's expression couldn't help but change slightly. It was as if he didn't expect Lin Feng's bamboo sword to be so powerful. He clasped his hands together. Then, the black-robed cultivator caught the bamboo sword with both hands. At the same time, the Taotia's eyes lit up as it quickly pounced towards the black-robed cultivator. End of chapter. Taotia's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the black-robed cultivator. Because the black-robed cultivator was blocking the attack of Lin Feng's bamboo sword. Therefore, this was a great opportunity to deal with the black-robed cultivator. If he missed this opportunity and wanted to deal with the black-robed cultivator again, it would be very difficult. At that time, it would be very difficult. Taotai was naturally very clear about this point. Taotia's claws were surrounded by countless runes. Each rune contained an unimaginably terrifying power. The black-robed cultivator's expression was gloomy. However, the black-robed cultivator was very powerful, so facing Taotia's attack, a cloud of rolling ghost chi appeared on the surface of his body. That ghostly aura protected his body. Taotia's claw slammed into the rolling ghost energy. Taotai immediately felt as if his claws had landed on cotton. All the power was instantly neutralized. What a terrifying method. Damn it. When Lin Feng saw this scene, he immediately wailed. His bamboo sword could have a restraining effect on the black-robed cultivator. But his cultivation was not strong enough. Therefore, it was completely impossible to kill the black-robed cultivator with the bamboo sword. The bamboo sword could only restrict the black-robed cultivator for a short period of time. This was the time for Taotai to show its power. What Lin Feng did not expect was that when Taotai chased after him, it displayed an extremely terrifying battle strength. But against the black-robed cultivator, it was unable to cause any harm to the black-robed cultivator. It really made people want to cry but have no tears. In fact, Lin Feng also knew that he could not blame Taotai. The main reason was that the black-robed cultivator was too powerful. So powerful that it made people feel despair. Die. The black-robed cultivator sneered. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes. The two beams of light shot towards Taotai. The black-robed cultivator wanted to get rid of Taotai first before dealing with Lin Feng. When he felt the aura of the two beams of light, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The two beams of light were like the light of destruction. A light blow. It seemed to be able to destroy the world. So terrifying. It was really shocking. To withstand such a terrifying attack. Think about it. It was enough to make people shudder. He didn't know if Taotai could withstand it. Lin Feng prayed that Taotai would not be killed. If Taotai was killed, things would be even more troublesome. He would also be in more danger. Now, Lin Feng and Tao Tai were on the same front. Ancestral blood combustion. Suddenly, Tao Tai roared angrily. Fighting until now, and even teaming up with Lin Feng, they had been suppressed. For the incomparably arrogant Tao Tai, this was something that was hard to accept. Therefore, the Tao Tai no longer had any misgivings. It actually burned its own ancestral blood. This was a desperate move. The fact that the black-robed cultivator could force the Tao Tai to such an extent was a testament to how terrifying the black-robed cultivator was. One had to know. According to the Taoya's words and the black-robed cultivator's answer, the black-robed cultivator's combat power had fallen drastically. Even though he had fallen so much, he was still so powerful. None of these powerful titled gods from the era of titled gods were easy to deal with. At this moment, Taoya's body burned fiercely. When Taoya's body started to burn, Taoya's battle prowess, it increased tremendously. The current Tao Tai, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Tao Tai raised its claws. The two terrifying beams of light swept across Taoya's claws. They were immediately blocked by Taoya's claws. Then, Tao Tai once again pounced toward the black-robed cultivator. This time, Tao Tai used a heaven-defying technique. This was Taoya's most powerful technique. This technique was called barrier break. After the black-robed cultivator sensed the terror of Taoya's attack, his expression couldn't help but change. More ghost energy surged out of his body. The defensive power of the ghost energy was extremely shocking. It was even more shocking than the defensive power of a powerful divine ability. The ghost energy rolled violently. Taoya's attack once again landed on the ghost energy. Taoya's attack last time was blocked by the ghost energy. But this time, Taoya's attack broke through the ghost energy's obstruction. Because Taoya's attack this time was very special. The biggest advantage of barrier break was that it could ignore all defenses. Not only did barrier break ignore the enemy's defense, it was also extremely terrifying. That was, the stronger the opponent's defense was, the more damage barrier break would inflict on them. If one wanted to deal with barrier break, it couldn't be defended. One could use divine abilities to meet it head-on. However, now that the black-robed cultivator was entangled with Lin Feng, he had no choice but to use his defensive technique to neutralize Taoya's attack. And his defensive technique was so terrifying. One could imagine, what kind of terrifying damage would Tao Tai suffer. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Taoya's attack ruthlessly landed on the black-robed cultivator's body. Although the black-robed cultivator was the seventh Nether Lord, however, the black-robed cultivator was still made of flesh and blood. Even though his body was incomparably strong, however, faced with such a powerful attack from Tao Tai, he still couldn't completely resist it with his body. Therefore, Taoya's attack directly shattered half of the black-robed cultivator's body. The black-robed cultivator was severely injured and his body flew backward. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He controlled the bamboo sword and slashed toward the black-robed cultivator. Pfft, the sound of something tearing was suddenly heard. The black-robed cultivator's head was chopped off by Lin Feng's bamboo sword. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. He finally managed to inflict irreparable damage on the black-robed cultivator. Sogu's reading website, F*CK. I really didn't look at the almanac when I went out. The Tao Tai couldn't help but curse in a low voice. It was obvious that the Tao Tai was very depressed. However, Lin Feng and the Tao Tai had no choice but to face the situation in front of them. They didn't continue forward. Instead, they stopped. This was because the way out had been blocked. Lin Feng and the others didn't attack again. Instead, they looked at the black-robed cultivator with a serious expression. You actually have the ability to come back from the dead. How did you do it? The Tao Tai couldn't help but ask doubtfully. The black-robed cultivator's face had always been gloomy, mainly because he had been killed by Lin Feng and the Tao Tai once before. Although he had come back from the dead. But so what, even if he came back from the dead? This shame still filled his heart. This shame made the black-robed cultivator wish that he could immediately cut Lin Feng and the Tao Tai into 1,000 pieces. It was because of a few reasons. The black-robed cultivator didn't immediately deal with Lin Feng and the Tao Tai. He said with an indifferent expression, as long as the netherworld ghost chi still exists in this world, I am an immortal and indestructible existence. Lin Feng said, it seems that you're not as simple as a servant of the netherworld ghost chi. If you were just a servant of the netherworld ghost chi, you wouldn't have been able to come back from the dead. Therefore, I guess that you must have sold your soul to the netherworld ghost chi. Otherwise, you wouldn't have grasped such a terrifying method. Hee hee. I have to say, you're really smart. You were even able to guess that much. The black-robed cultivator sneered. Said Lin Feng. It's not that hard to guess, said Lin Feng. The black-robed cultivator said, my master has given me a new order. Seeing that your methods are extraordinary, you already have the qualifications to become my master's servants. If you kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to my master, I can spare your lives. In the past, the black-robed cultivator had asked Lin Feng and the Taotai to swear allegiance to him. At that time, in the eyes of the netherworld ghost chi, Lin Feng and Taotai did not seem to have the qualifications to become its servants. That was until Lin Feng and Taotai joined forces to kill the black-robed cultivator. Only then did Lin Feng and Taotai obtain the approval of the netherworld's ghost energy. Hence, the netherworld ghost energy wanted to take Lin Feng and Taotai as slaves. That was also the reason why the black-robed cultivator did not attack. If it weren't for the fact that the netherworld ghost chi had taken Lin Feng and Taotai as servants, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The black-robed cultivator had long since begun attacking Lin Feng and Taotai. Lin Feng could not help but reveal a cold smile. That nether ghost chi was too full of itself. Lin Feng didn't know what the netherworld ghost chi was, but he wanted it to recognize him as its master. This was completely impossible. Let the netherworld ghostly chi out. I want to see what the true body of the netherworld ghostly chi is. Taotai said in a deep voice. Taotia's temperament was violent, so he naturally would not agree to recognize the netherworld ghost chi as his master. It would rather die in battle. He would not give in. Impudent. After hearing Taotia's words, the black-robed cultivator immediately scolded coldly. How dare you speak disrespectfully to the great Lord Netherworld Ghost Energy? I think you're simply courting death. The black-robed cultivator said with an indifferent expression. To think that the seventh Nether Lord of the past had become such a loyal and devoted dog slave. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. He was so powerful in the past. He actually ended up like this. It really made people sigh incomparably. Nether Lord. Why are you so angry? Don't be angry because of some words. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. This was the voice of a woman. However, it didn't sound like a young woman. She should be very old. Amidst the rolling ghost chi, an extremely ugly woman wearing a huge robe walked out. After this woman came out, the black-robed cultivator hurriedly bowed to this woman. Greetings, master. The black-robed cultivator was extremely respectful to this woman. He even bowed at a 90-degree angle. Get up. The woman said. You're the spirit manifested by the netherworld ghost energy? Taotai asked. Yes. The woman said. That's not right. Why do I feel like you're not a manifested spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The woman raised her eyebrows. She looked at Lin Feng and said, You're right. Actually, I'm neither a spirit nor a ghost. I've long broken away from my ordinary form. I can transform into netherworld ghost energy at any time, and I can also transform into a body of flesh and blood at any time. The woman said. In that case, you've already completed an alternative rebirth. Taotai said with a solemn expression. Lin Feng's expression also became extremely solemn. This was because this existence was really too terrifying. She had completed an alternative rebirth and mastered an ability that was close to immortality. This existence was definitely one of the most terrifying unknown existences in the time reversal world. I've indeed completed an alternative rebirth. Now, I'm constantly strengthening myself. The woman smiled. However, her smile sounded a little eerie and terrifying. She continued, I think the two of you are not bad. I'll give you an eternal chance to become my servants, just like the seventh Nether Lord. This is a great honor for both of you. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He didn't know where this woman's confidence came from. She actually dared to say such a thing. What a joke. The woman looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're sneering. What are you sneering at? Don't you agree with what I've just said?" Lin Feng said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're probably a Yin ghost who cultivated your Tao. Then, you transformed into netherworld ghost energy and pretended to be mysterious. You can't be considered as the super heaven-defying unknown danger in the time reversal world." The super heaven-defying unknown danger that Lin Feng was talking about was the danger that Huang Tiandi had mentioned. Even the most powerful cultivator would undoubtedly die if they encountered such a danger. The phrase pretended to be mysterious doesn't apply to me. I'm indeed a Yin ghost who cultivated my Tao. However, my body was combined with netherworld ghost energy, which was why I completed the transformation. Therefore, I can transform into netherworld ghost energy. My existence is basically in the form of netherworld ghost energy, so how can you say that I'm pretended to be mysterious? The woman said with an indifferent expression. The Tao Tai said, "No matter what kind of existence you are, we definitely won't surrender today. We'd rather die in battle than acknowledge you as our master." What about you? The woman looked at Lin Feng. I choose to fight as well. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. Bang, bang, as soon as he finished speaking, the woman made her move. With a wave of her sleeve, Lin Feng and the Tao Tai were sent flying as if they were struck by lightning. They almost spat out mouthfuls of blood. Damn, she's too strong, isn't she? Lin Feng immediately wailed. That woman was too terrifying. She was so terrifying that he couldn't fight against her. If Lin Feng and the Tao Tai were to fight against the seventh Nether Lord, they could still join forces and fight against him. However, they had no chance against this woman. An ant fighting against a dragon. Perhaps it was referring to the current situation. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to belittle himself, but he was aware of his own strength. In fact, with Lin Feng's strength, he would definitely be a top powerhouse if he returned to the Undying Realm. However, this wasn't the Undying Realm. This was a world where time had reversed. After Lin Feng came to the world where time had reversed, he had encountered many fortuitous encounters. His cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, but Lin Feng had also fully experienced how dangerous the world was. Some unknown and terrifying existences were enough to make people despair, such as this old and ugly woman. She was too strong. It was impossible to guess what her peak combat strength was. Lowly ants, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I don't mind killing you. The woman sneered. She raised her right hand and imprisoned Lin Feng and Tao Tai. She seemed to want to kill them. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He decided to ask the Demon Lord for help. Perhaps he could join forces with the Demon Lord. Perhaps they could escape. However, at this moment, a strange laughter suddenly rang out. Netherghoul Elder. You're in such a good mood to personally deal with two juniors like this. So that woman was called Netherghoul Elder. When the voice rang out, Netherghoul Elder couldn't help but frown slightly. She stopped what she was doing and looked ahead instead. Obviously, the newcomer must have made Netherghoul Elder extremely afraid. Otherwise, there was no need for her to stop. Lin Feng looked over. He saw a fat Taoist flying over. That Taoist Pang was so fat that he looked like a ball. He was wearing a loose Taoist robe. It was about to burst from the fat on his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This person didn't seem like a Taoist priest. He looked more like a butcher. Gluttonous Taoist. What are you doing here? The netherworld ghostly lady looked at the fat Taoist with fear in her eyes. Lin Feng muttered again. This fat Taoist was actually called Gluttonous Taoist. That was the name. It really complemented his figure well. Of course I have something to discuss with you, but let's talk about it after you've dealt with the matter at hand, said Lin Feng. The fat Taoist said with a smile. When this guy laughed, his eyes were about to disappear. Alright, I'll eat these two guys first, then we can talk about business. The Netherworld Ghost Elder said. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack Lin Feng and the Tao Tai. Lin Feng looked at the fat Taoist and shouted, Taoist, save me. F*ck, I have nothing to do with you. Why should I save you? The fat Taoist said speechlessly. Said Lin Feng. We're all human cultivators. Help me, please, said Lin Feng. We're all human cultivators. Please help me. The Netherworld Ghost Elder laughed strangely and said, Gluttonous Taoist is from the evil path. Do you think he'll save you just because you're both human cultivators? That's simply wishful thinking. Evil path, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He really hadn't thought of this. If it was a decent Taoist priest, perhaps he would have saved him, but Gluttonous Taoist was from the evil path. Could it be that he was counting on an evil path to save his life? That was simply a fool's dream. It was too unrealistic. However, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Wasn't this guy called Gluttonous Taoist? Could he tempt him with some delicious food? Lin Feng shouted, Taoist priest, this junior is good at cooking many delicious dishes, such as crystal pork knuckle, braised lion's head, Buddha jumps over the wall, 100 birds worshipping the phoenix, and so on. In addition to these delicious dishes, this junior is also very good at cooking all kinds of special barbecue. The taste can be said to be the best in the world. Are you serious? After hearing Lin Feng's words, Gluttonous Taoist's eyes immediately lit up. Of course it's true. When the time comes, this junior will cook for you. Lin Feng said. Good, good, good. This Taoist priest loves to eat all kinds of delicious food, especially barbecue. Good wine and barbecue are definitely a perfect match. Gluttonous Taoist's saliva almost flowed out. Then, Gluttonous Taoist looked at the Netherworld Ghost Elder and said, Netherworld Ghost Elder, you can't touch this kid. The Netherworld Ghost Elder's expression was somewhat ugly. The duck in her mouth flew away. Of course, she was depressed. However, Gluttonous Taoist was too terrifying. Even the powerful Netherworld Ghost Elder didn't want to offend him. Therefore, the Netherworld Ghost Elder chose to compromise. She said, Alright, I'll give you face and spare this kid's life. Then, the Netherworld Ghost Elder pounced towards Tao Tai. Lin Feng said, Taoist priest, Tao Tai is Tao Ye's companion. Tao Tai is my companion. Taoist priest, can you save Tao Tai as well? Gluttonous Taoist said, F*ck, how can I have so much free time to save people? I'm from the evil path, not a holy monk. Lin Feng said, Tao Tai is good at brewing wine. It's definitely a top-grade wine. Tao Tai was stunned. How could it know how to brew wine? Of course, Tao Tai knew that Lin Feng said those words to save it. Tao Tai really didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually help it. Although it had fought side by side with Lin Feng before. But then again, it had chased Lin Feng for a long time. This guy actually didn't hold a grudge, Tao Tai couldn't help but mutter. Was there really such a noble person in this world? Actually, Lin Feng wasn't noble at all. Lin Feng had been chased by Tao Tai before, and he was incomparably angry. He couldn't wait to get rid of Tao Tai. However, Lin Feng thought about it carefully. He hadn't been in the time reversal world for long, so he wasn't very familiar with it. He also didn't have any experts around him. If he could use this opportunity to subdue Tao Tai, it would be a great help to him. People couldn't just think about revenge. They also had to think about how to proceed in life. Moreover, there were no eternal enemies in this world. Life and death enemies. They could also become friends. For example, weren't Lin Feng and Gongziyu like this? Let it go. Let this Tao Tai go. Gluttonous Taoist said. Hearing that Gluttonous Taoist wanted her to let Tao Tai go, Netherworld Ghost Elder was very unwilling. Naturally, the Nether Ghost Elder was extremely unwilling. Her expression became extremely unsightly. Gluttonous Taoist, don't go too far. She said in a deep voice. Gluttonous Taoist said, I told you to let it go, so let it go. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Gluttonous Taoist was really domineering. The Netherworld Ghoul was so powerful, but Gluttonous Taoist was still so overbearing in front of her. It could be seen how terrifying Gluttonous Taoist was. Sogu's website, the Netherworld Ghost Elder's eyebrows twitched violently. She was quite angry, and the killing intent in her heart soared. However, when she thought of how terrifying Gluttony Taoist was, she really did not dare to fall out with him. Gluttony Taoist was very hateful, and many people had a strong opinion of him. However, no one could do anything to him. Endure for a while and calm down. Now, she could only comfort herself like this. All right. I'll give you some face. The Netherworld Ghost Elder said. Tao Tai could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Feng walked towards Gluttony Daoist, and so did Tao Tai. They arrived behind Gluttony Daoist. Brat, you promised good wine and food. If the food and wine are not good, I will make you die miserably. Gluttony Daoist said fiercely. He was evil. Killing people was a very rare and ordinary thing for him. His threat to Lin Feng was not just a simple threat. At the same time, it contained a strong killing intent. As long as he was not satisfied, he would really attack. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. When the time comes, I guarantee that you will want to eat it a second time. Lin Feng said. Tao Tai said, when the time comes, I guarantee that you will want to drink it a second time. In fact, Tao Tai was about to cry. It knew nothing about the art of brewing wine. When the time came, it did not know how to get away with it. Perhaps, could it ask Lin Feng for help? Tao Tai felt that Lin Feng was not a bad person. That's good. Gluttony Daoist grinned. Then, he looked at the Netherworld Ghost Elder. Gluttony Daoist said, Netherworld Ghost Elder, I heard that you obtained a Profounding God Crystal. Is my information accurate? Profounding God Crystal? What the hell is this? Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, a terrifying existence like Gluttony Daoist had come personally for something like the Profounding God Crystal. This showed how precious it was. It was definitely enough to make people go crazy. Lin Feng originally wanted to communicate with the Demon Lord and ask if the Demon Lord knew what the Profounding Divine Crystal was. However, Lin Feng discovered that the Demon Lord had cut off the connection with him. Previously, Lin Feng could still sense the Demon Lord's aura. The Demon Lord must have severed the connection with him after Gluttony Taoist arrived. It seemed that the Demon Lord must be very afraid of the gluttonous Taoist. In order to avoid exposing himself, he might as well go into hiding. Suddenly, the Netherworld Ghost Elder asked, Where did you hear that I obtained a Profounding Divine Crystal? The gluttonous Taoist said, I have my ways, so you don't need to ask around. Right now, I need some Profounding Divine Crystals, so I hope you can give them to me. Of course, I won't mistreat you, and I'll give you some other things as compensation. The Netherworld Ghost Elder said, Your information is wrong. I didn't obtain any Profounding Divine Crystals. Daoist Gluttony sneered when he heard her words. Do you think I will believe your words? The Netherworld Ghost Elder said, It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but I'm telling the truth. Don't be misled by others. I think that the person who told you this false information has ulterior motives. The gluttonous Taoist said, You don't have to worry about that. The person who told me this information is someone I trust completely. The Netherworld Ghost Elder frowned slightly. It was obvious that the gluttonous Taoist would not give up on the Profounding Divine Crystals just because of a few words from her. The Netherworld Ghost Elder said, So, what do you plan to do? The gluttonous Taoist said, That depends on what you choose. If you cooperate with me honestly, we can make money peacefully. If you don't, then I'll have to take action. The Netherworld Ghost Elder sneered, Gluttonous Taoist, I didn't compromise with you because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to provoke a powerful enemy for no reason. If you think that I, the Netherworld Ghost Elder, am easy to bully, then you're gravely mistaken. Hee, I heard that you have an undying and indestructible ability, and you also know many long-lost top-notch divine abilities from the Netherworld. It just so happens that I want to see what you're capable of. The gluttonous Taoist stepped forward. In an instant, the gluttonous Taoist's aura changed greatly. Before, the gluttonous Taoist was as fat as a ball, and he looked somewhat comical. But now, the gluttonous Taoist seemed to have become the ruler of the world in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the gluttonous Taoist's body. This was because he felt that the gluttonous Taoist's aura was even more terrifying than the Huangtian Emperor. The Huangtian Emperor. He was the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. If the gluttonous Taoist was stronger than the Huangtian Emperor, then it would be too shocking. However, the gluttonous Taoist was indeed very powerful. An 8 trigrams diagram flew out from the gluttonous Taoist's body. The 8 trigrams diagram was formed by a divine ability, and the 8 trigrams diagram quickly suppressed the netherworld ghostly elder. Humph! The netherworld ghostly elder snorted coldly, and an endless amount of netherworld ghostly chi surged out, directly attacking the 8 trigrams diagram of the gluttonous Taoist. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The void almost collapsed. The collision between the netherworld ghostly chi and the 8 trigrams diagram was too shocking. Lin Feng felt that if the gluttonous Taoist and the netherworld ghostly elder weren't trying their best to control their power, the world would have collapsed. The world was about to collapse. And this collision was evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Interesting. The gluttonous Taoist sneered, and then the 8 trigrams diagram that he took out actually split into 8. Such a technique. It was really amazing. The 8 trigrams diagrams rushed towards the netherworld ghostly elder. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the netherworld ghostly chi. Then, a demon god with 4 heads and 8 arms appeared. The demon god with 4 heads and 8 arms directly stretched out his palm. He slapped towards the 8 trigrams diagrams. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. 8 consecutive dull sounds of collision were heard. The 8 trigrams diagrams were all sent flying by the demon god. The netherworld ghostly elder's technique was indeed tyrannical, and it was terrifying. The demon god quickly charged towards the gluttonous Taoist. He wanted to use this opportunity to defeat the gluttonous Taoist. The gluttonous Taoist's face couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. The 8 trigrams diagrams that the gluttonous Taoist had sent flying flew towards the demon god again. Moreover, what was shocking was that the 8 trigrams diagrams instantly split into 64 8 trigrams diagrams. The 64 8 trigrams diagrams instantly scattered the demon god's soul. Then, the 64 8 trigrams diagrams rushed towards the netherworld ghostly elder. End of chapter. The power of gluttony. Daoist's 64 8 trigrams was not to be underestimated. The netherworld ghoul elder naturally did not dare to underestimate it. In fact, she was quite confident in her methods. She did not expect that her methods would be broken by gluttony Daoist so quickly. Facing the attack of the 64 8 trigrams, the netherworld ghoul elder once again used a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called the Wisdom King's immobility technique. After this divine ability was used, an immovable Wisdom King appeared above the netherworld ghoul elder. That immovable Wisdom King was surrounded by endless mysteries. His body emitted a powerful energy that could shock anyone. Immovable Wisdom King was like a god and a demon. He seemed to be able to control the world. When the 64 8 trigrams came crashing down, huge hands appeared behind the immovable Wisdom King one after another. Each of the huge hands. It was as if they could grab the stars from outer space. Bang bang bang, the giant hands collided with the 64 8 trigrams diagrams. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Feng took a deep breath. A battle between experts of this level was naturally very shocking. With just a raise of their hands, they had the power to destroy the world. Gluttony Daoist was very powerful. But the netherworld ghoul elder was also very powerful. Ghostly energy shrouding the sky. At this moment, the netherworld ghoul elder's cold voice suddenly sounded. A large amount of ghostly energy. It surged towards gluttony Daoist. Kill. Suddenly, an endless number of terrifying creatures appeared from the ghostly energy. They were skeleton warriors. Holding a battle sword, their killing intent was monstrous. With a loud roar that seemed to be able to shatter the world, the skeleton warriors all charged towards gluttony Daoist. The netherworld ghoul elder began to counterattack gluttony Daoist. For existences at their level, even the simplest attack would contain unimaginable power, let alone an attack that was meticulously condensed. That kind of power. It was absolutely shocking. Lin Feng and Tao Tai kept retreating. This was because the pressure emitted by the attacks of gluttony Daoist and the netherworld ghoul elder was too strong. Lin Feng and Tao Tai also felt the pressure, so they could not get close. It was safer to stay further away. If they got close, they would be implicated. At that time, they would want to cry but have no tears. At this moment, those skeleton warriors had already arrived in front of Gluttony. Taoist Gluttony called out loudly, "I'll eat, I'll eat, I'll eat." Then, gluttonous Taoist opened his bloody mouth. He took a deep breath. All of the skeleton warriors were swallowed by gluttonous Taoist. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. The Taotai could swallow all things. However, Taotai wouldn't devour those skeleton warriors condensed from the ghost energy of the netherworld. However, gluttonous Taoist wasn't like that. Did he really treat those skeleton warriors as food? Therefore, only then did it swallow those skeleton warriors. The corner of Taotia's mouth even twitched slightly. It was estimated that Taotai, this fellow, had also been struck by lightning, right? At this time, Taoist Gluttony continued to control his 64-8 trigrams to fight the enemy. Since the 64-8 trigrams were unable to break the immovable Wisdom King summoned by the Netherworld Elder Ghost, Taoist Gluttony decided to change his attack strategy. The 64-8 trigrams quickly rotated in the void. Each 8-8 trigrams combined together to form an 8 trigrams formation. In this way, 8-8 trigrams formations were formed. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the 8-8 trigrams formations floating in the void. They actually condensed into a huge 8 trigrams formation. There really was a formation within a formation, and a divination within a divination. After seeing such a miraculous method, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. Taoist Gluttony's method gave Lin Feng some inspiration. Because Lin Feng himself was actually quite good at the 8 trigrams technique. Of course, Lin Feng was best at formations. The combination of 8 trigrams and formations. He would enter a whole new world. The huge 8 trigrams formation in the void began to operate. The 8 trigrams formation suddenly began to rotate in the void. The void was torn apart in an instant. The 8 trigrams formation arrived in front of the immovable Wisdom King. The immovable Wisdom King wanted to block the attack of the 8 trigrams formation, but this time he failed. The power of the huge 8 trigrams formation was too strong, and it instantly destroyed the immovable Wisdom King. Then, the huge 8 trigrams formation attacked the Netherworld Ghost Elder. Bang! The Netherworld Ghost Elder couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. Taoist Gluttony laughed and said, "Netherworld Ghost Elder, let's see how you block my attack." The huge 8 trigrams formation attacked the Netherworld Ghost Elder again and again. The Netherworld Ghost Elder had suffered a loss before. The Netherworld Ghostly Elder felt extremely depressed after being suppressed so much and suffering losses time and time again. However, the Netherworld Ghost Elder had no other choice. Bang, 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 she was sent flying again and again. The Netherworld Ghost Elder tried to counterattack, but it was destroyed by the 8 trigrams formation before she could successfully form a divine ability. This made the Netherworld Ghost Elder go crazy. She had never suffered such a loss before. Ha 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 ha, Netherworld Ghost Elder, just surrender. Taoist Gluttony laughed, looking very proud. Taoist Gluttony was indeed strong, and he was actually able to suppress a terrifying existence like the Netherworld Ghost Elder. Taoist Gluttony's method was really powerful. Taoist Gluttony, I'll let you have a taste of my Netherworld magic pearl. The Netherworld Ghost Elder's expression was gloomy as she took out a black pearl. The pearl was about the size of a fist, and it emitted an extremely violent fluctuation. What? Netherworld magic pearl? You have such a thing? Taoist Gluttony's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. It seemed like he was afraid of the Netherworld magic pearl. I'm just kidding. You really believed me. She saw Taoist Gluttony retreating. The Netherworld Ghost Elder laughed proudly. Since Taoist Gluttony didn't control the 8 trigrams formation when he retreated, the 8 trigrams formation's power was greatly reduced. The Netherworld Ghost Elder sent the 8 trigrams formation flying. She directly grabbed the Netherworld Lord and teleported through the void, disappearing without a trace. F***CK. She's an immortal. Taoist Gluttony yelled gloomily. Chase. Then, Taoist Gluttony grabbed Lin Feng and Tao Tai and disappeared. After chasing for a long time, they still couldn't catch up with the Netherworld Ghost Elder. They finally stopped on the plains outside. Taoist Gluttony's expression was extremely ugly. The Netherworld Ghost Elder's escape wasn't the biggest reason for Taoist Gluttony's anger. The reason why Taoist Gluttony was so angry was because he was fooled by the Netherworld Ghost Elder. An expert like him was naturally very prideful, and now he was fooled by the Netherworld Ghost Elder. He was extremely furious, and he couldn't wait to cut the Netherworld Ghost Elder into 1,000 pieces. End of chapter. Although he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, the Netherworld Ghost Elder had already run away. So, now, it was just wishful thinking to find trouble with the Netherworld Ghost Elder. Gluttonous Taoist sat down on the ground and said, "I'm not leaving, I'm hungry. Hurry up and prepare some good food and drinks for me." "Of course, no problem," Lin Feng said. He was very confident in his culinary skills. If he couldn't even handle the gluttonous Taoist, then he would have wasted his time. Lin Feng had all sorts of top-grade meat sealed in his time and space. For example, dragon meat, venison, tiger meat, and other meats were all extremely tasty meats. In addition, all sorts of ingredients were also extremely complete. As for the wine, Lin Feng also stored a lot here. When the time came, he would just have to ask Tao Tai to take out the wine and give it to the gluttonous Taoist. "What would you like to eat now, Taoist priest?" Lin Feng asked. "Then let's barbecue." Although barbecue looks simple, it is the most testing of one's skills. The gluttonous Taoist narrowed his eyes and said. Obviously, this guy was definitely a top-notch glutton. Lin Feng said, "Taoist priest, please wait for a moment. It will be ready soon." "Okay." The gluttonous Taoist nodded and then closed his eyes to rest. Previously, when he fought with the Netherworld Ghost Elder, he had consumed a lot of energy. He could take advantage of this opportunity to recover. Lin Feng began to prepare the meat. Then, he found some dry wood from the time and space and started a bonfire. Normally, barbecuing outside at night was simply courting death. Because of this, who knew how many terrifying creatures would be attracted? But this time was different. Tao Tai was here. Moreover, there was also the unfathomable gluttonous Taoist. If any creature came to cause trouble, it would simply be courting death. It didn't take long for the barbecue to be ready. The barbecue meat was golden in color and emitted an alluring fragrance. Lin Feng handed over the wine that he had prepared beforehand to Tao Tai. They carried the barbecue meat and wine to gluttonous Taoist's side. Gluttonous Taoist opened his eyes. His nose twitched. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. The smell of barbecue meat. It was simply too fragrant. Although Gluttony Taoist had eaten many delicacies, the aroma of the roast meat alone was enough to attract him. He was definitely one of a kind. Gluttonous Taoist grabbed a piece of barbecued meat and started eating. "Delicious, really delicious," the Taoist excitedly shouted. For a glutton, the happiest thing was to be able to eat a delicious meal. For example, gluttonous Taoist. His mouth was full of oil. He grabbed the wine jar that Tao Tai handed to him. Then, he gulped it down. Good wine, really good wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, gluttonous Taoist grinned. Good wine to go with roast meat. Gluttonous Taoist was known for this. Everyone had different interests and hobbies. For example, Lin Feng preferred beautiful women. For example, the immeasurable Taoist preferred to dig up the ancient tombs of various cultivators. In fact, it was said that Gluttony Taoist's Taoist name wasn't originally Gluttony Taoist. But it was because Gluttony Taoist loved to eat too much. Therefore, people later called him the gluttonous Taoist. After a long time, the name gluttonous Taoist gradually spread. On the other hand, gluttonous Taoist's original name was no longer known. Gluttonous Taoist really could eat. Lin Feng finished roasting a 100-meter-long tiger. Gluttonous Taoist was full. One had to know. Gluttonous Taoist had drunk hundreds of jars of good wine. Actually, people like gluttonous Taoist didn't know anything. The wine was given to Tao Tai by Lin Feng. Gluttonous Taoist saw this and didn't say anything. The main reason was that Lin Feng's barbecued meat was to his taste. Therefore, gluttonous Taoist didn't care about other things. If Lin Feng's barbecued meat wasn't to his taste, Lin Feng guessed, gluttonous Taoist would have killed him and Tao Tai long ago. The evil path was unreasonable. Not bad, not bad. Kid, you're quite good. What's your name? After Gluttonous Taoist was full, he looked at Lin Feng and asked. I am Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng? Okay, I'll remember your name. Gluttonous Taoist said. Lin Feng was very happy. It seemed that he had really profited from a disaster this time. Not only did he not die at the hands of the Netherworld Ghost Lady, but he also had a relationship with Gluttonous Taoist. Although he didn't know what kind of person Gluttonous Taoist was, Lin Feng only needed to know that Gluttonous Taoist was strong enough. In addition, Lin Feng had done Tao Tai a favor this time, so there was a high chance that he could subdue Tao Tai. At that time, he would have an awesome existence by his side. Lin Feng looked at Gluttonous Taoist and said, Taoist Priest, Junior still has a lot of cooking skills that I haven't made yet. Why don't you follow Junior back to Yinyang City? At that time, Junior can cook all kinds of delicacies for you continuously for several months. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Gluttonous Taoist's saliva almost flowed out. Facing the temptation of delicious food, Gluttonous Taoist really didn't have much resistance. However, in the end, Gluttonous Taoist suppressed his restless heart. He said, I still have some important things to take care of, so I can't go back with you right now. However, we still have a long way to go. The next time we meet, we'll definitely eat delicious food for several months. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he could use delicious food to bind a terrifying existence like Gluttonous Taoist to his side. At that time, it would be awesome. If a Sage Realm expert came to find trouble with him, there would only be one way. Unfortunately, Gluttonous Taoist had to leave. Lin Feng said, Junior looks forward to meeting Senior again next time. Okay. Gluttonous Taoist nodded and then teleported through the void, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng then looked at Tao Tai and asked, What's your name? Tao Tai was so strong that he had to have a name. That was why Lin Feng had asked him that question. Tao Tai said, My name is Wanshi Tian. Lin Feng said, Your name is awesome. You actually dare to call yourself Shi Tian. Aren't you afraid of being devoured by the heavenly Tao? The reason why Lin Feng said that was because he was very particular about names. For example, if an extremely heaven-defying figure appeared in history, such as a heaven-defying figure called Dugu Chobai, later generations couldn't casually give such a name. This was because it was very likely that they would suffer a calamity. One couldn't have the same name as a great figure, but there was another very important point. Names couldn't be too big, such as Shi Tian, sky-splitting, sky-matching, sky-breaking, or names with dragons in them. They weren't good names. It was best to give a name that was too small. For example, many people had nicknames like Gooden or Area, which were easier to raise. End of chapter. In fact, Lin Feng's father's name was also a taboo. However, Lin Feng's father was too strong. When a cultivator was strong enough, naturally, they could ignore all of this. Of course, some people paid more attention to naming things, while others didn't care at all. In Lin Feng's opinion, it made sense to pay attention to names. After all, this was the world of cultivators. Things like heavenly wrath, heavenly punishment, and breaking taboos were common occurrences in the world of cultivators. Wanshi Tian said, We cultivators should go against the heavens. We don't need to care about the heavenly Tao or taboo. There were naturally many people who had the same idea as Wanshi Tian. Of course, Lin Feng didn't want to influence other people's opinions. Lin Feng asked, What do you plan to do next? Wanshi Tian said, I'm preparing to break through to the Sage Realm. If I break through to the Sage Realm, I won't be in such a sorry state when I meet someone as strong as the Netherworld Ghost Elder. Lin Feng believed Wanshi Tian's words. Wanshi Tian hadn't entered the Sage Realm yet. However, his battle prowess was enough to contend with many Sage Realm experts. However, the Netherworld Ghost Elder Lin Feng and the others had encountered was too strong. Lin Feng said, You're on the verge of breaking through, but you still can't break through. I think the problem lies in your cultivation heart. Cultivation heart? Wanshi Tian couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng nodded, You need to come into contact with the aura of the mortal world. You need to feel how people live in the mortal world. That's cultivation heart. You mean I should enter the world of cultivators and live there for a while? Wanshi Tian asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. If I enter the world of cultivators, won't I be surrounded and beaten to death? I know my limits. Wan Tian pursed his lips. Lin Feng said, you can transform into a human. Then you won't be afraid of being recognized. Wan Tian slapped his head, I really didn't think of that. Damn, is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He said, why don't you come back to Xianxia City with me? That way, we can take care of each other. Wan Tian thought about it. He felt that Lin Feng's words made some sense. He couldn't break through, perhaps he really did need to experience in the mortal world. Wan Tian nodded and said, all right. I'll follow you to Shuiyang City. I've never been to a cultivator city before. Wan Tian nodded, Xiangyang City, Xiangyang City, Xiangyang City, Xiangyang City, and Xiangyang, 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 Xiangyang. He looked a little evil, especially his eyes, which made people's hearts palpitate. Very quickly, Lin Feng and Wan Tian arrived outside of Xiangyang City. Said Wan Shutian. I was thinking of devouring Xiangyang City after I became a saint. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He naturally didn't doubt the authenticity of Wan Shutian's words. Since Wan Tian said so, it meant that he really wanted to do it. Lin Feng asked, why? It's called a bang. Wan Tian said. Lin Feng roughly understood what Wan Shutian meant. Wan Shutian's words were easy to understand. This guy wanted to make himself famous. How to make himself famous? Attacking cultivator cities was naturally the easiest way to become famous. If Wan Gobbling hadn't succeeded, his name would definitely shake the eastern region. At that time, many powerful existences, be it cultivators, fierce beasts, or unknown existences, would know of his great name. Said Lin Feng. Those ancient cities have been blessed. Even if you break through to the Xing layer, you won't necessarily be able to attack them. Besides, there are many strong cultivators in those cities. If you attack them, you'll probably die, said Lin Feng. Wan Shutian said, I'm not stupid, of course I understand this. I won't come alone. When the time comes, I'll start a beast riot. At the same time, I'll contact a few other terrifying existences to attack Xiangyang City. I'm sure they'll be very interested in this matter. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Wan Tian couldn't do it alone, but if they followed his plan, they might be able to conquer Wangyang City. After all, Wangyang City wasn't a particularly big city. Even though it was blessed, it couldn't be compared to the best cities. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Wan Shutian continued, but I've made up my mind. Who told Xiangyang City to be your territory? Let's just forget about it. Lin Feng said, there are many ways to become famous. There's no need to do something like this. Wan Shutian said, this world is very cruel. Whoever has the biggest fist is right. Wan Shutian's words made sense, so Lin Feng couldn't find anything to refute him. However, since Wan Shutian was willing to give up on attacking Xiangyang City, Lin Feng was relieved. After returning to his residence, the middle-aged man came to collect the rent. Lin Feng had given Hong Yuer 10 million high-grade immortal stones. He kept it as a backup. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't worried about owing the other party rent. Hong Yuer was very happy to see Lin Feng return. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the limpid autumn waters. She hadn't seen Lin Feng for a long time. She missed Lin Feng dearly. Seeing Lin Feng return, her eyes almost melted. Hong Yuer gave the rent to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man greeted Lin Feng and left. Who's this? Hong Yuer looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Wan Shutian bared his teeth and said eerily, don't you remember who I am? We've met before. Hong Yuer tried hard to remember, but she couldn't remember where she'd seen him before. Although Wan Shutian looked eerie, Hong Yuer wasn't afraid of him. She knew he was doing it on purpose. In her opinion, Wan Shutian should be Lin Feng's friend. Or else Lin Feng wouldn't have brought him to their residence. I really don't remember you, Hong Yuer said. You're right, said Lin Feng. That's the Taotai that chased us before, said Lin Feng. What? He's the Taotai that chased us? Hong Yuer's beautiful face turned pale. She quickly hid behind Lin Feng and secretly glanced at Wan Shutian. Obviously, Hong Yuer had long been traumatized by Wan Shadian. "Sogu," Lin Feng said, "don't be afraid of him. Now that he's in our territory, we just need to go out and shout, and a large group of people will come in to kill him. We won't even need to do anything. He'll die a miserable death." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Hong Yuer burst out laughing. Wan Shitian kept glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "It's just a joke. Why are you looking at me like that?" Wan Shitian said, "I have to prevent you from exposing me." After Lin Feng's interference, Hong Yuer was no longer afraid of Wan Shitian. She said, "Don't worry, the young master isn't that kind of person." Wan Shitian nodded. He naturally knew that Lin Feng wasn't that kind of person. If Lin Feng wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't have needed Gluttony Daoist to save him. Thus, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Lin Feng arranged a place for Wan Shitian to stay. After everyone knew that Lin Feng had returned, they all came to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng introduced both sides, but Lin Feng didn't tell anyone about Wan Shitian's true identity. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't trust others, but because there were too many people around, and if someone accidentally let it slip, if that happened, they would be attacked by a group, and they might not be able to leave Xianxia City alive. After making arrangements for Wan Shitian, everyone went out for dinner. At the same time, it was a celebration to welcome Wan Shitian. Niu Dashan didn't know Wan Shitian's true identity, so he didn't care about anything. When drinking, he directly put his arm around Wan Shitian's shoulder. One moment, they would call each other Big Brother, and the next moment, they would call each other Big Brother. Wan Shitian was so depressed that he rolled his eyes. However, he thought of what Lin Feng had said about cultivating the heart. The relationships in the world of cultivators were very complicated, and it was very different from his original world. Therefore, Wan Shitian didn't get angry. He needed to gradually get used to the relationships in the world of cultivators. Only then could he cultivate the heart and break through to the saint realm. Therefore, Wan Shadian and Niu Dashan began to chat. Seeing the two of them chatting together, Lin Feng was naturally quite happy. He was worried that Wan Xian would not be able to tolerate this and leave in a huff. This wouldn't look good for anyone. Fortunately, Wan Shitian remembered what he had told him before. When they returned in the evening, Lin Feng pulled Hong Yuer to his residence. Hong Yuer's face was completely red. He said that he didn't want to go, but he was dragged by Lin Feng. In the end, he followed Lin Feng to Lin Feng's residence. That night was just too important for Hong Yuer because she had officially turned from an inexperienced woman into a young married woman. When she woke up the next day, she found Lin Feng looking at her. Hong Yuer couldn't help but blush. "What are you looking at?" Hong Yuer asked. "I'm looking at a beauty. She's too beautiful. I can't get enough of her," Lin Feng said with a smile. After hearing Lin Feng's praise, Hong Yuer immediately became happy. The two of them only got up when the sun was high up in the sky. During lunch, everyone looked at Lin Feng and Hong Yuer ambiguously. In fact, the relationship between the two had already been revealed to everyone by Chu Yuan, that big mouth. Therefore, Lin Feng would live with Hong Yuer sooner or later. In everyone's hearts, only an extraordinary cultivator like Lin Feng could be a good match for their leader. Lin Feng rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, he brought Wan Shitian to many places. He let Wan Shitian familiarize himself with the situation in Xianxia City. After that, Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion. This time, there were many things that needed to be done. For example, he would study the stone scriptures. Another example would be to see if there was anything good in the 5th layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Therefore, this seclusion was very important for Lin Feng. Lin Feng told everybody that he was going to meditate in seclusion. Then, Lin Feng went back to his room and sealed it with some deployment spells. This was to prevent anyone from disturbing his seclusion. After that, Lin Feng entered the time-space. Lin Feng first spent a month to adjust his body and familiarize himself with the power of the Sky Immortal Realm. Now that he broke through to the Sky Immortal Realm, he naturally couldn't be compared to before. Now, his battle strength was many times stronger than before. Then, Lin Feng summoned the stone scriptures. The stone scriptures floated in front of Lin Feng, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Lin Feng started to circulate the Stone Emperor scriptures passed down by the Sky Master bloodline. After that, Lin Feng placed his hands on the stone scriptures. With that, waves of powerful energy surged out of Lin Feng's body. The energy completely poured into the stone scriptures. Many runes actually appeared on the stone scriptures. After seeing those runes, Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. But he didn't recognize those runes. However, even if he didn't recognize those runes, it didn't matter. Because Lin Feng could use his own spiritual will to sense the information contained in the runes. Lin Feng's spiritual will intertwined with the stone scriptures. In the next moment, Lin Feng's body suddenly shook. Lin Feng felt as if he had entered a mysterious world. That world. It was shrouded in endless darkness. The inheritance of the torch will never be extinguished. At this moment, a voice came from the darkness. Lin Feng looked towards the voice. He saw it. In the darkness, one figure after another appeared. Their bodies were surrounded by a faint fluorescent light. A total of 37 figures. When he saw those existences, Lin Feng immediately became excited. He knew. Those existences were the 37 Sky Masters of the Sky Master bloodline. Actually, Lin Feng didn't know much about the 37 ancestors of the Sky Master bloodline. He had only heard of a few of them. What were the rest called? What era did they belong to? Lin Feng didn't know anything. The reason why he didn't know was because there was a gap in the inheritance of the Sky Master bloodline. Not only were many inheritances lost, even the information of the ancient ancestors had been lost. It had to be said. This was a great pity. I will work hard, Lin Feng said. This sentence. He said it to the ancestors of the Sky Master bloodline, and at the same time to himself. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the curse of the Sky Master bloodline was. Lin Feng knew how miserable the fate of the ancestors of the Sky Master bloodline was. It was precisely because he knew this that Lin Feng should work harder. Never give up. The 37 ancestors of the Sky Master bloodline spoke at the same time. I won't give up, Lin Feng said. They nodded together. Then, an endless amount of information was flowing into Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng couldn't even completely accept that information, so Lin Feng directly fainted. Sogu's website. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally woke up. He felt an incomparable pain in his head, as if it was about to split open. This feeling was truly unbearable. Lin Feng discovered that there seemed to be some additional information in his mind. His divine sense invaded it and discovered that the information contained many inheritances of the Celestial Master lineage. This made Lin Feng involuntarily reveal a look of joy. Previously, too much information had entered his mind from the stone scripture, causing him to faint. Therefore, one could imagine how much content this information contained. Many long-lost secret techniques of the Celestial Master lineage could be found from this information. In addition, Lin Feng carefully probed and discovered that the information also recorded the method to control the stone scripture. One had to know that the stone scripture was an extremely powerful treasure. Its power was simply unimaginable. If he could control the stone scripture, it would be of great help to Lin Feng. In the following period of time, Lin Feng first cultivated the method to control the stone scripture. It was a good thing that Lin Feng's power of understanding was extremely high. After a month, he had already learned a few things. Lin Feng could successfully activate the stone scripture. At the current stage, when Lin Feng activated the stone scripture, many runes would appear on the stone scripture. Each rune seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. They could release unimaginably terrifying power. These runes made Lin Feng involuntarily feel shocked. And this was only a trick that Lin Feng had just cultivated. As time passed, Lin Feng's control of the stone scripture would definitely continue to increase. The power of the stone scripture. When the time came, it would also continue to increase. One could imagine. How powerful would the stone scripture be in the future? Lin Feng knew that mastery of the stone scripture was not something that could be achieved overnight. It needed time to accumulate. He did not continue to cultivate the method to control the stone scripture. Lin Feng understood the principle of more haste, less speed. Now, Lin Feng planned to enter the fifth palace of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace to see what was at the bottom. The item in the first palace of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace was taken by the three-headed viper. The item in the second level of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace was a blood-stained stone. The fresh blood was the blood of the dismembered corpse in the mysterious iron box. Now, the blood on it had been absorbed by the dismembered corpse. The item in the third layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace was the crystal that activated the sacred bone in Lin Feng's body. Now, Lin Feng activated the power of the ruler's armor, the golden dwarf, the magic lotus, the holy bone, and the stone golem clone. Only then would one's battle prowess reach the pinnacle. Therefore, the activation of the sacred ancient had been of great help to Lin Feng. As for the items in the fourth layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace, they were pet cultivation fluid and pet aptitude pills. Lin Feng had no use for these items. Bibi and the others could use it, so Lin Feng used it to improve Bibi and the others' talents. Bibi and the others had incomparably heaven-defying talents. Later on, it was cultivated with the pet cultivation fluid and the pet aptitude pill. His talent was even more terrifying. Right now, his cultivation was rising very quickly. The value of the items in the Divine Tao Immortal Palace was still extremely high. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely interested in the items in the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng entered the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. He arrived outside the fifth layer of the palace. Lin Feng immediately opened the fifth layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. He couldn't wait to enter the fifth layer of the Divine Tao Immortal Palace. Lin Feng discovered. In the fifth layer of the palace, there was actually an ancient bronze scripture. Lin Feng opened the ancient bronze scripture. Then, he looked at the words recorded on the ancient bronze scripture. This was an extremely ancient divine text. But fortunately, Lin Feng had studied divine text before, so he was able to recognize the words on it. The name of the book was Epic 8 Absolutes. 8 Absolutes meant 8 types of weapons. The contents of the book were all absolute arts that were displayed using weapons, including sword techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques, and so on. A total of 8 types. What interested Lin Feng the most was the spear technique recorded on it. This spear technique was called Epic Spear Technique. According to the records in the ancient bronze scripture, these 8 techniques that could only be used with weapons were among the top 8 techniques in the previous era. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. He didn't expect this to be the inheritance of the previous era, and the top inheritance. If everything written on it was true, then the value of these 8 absolute arts was unimaginable. The reason why Lin Feng was most interested in the Epic Spear Technique was because Lin Feng had the most valuable treasure of his family, the Epic War Spear. The Epic War Spear had a matching spear technique. If Lin Feng could obtain it, then the power of the Epic War Spear could be fully unleashed. Unfortunately, so far, Lin Feng hadn't obtained the spear technique to use with the Epic of the Epic. However, the name of the Epic Spear Technique recorded on the ancient bronze scripture complemented Lin Feng's Epic War Spear. But he didn't know. Could the Epic Spear Technique release the power of the Epic War Spear? Generally speaking, only a matching spear technique could fully unleash the power of the Epic War Spear. However, Lin Feng felt that even if the Epic Spear Technique didn't match with the Epic War Spear, it should still be able to unleash part of the power of the Epic War Spear. Of course, this was just Lin Feng's guess. It was hard to say for sure. It was also possible that the two would repel each other. By then, not only would the power of the Epic War Spear not be unleashed, but it might also be greatly reduced. Apart from the Epic Spear Technique, Lin Feng was most interested in the Epic Sword Technique. Lin Feng had mastered some sword-type divine abilities. However, if one were to talk about it, the power was just so. It wasn't particularly heaven-defying. As for the Epic Sword Technique, it was definitely a heaven-defying sword-type divine ability. Because the Epic Sword Technique was the most powerful sword-type divine ability in the previous era, Lin Feng planned to comprehend the Epic Spear Technique and Epic Sword Technique. He wanted to see how powerful they were. Lin Feng spent 10 days to comprehend the Epic Spear Technique. Then, Lin Feng took out the Epic War Spear. He held the Epic War Spear and performed the Epic Spear Technique. Lin Feng wanted to see how powerful it was. Lin Feng was astonished by what happened next. When Lin Feng used the Epic War Spear to perform the Epic Spear technique, Lin Feng realized that the Epic War Spear was vibrating violently. Waves of terrifying power were released from the Epic War Spear. The Epic War Spear and the Epic Spear technique seemed to have formed an extremely close connection. Both of them seemed to have a mutually reinforcing effect. Hence, the power released by the Epic War Spear shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's magic power was continuously absorbed by the Epic War Spear. Lin Feng even felt that when the Epic War Spear and the Epic Spear technique were combined, as long as there was enough magic power to support it, he could pierce a hole in the sky with a single spear. Sogu's website, Lin Feng even suspected that this Epic Spear technique was a matching spear technique with the Epic War Spear. Otherwise, how could the compatibility be so high? Just thinking about it made one feel incredulous. Perhaps there really was such a possibility. Of course, for now, Lin Feng didn't know if his guess was true. Actually, there was no need to care about this. It didn't matter if it was true or wrong. The key was that Yi Xian could release the power of the Epic War Spear. Lin Feng quickly cut off the connection with the Epic War Spear because he felt that if he let the Epic War Spear continue to absorb the F-Ali in his body, the F-Ali in his body would be completely devoured by the Epic War Spear. At that time, wouldn't he be sucked dry by the Epic War Spear? After Lin Feng put away the Epic War Spear, he began to study the Epic Sword technique. The Epic Sword technique was equally powerful. It could complement his stone sword and the 36 bamboo swords. In the following period of time, Lin Feng began to focus on cultivating the Epic Sword technique. His improvement was godly. After half a year of seclusion, Lin Feng came out. Of course, because 10 days had passed in the time-space, only 1 day had passed in the outside world. Therefore, although Lin Feng had been in seclusion for half a year, only half a month had passed in the outside world. This seclusion was too important for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's realm had completely stabilized and he could choose to continue breaking through. There were many opportunities in the world where time was reversed. Breaking through here seemed to be extremely easy. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that he had to prepare to break through to the true immortal realm. Therefore, when he reached the sky immortal realm, he had to stabilize his foundation. If his foundation wasn't stable, it would be extremely troublesome. Once he failed to break through to the true immortal realm, it was very likely that he would die. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, there was an 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to enter the true immortal realm. Therefore, breaking through to the true immortal realm had to succeed in one try. No one would give you a second chance. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng and Hong Yu'er were naturally like newlyweds. The two of them stuck together. Hong Yu'er had just become a wife. Therefore, it was also the time when they needed Lin Feng the most. Of course, Hong Yu'er was actually very sensible. When Lin Feng was cultivating, she would not disturb Lin Feng. After resting for a few days, Lin Feng and the others discussed for a while. They planned to go with the divine beast to find the owner of the voice that had summoned the divine beast. Lin Feng didn't know who was calling the divine beast over. Lin Feng didn't know exactly where that place was. However, surely they could find the place. Perhaps this was a great opportunity for the divine beasts. Perhaps Lin Feng and the others could also find opportunities there. After making up their minds, Lin Feng and the others decided to have a good meal first before setting off the next day. They came to a place called Weiyang Restaurant to eat. This was one of the top 3 restaurants in Wanyang City. There were all kinds of delicacies. Lin Feng and the others ate as much as they could. And Wan Shitian's true body was a Tao Tai. One could imagine. When Wan Shitian opened his stomach to eat, the scene was so terrifying. The speed at which he ate was simply too fast. He could swallow all the delicacies on the plate in one bite. The table of delicacies was finished in a short period of time. Then, table after table of delicacies were served. There was no stopping in the middle. Damn, are the people inside reincarnated from starving ghosts? Some of the diners couldn't help but mutter. It was because the speed at which Lin Feng ate in this private room was too frightening. Finally, Lin Feng and the others ate more than 300 tables worth of delicacies in this private room. This made the boss overjoyed. A table of such customers every day would make him rich. I'm only 10% full. After leaving the restaurant, Wan Shitian said. After hearing Wan Shitian's words, Lin Feng and the others almost fell to the ground. Because the food that they ate was not even a tenth of Wan Shitian's. However, when he thought about how Wan Shitian's true body was a Tao Tai, all of this seemed to be quite normal. Brother Wan, you can eat too much, right? Niu Dashan said. Wan Shitian said, hee, being able to eat is a blessing. Unfortunately, I've never eaten my fill. Eating 10% full is barely enough. Lin Feng said, eating too much is not good for the body. Eating 10% full is just right. Wan Shitian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Everyone said that eating 60% to 70% full was the best. Running to Lin Feng and saying that eating 10% full was good for the body, who was he trying to fool? However, it was already late at night, and the restaurant was closed, so he couldn't eat even if he wanted to. If Tao Tai wanted to eat his fill, he would probably have to eat for a few days and nights. Everyone headed back to their residence. After returning to their residence, they washed up and rested for the night. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off. The rent was almost due, so they didn't want to pay the rent for the remaining days. Just as they were about to leave the city, they met Zhao Yang and the others. Zhao Yang had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Feng last time, and was sent flying by Lin Feng with a kick. At that time, he had really lost all his face. Now that he thought about it, he still felt incomparably angry and aggrieved. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng immediately. Previously, he had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, but he hadn't been able to find Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng didn't go out much, and it wasn't easy to find a person in an ancient city. But now that the two sides had met here, it was natural for enemies to be enraged. Zhao Yang had more than 30 people on his side. Under Zhao Yang's lead, a group of people quickly surrounded them. Good, you pair of dogs, I finally found you. Zhao Yang cursed loudly. After seeing the situation here, many people also surrounded them. It was human nature to watch a show. Therefore, seeing that there was a show to watch, everyone naturally gathered around to see what was going on. Zhao Yang, don't go too far. Hong Yuer said angrily. Zhao Yang's eyes were still extremely sharp. He could tell at a glance that Hong Yuer was no longer a virgin. She must have been married to Lin Feng. This infuriated Zhao Yang greatly. He looked at Lin Feng and Hong Yuer with a venomous gaze, then said coldly, what? You've done something shameful, and you're afraid of others talking about it? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Back then, Zhao Yang had even offered Hong Yuer, who was his fiancée, to an evil expert as a backer. Fortunately, he hadn't succeeded. Even so, it was clear how much of a scumbag Zhao Yang was. Lin Feng had already been merciful by not taking his life back then. Now, he still dared to jump around in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand, and a sword energy slashed out. Pooh! A tearing sound rang out. Zhao Yang's head had been cut off by Lin Feng. Even in death, Zhao Yang couldn't believe that he had been killed just like that. When the others saw how ferocious Lin Feng was, they all paled and hurriedly retreated. End of Chapter 1. Zhao Yang was like a huge boulder that weighed down on Hong Yuer's heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Seeing Zhao Yang killed by Lin Feng, Hong Yuer could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But when she thought about the expert behind Zhao Yang, she couldn't help but worry. But this wasn't the place to talk about it. So, Hong Yuer didn't say anything. After Lin Feng and the others left Wangyang City, Hong Yuer said, Zhao Yang has a sage behind him, and it's said that Zhao Yang is very good at winning the favor of that sage, so he's highly regarded by that sage. Now that Zhao Yang has been killed, I'm afraid that sage won't let this matter rest. Lin Feng said, could the sage behind him be that evil path cultivator from before? Back then, Zhao Yang had wanted to offer Hong Yuer to an evil path cultivator so that he could establish a relationship with that evil path cultivator. Hong Yuer had told Lin Feng about this matter, so Lin Feng knew the details. However, Because Hong Yuer had escaped in advance, Lin Feng didn't know if Zhao Yang had established a relationship with that evil path cultivator. Hong Yuer smiled bitterly and said, "It's indeed that evil path cultivator. I heard that after I escaped, that bastard Zhao Yang seduced a very beautiful female cultivator and offered her to that evil path cultivator. In the end, Zhao Yang succeeded in currying favor with that evil path cultivator." Lin Feng cursed, "That Zhao Yang really isn't a good person. Letting him die so easily was already letting him off too easily." Lin Feng then asked, "What's that evil path cultivator's name?" Hong Yuer said, "I'm not too sure, but I think he's called something evil saint." Chu Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Could it be divine ancestor Xianxia?" "Yes, it's that divine ancestor Xianxia." With Chu Yuan's reminder, Hong Yuer instantly thought of that person's name. Chu Yuan's expression became extremely grave, and he said, "If it's divine ancestor Xianxia, then we're in trouble." "What? Is there something wrong with divine ancestor Xianxia?" Lin Feng asked. Chu Yuan nodded and smiled wryly. "Holy ancestor Xianxia is different from ordinary saints. Ordinary saints don't get involved easily, but that guy is different. He's a vengeful person. He'll definitely get involved personally." Hearing this, Lin Feng only smiled. He was afraid that this guy wouldn't come. If this guy came, he would make sure that he wouldn't be able to return. However, Lin Feng didn't reveal their trump card to Chu Yuan and the others. There were some things that did not need to be said until the time was right. Perhaps this way, he could better see through people's hearts. Lin Feng said, "There's no point in worrying about this right now. The world is big, and we might not even run into him." Hearing Lin Feng say this, everyone was relieved. After leaving the city, Lin Feng and the others flew according to the route the divine beast had sensed. The voice in the divine beast's mind would appear and disappear intermittently. It didn't know what was going on. Fortunately, the connection hadn't been broken. At night, because Wan Shadian was by their side, they didn't have to worry about any terrifying creatures coming to cause trouble. Chu Yuan and the others thought that it was the effect of the exorcism crystal. But in reality, that wasn't the case. Although the exorcism crystal was powerful, it wasn't enough to scare away all terrifying creatures. Just like that, Lin Feng and the others went deeper into the city. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside a huge mountain range. This mountain range was surrounded by black fog, and it emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. After sensing the aura emitted from within the mountain range, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He sensed that this place was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng looked at the divine beast and asked, "Is this the place?" "Yes." The divine beast nodded. Lin Feng then looked at Wan Shitian. That guy had been to many places. He just didn't know if he'd been here before. Lin Feng asked, "Do you know what this place is?" "Blackwraith Mountains. Of course I've heard of them." Wan Shitian said, "This place isn't a good place. Those who have nothing to do with it can just wait outside. Going in is no different from suicide." Lin Feng naturally believed Wan Shitian's words. After all, his cultivation was there for all to see. If even he was so afraid of the Blackwraith Mountains, it was obvious how terrifying they were. This place, it should be an extremely terrifying place. Yi Xian looked at Hong Yuer and the others and said, "You guys wait here. I'll go in with Wan Shitian and the divine beast." Hong Yuer knew that they wouldn't be of much help. So when she heard Lin Feng's words, she nodded. Lin Feng, Wan Shitian, and the divine beast headed into the Blackwraith Mountains. So many corpses. As soon as they entered the Blackwraith Mountains, Lin Feng saw many corpses. Seeing the mountains of corpses, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. There were only so many corpses in the outer regions. The inner regions. How dangerous was this place? Lin Feng looked at Wan Shitian and said, "How much do you know about the Blackwraith Mountains?" Wan Shitian said, "I don't know much about it, but at least I know a thing or two about it. I heard that the Blackwraith Mountains can affect a person's thoughts and cause them to hallucinate. Many people can't extricate themselves from their hallucinations and end up dying here." Lin Feng nodded, "Then let's be careful." He, Wan Shitian, and the divine beast entered the Blackwraith Mountains. "Did you sense anything?" Lin Feng asked the divine beast. The divine beast nodded. I sensed something. That voice wants me to continue walking. And so, the three of them continued walking. As they walked, Lin Feng felt that something was off. The scene in front of him was a bit blurry. And then, he saw a woman appear in front of him, sword in hand. She was charging towards him. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the woman. She was none other than Su Yueshi. Hallucinations. Lin Feng frowned. In truth, many people couldn't extricate themselves from the hallucinations even if they knew they were hallucinating. That was because their soul strength wasn't strong enough, so they couldn't wake up. They might even gradually lose themselves in the hallucinations. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's soul strength was very strong. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw nothing but emptiness. Su Yueshi had disappeared. Lin Feng snapped out of the hallucination. However, he discovered that there was a grayish-brown fog around him. The divine beast and Wancher Tian were nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that something was off, but he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Sogu, end of chapter 5376. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.